Ich halte dich in meinem Arm umfangen. Wie ein Saatkorn ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen. Wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer, die ihr Leben gaben, für das kaum erträumte Glück? Leben ohne Angst zu haben, Leben ohne Angst zu haben.
Character Mask Removal
Abstract Domination, Armed Struggle, Concrete Corpses,
by Frederik Glas.
and Ljubica Kozel.
For the anarchists of Agit 883, the case was clear. The RAF were Leninists with guns. They differed from the other Leninists, for example from the DKP to the Trotskyists to the Marxist-Leninist K groups, only because they were armed, i.e. because they waged armed struggle in the metropolis. So here Leninists with party cards and their Leninists with guns. So was the RAF nothing more than an armed K group? Just like the other K groups, the RAF emerged from the decay products of the student movement. The protagonists of the first generation of the group were all active in the anti-authoritarian protest movement. Gudrun Ensslin and Jan-Karl Raspe were members of the SDS, and Andreas Bader, who was already involved in the so-called Schwabinger Halbstarken riots in 1962, was active in the environment of Commune I. As a film student, Holger Maines made video clips that were shown at teach-ins and congresses of the movement. And with the concrete journalist Ulrike Meinhof and the APO lawyer Horst Mahler, two of the movement's best-known figures were involved in the founding of the RAF. The particular political focus in which many of the later RAF founders became politically involved was the so-called fringe group strategy. This goes back to publications by Herbert Marcuse, who states that the working class in advanced capitalist states is integrated into the system and thus takes a conservative position in social conflicts. Nevertheless, a revolution without the participation of the working class remains unthinkable, if only because of its productive power and sheer numbers. In order to win over the proletariat for the revolution, catalyst groups are therefore needed that are either able to see through the social context due to their educational privileges, intellectuals such as students, or have an existential interest in a fundamental change in social conditions due to their marginalization, social fringe groups. In formulating this marginalized group strategy, Marcuse primarily had the struggles of black people in the ghettos of the USA in mind. The student protest movement took up this theory of marginalized groups and tried to put it into practice in the Federal Republic. Above all, the so-called home campaign, in which so-called welfare recipients were to be organized in their homes, was an expression of these efforts. In June 1969, students traveled to the particularly notorious Staffelberg welfare home near Frankfurt, where they confront those responsible and organize a plenary meeting with the residents at which various demands are put forward. As a result of this visit, a grassroots group was founded in the home. However, contrary to the plans of the APO activists, a large number of the residents addressed fled the home and were now accommodated by the students in Frankfurt, where the activists tried to involve them in the political work. This procedure is repeated in a number of other homes in Frankfurt and the surrounding area. For Ulrike Meinhof, the situation in the homes was one of her central themes. She repeatedly published accusatory articles in Konkret and even produced a television film on the subject, Bambule. One of the residents of the home portrayed in Bambule, Irene Gergens, was also involved in the Bader liberation in 1970. Andreas Bader and Gudrun Ensslin were involved in the actions of the APO in the Staffelberg welfare home and, after their temporary release from prison in 1969, became so involved in organizing the former residents of the home, who were now living in Frankfurt, that they even became the official contacts for the authorities. And in the group's first joint statement after Andreas Bader's liberation, they also explicitly refer to the social fringe groups, who are supposed to understand this action as part of their own struggle for liberation. Quote, "You have to explain the Bader liberation action to the young people in the Markisches Viertel, to the girls in the Eichenhof, in the Allenhauer, in Heiligensee, to the boys in the Jugendhof, in the Jugendhilfsstelle, in the Grun's house, in the Kieferngrund. The families with many children, the young workers and apprentices, the secondary school pupils, the families in the redevelopment areas, the workers at Siemens and AEG Telefunken, at SEL and Osram, the married workers who have to do the piecework on top of their household and children, damn it. You have to convey the action to them, who get no compensation for the exploitation they suffer in terms of standard of living, consumption, building society savings contracts, small loans, middle-class cars. Those who can't afford all that stuff, who aren't hanging on to it. End of quote. But this reference to the socially marginalized groups is short-lived. With the climax of the 1968 revolt and the often unconscious realization of its defeat in the following years, a process of factionalization began in the protest movement, which for most protagonists meant a turning away from their anti-authoritarian origins. The dissident currents of the workers' movement, which were received during the anti-authoritarian phase of the protest and which attempts were made to put into practice, were now rejected. The majority of activists turned back to Marxist orthodoxy in its various forms. The Maoist interpretation of Marxism-Leninism developed the greatest appeal, and countless groups based on it emerged. Even the founding members of the RAF now tended towards Marxism-Leninism and the so-called Mao Zedong ideas. This positive reference to cultural revolutionary China and the great chairman Mao Zedong was the consensus within the radical left at this time, from the anti-authoritarian subculture to the cadre parties. The only exceptions were the DKP and the Trotskyists. However, there are different interpretations and phases of Mao's reception. 1. Mao as an icon of anti-bourgeois protest, anti-authority, and enfant terrible. Commune 1 in Berlin in particular stands for this type of reception. Mao is worn as a fashion accessory, for example as a button, in order to provoke. The events in China, and above all the Cultural Revolution, are selectively transferred to the conditions here, in the sense of a struggle of the young generation against the established, outdated system of the old. This is exemplified by a slogan from the Berlin Red Guard. They are old, we are young. Mao Zedong. The magazine Concrete also uses the enthusiasm for China in this sense when it underlays photo series of naked women with Mao quotes. For the rebelling students, Mao symbolizes the most radical and striking antithesis to the old bourgeois world as well as to the old reformist revisionist left. This striking use of Mao and Chinese events, which makes little reference to the concrete content of the Chinese Revolution, is very quickly taken up by the fashion industry and advertising. A Mao look and Mao chic emerged, which was also taken up by celebrities such as Brigitte Bardot. 2. Mao as an ingenious artist-politician. The events in China are read through rapturous and literary reports as an idol against the alienation of the West. The exoticism of the foreign culture is emphasized and the simple life is praised in contrast to the destructive civilization of the modern world. Mao is seen as a brilliant artist, philosopher, and politician who succeeded in creating an alternative to both the capitalist West and the bureaucratic East. The publications in the Kurzbuch, in which the reports of the sinologist Joachim Schickel or the Tales from a Chinese Village by Jan Moordal are printed, are exemplary for this direction. 3. The Mao of the K-groups. Mao is classified by the Marxist-Leninist development organizations as one of the socialist classics. His theoretical writings are canonized and quotes are used to legitimize the respective actions of the groups. Any playful, provocative, or literary use of Mao's image has now given way to deadly serious literalism. The result of Mao's reception can be summarized as follows. The appropriation of Maoism in Germany says little about the events in China and the theories of Mao Zedong, but all the more about those who receive them. Maoism is used as a provocation or to legitimize one's own actions. After the end of the anti-authoritarian student movement, Maoism became the consensus within most of the decay products. And so Bader and Ensslin also trained the former squadron members with writings by Lenin and Mao, and the RAF's first theoretical writing, the concept of urban guerrilla, is peppered with quotations from Mao Zedong. Mao's statement that armed struggle is the highest form of Marxism-Leninism is of particular importance to the RAF. The group therefore claims to begin with the armed struggle in the metropolises, and this is the main difference to the other K groups, which consider the time to begin the armed overthrow to be premature and instead want to build up the Communist Party first, which should then lead the revolution. The RAF therefore wrote to the other Marxist-Leninist groups to legitimize their move. Quote, "We doubt whether it is even possible under the present conditions in the Federal Republic and West Berlin to develop a strategy that unites the working class, to create an organization that can be both the expression and initiator of the necessary unification process." End of quote. In the view of the RAF, this unification process can only be initiated in the current social situation of the Federal Republic through the practical revolutionary intervention of a vanguard and not through the strategy of Marxist-Leninist reconstruction projects, which the RAF rejects as trade union economism. Quote, "The Red Army faction talks about the primacy of practice. Whether it is right to organize armed resistance now depends on whether it is possible. Whether it is possible can only be determined practically." End quote. This existentialist will to practical action shows the decisive difference to the other K groups, which seem to adapt their strategy to the objective historical development tendencies of the capitalist mode of production and only consider armed overthrow to be topical when they can read this from the development of class struggles. For the RAF, on the other hand, although it verbally defines the proletariat as the revolutionary subject, the organization of the German working class is not a priority, as it is for the other K groups. According to the RAF, the working class is integrated into the system through the manipulation of the ruling class and its media and can only regain its role as a revolutionary subject through the exemplary and consciousness-raising actions of a vanguard. She therefore also writes, "We also throw the bombs against the apparatus of oppression into the consciousness of the masses." End of quote. In this class analysis, the RAF is still very much in the tradition of the anti-authoritarian student movement, and this is also criticized by Marxist-Leninist groups oriented towards party building. For example, the Communist League of Bremen writes, "But the comrades miss the real task of the revolutionary intelligentsia. This consists of cooperation in systematic, if necessary illegal, agitation and propaganda, as well as in the organization of the industrial proletariat and its preparation for armed uprising. So much for our differences with the comrades from the RAF. But we oppose all opportunist nagging. The comrades fighting in the Red Army faction and the comrades who were shot down, they were and are on our side of the barricade." End quote. Even if they consider the practice of the RAF to be misguided or premature and accordingly harshly criticize its actions, the Marxist-Leninist party-building initiatives recognize in it kindred spirits who must be protected from state reaction. With its insistence on the primacy of practice, the RAF directly invokes Mao and thus indirectly criticizes the other ML organizations that first want to build up the party before moving on to armed insurrection. The West German urban guerrillas saw armed struggle as the only legitimate implementation of Mao Zedong's ideas in the metropolises. To legitimize their actions, they refer to Mao's text on practice, which they quote at length in the concept of urban guerrillism. "Whoever wants to get to know a certain thing or a complex of things directly must personally participate in the practical struggle to change reality, to change the thing or the complex of things, for only in this way will he come into contact with the appearance of the things in question, and only through personal participation in the practical struggle to change reality will he be able to reveal the essence of that thing or complex of things, and to understand them." But Marxism attaches serious importance to theory because, and only because, it can be the guide to action. If one has the right theory but treats it only as something to be talked about once and then put in a drawer, but not put into practice, then this theory, however good it may be, becomes meaningless. Mao Zedong, on practice. End quote. Due to the ideological similarities, the RAF explicitly addressed the K groups in its early writings when taking a stance on the radical left. An example of this is a tape message from the RAF to a teach-in of the Maoist Rote Hilfe in Frankfurt, in which it condemns the distancing of the Communist League and the Communist Student Association KSV from the terrorist practice of the RAF after the May Offensive in 1972. It is also significant that Horst Mahler, the RAF representative whose text on armed struggle in Western Europe represents an almost dogmatic Marxist-Leninist Maoism, turned away from the RAF during his time in prison and followed the line of the competing Communist Party of Germany/Army Organization, KPD/AO. However, the K groups would probably have been anything but pleased if they had known how the RAF prisoners viewed the leaders of the competing ML organizations. Namely, in a Kasseber from prison, the pioneers of the KPD/AO and the Communist Party of Germany/Marxist-Leninists KPD/ML are assessed as representatives of the petty bourgeoisie with the corresponding behaviors. In its dealings with the rival ML organizations, the RAF is thus no different from the other K groups, which also regularly denounce the leadership groups of the competition as petty bourgeois. In the relationship between the K groups and the RAF, there are different assessments of the individual groups. These can be categorized according to a threefold division of the K groups, as set out by Michael Steffen, firstly into ultra-left parties, such as the KPD/ML and the KPD/AO, which verbally and radically reject all efforts at reform as reformist or economist, and which pursue a nationalist course within the framework of the so-called three-world theory of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. These parties are closest to the RAF among the K groups. Their criticism is directed against what they see as the premature start of the armed struggle, which is not under the leadership of their party, and in some cases specifically at individual actions, while on the other hand individual attacks are also advocated. Secondly, in centrist alliances such as the Communist League of West Germany, KBW, and the KB, which are more pragmatically oriented in terms of realpolitik and in some cases put forward radical democratic demands. Although these alliances criticize the persecution measures against the RAF as part of state fascisation, they clearly distance themselves from the RAF's actions. Thirdly, there are right-wing alliances such as the Communist Workers' League of Germany, KABD, and the Workers' League for the Reconstruction of the KPD-AB, which focus on workplace politics and therefore hardly develop any activities outside the workplace. Consequently, these alliances condemned the actions of the RAF most strongly. In contrast, the affinity between the ML organizations, including the RAF, can be seen in the idea of the RAF and K groups that they are the avant-garde of the revolutionary workers' movement. But while the RAF's vanguard role in the current situation is limited to releasing the masses from their integration into the system through exemplary actions and no further statements are made about the further strategic approach, it is clear that the K groups want to take the lead in the class struggle. In true Trotskyite-Leninist fashion, the workers are only allowed a trade unionist consciousness that requires the leadership of the Communist Party. And despite the whole cult of the proletariat in their appearance, the ML groups consist largely of students and pupils. In this way, the leadership role of the intellectuals over the workers emerges again in a roundabout way. The RAF, on the other hand, still sees itself in a phase of revolutionary struggle where the unification of the proletariat in a communist party is not on the agenda. Should this phase be reached, however, it can be assumed that it would have arrived at the same answers as its already constituted rival parties, since they are all based on the same ideological foundations of Marxism-Leninism. Eyring-Fetcher writes, incidentally, one tries to evade the elite accusation by invoking the Leninist cadre party, which acts on behalf of the oppressed masses as long as they are incapable of acting themselves. The RAF is then regarded as the core of a future cadre party, so to speak, which acts as the avant-garde of the potentially revolutionary masses, even if they themselves remain completely passive for the time being. End quote. The K groups, the RAF, but also the Communist Party of China see themselves as the legitimate heirs of Lenin against revisionism in the Soviet Union, the DKP, etc. The RAF's central theoretical point of reference is therefore also, alongside Mao, primarily Lenin. This is exemplified by Horst Mahler's reflections on the role of the wage-dependent masses in the metropolises, which he characterizes as a workers' aristocracy, drawing on Lenin. In contrast to Lenin, however, Mahler's assessment applies to the entire wage-earning class and not just to its leadership. The RAF thus sees its theory and practice as the contemporary application of Leninist precepts. Gudrun Ensslin and Ulrike Meinhof also formulate this clearly. Gudrun Ensslin writes, "What was called the party in Lenin's time and was the party in Lenin's time is called guerrilla today. Guerrilla, mass line, avant-garde and party are the four names of one thing. Guerrilla." End of quote. Ulrike Meinhof writes, "It is not the RAF that is right because all this is already written by Lenin, but Lenin is good because he says the same thing as the RAF, and that is why he is also an authority for us." End of quote. These statements by the RAF leaders reveal a theoretical eclecticism which, just as can be observed in many other products of the student movement, adopts those parts of historical theories that can be incorporated into its concept, while ignoring those that contradict it, in our case Lenin's criticism of terrorism, for example. Incidentally, when the theoretical debate with the RAF began within the New Left in 1972, it also soon became apparent that the same theorems used by the RAF as an argument for taking up the arms struggle in the Federal Republic of Germany could be used by its critics to reject the actions of the RAF as serious ideological and strategic errors. In this case, therefore, it can be stated that it is even the same evidence that is once used to legitimize the urban guerrilla and once used to theoretically condemn the current arms struggle. The reference to the national liberation movements of the so-called Third World is of central importance for the RAF's theorizing. They see them as the avant-garde of the world revolution. While the working class in the metropolitan areas is still integrated into the ruling system, the population in the periphery is already fighting against imperialism and for a socialist future. Quote, "It follows, however, that the revolutionary subject is everyone who frees himself from these constraints and refuses to participate in the crimes of the system. That everyone who finds his political identity in the liberation struggle of the peoples of the Third World, everyone who no longer participates, is a revolutionary subject, a comrade." End quote. Despite the similar importance that the national liberation movements play for the other K groups, they reject such a voluntarist theory of the revolutionary subject. This revolutionary voluntarism, which the RAF retains from the anti-authoritarian movement and which it also uses to justify taking up armed struggle in the Federal Republic, distinguishes it from the other Marxist-Leninist groups. Apart from these significant tactical differences, however, the theoretical similarities between the first RAF generation and the emerging K groups outweigh the differences. Both emerged as decay products of the anti-authoritarian student movement and referred to Marxism-Leninism and its further development by Mao Zedong. Just like the other K groups, the RAF accused the anti-authoritarian wing of the protest movement of representing a petty bourgeois student form of organization that was unsuitable for expanding the revolt. Only Marxism-Leninism can do this, but the RAF praises the fact that it was only reconstructed as a weapon in the class struggle by the student movement. In other areas, too, the RAF and K groups share a largely congruent social analysis. For example, they turn away from a concrete preoccupation with the National Socialist German past, which was still of great importance to the student movement of the early 1960s, and now operate with an inflationary concept of fascism. In their anti-imperialist worldview, fascism is now located everywhere in the world, even in the Federal Republic of Germany. However, it is no longer the personal continuity of the ruling elite or the lack of legal prosecution of Nazi perpetrators that is lamented, but above all the repressive measures of the state are branded as fascist. The political situation in the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1970s is often described using Nazi analogies. Nazi fascism is theoretically reduced to a preventive fight against the left, and the involvement of large sections of the German population is denied. The RAF in particular uses the accusation of fascism against the state in an inflationary manner. The RAF's commando Thomas Wiesbecker, for example, used 4 explicit Nazi comparisons in its statement on the bomb attacks in Munich and Augsburg in May 1972, which was only a few sentences long. Like other K groups, the RAF commando saw the analyzed fascization of the state as a top-down reaction to the class struggle and located their actions as explicit resistance against it. Quote, "The Schutzpolizei, the Bereitschaftspolizei, the Kripo, the Bundesgrenzschutz and their official and political clients must take note of the fact that their efforts to solve the social problems of this country in a fascist way, by arming the police, by militarizing class struggles, by ruthless and underhanded use of firearms, will meet with resistance." End quote. And the RAF sees itself as the most determined part of this resistance, which in turn leads to particularly harsh action by the state against the urban guerrillas. The RAF interpreted the treatment of RAF prisoners in German prisons, solitary confinement, the no-contact law, the failure to treat sick prisoners and other blatant violations of prisoners' rights as a fascist attempt at extermination. In their first hunger strike declaration, they wrote, "Our isolation now and the concentration camp in the near future is coming out. Extermination camp, Reformtrablinker, Reform Buchenwald, the final solution. That's how it looks." End of quote. People like Gudrun Ensslin or Ulrike Meinhof, who for years protested against the repression of the National Socialist past in the Federal Republic and against the personal and structural continuities with German Nazi fascism, are now comparing their situation with that of the Jews in the extermination camps. In doing so, they instrumentalize the extermination of the Jews for their own interests and thus relativize the singularity of the Shoah. This instrumentalization is particularly evident in their cooperation with Palestinian organizations and their assessment of Israel, which will be discussed later. But the other K groups also see the state's fight against the RAF as forced fascization, which they analogize to measures taken under National Socialism. However, they are of the opinion that the state repression apparatus is only using the fight against the RAF as a pretext to actually target the communist workers' movement, i.e. themselves. For example, the Rote Morgen, the central organ of the Communist Party of Germany /Marxist-Leninist, KPD/ML, writes, "And today Bonn is setting course for a new 33, course for fascism. What is the preventive detention for violent terrorists which is now being prepared in the Bonn committees, but a new version of the fascist protective custody with which the Nazis filled their concentration camps, or the contact ban imposed on the Stammheim prisoners and other political prisoners. In Stammheim and elsewhere, it created exactly the same conditions of total isolation that prevailed in the penitentiaries of Hitler's dictatorship." End quote. At the height of the conflict between the RAF and the state during the Schleyer kidnapping, the K groups once again sharpened the Nazi comparisons. The Rote Morgen wrote about a televised speech by Chancellor Schmidt. "You thought you heard Goebbels, but it was Schmidt." End of quote. And the Rote Fahne of the Kommunistische Partei Deutschlands /Auforganisation KPA/AO, wrote about a speech by Schmidt. Hitler also argued in the same way. End quote. And after the death of the Stammheim prisoners, even if the suicide version is true, the comparison with concentration camp methods is not invalid. End quote. The Workers' Struggle of the Communist League, KB, even increases this accusation by writing, "Suicide, the final solution of the state," thus linking the death of the RAF prisoners in Stammheim with the murder of European Jews during the period of National Socialist rule. These examples show that the K-groups almost compulsively resort to Nazi analogies to explain current social conditions. However, they primarily see themselves as the victims of the state's actions, which are seen as fascist, and thus put themselves in the place of those historically persecuted by the Nazi regime. This anti-Semitism in defense of guilt can be seen not only in the statements of the K-groups on the state's fight against the RAF, but also in their relationship to Israel. Just like the RAF, the Marxist-Leninist parties also belong to the most radical wing of left-wing anti-Zionism in Germany, which is not exactly squeamish anyway. The event that catalyzed left-wing anti-Zionism in Germany was the hostage-taking of the Israeli Olympic team in Munich in 1972 by the Palestinian terrorist commando, Black September. Without exception, all K-groups draw analogies between Israel and National Socialism in their reporting on the hostage-taking in Munich. It is not only in this specific case that the perpetrators and victims are swapped. For the ML parties, the members of the Palestinian commando and not the Israeli athletes taken hostage are the victims. The comparisons between Israel and National Socialism turn the victims of Nazi crimes in the past into perpetrators of the present. The policies of the Israeli state are equated with Nazi Germany. However, this analogy is even intensified by equating the Israeli actions against the Palestinian guerrilla organizations with the murder of European Jews. This relativizes German guilt. The K-groups exemplify, and not only with this example, Adorno's thesis of guilt-defensive antisemitism, which uses a whole arsenal of defense mechanisms such as denial, displacement, inversion, projection, and rationalization to deal with the elements of German history that are perceived as disturbing in order to maintain a positive collective identity. The journals of the K-group speak a clear language in their reporting. The Rote Fahne of the KPD/AO, for example, writes under the heading Zionists, "The Nazis of our days that the Zionist rulers are using fascist means to make Palestine Arab-free." The Red Flag of the Communist Workers' League of Germany, KABD, speaks of Munich as an alibi to lead the extermination campaign to the Zionist final victory. The KPD/ML's Red Morning sees Israel as a single concentration camp for Arabs, and the KB's Workers' Struggle sees Israel's retaliatory attacks on Palestinian guerrilla camps after the Munich hostage-taking as being carried out along Nazi lines. But despite this double perpetrator-victim reversal in their assessment of the events, most K-groups reject the hostage-taking by the Palestinian commando as individual terror. This only harms the cause of the Palestinian revolution because it is not supported by the masses and provokes harsh Israeli reactions. Only the Communist Party of Germany/Marxist-Leninist Central Bureau, KBD/MLZB, and the RAF welcomed the Black September action unreservedly. Thus, the Central Bureau of the KPD/ML wrote in a leaflet distributed after the bloody end of the hostage-taking, "The KPD/ML is of the opinion that individual terror, as used by the Palestinian fighters, is a correct means if it advances the struggle of the masses for the liberation of Palestine from the Zionist yoke." End of quote. For the KPD/MLZB, this condition is fulfilled, and thus the taking of hostages by the Palestinian commando is legitimate. For the RAF, on the other hand, the question of the legitimacy of individual terror does not even arise. It already applies it in practice in its armed struggle. The RAF has special ties to the struggle of the armed Palestinian groups. After all, its commando members often travel to training camps in the Middle East, which has led to close cooperation.
The Detaillistrate Paper, Die Aktion des Schwarzen September in München.
On the Strategy of the Anti-Imperialist Struggle is the last document published by the members of the first generation of the RAF before their arrest. In it, the RAF projects its analysis of modern imperialism. This had been made exemplarily transparent by the Black September action. In its reaction to the hostage-taking in Munich, imperialism had revealed its fascist nature, and thus the Palestinian commando had exposed the basic tendency of imperialism. This imperialism only shows its fascist nature when it encounters resistance. It has no need for a late capitalist seizure of power. According to its historical tendency, it is fascist. It aims at exploitation and subjugation, annihilation, waste, defoliation, destruction of people and natural resources. End quote. By forcing imperialism to show its fascist nature through the Palestinian guerrillas, the action was anti-fascist. Quote, "The Black September action was anti-fascist. It established the connection between the old Nazi fascism and the unfolded imperialism as the first thoroughly fascist system." End quote. So for the RAF, only imperialism is the real fascism. National Socialism, on the other hand, was only a political and military anticipation of the imperialist system of multinational corporations. In order to legitimize their current struggle as anti-fascist, National Socialism is played down. It is trivialized as a still imperfect anticipation of today's imperialist world system. The extermination of the European Jews, which represents the specificity and singularity of National Socialism, only appears in the RAF's analysis as a macabre comparison intended to prove the depravity of the Israeli government. The RAF accuses it of having burned its athletes like the Nazis burned the Jews, fuel for the imperialist policy of extermination. Israel is consistently equated with National Socialism in this paper. There is talk of Israel's Nazi fascism. Israeli Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan is referred to as Israel's Himmler, and the Jewish state is denounced as Moshe Dayan fascism. The RAF text represents an exoneration of German history from the crimes of National Socialism. The Nazis are played down in comparison to today's imperialism in order to legitimize their own practice as anti-fascist. The Israeli state, which became a refuge for the victims of Nazi extermination policies, is itself seen as fascist as part of the imperialist system, thus justifying the fight against the Jewish state as anti-fascist. The RAF thus succeeds in suppressing the truth of National Socialism by means of fascism. However, by May 1982 at the latest, with the publication of Guerrilla, Resistance and Anti-Imperialist Front, a clear change in the theoretical orientation of the RAF became apparent, which also changed the relationship to the still existing K-groups. After years in which the group's politics had been focused on the liberation of its imprisoned members, the anti-imperialist struggle now took center stage again. For the RAF, the USA remained the main enemy to be fought, unlike for a number of the other K-groups which, following the policy of the People's Republic of China, now saw the USSR as their main strategic opponent. The RAF, on the other hand, now defended the existence of the socialist states, which they had previously accused of revisionism. There is also selective cooperation with the governments of the Eastern Bloc, for example in the accommodation of members willing to leave. The RAF no longer turns to the other Marxist-Leninist parties when it wants to launch strategic discussions within the radical left, but to the so-called anti-imperialist groups, which have developed into a current sympathizing with the politics of the armed groups since the 1970s, and to other armed groups in other European countries. Until its dissolution in March 1998, the RAF then moved ever closer to the remaining social movements in the Federal Republic as a point of reference. The theoretical classification of the RAF can thus be described as a development from the disintegrating anti-authoritarian protest movement of the 1960s via Marxism-Leninism, which differs from the K-groups in its assessment of the current social situation in the Federal Republic and the associated question of when to take up armed struggle, to an independent internationalist anti-imperialist position. The RAF members were thus Leninists with guns, but they differed from the Leninists with party cards in a number of key strategic points. Historical anniversaries are reminiscent of great show trials. The prosecution and defense clash dramatically, present the evidence with aplomb, and try to win the jury over to their side with rousing pleas. In the end, the court may rule in line with the prevailing opinion, but until then the audience may have been well entertained, in the best case even provided with new insights. However, when it comes to the Red Army faction and the armed struggle, everything is completely different. The anniversary of the German Autumn is not reminiscent of a trial before a Supreme Court, but of a mixture of TV history, Lindenstrasse, and a court-martial. The most hackneyed rumors and stories are presented as striking evidence and dewy-eyed insight. Instead of polished pleadings, the audience is treated to the stammering of less talented amateur actors who are witnesses, prosecutors, and judges all rolled into one. The separation of powers is abolished, the unrestricted dictatorship of so-called common sense prevails, which is the disease itself, i.e. more malicious than almost any other ideology. The defense can therefore be dispensed with. For the era when thousands flocked to the Vietnam Congress in Berlin because they considered it the duty of the revolutionary to make the revolution, and believed that the left, as the appeal put it, had not so much the weapon of criticism as armed criticism at its disposal, has long since passed. The old SDSers, the established hash rebels, Freudo-Marxists and honorary proletarians now want to have always known everything better. The trouble is, they're not even entirely wrong. Because as soon as the RAF had begun to put into practice the demands that Dutschke, Enzensberger, Horlman and company had made in 1968 as an anonymous collective of authors in concrete, and to ignite violence in the metropolises, they suddenly no longer wanted to mean it. The vast majority of the friends of armed struggle disappeared as soon as it began. At first they thought the time was not yet ripe. Then they wanted to wait for the general uprising of the proletariat, and finally they discovered the liberal democratic basic order. When Rudi Dutschke raised his fist at Holger Main's grave in November 1974 and shouted his famous "Holger, the fight goes on" into the cameras, he was calling ex cathedra for the founding of the Green Party. The legacy of '68 was to be continued, only ecologically, socially, democratically, and non-violently, but above all in the Bundestag. On the occasion of the German Autumn, Dutschke declared that he wanted to fight the representatives of the ruling class according to the parliamentary possibilities. The Socialist Bureau, which he had joined shortly before and which also seeped into the Green Party after 1979, pointed out to the RAF at the same time that the freedom of movement of socialist activity was very much covered by the Basic Law. The RAF had already settled accounts with this kind of objection in its first and best declaration. The majority of the left, according to the Conceptstadt guerrilla, were more afraid of the accusation of revolutionary impatience than of their corruption in bourgeois professions, and it was more important to them to do a long-term doctorate with Lukács than to be agitated by Blanky in the short term. Behind this agitation against the transformation of Marxism into an academic discipline lay the knowledge that Marxism is not a science, not a position and not an approach to enrich university pluralism, but a critique aimed at the abolition of its object. Even if the RAF had understood nothing else, they knew, unlike the Marxologists who flocked en masse to the Mittelbau at the time, that there can be neither historical laws nor necessary waiting periods for free association. Since the capital relation has been in the world, it is ripe for abolition. In contrast to the DKP, the ML groups and the early Spontas, who at the same time as Ulrike Meinhof was exchanging her typewriter for a pistol were happily marching to the factory gates to drive out the bosses together with the proletariat, the early RAF was nevertheless not particularly optimistic. Quote, "We doubt whether, under the current conditions in the Federal Republic and West Berlin, it is even possible to develop a strategy to unite the working class, to create an organization that can be both the expression and initiator of the necessary unification process." End quote. However, these justified doubts did not prevent the RAF from heading its third programmatic declaration in April 1972 with the Mao slogan, "Serve the people." Contrary to what the DKP and the K groups repeatedly claimed, the RAF had anything but contempt for the masses. Even though it expressed some doubts about the revolutionary will of the working class in its concept of urban guerrilla, it always regarded the proletariat and the people as a sympathetic and inherently revolutionary force, manipulated only by the Springer press. This is the background against which the RAF, echoing the spokesman of the protest movement, spoke of wanting to lure fascism out of the institutions. Only when the manipulative violence of the rulers has been transformed back into open violence, Dutschke et al. Had already declared in 1968, can the internalized violence of the wage earners liberate itself into proletarian violence. At best, this strategy was based on an interested misunderstanding of the country in which the Red Army was to emerge from its armed fiction. For fascism in Germany was not fascism at all but National Socialism. And the proletariat was by no means oppressed by the bourgeoisie, but wage labor proved itself as the self-conscious, the variable capital. The Germans did not, as the RAF claimed in April 1972, endure Auschwitz without resistance. Rather, in Germany the mob and the elite merged into a cross-class murder collective that negatively sublated the classes. During the German Autumn, when the state of emergency that the RAF wanted to bomb actually came about, the proposals of Alfred Dreger, Kurt Rebmann and Franz Josef Strauss or the special laws passed at the time were less reminiscent of the Third Reich. Even if the quickly formed all-party government repeatedly invoked National Socialism itself, and Egon Bahr, for example, proudly announced that the members of the crisis team had learned their trade in the Wehrmacht, where they had been taught to make existential decisions with a cool head, the state of emergency and the suspension of fundamental rights belonged to the authoritarian state and its democracy like lightning to a thunderstorm. The scenes that took place in front of the Stammheim prison in the days of the German Autumn provided far deeper insights into the continued existence of National Socialism than the minutes of the Crisis Committee. While Strauss and Rebmann raised their demands for internment camps, capital punishment and counter-hostage-taking in the crisis unit, and later argued in favor of keeping the protocol secret, the normal Germans openly declared what a murderous mob they really were. Some offered their services to the federal government via Tagestja in matters of shooting in the neck, beating to death, or hanging. Others demanded concentration camps, the surrender of the Stammheim prisoners, or their shooting on the run. The more clearly the RAF seemed to sense the distance between itself and those it had unsuccessfully courted, the more it aligned itself with them. In Konzeptstadt Guerilla, Ulrike Meinhof had explained that those who believed that the armed struggle was organized along the lines of Freikorps and Femme in concrete, it had been claimed shortly before that there were soldiers and officers, even liquidations in the RAF, already wanted the pogrom themselves. Less than 2 years later, the RAF leadership had been arrested to cross-party applause and could only imagine the revolution itself as a pogrom. When Palestinian anti-Semites murdered members of the Israeli Olympic team at the 1972 Olympic Games in Munich, Meinhof not only celebrated this action as anti-imperialist, internationalist, and anti-fascist, she also declared that the German left could rediscover its political identity through this example. All in all, the legal successor to the Third Reich not only survived the RAF's attempts to blow it up extremely well, but was also morally edified and politically fattened by them. It was a kind of antagonistic cooperation. Not only did militant anti-Zionism help to modernize the fundamental anti-Semitism of German society in a different, leftist guise and direct it towards Israel, no, to make matters worse, the armed struggle provided the comrades who had embarked on the long march through the institutions with the subsequent justification of their long previous ambitions in the form of a new theory of totalitarianism. Anyone who has had to read how submissively the former Trotskyist and old 68er Jan Philipp Riemsma, the grand mogul of the Hamburg Institute for Social Research, hung on the lips of the retired BKA president Horst Herold, and how he lurked for the right moment to present his private theory to the supreme terror fighter of the German Autumn, namely that mass anti-intellectualism was to blame for the terror, will have an idea of what it is all about. It is about nothing other than proving the assertion, extremely welcome to the better society, that the armed alchemists of the revolution, who took the delusion of the student movement more seriously than anyone else, that, according to Marx, it was about installing the famous mediation of theory and practice, were in fact concerned with an assassination attempt on the center of society. Not really baffling for dropped-out philosophy students. As a result of the left's obsession with mediation, it has now become a swamp. A new center has emerged, the civil society, which considers itself truly revolutionary and is actually revolutionary in spirit, and which, in view of the victims of armed struggle, laments the immense dangers of its selfless engagement for the common good. The RAF killed people who had a serious concern of their own to work for a fairer world. And Peter Hartz has to live, Claudia Roth too. Children become people, and Silke Meyer-Witt has also made it. She has, as the Springer newspaper Die Welt praised, transformed herself from a terrorist to a peace activist, and she has remained true to herself. First, she helped to get Hans-Martin Schleyer out of prison. Then she studied psychology during her time in prison, and now, according to a Lebenshaus EV association, she has been working as a peace worker in Kosovo for many years, creating peace without weapons. Because in any case, peace needs skilled workers. In the past, she helped to arm anti-Semitism from the left. Today, she enjoys working in training for peace on behalf of an academy for conflict transformation. She also enjoys talking on TV talk shows on the subject of from terror to peace work. Christian Klar already has a job waiting for him as a scenery pusher for Klaus Payman. Knut Folkerts, according to Der Spiegel, has long been putting his organizational talent to peaceful use. And Brigitte Monhaupt has also been taken care of. All in all, according to Die Welt, the veterans of the RAF have a good social prognosis. What was once the ruling class, what now appears as the political elite, does not eat its children, especially not the intellectuals among them. Rather, it resocializes them, leads them to an alternative use in an ecological way. Even in the most extreme armed opposition, the functionaries of the ruling class recognize their equals. Despite all mortal enmity, they see that this is by no means the proclaimed antagonism, only a misunderstanding. In the end, the revolt movement of '68 becomes what it always was: a family novel, the tragic prehistory of a reunification. and the RAF finally goes on record to say that it was nothing more than German pacifism in arms, a faction that, beyond the full-bodied brittleness of the Greens, still had a little desire for freedom and revolution to sell, as Ilse Schwipper, formerly of the June 2nd movement, announces, purple dungarees and life reformers in the underground, armed social workers of the caliber of Claudia Roth and other, Ton, Stein, Schurzben Spontis. That is the sound of Kein Macht für Niemand today. This means that the revolutionaries of the RAF may have criticized, destroyed, and liquidated all kinds of things, but not themselves as left-wing intellectuals. The connection between the commodity form and the form of thought took place, but not critically. The original ability to mediate, which intellectuals were born with in their social cradle, so to speak, was precisely the anathema that deeply united the RAF with the functionaries of political sovereignty. Like all factions of the movement of '68, it worked on the famous mediation of theory and practice, whereby the small difference, namely that the state power was concerned with the unity of theory, as the eternity of rule, with its practice, i.e. its active perpetuation, whereas the RAF was concerned with the mediation of the ominous class in itself, with the class for itself, did not carry much weight as mere empiricism. Systematically, i.e. philosophically, it makes no difference what is to be mediated, regardless of whether it is the domination in itself, set as an ontology, with the phenomenology of the domination of people over people, or the revolutionary objectivity of the proletariat with the subjectivity of the working class belonging to capital. Mediation itself is ideology, entirely in the sense of the socially necessary false consciousness, Marx, which agrees with the practice of an inverted society. Mediation is self-empowerment to sovereignty, to the identical position of the balancing act between the extremes, and this is the vocabulary most frequently used by the RAF. But whoever actively mediates the contrast is sovereign, has the ability in the political sphere that capital prescribes in the synthesis of useful things into money and, in a state of emergency, represents the last instance in which, as Helmut Schmidt told the Bundestag in the German autumn, political diversity proves itself as unity in situations of need. This was precisely the nerve of the theory-practice schematism by means of which the RAF blackmailed the New Left, the nerve-wracking question of how the class could be conveyed to itself as a revolutionary subject, and precisely the typical dispositive of the left-wing intelligentsia since the classical times of scientific socialism, of the Kautsky and Lenin variety, when the intellectuals first practiced class betrayal, and then brought the workers the joyful awareness of class consciousness, synthesis and unification, but not emancipation and unity of the many without coercion. The position of this mediation has always been the position of the proletarian party, which, however, has been done with and through Nazi fascism, and at the same time the strategy of people who had everything else in mind than the critique of the social division of mental and physical labor. The RAF realized this as little as the more Mao-Stalinist or even reformist party builders and left-wing intellectuals, because on the one hand the Shoah was not to be actively commemorated, and on the other hand the spice and the kick lay precisely in the mediating position. This did not prevent the RAF from taking a deep look into the social constitution of the very intelligentsia that it sought to agitate with the blackmailing schematism that was its own. For it is still true today that left-wing academics, as the founding manifesto of the RAF, the concept of urban guerrilla, stated in 1971, are more afraid of the accusation of revolutionary impatience than of their corruption in bourgeois professions, that it is important to them to do a long-term doctorate with Lukács, but suspicious to allow themselves to be agitated by blanky in the short term. Thinking that fattened itself on the theory-practice scheme domesticated reason to mere intellectual activity and to science as a profession, and therefore to ideology as a vocation. However, the social type of intellectual from the left that the RAF described here was their very own, and despite the Riemsma Institute for Social Falsification, Gudrun Ensslin was most definitely the type of talented secretary, very attentive, with a good memory. She wrote everything down, was loyal to the point of self-abandonment, and dreamed of fulfillment through a great task. The type of precisely the fact-obsessed minute-taker who hungers towards metaphysical value judgment. A social figure that can be found in the left wherever enlightenment turned into political education and, for example, the formerly autonomous howler monkey is now employed by a Protestant academy. But even then, it was not true when the concept stat guerrilla explained to its audience. Reading capital is nothing but bourgeois study without any practical application. Without practice, programmatic declarations are just chatter. Theoretically, adopting the standpoint of the proletariat means adopting it practically. For Karl Marx's Capital was never the theory of a practice, let alone of a standpoint, but, as the subtitle of the work discreetly indicates, a critique, namely the critique of political economy. The substitution of critique for theory was more and quite other than an expression of the reading weakness of student ad hoc groups. While critique diagnoses the seamless integration of living labor power into capital, demonstrating the irrefutable crisis of capital and actively hoping for the rational collective of critics in the prognosis of the coming state of emergency, theory must presuppose objective reason in history, which was murdered out of it with the Shoah, for the purpose of mediation. Above this, the intellectuals find their intended fate as ideologues, and theory becomes firstly apologetic, secondly German. Theory becomes apologetic, i.e., the intellectual doubling of the mediation of society through capital relations, by sacrificing the concept of truth as a completely negative one to the totalitarian society of consensus. Hence, on the one hand, the well-liked talk in sociological circles of the RAF's alleged existentialism, which, on the other hand, only conceals the intellectual's fear of solitude. The materiality of thought is set off against the temptations of consensus in this fear, which escalates into panic in the doctoral process, and it is clear where there is debit and where there is credit. This explains why the existentialism theme and the morality of the RAF are the tongue twisters of the season, or, as Die Welt puts it, even the most inane slogans of the Nazis shortly before the end of the war had objectively more reality content than the fight of the 6 against 60 million. Oh, what is this madness all about? Running with a handful of people against millions of civil servants, no thanks. End of quote. Truth, however, is objective, not plausible. Secondly, however, this is very German in Germany. What about the reality, or even the truthfulness of the Hitler assassin Johann Georg Elser, who in 1938 stood up to the entire Volksgemeinschaft all by himself? Offsetting the materiality of thought, which is based on criticism, against recognition by the consensus which is still expressed in theory, is the intellectual's rehearsal in a nation that, not coincidentally, would like to exile the social criticism of Adorno, Horkheimer, and their comrades once again, or better still, to remove it from life. This urgent need motivates the talk of the RAF's existentialism, because one can already guess what might have become of it if it had ever actually taken the dictum of socialism, which must be advocated all the more resolutely the more impossible it is, seriously, i.e. not as a sentence of political identity, or as an invitation to animal protection, eco-packs, and other moralizing. And so the Frankfurter Rundschau writes, Adorno's melancholy descriptions corresponded, which today seems strange, incomprehensible, so precisely to the feeling of life. The whole thing is the untrue. It also writes of hypermorality, and the Süddeutsche adds that Max Horkheimer's essay on the Jews in Europe from 1939 is a highly depressive essay. It goes without saying that Horkheimer's essay, written 3 years before the Wannsee Conference, is supposed to be a clinical symptom for the bourgeois public. It contains the frowned-upon sentence according to which those who do not want to talk about capitalism should also remain silent about fascism, an insight which, according to the Süddeutsche again, sounds like a fairy tale from ancient times, of which the former RAF terrorist Christian Klar reminds us by his existence. Here is the almost more evil sentence, according to which fascism is the truth of modern society. The equal and just exchange has led itself ad absurdum, and the totalitarian order is this absurdity. But it is the sovereign who sits on the axis of equality and justice on the one hand, violence and annihilation on the other, the exact turning point of the law into terror and worse. However, caught up in the schematism of theory and practice, blinded by the tradition of the left-wing intelligentsia, the RAF had only recognized in the sovereign what it itself aspired to be, the mediation between law and violence. So, depending on what seemed advantageous, it took one side or the other, even trying to play them off against each other. She did not find herself in a contradiction, because the political identity she claimed for herself is above such logical frills. At one point, it appealed to the rule of law. It paid homage to the self-ideologization of German statehood, according to which learning from history means that all acts of state must be immediate acts of law at the same time, that the state is entirely in the right and is constituted by law in the first place. On this side, the RAF demanded recognition as a belligerent party and the strict application of the Geneva Convention against isolationist torture. The other side, now in the form of Christian Klar, begged for mercy, i.e. hoped for the very instance from which the unbridled sovereignty of capital emerges from the legally constituted state apparatus more clearly than in the emergency legislation. On the one hand, the legalized constitutional violation of the German Autumn in 1977 revealed the state of the law. The sovereign picks and chooses what suits him from the body of law. At that time it was Section 34 StGB, which, as a superlegally justifiable state of emergency, is actually only available to the individual, not the state. Tomorrow it will perhaps be the STVO when right over left applies. On the other hand, the federal president's right to pardon under Article 60 of the Basic Law shows that the sovereign is the precondition of law and justice, in which it only appears, but is not absorbed. The right to pardon is, as one liberal commentator states, in any case an intervention of the executive in the judicial power, which is otherwise alien to the principle of the separation of powers. One time the sovereign is demonized, the other time it is invoked as a boon. In this way, the RAF first drove itself crazy, then its audience. You have to be an intellectual to understand all this. At the end of this German story is a twofold insight. Firstly, into the real reason why the Friends of the Armed Struggle in the late 1980s rejected the idea of an amnesty for RAF prisoners as counterinsurgency, an idea put forward by Wolfgang Port. Amnesty, as a general exemption from punishment in legal form, would only have been available in return for the admission of complete defeat. According to the RAF's theory-practice scheme, this would have meant their untruth in theory and practice and from the very beginning. It was better to preserve, albeit painfully, the promise contained in the phantasms of political identity, that each individual would belong to the intellectuals, i.e. be allowed to join in again at some point, like the peace worker Silke Meyerwitt today, who probably always secretly suffered from belonging to the self-proclaimed revolutionaries, as the magazine Stern notes with inimitable irony. Because in Germany, revolution can only be made ex officio, whether in Kosovo or, even better, in Palestine, and only on behalf of the sovereign can one devote oneself to the struggle which, according to an ex-activist of the June 2nd movement, has always been the struggle for a better, a humane, a fairer world, as well as the other class struggles of attack, DGB and Caritas. On the other hand, at the end there is the insight that is in truth this question. How can it be that Carl Schmitt, of all people, the declared Nazi-fascist and secret author of the Basic Law, knew better than the armed intellectuals what a revolutionary is? The modern partisan expects neither justice nor mercy from the enemy. How does the preemptive counter-revolution know that when the left rants about the mediation of theory and practice, offers of alliance are actually made, so there is no question of antagonism? Was Rosa Luxemburg right when she said that the perversion of the revolution was more terrible than its defeat? Quote, "No radical is such a hopeless case that he cannot become a useful member of society. Even Uli Krug, the feared author of anti-German and heavily communist epistles, eventually made it." End of quote. The only word in the quote that is not intended to be used maliciously to denounce Uli Krug, but to save him, is radical. As he noted in Jungle World at the turn of 2008 and 2009, Uli Krug works as a local editor for a daily newspaper published in the Black Forest. So you can say, but you shouldn't say, that his path has led him to the Brunel of the local Black Forest newspaper sud-career. End quote. Even the jug and the fountain are not so easy to copy, but it is the simply delicious Swabian diminutive that makes Ludwig, the last language critic in the tradition of Alfred Kerr, recognizable. According to bourgeois society's calculation of benefits, a radical really is someone who has not made it, whose path leads him to the responsible arge, and sometimes even far beyond, into infinity, as it were. If Uli Krug had only ever written in and for the Black Forest about brave craftsmen, such as the bakers Uwe and Miriam Hilsenbeck, who make Advent truffles, among other things, according to old family recipes, he would not have gained the reputation of a renegade and would still be able to write about regional transport policy today, undisturbed by the publisher of radical literature. But every little well needs to be explored. Arriving in the segment of society that is considered useful, so the message goes, cannot be bought in any other way than by betraying earlier ideals and thus those self-confidently hopeless cases that are to be revered as radicals. Quote, "Just a year ago, Krug complained in the Berlin Weekly Jungle World. And don't anyone believe that the harsh hunger strikes of the first RAF generation were conducted for prison relief. On the contrary, they starved themselves to death to prevent them. With Uwe and Miriam Hilsenbeck's Advent truffles made from honey and gingerbread dough according to a traditional family recipe, served by brave craftsmen, Holger Mainz could have led as sweet a life reporting on bypass road plans as any anti-German communist." Gremlises Express, May 2009. It is not known for sure whether Holger Mainz really wanted to die. The fact is that he paid for his hunger strike with his life in 1974 and set a beacon for nothing good with his death. Soon afterwards, the slogan "Revenge for Holger Mainz" could be read all over the country, and the funeral with Dutschke's Holger, the fight goes on. became as much a part of a so-called resistance story as two photos of the dead man. One shows him in an open coffin with sunken cheeks, eyes deep in his sockets and a huge shaggy beard. The other shows the naked corpse, very small, horribly emaciated with the ugly autopsy scar from his neck to his stomach. Both pictures were published by his followers, instinctively trusting that they would have an effect. The starving, naked dead man. Didn't he look like the starving dead of Bergen-Belsen and elsewhere, who people didn't want to talk about so much? And the face in the coffin, marked by suffering, was it not that of the Christian martyr, so fatally reminiscent of the photographs of the aged Dostoevsky, the radical from whose work Mahler van den Broek took his concept of a truly anti-Western national uprising even before the First World War? About Holger Mainz, we should not only know what Gremlise quotes, that the hard hunger strikes of the first RAF generation were not carried out for prison relief. Rather, they starved themselves to death to prevent them, but also the resolution of the apparent paradox, which he has suppressed. Quote, because, according to RAF logic, the more liberal the mess is handled, unobtrusive, easy, sneaky, slippery, mean, in short, the more psychological, the more effective, the deeper the destruction of the prisoner's personality. Thus, the goal of the hunger strike is only the prisoner himself, i.e. struggle that generates struggle. Uli Krug in Jungle World, May 2, 2007. In the same way, one should know that it is only a small step from hunger strike to deliberate political suicide, which, where it is carried out, has a fatal effect on the movement for which it is supposedly done. The consequence of the death of Holger Mainz and later Bobby Sands of the IRA, which was celebrated as a martyr's death, was drawn 20 years later in the large cells of Turkish prisons by the members of radical left-wing militant groups imprisoned there, who, true to their anti-imperialist ideology, must have proclaimed with their great chairman Che, get 2-3 many Holger Mainz. They managed to capture the deaths of their comrades on video and present these documents of inhumanity to their community as relics of the revolutionary will. The gruesome assembly line production of starving people in Turkey from 2000 to 2006, most of whom did not die in prison but were released at the threshold of death, receiving caring assistance in their homes from comrades instead of the courage to continue living, is merely the highest expression of radicalism and in no way more oriental than the suicides of Mainz and Sands in the authoritative presentation by their admirers. The Turkish comrades were no longer embarrassed and did in Islamic terms what Holger Mainz fan community had already done by presenting the photos of the dead in pseudo-Christian terms. They called the hunger strike they had instigated by its only real name, death fast. Neither Holger Mainz nor Bobby Sands nor the Turkish prisoners received the support they needed from their surroundings. They were not encouraged to live, they were not valued as friends, but as comrades. No one told them, enough is enough, you must spare your life. No one reminded them of the truly very limited pleasures of life in prison, despite the long years ahead of them, even if it was with treats from outside, such as Advent truffles made from honey and gingerbread dough. If someone had told them, it is not proper for a revolutionary to sacrifice himself, because the fight is for life and you only risk it in exceptional cases but always in the hope of escape, then perhaps the left would still exist. But the comrades outside and the martyrs inside were not so different. Together they had already bid farewell to life when the comrades failed and the starving could no longer find the courage to go on living of their own accord. They agreed that what did not even apply to the so-called psychological warfare against the prisoners also applied to the outside world. Quote, the more liberally the mess is handled, unobtrusive, mean, in short, the more psychological, the more effective, the deeper the destruction of the prisoner's personality. End quote. The dead can no longer speak out. Instead, those who preferred not to follow their example had the last word and thus instigated repeat offenders, because instead of keeping a mournful memory of the dead for the senseless acts for which they were also responsible, with the many senseless subsequent acts that resulted in prison sentences, they callously clung to them as martyrs. Today, as the notorious anti-imperialist contexts have largely disintegrated, in which bourgeois private life was equated with an allegedly manipulatively enforced annihilation of personality, the abandoned legacy affirmed by martyrs is being appropriated by figures who have gone to the well with their jug until it is finally broken. They are alarmed. Although the sweet life has truly not broken out, the water carriers of the revolution are no longer believed in their messages of hope, enthusiasm, and solidarity, just as little as people trust the murky springs from which they have drawn unchallenged for so long. The jug is supposed to be whole again and the water pure once more, but the call for sweet life no longer even has the beguiling death symbolism of the Tristani idol. Because the left has finally lost its secret, because its aura of somehow by however bad means nevertheless standing for the better is finally gone. The no longer believed deeper meaning of such a stubbornly unsuccessful beginning is invoked as a reminder from the dead by preservationists who avoided squats in the 70s and 80s just as much as the dull chatter of anti-imps. Like so many in the years 1974 FF, Gremliza, Ditfurth and other protagonists of the Politburo, which met not only in Hamburg, were following Holger Main's orders. His likeness was widespread on posters and murals until the 1990s, together with this text, quote, "Either pig or man, either survival at all costs or fight to the death, either problem or solution, there is nothing in between. Victory or death, say the guys everywhere, and that's the language of the guerrillas even in the tiny dimension here. For it is with living as it is with dying, people, meaning us, who refuse to end the struggle, they either win or they die instead of losing and dying." From Holger Main's last letter. A dead woman of the imagined revolution, who led her life, or rather her struggle, in the wake of Holger Main's in the sympathizing environment of the RAF, has left behind some documents of self-abandonment, which are all the more oppressive as the comrades, who were incapable of friendship let alone love, and a terrible mother have transfigured her terrible end. Andrea Wolf, born in Munich in 1965, killed by the Turkish military in the mountains of Kurdistan in 1998. In 1999, her friends and comrades self-published 2 editions of a book commemorating the life and struggle of Andrea Wolf, from which the poster text quoted with the Holger Main quote is taken, as are all the other quotations. It is the story of a radical who had largely given up on life long before she was shot. Andrea Wolf's life is the refutation of a much-sprayed graffiti whose message she had believed in, "Where you fight, there is life." End quote. The photos in the memoir first present the grumpy 16-year-old, beautiful, smartly dressed, and by no means just challenging the system. This is followed by pictures from Frankfurt, where she had lived since 1991 in a squatted house project at Fritzlarer Strasse 18, still known to nostalgics today as Die Fritz. The woman in her late 20s suddenly looks overripe. Her laughter seems artificial and her smile is outrageously serene, almost as if it were up to her to make allowances everywhere from the wealth of experiences she has had. The typical camouflage of the overstressed against themselves and others, to which Wolf belonged throughout her life. Finally, the last picture of Andrea Wolf in her early 30s in uniform in the mountains of Kurdistan. A prematurely aged, haggard woman with a thin, tortured smile. After her death, her comrades recalled the cheeky teenager whose pictures they presented. Most others do not bear witness to the fact that where Andrea Wolf fought, there was life. Her mother, who was not impressed by the fact that first her husband and then Andrea's twin brother Tom committed suicide and that Andrea had also presumably sought death, who did not remain in the shadows plagued by self-doubt after the 3rd terrible defeat of her life, but contributed a cheerful contribution to the Andrea Memorial Book, had everything the progressive middle class of the 70s and 80s could give its children along the way. Her husband had been an aid worker. We know that she was a keen potter. They drink tea from tiny bowls that I made for them. And went to Guatemala in the late 80s to do something with women. Her educational mission consisted of lots of understanding, incitement to social and political engagement and caring observation. Quote, Andrea and Tom go to the Red Cross Youth Group. There they accompany people in wheelchairs to events, for example. The next step is to join the SPD youth group Die Falken. We, the open-minded mothers, meet and discuss how we can protect our children. End quote. Andrea Wolf was imprisoned for 6 months at the age of 17 for fuel attacks, as was her brother, who jumped out of the window 2 years later in 1984. She then dropped out of secondary school and has since lived in various shared flats in the anti-imperialist scene. This was followed by her engagement in the long-closed Munich Infoladen in Heidhausen's Bresaker Strasse, a meeting place for true radicals, who reaffirmed their claim to elite status in 1985 during the occupation of the construction site in Wackersdorf with a round tent in the center of the hut village with a huge Ulrike Meinhof banner. In 1987, she was arrested again on suspicion of membership of a terrorist organization, but had to be released after 2 months for lack of evidence. After the attempt to network the anti-imperialist movement internationally with the focus on El Salvador, 1992. Disaster struck in 1993. She had maintained a close personal relationship with the Secret Service informer Klaus Steinmetz, whose investigation of the scene had allegedly led to the death of Wolfgang Grams and the arrest of Birgit Högfeld in Bad Kleinen. Andrea Wolf was of that strange arrogance that is made up of self-aggrandizement and fear of life. Since her conviction forced her to drop out of grammar school, she seems not to have bothered with an education, apart from martial arts, which were already obligatory in the scene at the time. The loveless book about her life merely states, quote, "I dropped out of school in 1981 and muddled through life with jobs." End quote. She accelerated her alienation from the society that surrounded her, which was not least mediated by wage labor, by living almost exclusively in radical left-wing housing projects since her first stay in prison as a teenager, whose residents isolated themselves from the general left-wing milieu surrounding them, against which they saw themselves as avant-garde. This anti-imp scene was located in the gray area between the autonomous movement and the RAF on the edge of legality and was subject to increased surveillance by the services. Their contacts with illegals, their occasional militant actions, which, unlike those of the autonomists, were not carried out from the crowd but as mostly bloodless attacks on buildings, and in the 1980s also their propaganda crimes, which, especially in Munich, immediately earned them charges of supporting terrorist organizations, be it the RAF or the PKK, made them extremely vulnerable, but at the same time attracted the guilty admiration of less consequent comrades. "We were already in crisis as an autonomous and anti-imperialist movement in 1987-88, wrote Wolf in 1995, looking back immediately before their departure for Kurdistan, but in a subordinate clause took refuge in the existential threat from outside, exposed to state attacks." And so it goes on in excessive hubris. Quote, "No wonder, since we were the only force that could potentially have created a revolutionary and anti-patriarchal unity, and thus a completely different strength for the future." End quote. A permanent mood of mistrust and fear prevailed in the contexts. There was little success in ensuring that no informers crept in, while at the same time the WG comrades were eyed for possible tendencies to retreat, which could lead out of the revolutionary wagon fortress and into the private sphere, which was seen as betrayal and capitulation. Andrea Wolf was never alone, but obviously always solitary. Her ties to other people no longer seem to have been too close at the end of her life. The language of the volume of memories is that of companions who stuck to the jargon of consternation but could not hide their distance from the martyr. Pithy obituaries were obligatory. There was Kurdish pathos in Turkish about the German comrade, who was celebrated as Sihit, Martyr, Ronahi. A guy who drew with Miris gave a speech on Our Friend Andrea at the demonstration on November 7, 1998 to mark 80 years of the Soviet Revolution and 60 years of the Reichspogromnacht, in which he said, "I look at your picture. You smile at me. In my head I hear you say, 'Come with me to this wedding. Let's dance together for freedom and infinite humanity. With an invincible will, I will join you and die fighting, singing." End quote. The long marginalized contexts also participated in Andrea's posthumous fame, although it was precisely they, the comrades of Keen Fried, who had first ousted Andrea from the collective after her most serious personal defeat. Also spoken at an event in Munich on November 14, 1998, it sounded like this: "Andrea lived differently and died differently. Don't give in, don't submit, standing up for her own goals. Yes, she could be stubborn, also persistent and vehement, and sometimes unfair to her own people. And those who criticized her also had to be vehement for it to work. That's how she was. This is not a heroine saga, just decency." End quote. After so much decency comes the treacherous sentence that, for once albeit in strict denial, blurts out the truth. Quote, "Andrea did not flee to Kurdistan." End quote. After all, we know, in the mountains of Kurdistan, in the jungle of the cities, fighting together for liberation, no peace with imperialism. End quote. Andrea Wolf fled, from her contexts, from West Germany and ultimately from life. In 1993, 2 years before she disappeared to Kurdistan, she not only had to face another 129A trial, it was also the year of Bad Kleinen, when she left her affinity group, because she did not want to see in the informer Klaus Steinmetz the monster he was made out to be, and instead recognized the monsters against herself in the group's internal investigative committee. The investigating judges, who were partly responsible for their escape to Kurdistan, publicly exclaimed after their deaths, quote, "It's hard to put into words the joy we had together and the sadness of parting from the No Peace group. Those were the most intense years, difficult and important for all of us." End quote. Those were the years in which Andrea Wolf gradually perished, also because of the heartless pathos of her comrades, who were only using her language. Since Klaus Steinmetz was exposed, She, who apart from letters to comrades written in pre-stamped pseudo-German or pamphlets left nothing in writing, increasingly fell out of character as a doubter under the radicalization of this language. In her despair at having opened herself up to an informer of all people, she also realized what even worse relationships she had been living in. Quote, "It may sound absurd, but the loss of what I saw in Klaus, the friend, still hurts." Someone referred to the magic trick with the sawed-through woman, where the audience only sees what they want to see. So illusion. If he were suddenly standing in front of me, I would find it difficult to connect the betrayal with his person. The commonly held opinion that traitors are pigs, i.e. inhuman, obviously wretched existences, is more than wrong. He was extremely nice, helpful, courteous, and attentive. He is portrayed as a little Frankenstein because there can't be anything normal about him because traitors are not normal. But this only creates the legend. It is not possible to say what he was like as a whole person, because then it would also have to be about the contradictions, and about the material of which identity is made, the will to fight and courage or not. And that's not an external thing like a big nose, it's just once again the ignorance about ourselves, about the struggle that is being demonstrated. End quote. It was the years before the RAF's self-dissolution, when the anti-implosion movement tried to patch up what could no longer be held together, and Andrea Wolf had her first inkling of the self-inflicted disaster of her environment, to which she was so closely connected. Quote, "I also always blamed his not being able to develop anything on the new politics of the anti-imps and the RAF. I explained it to myself. Although the need for new politics gave me a lot of food for thought, I had already been criticizing incapacitation for some time." End of quote. Her disappointment with Steinmetz turned her against the group, not because she wanted to protect the informer or herself. She resented my immaterialistic thinking that there could be other relationships between people in this system, and to suddenly put that first. To be completely consumed by the fact that it doesn't work, but not to understand myself in it. End quote. And she proudly leaves her context, taking the blame for having considered an exclusive friendship possible in the midst of late capitalism and also in the midst of anti-imperialist contexts. In 1995 she disappeared from Germany, and a year later she returned to her comrades, for whom she apparently wanted to be a role model again, with regular missives from the Kurdish southeast of Turkey. She became a model comrade of the PKK, whose leader Öcalan appreciated a Western metropolitan left in his own ranks. In her letters to friends from the PKK years, Andrea Wolf finally rejoiced in the experience that she had always sought, according to earlier statements, joining a revolutionary collective while leaving behind the great challenges of life in general. Among the Kurdish girls and young women, about whose fate and motives she apparently gave little thought, although it would have been worth comparing their escape from the bitterly poor world of the Kurdish villages, characterized by violence, inhuman drudgery and unrestrained contempt for women, with the hope of redemption of a disappointed metropolitan leftist from a bourgeois family. But Andrea Wolf was no longer able to do this. Overexerted by the strains of guerrilla life, numbed by the monotony of a uniform daily routine that no longer allowed any free time, and excluded from the jokes and foolishness of the Kurdish village girls, she spiraled into a seemingly euphoric higher state, which in reality was already a path to and a coming to terms with death. When she turned once again in doubt and longing to her abandoned last friend, this apparent upsurge was more a literary feint than honestly meant. Quote, "You keep coming back to my mind. I don't know why. I actually want to put my experiences with men behind me." End quote. She rejected the return home and apparently demanded the gender separation in all seriousness, in which she claims to feel comfortable. Quote, "Personally, I find the separation and the clear relationship ban very pleasant. I've never been able to move so freely with men because it's clear that there is a boundary." End quote. What remained was a longing for peace and quiet, in which there was no longer much life, but all the more nature. Quote, "I feel like I'm on the road to healing, losing my mistrust and need for control. Together with my friends, I experience that things can be different. Despite all the effort and tension, you become very calm. An inkling of what life can really be, also connected to nature, opens up." End of quote. And yet she rebelled, knowing she was surrounded by a fatalism that was by no means hers. Quote, "Here I am also learning a different way of dealing with death. Even if I don't approve of the Kurdish frivolity, it's an all-or-nothing attitude, or not even being able to foresee the consequences. Death is omnipresent here. End of quote. A senseless death, one would have to add, the consequence of a senseless civil war that did not lead out of a life of inertia and confinement, but reproduced it in an extremely radicalized form. But Andrea Wolf was already at the end when she summed up. Quote, "Death is omnipresent here. That means I'm not alone in this." End quote. When a dream about my pain in Europe startled her, she reminded herself to get a grip on it, to come to terms with myself. She must have known how self-destructive a sentence like this is. Quote, "But thinking, reprogramming myself, cutting the disease tree down to the roots so that it sprouts new flowers, as if I had lost myself again and again, not kept at it, let's say." End quote. She kept at it and summed up in increasingly incoherent sentences. Quote, "All the suffering in my personal biography, which is not personal because it is systematized, could not be shared with anyone. How far away from a human being life from me disappearance." End quote. And finally, the gruesome cheer. "I discover many gray hairs on my head, yay." End quote. All this arrived in Germany, circulated among the comrades from the contexts, and nobody noticed that someone was letting go. Plagued by a past in which nothing succeeded but the pressure constantly increased, crammed into rationalizations of personal failure, according to which it was the imperialism in us that had to make us despair, she went on a radical trip for healing, which led directly to the combat unit to which she had herself transferred against Öcalan's advice and which was routed by the Turkish special units on October 24, 1998. Andrea Wolf spent a short, unhappy revolutionary life trying to get a grip on everything, and was so lonely at the end that the only time she no longer felt alone with a collective that was completely alien to her was in the face of the death that could befall her at any time. She gave information about this in radical messages that were cries for help, Andrea's cries for help, and not those of the left. Andrea Wolf was not a radical in the manner of Hermann Ludwig Gremlies's Guarantor Holger Mainz, and she was not a psychopath, but she became ill. You can't learn anything from her, but you should remember her not as a cautionary tale, but as one of us who are lucky enough to be living in the better years that have just begun. These are the years in which the Krug and Brunel of the left have become the object of contempt, in which the profession of revolutionary has finally run its course and the bourgeois profession is not equated with the deliberate destruction of personality, even for those who are opposed to bourgeois conditions. For the time being, then, there is nothing to be said against wage labor in local newspapers, if only because a local Black Forest editor elsewhere is able to contradict the premises and apparent necessities of Andrea Lade Todd. The revolutionary nest egg, passed on as a fee by the radical editor, on the other hand, has to be earned through an attitude that is not so far removed from Andrea Wolf's existentialistically puffed-up delusions of grandeur. The thwarted critics of post-bourgeois conditions no longer hold with existential revolutionaries of Andrea Wolf's caliber. Today, it is the desire of up-and-coming existentialists, no less characterized by arrogance and a belief in being chosen, to really let a hostile environment know for once, absolutely and exclusively in art or the great and pure theory. The attitude is the same, the consequences are foreseeable, even if there will be neither new hunger strikes nor new missions in the people's struggle for liberation. After all, who will be able to withstand the hopelessness, the personal and often enough economic downfall of death-seeking loneliness in the long run if they do not connect with the bad but only life, even if it is through wage labor? From the very beginning, critical theory has been accompanied by the notorious attempt to entangle it in a central self-contradiction, the repetition of which sooner or later irritates even its most orthodox defenders generation after generation. How can one, according to the now more than stale objection, on the one hand assume a general context of delusion, a necessarily false consciousness, a fetishized society as a totality that affects every individual, and at the same time assume the position of the great see-through for oneself? Does the empirically undeniable existence of critics not call for a relativization of the impact of social totality on its members? Does not the context of delusion find its limit in the freedom of the individual? Of course, anything that presents itself in this way as a clever critique of critical theory falls short of it in two ways. If man is understood as a socialized nature, then social totality alone cannot be smoothly totalized and reproduced in the individual from the outset, which is why social and individual freedom, to critique, for example, is always possible in some abstract way, of course, but at the same time is itself always naturally and historically conditioned, i.e. mediated. Moreover, critical theory has never understood knowledge as the result of the decision of a sovereign see-through subject. Rather, it was more concerned with a constellation that occurs in a flash, in which the context of delusion sees through itself, so to speak, in the medium of a subject open to experience, a process that cannot do without the subjective moment but also does not dissolve in it. Despite its obvious untenability, the myth of the critical theorist who cannot grasp his own existence conceptually persists. To stay in the recent past, Justus Wertmuller, for example, was put in need of explanation in 1997 during a panel discussion on questions of subject theory organized by critical psychologists. In 2000, the game was repeated in the context of a summer event of the magazine Concrete. Another 7 years later, Stefan Grigget takes on the same problem again in Jungle World, initially referring to Wertmuller's answers at the time with approval. Critics of existing conditions, writes Grigget, as individuals are part of the social totality for as long as it exists. The subject of critique does not stand as an individual, but merely as a critic outside the coercive relationship of capitalist socialization. And further, a critique of fetishism does not deny the fundamental possibility of each individual to step out of the false immediacy through abstraction and to reflect on and criticize themselves and their circumstances. Grigget sums up, through reflection and critique of social conditions, however, a critique of fetishism can point out that such behavior is more unlikely than obvious. This is followed by a quote from Frank Bockelman, which, although not new, is the correct insight with which Grigget should have concluded his article. People suffering under alien and hostile conditions, who to a certain extent can only choose between necessities, are responsible for everything that happens without being free. End quote. While Wertmuller answered the usual pseudo-critical question in such discussion contexts as to how he himself, personally and in general, was able to become a critic with biographical chance, which corresponds to Adorno's undeserved luck, and thus includes those conditions of cognition that lie beyond the availability of the cognizer. In the following, however, Grigget concludes from the stated fundamental possibility of critical behavior, the realization of which by empirical subjects he just considered more improbable than obvious, to a voluntaristically conceived freedom of choice of the individual. Whether absolutized or conceived as a minimum in a prevailing lack of freedom, freedom for him leads a highly independent, thing-like self-identical ontic existence outside of real individuals in the bad metaphysical tradition, so that they seize it in order to properly dispose of it, which they should be able to do at any time in the same way, if only they wanted to. Since he considers the contradiction between determinism and voluntarism that then logically arises to be one of substance, Grigget must also believe that a non-conceptual vacillation between determinism and voluntarism would be his adequate theoretical realization. Quote, the critique of fetishism shows how much the subjects in the value-utilizing society are determined by the social structures they themselves constitute. But any commitment to this determinism would be wrong. The critique of society is condemned to constant vacillation between determinism and voluntarism. The resolution of this contradiction would do justice neither to social constraints nor to the freedom of the individual, which always remains despite these constraints. The freedom of each individual to decide at any time to be against something remains constitutive for critique, especially in a fetishistically constituted society. The individual always has the freedom to criticize, but this freedom cannot be formulated from an extraterritorial standpoint. End quote. By first assuming the natural and social determinacy of individuals, and then suddenly affirming a voluntaristic metaphysical understanding of freedom, as if it were necessary to fend off a doctrine of predestination that completely excludes freedom, Grigget creates an embarrassment for himself that is of his own making and therefore has as little to do with critical theory as the solution he propagates of philosophical dabbling with dialectics. Considered in isolation, there would admittedly be no need to make a fuss about it then or now, if what was possibly due to Grigget's unfortunate choice of words or linguistic imprecision, as it happens to everyone from time to time, were not now part of the good tone of Viennese ideological criticism. For some time now, this has not only been inflationary in its invocation of a freedom, even as something non-derivable, that the individual always already has, or that is already given to him today, which is why one must commit to its rational use. The self-confident plea for voluntarism is stylized as a very personal decision-making situation and in this respect far more immodest than in Grigget's case, even presented as a deepening and broadening of the basis of ideological criticism, whatever one has to imagine by this. In contrast to Grigget, who used freedom and decision in a more colloquial sense and, with reference to Bockelman and in the tradition of critical theory, still associated responsibility with unfreedom, the editors of the journal Sans Phrase have a bone to pick with Adorno, to which end they seek to present their defiant postulates as a neo-existentialist discourse against the supposed weak point of critical theory. They believe they know that without such a courageous cleansing of determinism, Adorno would tend to exculpate the National Socialist perpetrators, or Adorno can by no means be absolved in principle of the fact that his materialist social analysis is in every respect immune to absolving the subjects of their full responsibility for political and economic events. End quote. Since, on the other hand, Sartre is not without blame either, the Vienna Research Project first asked itself whether the new Marx lecture, but also critical theory, especially Adorno's, does not have a weak point that is possibly equal to Sartre's, in order to then be able to decide whether a solution committed to the matter does not present itself in the juxtaposition of these two weak points. End quote. Anyone who dares to doubt the meaningfulness of this undertaking is not simply considered too orthodox by Sartre's new friends, but a doctrinaire zealot who has adopted Adorno's words about the powerlessness of all individuals in order to settle comfortably into pessimism. Such weak self-pity, which invites people to join in, is therefore countered with a forceful insistence on decision and individual responsibility. Quote, any concept of liberation is meaningless without the recognition of our responsibility as subjects who are free to make decisions at any time, so that capital can act autonomously and reproduce itself from within. Only if we take freedom like Sartre for granted today and commit ourselves to its rational use, instead of constantly lamenting our alleged victim status or that of others, can a society free of false autonomies even be a possibility. End of quote. The other editor of Sand's phrase takes a similarly apodictic approach when he delivers his idiosyncratic existentialist verdict on the present, just as if he had not yet heard of disguised practice. Quote, the existential judgment on the whole, which is untrue because it is based on violence and involves exploitation, and the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, the true concept of resistance and engagement, which presupposes freedom as something that cannot be derived and includes the use of violence, are accordingly to be related to one another. This is the only way to develop Adorno's critique. End quote. As a result, we are presented with imperatives that are intended to force the critic to decide whether to act as a partisan or to disgrace himself as a capitulator before the challenges of a freedom that has been declared sacrosanct and thus no longer requires explanation. In the past, the role of partisan was predominantly played by sympathizers of the real socialist experimental institutions for the creation of the new man, whose unshakably good conscience included recourse to the real partisans against fascism. Today, the question of conscience and decision is posed to the critic by former companions who would like to help critical theory with the exemplary vita and the sometimes very questionable work of the partisans Amory and Sartre, without even asking the decisive question, and that is the question of critical theory. Why were there so vanishingly few partisans in Germany before, and especially since 1933, and in most of the countries occupied by Germany since 1939? The mantra that is repeated everywhere that one can always decide differently out of freedom explains almost nothing. Neither Adorno nor Sartre are needed for the supposedly brand new but bleakly banal insight that humans can be assumed to have more autonomy in being and acting than an animal or programmed robot. If, on the other hand, the fuss about it today and always already given, impossible freedom, which does even Sartre an injustice, is to be taken seriously and literally, then it is nothing but grotesque. In principle, even the interspersed distancing from Sartre does little to change this. Dahlmann writes, the critique of Sartre thus requires no restriction whatsoever in the determination of man as unquestionably free, as condemned to freedom, and therefore as responsible for everything he thinks and does. Only now this freedom is reduced to a status that corresponds roughly to the fact that man, from his first nature woven into the second, must eat and drink in order to survive. End quote. Because at this other end of the argument, the question arises as to what extent the reduction of freedom to coercion should not entail any restriction of moral responsibility, for example. For if one thinks responsibility and freedom together, e.g. against Böckelmann, and hypostatizes them as resistance that is possible at any time without mediation, then this implies the assertion of an individual autonomy that not only escapismizes the prevailing lack of freedom in contemporary society, but also falls far short of any materialistic and psychoanalytical destruction of the bourgeois concept of the subject, and the narcissistic grievances that necessarily accompany it. Which, conversely, means declaring the ego the master of its own house again. At least Jean Amory's text against structuralism, which was reprinted by Sand's phrase for renewed distribution, clearly follows this line. In his essay, Amory does not counter the thesis of man as, to put it simply, a mere structural effect with criticism and arguments. True to the motto that what must not be cannot be, he is content to simply revitalize the ideals of classical humanism against the theoretical anti-humanism identified in structuralism, which welcomes the abolished human being. Yet by the mid-1930s at the latest, humanism was little more than the junk of an impotent and self-conscious bourgeoisie, the pompous writings of penniless intellectuals intent on humanity, which were adopted by the Stalinists to legitimize the fabrication of the new man, i.e. the Gulag, in exchange for a few pennies. Amory, who praised Stalinism in all seriousness for its subject emphasis phase, has probably never heard of this. And even those who proudly present this text in 2012 as a classic of a new Viennese school seem to have completely missed the fact that the theoretical anti-humanism, which originally goes back to Marx and Freud and not to the structuralists, arose precisely from taking sides with real individual people. They cannot excuse themselves on the basis of Amory's ignorance of the history of philosophy, but must accept the reproach that the affirmation of noble but unfortunately empty invocations of man standing up for a just order in dignity and freedom has become more important to them than the criticism of a false whole that is maintained with the same hollow invocations of the autonomous subject. If a journal for the critique of ideology is committed to this hybrid subject propaganda, then a few fundamental comments on the Copernican turn in subject theory, as carried out by Marx and Freud, and to which Adorno also remained faithful for good reasons, seem necessary. From the outset, there is something silly about wanting to supplement Marxian materialism by referring to existentialism. Even with Heidegger, it can be shown in detail that whenever he halfway hits on a fact, he merely adopts a thought from Marx, only to simultaneously rob it of its materialistically and historically determined content by ontologizing it. Sartre's philosophical development now begins, however idiosyncratically, with Heidegger, only to approach Marx again, however imperfectly, in the further course. The question should therefore be allowed as to what is actually to be gained from existentialism for a critique of the subject that has continued the work of Marx and Freud without ontological aberrations and detours. Existence precedes essence. This sentence by Sartre, for example, is repeatedly praised as an astonishing insight. It is supposed to mean that the existence of the human beings precedes the determination of his or her essence as a human being. Sartre states in Existentialism is a Humanism, 1945, the atheistic existentialism for which I stand is more coherent. It declares that, if God does not exist, there is at least one being in which existence precedes essence, a being that exists before it can be defined by any concept, and that this being is man or, as Heidegger says, human reality. What does it mean here that existence precedes essence? It means that the human being exists first, encounters itself, emerges in the world, and then defines itself. End quote. Heidegger has nothing but derision for Sartre's version. Quote, he takes existentia and essentia in the sense of metaphysics, which has said since Plato that essentia precedes existentia. Sartre reverses this sentence. But the reversal of a metaphysical proposition remains a metaphysical proposition. As this proposition, it remains with metaphysics in the oblivion of the truth of being. End of quote. According to Heidegger, it must therefore be entirely non-metaphysical and committed to the truth of being. The substance of man is existence. For the critical materialist, such sentences are correct on the one hand, even if trivial, and wrong on the other, because in them reality is already linguistically disenlightened, at least compared to Marx's original thought. A few short quotations from the middle of the 19th century may prove this. But man is not an abstract being squatting outside the world. Man, that is the world of man, the state, society, wrote Marx in 1844 in the introduction to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, MEW 1 378. The sixth Feuerbach thesis states, but the human being is not an abstraction inherent in the single individual. In its reality, it is the ensemble of social relations, MEW 3 6. And in the German ideology, together with Engels, he explained in 1845-46, that in history there is found at every stage a material result, a sum of productive forces, a historically created relation to nature and of individuals to one another, handed down to each generation by its predecessor, a mass of productive forces, capitals, and circumstances which, on the one hand, is modified by the new generation, but which, on the other, prescribes to it its own conditions of life and gives it a definite development, a special character, that, therefore, circumstances make men as much as men make circumstances. This sum of productive forces, capitals and forms of social intercourse, which every individual and every generation finds as something given, is the real ground of what philosophers have imagined as the substance and essence of man, MEW 338. It should be self-evident, at least as long as one pretends to think from the perspective of critical theory, without further explanation, how little the knowledge of reality is served by transforming these precise statements by Marx and Engels into an existentialist whisper about the emergence or the encounter of man in the world, etc. This is also the case for so-called reality. In this way, Heidegger's so-called reality of the human being, to which Sartre explicitly refers in the above quote, is also merely a matter of empty abstractions such as the being in the world and being thrown of being there, which also play their role in Sartre in a modified form. However, as inadmissible as Heidegger may be in blurring the concrete individuals into the vile being there, and their birth into the animalistic being thrown, while nature and society disappear in the expression world, the philosopher is at least in the epistemological modern age according to philosophical grammar. For consciousness may necessarily confront the world in cognition, which is why the cognizing subject can then imagine that it also stands ontologically opposite the world as something separate from it. Not that subject and world, consciousness and being would be identical instead, but one would have to realize that man is not only in the world or the world as his environment around him, but that the world constantly passes through the individuals, which becomes evident as soon as Heidegger's world is filled materialistically again. Human existence, or Dasein, i.e. life, as the materialist would say, begins with the fact that humans, as natural beings, have to breathe and eat. For example, this is instinctual, bodily, from within, almost completely beyond conscious control. This vital necessity manifests itself as a need whose satisfaction can be postponed, but can only be completely denied at the price of death. The human being is thus at the mercy of the metabolic process and at the same time part of it. Marx speaks of man as an oppressed creature, of the compulsion of nature, which attempts to break only lead all the deeper into it, in the dialectic of enlightenment. In a similar way, man is also in society. Society passes through him and leaves behind the individual consciousness that the narcissist considers his very own creation and locates in his head. The question is, however, how thought and with it the individual identity came into the respective head if God has not placed a soul there that is essentially identical to itself. Thought would not be possible without the brain that thinks it, but Marx and Engels' famous speech about the curse of the mind being afflicted with matter means much more and something else. Quote, "Only now, after we have already considered for moments, for sides of the original historical conditions, do we find that man also has consciousness. But even this is not from the outset as pure consciousness. From the outset, the spirit has the curse of being afflicted with matter, which appears here in the form of moving layers of air, sounds, in short, language. Language is as old as consciousness. Language is the practical, real consciousness that also exists for other people, and thus also for myself, and language, like consciousness, first arises from the need, the necessity of intercourse with other people, MEW 330. To a certain extent, Marx and Engels anticipate the rational aspects of the so-called linguistic turn here, without sharing the false absolutization of language into a monistic principle for explaining the world, e.g. in later philosophies of language or in structuralism. For Heidegger, too, language will somehow appear to be enormously significant. Quote, "Language is the house of being. Man lives in its dwelling. Thinkers and poets are the guardians of this dwelling. Thinking builds the house of being, as which the fugue of being skillfully disposes the essence of man into dwelling in the truth of being. This dwelling is the essence of being in the world. Being is the hat that protects man in his existential being in such a way that it protects existence in language. That is why language is the house of being and the dwelling of the human being." End of quote. One could therefore say, to stay with the analogy of the metabolic process, that in language, social forms/contents enter the human being via the ear on natural material carriers, layers of air, sounds, and are processed inside the human being and excreted again via the mouth. It should also be noted, the individual consciousness that arises in this way requires not just one brain, but at least two brains. In addition, the human being is not a passive, blank, writable page during the processes indicated, not a mere effect of structures, but rather active, i.e. active both before, during, and after the formation and change of his ego, his consciousness, his identity. In this respect, he is not simply in the world, but his being in the world in nature and society is an appropriative activity out of an inner, also preconscious drive. Sartre's existence, which precedes essence, is called real-life process by Marx and is understood as human sensual objective activity, practice, cf. Feuerbach theses. In doing so, Marx emphasizes epistemologically and anthropologically, with Kant and Hegel the subjective and active moment against objectivist contemplative materialism, but against Kant and Hegel with Feuerbach the bodily physical character of precisely that activity which the idealists thought of as a purely spiritual one. The possibility of spirit transcending its genesis, its natural and social preconditions, is thus by no means excluded, but this is only possible within limits that the same spirit cannot arbitrarily override. Individual consciousness and identity, which many consider to be particularly inner and authentic, are therefore only the results of a practical internalization of the external, the superindividual. Paradoxically, independence, sovereignty, and maturity result from a predominantly unconscious internalization of external authorities and constraints. If true, authentic identity, autonomy, subjectivity lay completely beyond or before any subjugation adaptation, then Lacan would be right when he reverses Descartes and says, "I am where I do not think, I think where I am not." The biography of the individual, on the other hand, is neither only externally determined in the sense of a structural effect or the projection of Heidegger, nor only self-determined in the sense of the projection of Sartre or its interpretation by his new followers as an act of sovereign and free decision, because the self itself only emerges from a dynamic interaction of the organism in and with nature and society. The popularized Sartre and Heidegger, however, stand for the opposite poles of a false alternative. In the anti-authoritarian version, the individual is free to set his own destiny and project himself anew at any time. With a pathos that seems to meet with great resonance in Vienna, it says, "Freedom alone sets the ends it sets for itself. Man is the sole and sovereign master of his destiny, provided he only wants to be. That is what existentialism claims. That is precisely what optimism is." The idea of such responsibility frightens the reader. He prefers this demanding morality to a pessimism that leaves man no hope, but also demands nothing of him. Presupposes a determinism that relieves man of the burden of his freedom. This spares him the effort of struggle. Existentialism, which puts man's fate back into his own hands, disturbs his peace. Simone de Beauvoir, Existentialism and Popular Wisdom, 1945. In Heidegger's authoritarian variant, the freedom of the individual is reduced to being able to miss its given destiny, to forget the truth of being. Moreover, the projection is essentially a thrown one. The projecting in projecting is not man, but being itself, which sends man into the existence of Dacian as his being. This fate occurs as the clearing of being, as which it is. For man, however, the question remains as to whether he will find the fate of his being that corresponds to this fate. For according to this fate he, as the existing one, has to guard the truth of being. Man is the shepherd of being. This alone is what being and time are thinking towards when ecstatic existence is experienced as care. Heidegger, On Humanism, pages 29 and 23. This means for the question of freedom. On the one hand, individuals are granted more or less freedom from social and natural constraints such as lack and violence, externally and negatively, depending on how society is set up. Secondly, every human being is characterized above other living beings by a capacity for reflection that develops automatically in social and natural conditions, but is therefore also biographically accidentally, in the sense of coincidentally, mediated and relative, which in turn makes positive freedom of reflection and action possible and at the same time limits it. One can therefore also be logically, quite unambiguously and unbrokenly determinist without having to deny any measure of human freedom and responsibility even in the existing lack of freedom. However, since both the scope for decision-making set by superindividual conditions and the individual power of judgment itself are highly mediated, it is pure nonsense in every sense of the word and at every level of abstraction to assert freedom as always already given or even as non-derivable. Anyone who wants to can call critical theory or ideological criticism an engagement for people to actually step out of their false immediacy and set about building a better society, as would be possible for them in principle. Nevertheless, the success or failure of this engagement depends on conditions or circumstances over which the engaged individual has no more sovereignty than any other individual. Hence, the self-understanding of critical theory as a message in a bottle, whose sender has no power to influence whether, when and how many recipients will be receptive to its content. The sender can only keep the possibility open and hope. Nothing more is possible. However, the emphasis with which a Viennese magazine invokes freedom, decision, and responsibility seems to be an expression of the desperate desire for criticism to bring about immediate change or at least stop the disaster. Because Vienna is of course also aware of the regular embarrassment of this wish in the face of social reality, the new discourse serves a completely different purpose, one that is repeatedly encountered in anti-German circles: the moral enhancement of the critic who is hardly in demand and who grimly takes the fall for the obdurate who do not want to make up their minds. The propagated deepening and broadening of the basis of ideological criticism is intended to elevate the accidental and undeserved luck of the critic to see through the context of delusion for moments and fragmentarily, so to speak, to an act of heroic decision by now holistic see-throughers for a partisan struggle against the false whole. Narcissism, however, has not been the goal of materialist critique, but one of its objects.
Metaphysics is on the ropes. Of the three classic metaphysical concepts of freedom, God, and immortality, the latter two have long been considered settled. Only without recourse to freedom, bourgeois society still cannot manage. Democratic states pride themselves on having realized freedom as the inviolable right of every citizen, for example in freedom of expression and free choice. And compared to censorship and dictatorship, the freedoms secured by the state's monopoly on the use of force remain a form of progress that is completely underestimated, especially by so-called emancipatory forces, when compared to direct and immediate forms of rule. In view of what every emphatic idea of freedom hopes for, they nevertheless appear to be a poor surrogate. Freedom of speech turns into a reservation of personal arbitrariness and hardened intransigence, sealed against any reasonable argument. The formal right to express one's personal preferences at every opportunity provides the basis for ignoring any contradiction due to the lack of substantive criteria. Instead of fighting for shared insights in public discussions, everyone, without exception, feels compelled to assert themselves in competition against each other. Freedom of choice legitimizes democratic rule year after year. Its construction is always similar. The state allows those options that do not question its democracy. It then excludes any external coercion that could restrict citizens in their choice. In young democracies, the sovereign state usually had to enforce the freedom of the electorate by force first, thereby proving itself at the same time. If it succeeded in doing so in the long term, freedom of choice was able to develop more and more into a formal act monitored by civil election officials commissioned by the state. The necessity of these state requirements clearly shows that democratic freedom of choice cannot survive without rules and protection, and that civil conditions are therefore not completely free. At the same time, democratic choice presupposes an inner freedom of the bourgeois individuals. They must have freedom of will and thought in the situation of democratic choice, relatively freed from external constraints, in order to be able to choose one of the available parties or persons as a representative for their own interests. Only under this condition can crosses on ballot papers be understood as individual decisions and added up to an overall will. Although the possibility of free will is a crucial logical prerequisite for all civil democracies, the natural sciences reduce it to complete absurdity. Neuroscientists consider free will to be a mere feeling and an illusion that has no real effect because it cannot be proven in scientific experiments. However, an experimental setup that could make a free decision appear as a scientific measurable variable cannot even be reasonably conceived. Successful scientific experiments can only uncover individual monocausal cause-and-effect relationships that can be completely dissected and isolated from their interweaving with the rest of the world. However, freedom itself is not an effect. It is the intelligible ground of a visible effect and can never appear in an immediate way. Measurable definitions of freedom contradict their very concept, and therefore human actions cannot be examined with scientific precision to see if they arise from freedom. Neuroscientists who nevertheless want to force freedom into an experimental corset must first explain to their test subjects in detail how they have to classify their own decisions in the laboratory in a scientific way. For example, during the famous Libet experiment 1, they are asked to wiggle their finger at will and to read a point in time for this supposedly immediate decision on a special clock. In this way, the object and the subject of the measurement cannot be distinguished from one another. However, this is precisely the essential goal of every reasonable scientific experiment. A certain measurable external cause should regularly lead to a certain measurable effect on the object, so that in principle every subject can reproduce it and manipulate the examined object in this particular way. This form of knowledge is the prerequisite for the division of labor and technology. In the Libet experiment, however, the physical cause lies in the same subject, which is then also supposed to date the underlying instantaneous decision in itself to a single point in time. But can a decision be assigned to a fixed point in time at all? Doesn't it take a while? The neuroscientists assume the decision at a point in time in the same way that they directly parallelize measurements of brain activity using imaging techniques and statements from the test subjects about the content of their thoughts. It is only on such premises that neuroscientific experiments can be passed off as conventional scientific investigations, which then supposedly allow precise statements to be made about thinking itself. In the Libet experiment, the decision, the content of which has already been discussed in detail beforehand, can be easily and repeatedly achieved within the given time frame through this preparation, but it is also obviously no longer particularly free. If a test subject in the laboratory were to shake his head instead of wiggling the finger prepared for measurement, this would not be seen as proof of his freedom, but as the stubbornness of an unteachable individual lost to science. The fact that the very conception of the experiment makes no sense and therefore does not allow for a reasonable interpretation of a result does not bother brain researchers. Because their results are a prime example of unambiguousness, according to all subjects, the time of the decision to wiggle one's finger lies a few fractions of a second after the measurable physiological prerequisite that precedes every movement in the brain. Conversely, the so-called neuronal readiness potential always appears in the brain material before the point in time that the subject understands as the moment of his decision. The Libet experiment thus provides a clear answer to its pointless question. We are supposedly not empirically verifiably free, our brains determine us. Since citizens must nevertheless consider themselves free, because otherwise democratic society loses its meaning, the scientific result allows only one conclusion. Thankfully, our brains allow us to have the illusion that we are free. But why they do that is then beyond the scope of neuroscience. After all, the external world arises quite vulgarly idealistically from our brains alone. This idea raises the question of why our brains bother us with all these subtle considerations at all. What did they actually invent neuroscience for? We are only allowed to perceive what they have thought up for us. The scientists who originally designed the experiment were disappointed by this result because, in contrast to the currently fashionable total determinism in the neurosciences, they were seriously interested in finally granting freedom the dignity of scientifically proven existence. If the two measured values had been in reverse chronological order, as they had expected, then, in their opinion, the experiment would have been a success. It would have proved the existence of what could have appeared as freedom in this experimental setup, an allegedly naked decision, without any motivation or purpose, a basic and aimless floundering. If it is regarded as the sole source of knowledge, science takes revenge for the fact that its method of knowledge primarily serves to control nature. Everything becomes a result, a consequence of a natural cause. Ultimately, even bourgeois rule itself. Unfortunately, understanding the actions of citizens as purely deterministic effects of their brains or, alternatively, as completely purposeless and groundless decisions is not that far-fetched. The few humanities scholars who are still indignant about the presumptions of the determinists across disciplinary boundaries unfortunately overlook the implicit criticism inherent in the neuroscientific hypothesis. Because as ludicrous and silly as it all is, the findings of neuroscience generally no longer provoke any contradiction. But why should they? Who still believes in the realization of the promise of freedom? As busy or useless as they are in their normal everyday lives, they have long since given up the claim to control their own destiny. And the few decisions they still have to make can be made based on gut feeling. And if it turns out that the brain is actually making the decisions, that's fine too. Why should you, as a replaceable functional component of a generally incomprehensible society, be held accountable for its development? For anyone who desires a proper life in a reasonably organized world, however, this remains a problem. Because they sometimes ask themselves why they are powerless to rebel against circumstances in which all power is obviously on the side of the establishment, why they still think for themselves at all and don't just leave it to their brains. Critical theory doesn't provide the answers that some social critics hope for either, that there is a solid anthropological philosophical foundation on which people could easily decide on a better society and that it would only take the effort of enlightenment to make people aware of this freedom. Because if they then prove to be stubborn, then you can leave them to their deserved fate, because they are and remain voluntarily bad, and as a failed educator you can at least morally rise above the dull plebs. This may be one of the reasons why Jean-Paul Sartre's existential freedom has been experiencing a small renaissance for some time. Because Sartre claims that man is condemned to freedom. He has to decide whether he wants to or not, and therefore also has to bear the responsibility for his actions. But a freedom from which there is no escape, which forces one to make a decision, has something eminently unfree about it from the outset. This may have been appropriate for the historical situation in which Sartre's major work Being and Nothingness was written and from which these theses originate. In 1943, many French people were indeed faced with an existential situation in which they had to ask themselves whether they should take up the fight against the Germans and for the restoration of the French Republic. This is the historical truth of existentialism, which today, due to a lack of philosophical persuasiveness, is used as its moral justification. The current context of Sartre's reception, however, looks different. After the attacks of September 11, 2001, the freedom of the individual has come to be seen as a negative freedom, since the critique of ideology has to deal with Islamist terror again and again. This raises the fundamental question of what drives Islamists. And this is reminiscent of the riddle of how the Germans and their accomplices were able to motivate themselves to carry out the National Socialist program of extermination. In his 2006 book Jargon der Demokratie, The Jargon of Democracy, Gerhard Scheidt deals with the well-known willingness to understand the attacks of Islam, with the enormous human empathy that Germans and Europeans can muster for anti-Semites of all kinds. The title of his first introductory chapter is an allusion to Marx, the sigh of the oppressed creature. For even Marx's critique is drawn upon for the wretched business of legitimizing terror and abused to make anti-Semitism appear plausible. His portrayal of generally false conditions is twisted into pure coercion, to which the oppressed creature must react with suicidal acts of desperation. But of course Muslims want what they are doing. Their hatred, the force and persistence of their actions would be impossible without the common conscious goal of the destruction of all enemies of Islamic rule, first and foremost the Jews. And that is precisely why they are, of course, fully responsible for their actions, just like the National Socialist Germans. Raoul Hilberg, historian and author of the 3-volume work on the destruction of European Jews, answered the question about the reasons for this act, the details of which few people know as well as he does, only very briefly. They did it because they wanted to do it. And that is indeed all that can be said about it, as Fabian Kettner notes. But the key to understanding this act of terrorism lies in grasping incomprehensibility. Anyone who no longer grants the planners of suicide bombings, who are involved in Islamist rackets, any initiative would not only excuse them, but also reduce them to the level of Pavlovian dogs. But aren't suicide bombings inherently bestial? Do the perpetrators not really behave like rabid animals, killing all Jews and other infidels as soon as a promising opportunity presents itself? In themselves, of course, they are not animals, they are human beings who, however, declare other human beings to be fair game, as if they were following an inner compulsion. Scheidt would certainly not dispute any of this, but he wants to point out a specific intellectual instrument. Idealism of free will, on the other hand, allows individuals to be perceived as individuals, and thus as what they could be, and not just as creatures of their social milieu or their economic basis. End of quote. The possibility for individuals to become different from what they currently are is not supposed to consist in the development of their human potential and thus be linked to the internal and external conditions of their character development, but rather be freely and voluntarily available to them at all times. Radical change is supposed to be within the decision-making horizon of those called upon to make it, as if the potential for change for the better were always and immediately at hand. Such thinking is somewhat reminiscent of the pure arbitrariness of postmodernism, according to which people today can be this and tomorrow that and can reinvent themselves at any time. Those who do not use this unconditional freedom, but reject it and continue their murderous activities, thus consciously negate the possibility of turning back, says Scheidt. Only an understanding of this negative freedom allows the perspective of a truly free society to be maintained. Otherwise, the freedom that could arise from the revolution of bourgeois society would have already been betrayed. End of quote. But how can we be sure that a convinced anti-Semite could simply give up his conviction on his own? A conviction that he has more or less independently acquired under existing conditions that favor anti-Semitic thinking. Even for an anti-Semite, big decisions are the result of many small steps, both conscious and unconscious. Nobody is born an anti-Semite, and nobody embraces this conspiracy theoretical view of the world overnight. Nor can such delusion suddenly disappear once it has taken hold of someone. To dispute this would be to trivialize anti-Semitism as a way of thinking that one can choose to adopt or not, as if a psychotic person can choose to develop a psychosis or not. The Sartrean concept of freedom of will is used as a means to an end. In a written interview, Scheidt states, Sartre confronts us with the fact that we have to choose in everything we do. Sartre fixes the decision so that it becomes a point without extension. He breaks out the moment of choice from the continuum of the course, and knows that he is thereby divesting himself of the possibilities of explaining actions. This abstraction alienates all those who want to excuse themselves for reasons of persecution and mass murder, economic crisis, unemployment, etc., and thereby make it appear explicable what they do or have done or have not done and have not done. That is the salutary shock. Quote end. Starting from this fixed point, the questions raised above could be answered succinctly. Anti-Semitism could be understood without any ifs or buts, without any further explanation, as an intrinsic contribution of anti-Semites. The anti-Semite wants it and could also opt for something completely different at the same time. Anti-Semitism reliably turns out to be an intrinsic contribution of the anti-Semites. But its content changes, even if the Jews must continuously serve as a projection screen. But the projective power of the anti-Semites cannot be understood if it is simply fixed as such. Anti-Semitism requires the Sisyphean labor of repeatedly retracing the changing delusions of the anti-Semites back to them. This is precisely what Skytte does when he precisely traces the paths of anti-Semitic delusion in many passages of his books. But similar to the positivist neuroscientists of the Libet experiment, existential consciousness philosophy idealistically reduces freedom to a point that is removed from all mediation, in order to then be able to operate freely with this naked decision. But freedom is a metaphysical concept. It can neither be isolated in the laboratory as a point in time nor in consciousness as a fixed point removed from all mediation. Even the phenomenologically pure decision has absolutely nothing to do with freedom. As if someone, as if moved by an inner thunder, could simply change their entire worldview in one fell swoop. The spontaneity invoked here is completely misplaced in form. Spontaneity is not an impulse from nothing, not a creatio ex nihilo of a pure will that suddenly materializes. The individual would not spontaneously be a first cause either, but rather the embodiment of mediation. Spontaneity follows unconscious and somatic impulses, which can be strengthened or weakened by consciously internalized experiences. Any reaction, however spontaneous, must be mediated if it is to be more than a pure reflex. Otherwise it could have no reasonable goal that lies outside the spontaneously acting individual. And even an unregulated spontaneous experience cannot follow from the sudden disappearance of all ideological and delusional mediation in the individual. It can only be supported by the fact that the incessantly reproducing veil of false conditions is repeatedly torn open by its contradictions. But this is precisely what the anti-Semite wants to avoid at all costs, having established himself with his delusional projection in a way that is both resistant to experience and socially compatible. But as if such objections are to be suppressed, a coordinated defense against the healing shock of freedom is immediately assumed, and an entire army of structuralists and post-structuralists, Marxists and Marxologists has lined up to prevent it. Skytte still points out that Sartre's decision represents an abstraction. But once phenomenologically reduced to pure consciousness, the idealization of freedom takes its course. For Manfred Dahlmann, Sartre's existential freedom explicitly becomes the positive ontological prerequisite of an entire philosophical project, which he attempts to develop in the three-part series of articles Sartre, Adorno, and the New Marx lecture. He writes there, freedom is simply there, nothing more. And shortly thereafter he continues, its existence as an infinite abundance of possibilities is negated as a result of decisions. His reasoning for the existence of this freedom only seems banal at first glance. Every concept has more or less different connotations in each individual. This would be impossible if man, before all further determination, no matter what his thinking and behavior may follow, the necessities that can be set for him by his passions, by his environment, by logic, by reason, and much more, were not free. Man's freedom should therefore reveal itself in the various connotations that concepts can have for each person. But people simply have different experiences with the objects that their concepts seek to grasp. They weight the aspects of the concepts differently because they perceive their objects from different perspectives in different situations. The existence of a freedom that precedes all determinations cannot, therefore, account for the spectrum of conceptual connotations. But Dahlmann absolutely needs existential freedom as the foundation and core idea of his philosophy of freedom. To this end, he projects an epistemology that seeks conceptual proximity to Adorno's negative dialectic in buzzwords, but differs from it fundamentally. Right at the beginning, Dahlmann states, in reference to Lukács, that knowledge is worthless if it does not relate to totality, which means if it is not able to represent itself as a moment of the whole, to conceptualize it. Dahlmann believes that all areas of the mind must be related to each other in such a way that a common source emerges. He clarifies, if it is not possible to integrate all these sub-areas, by this he means, for example, state theory, psychoanalysis and aesthetics, into a center, or better, of course, to bring them to the concept, without preparing them for this purpose in such a way that they finally fit, the whole undertaking can be regarded as a failure. End of quote. The sub-areas of reason are not to be pressed into an already existing system of theory, but are to be ordered according to their inner meaning, as if by themselves. However, it remains unclear why a center should form in such a free arrangement without arbitrariness. To further clarify his theoretical intentions, Dahlmann refers to the concept of constellation from the last part of the negative dialectic, the Meditations on Metaphysics. It is about, as Adorno would call it, constellations that are examined to see if they reveal something that allows them to be brought into a unity. However, the legible constellation of being, as Adorno writes, by no means automatically lends expression to a moment of unity that all constellations share. For Adorno, the consequence of the critique of Hegel was that it was no longer possible to positively define a metaphysical absolute. His negative dialectic wants to remain open and no longer desperately searches for a fixed center. There can be no such central unity in a philosophy that does not abandon the idea of an intelligible world, but criticizes all attempts to finally conceptualize it, even in quotation marks. Dull man, however, cannot know intelligibility for systematic reasons. Sartre thus makes the previous answers to the fundamental questions of epistemology a problem. He asks accordingly, what can I know of the object, of the Kantian thing in itself, and here, it cannot be otherwise, we quickly arrive at the same answer as Kant. Everything we can know of the objects of our thinking is placed in them by us. At least Adorno thinks differently, and Kant himself wrote about the mundus intelligibilis. For dull man, however, the subject alone is at the center, constructing its world. The other question, then, the question of the subject, becomes crucial for the innovation. What does it place in the object in order to be able to recognize it, and how does it do that? So what can I know about the subject, about myself and all others? The next big problem is contained in this last parenthesis. That an introspection and a reflection on the foundations of my own thinking also allows me to draw conclusions about the thinking possibilities of other subjects is not at all as self-evident as the casual parenthesis suggests. Our conceptual worlds overlap because we live in the same material world, but they are certainly not the same because of that. Dull man can therefore only speak here of the idealized general subject that Kant called the transcendental subject. However, the process of cognition develops as follows for dull man. When the mind thinks a synthetic unity, it thinks it from the perspective of the difference that encompasses it. That is, from the freedom to be able to synthesize this or any other difference into this or any other unity. This freedom is absolute, without any restriction by anything external to thinking, admittedly, of course, only as long as I alone consider the unity thought in the subject, abstracting from all others, thus doing nothing other than thinking. End of quote. But thinking can only ever be thinking of something. Pure thinking of thinking does not think anything at all. The described circle, which thinks unity from difference in order to then recognize it as the unity of a difference, is as tautological as a circle can be. No freely selectable units or differences can enter here. What can be differentiated when there is nothing but the already thought unity? But in a daring leap, the general intellect suddenly enters the world and finds itself there as an empirical subject. In real life, of course, thinking is always simultaneously confronted with objects that are separate from it, things in themselves. In this way, in this real simultaneity of thinking with what is negatively confronted with it, the initial difference between subject and object is caught up with. Sartre is thus anything but a solipsist, he is not even a constructivist. The absolute break between subject and object is bridged in him by the reflection in the empirical subject making the out of nothingness emerged, nothingness negating, thing in itself a thing for itself. With Sartre, dull man bridges the problem of the split between subject and thing in itself, the charismos, which has haunted philosophy since Plato. After the transformation of the understanding into the empirical subject, the thing in itself comes out of nothing and the empirical subject turns it from a transcendental object into an empirical thing in itself. The marginal details of this epistemological miracle can be found in footnote 15. This can, of course, happen in a variety of ways, from the incorporation of food to the appropriation of an object to the libidinous attachment to persons. End of quote. Perhaps a very young child understands the world in this way, experiencing it sensually before babbling its first words and then associating them with the objects previously experienced sensually, following the example of adults. But only conceptual thinking enables the philosophical reflections that occupy dull man. The separation of conceptual identity thinking from the world or from its preconceptual experience cannot be bridged by claiming that one can individually get back to it. The charismos of the genre cannot be arbitrarily suspended by the individual. But Sartre's account continues on this epistemological basis. In Being and Nothingness, Sartre now deals with the moments that are included in the logic of this basic constellation of human existence. This logic, which leads to the definitions of the terms responsibility, sincerity, purpose, or objective, value and some others, of which the concept of temporality is particularly noteworthy, and Sartre's demarcation from the concept of the unconscious in Freud is watertight, which everyone can understand in themselves as personal experience. The apodictic principle is, this logic is watertight. And in the parenthesis in the middle of the sentence there is a wild enumeration of everything that is watertight, which culminates in the demarcation from the Freudian unconscious. Because, as is well known, since Freud, the ego can no longer be regarded as watertight as a philosophy of consciousness of freedom desires consciousness. The intended logic of consciousness cannot tolerate Freud's unconscious and must repress or reinterpret it due to its claim to totality. This is why Sartre also tried to project a so-called existential psychoanalysis. Dahlmann also knows in principle that any completed philosophy is presumptuous and his text therefore contains some delimiting assurances. He is not striving for the philosopher's stone. A prima philosophia is impossible. He explicitly does not want a system. He is aware of the criticism, but does not let himself be deterred, because ultimately nothing should really be explained anymore. After all, he speaks of a freedom that any explanation would only negate. The hardest work is to foist false plausibility on the confused reader. He could reconstruct the logic of the existentially free consciousness in himself as personal experience. However, personal experiences that one reconstructs along a written logic are precisely not personal experiences. What this camouflage leads to becomes clear when Dahlmann comes to situation analysis, which always takes place under the aspect of existential freedom that precedes everything. With their three object classes and in their overall rigid structure, the situations described are more similar to the rigid Kantian thought experiments on moral doctrine as a doctrine of freedom. This is particularly striking in the situation of antisemitism. Dahlmann ascribes a special kind of freedom to the Jews. The anti-Semite has made the total choice. He has decided not to let any experience make him revise this decision to be anti-Semitic. It marks the absolute counterpoint to freedom. It is unfreedom as such. The Jew, in contrast, remains free, but his freedom is inextricably negative, since the anti-Semite allows him to live it out fundamentally in vain. What is more, the anti-Semite must want to kill the Jew, since he cannot avoid the knowledge that the Jew, unlike him, still exists as a separate being, and he, the anti-Semite, is responsible for the decision to deny the Jew this existence. The anti-Semite thus makes a decision for being anti-Semitic, which, as an absolute counterpoint to freedom, is on the one hand unfreedom as such. At the same time, the anti-Semite is responsible for this decision. In contrast to this, the Jew remains free on the one hand, but on the other hand, this freedom as such is irrevocably negative. The freedom of each individual, which exists above all, can therefore also become irrevocably negative for others. In its existential existence for each individual, it thus also contains the possibility of its own absence. Just as freedom is conceived, it can then, depending on the situation, also be unthought. And seen in this light, the persecuted Jew would also be free by definition. Claude Lanzmann, who is rightly considered an enormous authority due to his epical documentaries about the Shoah, is also considered one of Sartre's sources. The two were close friends, and to this day Lanzmann continues to publish the political literary magazine Les Temps Modernes, founded by Sartre. The conversations that Lanzmann presents in his major work Shoah, however, deal with the agony of the Jews and the hopelessness of their extermination. Every notion of an unlosable freedom, which is supposed to belong to the existence of man independently of all further determinations, is denied by Shoah. As a rule, the Jews were powerless against Nazi terror, but nevertheless they managed to offer decisive and sometimes even successful resistance when the opportunity presented itself. In the Sobibor extermination camp, rebellious Jewish Soviet soldiers were able to kill many of the camp's SS guards and then organize an escape, which, despite the subsequent hunt for the escapees and the collaboration of the population, 47 of the several hundred rebels survived. In the film Sobibor, October 14, 1943, 4 p.m., Lanzmann published an interview with Yehuda Lerner, a notorious escapee and survivor of Sobibor. And the ultimately unsuccessful, but surprisingly costly and massive resistance against the liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto is considered one of the intellectual foundations of the Israel Defense Forces. In the documentary Ein Lebender geht vorbei, A Living Man Walks By, which was released later, Lanzmann shows a longer conversation with Maurice Rossel that took place during the filming of Shoah. In it, Rossel and Lanzmann discuss the so-called model ghetto of their Scienstadt, and Lanzmann patiently has to convince Rossel of the lack of freedom and powerlessness of Jewish prisoners. Rossel, who was Swiss, worked for the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, and visited their Scienstadt with a delegation in June 1944 after a long notice. Afterwards, he wrote a detailed report in which he falsely dispelled any suspicion of atrocities. Lanzmann had carefully studied this report and also documents from the Scienstadt SS Camp Command. The National Socialists presented their Scienstadt to the world as a model Jewish settlement, and they wanted to maintain this facade, especially in front of the ICRC. They prepared intensively for his visit for months. The work, known internally as the Beautification Campaign, included some urban renewal. The Germans even built an entire music pavilion, in which a specially assembled orchestra played during the visit. They had a gymnasium provisionally redecorated into a synagogue, and a fully equipped children's ward with animal pictures was also created for the visit. Afterwards it disappeared again because births were practically forbidden in their Scienstat. There was a compulsory abortion policy. Births contradicted the policy of extermination. In reality, their Scienstat was never a model ghetto, but one of the places of Jewish extermination. The Germans used it mainly as a collection and transit camp before deportation to the extermination camps. However, as in all camps, they crammed the prisoners together, systematically starved them, and murdered them in masses. Sometimes more than 100 corpses a day were cremated in the 4 ovens of the Theresienstadt crematorium. But the Germans managed to systematically deceive Kozel and the ICRC with the beautification campaign. He mentioned their staged amenities in his report and thought the camp was a settlement of privileged Jews as planned. He suspected that these VIPs had been able to buy their freedom from the Nazis. He failed to do what was actually common practice for a conscientious inspector: look beyond the facade. Kozel says that he was used to looking for small hidden clues from inmates. In prisoner of war camps, he was often alerted to abuses by small signs or notes that he could not have discovered on his own. But there, nothing. A docility and passivity that made me feel a terrible unease, he recalls. But that was not in his report. Because the inhabitants of their Scienstat he had encountered had all been well-dressed and not at all emaciated. They had all been very standoffish with him, but he had not been able to detect a single instance of mistreatment. And he did not want to express his subjective unease in the report. The Camp SS had even held a dress rehearsal of the visit with all the Jews involved, with everything arranged down to the last detail. Kozel still couldn't believe that it had all been a staged performance, even though he had heard about it before his conversation with Landsmann. He couldn't imagine involuntarily becoming an accomplice in the gruesome farce that the Germans had meticulously planned. And this lack of understanding of the situation and the powerlessness of the internees becomes the crux of the conversation between Landsmann and Kozel. Landsmann becomes increasingly annoyed in the course of the film because Kozel is reluctant to believe him. He says, "Even today, I don't understand that these people, who knew full well that they were lost." Landsmann interrupts, "There was always some hope." Kozel, "Yes, they had hope. They lived on that hope as if in a comedy. They said it themselves. They played for survival." And when he returns to this point in the film, he reports again, "Nobody tried to say anything. No one made up their mind. Now I'll give a sign." Landsmann interjects, "That meant instant death." Kozel agrees on the one hand, but also expresses his disgust at this powerlessness. "Yes, there's no question about that. Who knows how I would have reacted with a gun between my ribs. But this passivity is really hard to bear." Landsmann then asks the difficult question that arises, "You assign them guilt?" Kozel doesn't want to, even though Landsmann's question follows from the logic of his own argument. "No, it's not for me to judge, but I'm amazed that you can make such a fuss with hundreds of people." And Landsmann concludes, "The Jews were the actors, but the Germans were the directors. The Germans left the Jews, condemned to be extras and supernumeraries in their Scienstat, no choice. Frozen with fear and terror, they had to act out the process of their own destruction as if they had been trained to follow the directions of their murderers." Philipp Müller, a survivor of the so-called Sonderkommando, special unit, of Auschwitz-Birkenau and author of the book Sonderbehandlung, Special Treatment, reports in Shoah on the beginning of his forced labor. He was singled out by the Camp SS for labor, chased in front of the crematorium ovens and assigned to cremate the corpses. "It's like getting a blow to the head, like being struck by lightning. I didn't know where I was. I couldn't imagine how so many people could be killed all at once." End of quote. And continues shortly afterwards, "I was shocked at that moment, yes, as if hypnotized. I carried out every order that was given to me. I lost my understanding at that moment, through the horror that I saw, so I did everything that the foreman told me." End of quote. The idealism of existential decision-making certainly has its counterpart in lived reality, but its proponents are not allowed to see it. In the newly emerging existentialism, the bleak everyday life of the almost annoying compulsion to decide between boring alternatives in situations determined by others is reflected. "What kind of work would you like?" ask the bank or the employment office. "What goods?" the shop windows. "Which politician should govern?" the ballot papers ask. "Which channel?" the remote control. The absolutism of freedom gives the whole thing an adventurous flavor when it supposedly rattles at the gates of absolute evil, mixing dull everyday decisions with the threats of the extreme, with death and terror. Contemporary existentialism seems to be a kind of extreme sport for humanities scholars, who, much like employees on a real mountain face, boldly climb imaginary philosophical heights and seemingly enjoy risking the fall into the abyss. Every year, many a critic of ideology experiences an identity crisis. The desire to gain knowledge, which used to overwhelm him when reading Adorno, seems to give way relatively suddenly to a fundamental suffering from critical theory. Where any reflection on personal causes for the change of mood fails, the rationalization of one's own displeasure or weariness is not long in coming. The loudly proclaimed necessity of a renewed social criticism in keeping with the times resounds everywhere, which should by no means consist solely in the comprehension, supplementation, and further development of the works of Horkheimer and Adorno. Rather, the search is on for alternative schools of thought that one, having emerged from the shadow of Adorno as a sovereign master thinker, must place at the side of critical theory in order to achieve original mutual fertilization. This is called, for example, Theoretical Loosening Exercises, as the subtitle of a book published by Argument Verlag in 1999 by the Initiative Berlin. At the time, post-structuralism was identified as a promising fertilizer for critical theory. Consequently, the first part of the volume, Critical Theory and Post-Structuralism, examines, as the preface states, where critical theory goes beyond post-structuralism or does not stand up to post-structuralist criticism. The second part pursues the question of whether post-structuralism represents an anti-dialectical further development of critical theory in keeping with the times. A few paragraphs later, there is even talk of a dialogue between the two theories that is important because both contain different degrees of socially critical potential that can productively cross-fertilize and complement each other as soon as concrete social criticism is practiced. End of quote. It is hardly surprising that these theoretical exercises did not lead to anything in the way of results, since the main point was to finally loosen up, that is, to emancipate oneself from the compulsion of the matter and the primacy of the object. The situation is no different with the latest, current form of theoretical relaxation exercises, according to which Sartre's existentialism, of all things, is now being revived in order to fertilize critical theory and have it fertilized by it. In a call for abstracts for April 2012 on the topic subjects of annihilation, for example, the Zeitschrift für kritische Sozialtheorie und Philosophie, edited by a specialist forum of the Institute for History at Berlin's Humboldt University, makes the following suggestions to potential authors. Is there a National Socialist morality? What theoretical resources does Sartre and critical theory, or others, provide for its explanation? National Socialism and Antisemitism, thinking further about Post 1. The balance and implications of a materialist theory of antisemitism, Foucault, Sartre, and psychoanalysis as extensions/critiques. Sartre's reflections on the Jewish question. An ambivalent contribution to the understanding of antisemitism. What remains of the theory of the authoritarian character? It also says, but how did it come about that so many people, perhaps even entire social groups, developed and executed such a common will to exterminate Jews? The theory will have to provide answers to this question that go beyond determinism and voluntarism. A discussion about whether and to what extent the relationship between critical theory and Sartrean existentialism should be rethought has also been under discussion in the journal Perdomo since 2010 and is still ongoing. At a conference of the Sunday Society in Vienna in October 2011 and during a series of events, Existentialism Revisited, held throughout 2011 by the Institute for Comparative Irrelevance in Frankfurt, the four crucial questions were: what is the relationship between social structure and individual decision? Is man to be described primarily as a biological being? Can the work of a philosopher be separated from his life? What is antisemitism? What is offered is a theoretical dialogue that not only seems more absurd because it is less productive, but actually is. And this is so obvious from the outset that the attempt to justify it seems to require strange, authoritative references, just as it indirectly embraces the reactivation of old resentments against critical theory. The essayist Jean Amory and the filmmaker Claude Lanzmann are supposed to justify the need to resort to Sartre at all, i.e. to revise the verdicts of Adorno and Marcuse in this regard. And they are supposed to do so, at least initially, not as always criticizable theorists, but solely as particularly authentic and therefore morally beyond reproach individuals. When Jewish resistance fighters and Holocaust survivors say that they owe their own work and even their survival to Sartre's literature and philosophy, it is suggested that there must be something to this Sartre after all. Herbert Marcuse's very detailed comments on being and nothingness from 1948 allow Sartre's concept of freedom to be criticized as highly inconsistent because it takes on all possible shades between two extremes. On the one side of the scale, freedom becomes meaningless because it is tautologically identified with existence itself. On the other hand, Sartre elevates an inner freedom that tends towards Lutheranism to the cynical self-abdication of his treatise, so that even the restrictions of anti-Semitic persecution only exist because and insofar as the Jew chooses and accepts them. In this context, some passages from Sartre's Negative Dialectic from 1967 are more important for Adorno's critique than the essay on engagement in his Notes on Literature. the most recent attempt to break out of conceptual fetishism from academic philosophy without letting go of the claim to authority was in the name of existentialism. Like fundamental ontology, from which it had split through political engagement, it remained idealistically biased. Despite its extreme nominalism, Sartre's philosophy organized itself in its most effective phase according to the old idealistic category of the free action of the subject. Like Fichte, Sartre is indifferent to objectivity. The idea of absolute freedom to decide is as illusionary as that of the absolute ego that releases the world out of itself. The most modest political experience was enough to make the situations built up as a backdrop for the decisions of heroes wobble. However, the follies of political existentialism, like the phraseology of the depoliticized German, have their philosophical basis. Existentialism promotes the inevitable, the mere existence of human beings, to an attitude that the individual is supposed to choose without a reason for the choice, and without actually having any other choice. If existentialism teaches more than such a tautology, it makes itself equal to the subjectivity that exists for itself as the only substantial thing. One refers, for example, to this statement by Lanzmann: "I was 20. I had just experienced resistance and war. And I remember that despite this experience, a nagging question haunted me: how should I smile at them? How can I regain trust in them? How should I address them? Live with them? Let's not fool ourselves and let's not look at this past with a distorted view. Almost all of us had experienced persecution and the Jewish situation with fear and shame. Fear and shame had not magically disappeared by the time of the liberation. The truth was that we were no longer French and no longer really Jews. We were lonely, atomized, terribly abandoned survivors. Sartre reconciled us with France and with our situation as Jews at the same time." End of quote. And this statement by Amory, "I had risen from the dead, a nothing, had nothing," represented nothing but an emaciated body with clothes provided by welfare organizations hanging limply and untidily on it. But since I was nothing, I could be anything thanks to Sartre's freedom, and since I could be anything, I wanted to be. What did I have to lose? Not even my chains. So I held on to a prophecy of uncertainty that corresponded to my existence." End of quote. In this context, the following quote could also be cited: "It was as if, after years of breathing Sartre's philosophy, I was finally breathing free air again." Even if this statement is more indicative of an expectation of revolution, what was most revolutionary was the freedom granted and demanded of people within a specific situation. End of quote. While one could just as easily come to the opposite conclusion by following this logic, it is of little concern. For example, Vladimir Jankelevich, like Amory and Lanzmann, a Jewish resistance fighter and Holocaust survivor, by no means perceived the social role of Sartre's work in person in post-war France as liberating, but on the contrary as oppressive, in a sense even as a sign of betrayal of the resistance or of the repression of collaboration. Accordingly, he interprets Sartre's engagement and political statements after the liberation as an almost pathological overcompensation for his failure during the German occupation. Not only were Sartre's plays performed in occupied Paris and his books, e.g. Being and Nothingness, published with the blessing of the censors, after his release from German captivity, Sartre was able to take a job that a philosophy teacher named Dreyfus had been forced to give up. The fact that Sartre's popularity grew while the importance of intellectuals of his caliber who fell in the resistance, were murdered or survived faded in the memory, public academic and non-academic discussions, of France. This, according to Jankelevich, is the injustice of the post-war period. Once the topics of the Holocaust, anti-Semitism, Nazism, and resistance have been mentioned, it is better to move on to trivialities inflated with relevant insights. For example, the fundamental difference between perpetrator and victim must be maintained, to hold the perpetrators morally responsible for their actions and not to let the Germans get away with blaming the crimes against humanity on Versailles or the economic crisis, etc. Pages. The next question is whether the critical theory is sufficient to affirm these banalities or, even worse, whether it does not even go against them from its center. The whole thing then culminates in two sanctimonious insinuations, in which no distinction is made between being, i.e. thinking, speaking, and acting, anti-Semitic and actually committing anti-Semitic acts, or even murder. On the one hand, dialectic is accused of blurring the categorical distinction between perpetrator and victim. In this context, Amory is once again uncritically invoked, who, after all, in his essay Jargon der Dialektik, undertook to impute to Adorno a fear of banality, of letting victims be victims and tormentors be tormentors, and to base his turn to Sartrean existentialism on this, so the argument goes. On the other hand, so-called determinism, basically the materialist doctrine of the natural, social, and historical conditionality of individuals, is said to tend to exonerate the National Socialist perpetrators, i.e., to excuse them morally and legally. In contrast, Sartre's thesis of the anti-Semite's free choice of his suchness, as developed in his essay Reflections on the Jewish Question, is intended to be a corrective that fertilizes anti-Semitism critical thinking. This is most evident in Gerhard Skyte's work. About Amory's interest in Sartre, he writes, Amory found his situation as a Jewish Nazi victim best reflected in a philosophy, Sartre's is meant, that actually demanded, from its innermost structure, a precise distinction between perpetrators and victims and that the perpetrators be held accountable, only at the same time it denied that there is an instance outside of being for oneself that could do it. But that was no obstacle for the survivor of Auschwitz, who knew that there was this instance in his own person, otherwise how should he have continued to live? End of quote. In the immediate context, Skyte presents this turn to Sartre as a quasi-inevitable consequence of an equally biographically motivated turning away from Adorno. Quote, when Amory read this, a passage from Negative Dialectic is meant, he knew why he had become a Sartrean after his liberation from Bergen-Belsen. And only the Sartre of being and nothingness and the reflections on the Jewish question helped against it, i.e. Adorno's fear of banality, to let victims be victims and tormentors tormentors. End of quote. In Jargender Dialectic, the only source mentioned by Skyte in this context, there is no mention of any of this. At the beginning of this essay, Amory does throw his own victim status into the balance, but only in a very general way, because he feels competent to do so based on his specific experiences whenever dialectical and undialectical perspectives discuss the relationship between perpetrator and victim, and not without emphasizing, but personal annoyance has no place here. And, as will be shown, Amory's main line of argument against Adorno has as little to do with the perpetrator-victim relationship or his Bergen-Belsen experiences as the subsequent positive reference to Sartre has anything to do with being and nothingness and the considerations regarding the Jewish question. But Skyte is only interested in Amory's personal annoyance, for which there may well be evidence elsewhere, which he himself has elevated to an experience-saturated idiosyncrasy against Adorno, and he does so in order to empathize uncritically with this attitude. As if it were obvious that Jewish Nazi victims, as Jewish Nazi victims, would be repelled by reading Adorno and then find help with Sartre. And as if a biographically mediated turning away from Amory by Sartre was not much more plausible, at least one was confronted with Amory's remarks on the lack of freedom in torture, which she experienced firsthand. I'll just come out and say it. I was lucky in the sense that our group was quite well organized, especially in terms of extorting information. What they wanted me to say in Breendonk, I simply didn't know myself. If I had been able to give the real names instead of the code names, something might have happened, probably an accident, and then I would have been seen as the weakling that I am and as the traitor that I potentially already was. But it was not at all the case that I opposed them with the heroically maintained silence that a man in such a situation deserves. I spoke. I accused myself of invented, fantastic crimes against the state. I was obviously hoping that a well-aimed blow to the skull would put an end to the misery after such incriminating confessions and quickly transport me to death, or at least to unconsciousness, end of quote. With certain statements from being and nothingness, e.g., but not even the executioner's pincers release us from being free. Skyte is aware of this contradiction between Sartre and Amory, but is certain, Sartre's assertion that even torture does not take away our freedom is something that the tortured person is willing to accept. By finding it convincing that Skyte is willing to accept what is actually present in Sartre, while being outraged by the same in Adorno, where it is only supposedly present, Skyte stylizes the proximity to Sartre and distance to Adorno of a Jewish Nazi victim into a quasi-natural phenomenon. Although the theoretical exercise in relaxation under discussion here does not fully apply to what has been said so far, rather, it claims relevance for the disciplines of epistemology, philosophy of the subject, and aesthetics. It is this particular anti-Semitism critical construction from which the idea of a mutual Adorno-Sartre fertilization seeks to derive its general, moral, evidence. Nevertheless, everything here is backwards. For one thing, neither Amory nor Sartre can be used to formulate a reasonable critique of Adorno. On the contrary, in the first case one incurs nothing but positivist resentment against critique and dialectics, while in the second one is forced to regress to idealistic voluntarism that was overcome long ago. On the other hand, the moralistic exculpatory warning is already exposed by Adorno's Negative Dialectic and his other anti-Semitism critical writings, which is why their reading is replaced by insinuations that remain vague, but precisely in that, i.e. in their unspoken implications, are sometimes malicious. It seems as though any work on the concept is subordinated to a narcissistic gain in distinction, as though this extraneous need were the guiding principle of the entire theoretical endeavor. With the title Jargon of Dialectic, Amory alludes both ironically and affirmatively to Adorno's critique of Heidegger, Jargon of Actuality, by promising to apply the anti-ideological critique of jargon to dialectic itself, and thus to Adorno as well. According to his basic thesis, dialectical thinking has become so fashionable that it repeatedly lapses into jargon, language games that have been emptied of meaning, and thus not only loses its critical content but also becomes reactionary and elitist. In this, Amory sets himself pleasantly apart from his temporary philosophical teacher, at least for the time being. Karl Popper rejected the dialectical effort of the concept by insisting, against all reason, that something can only be correct, true, and honest if it can be formulated clearly, easily understandable, and in a way that is accessible to common sense. While he wanted to make Hegel's and Marx's dialectic fail because of formal logic and generally denounced the language of Horkheimer, Adorno, and even Habermas as deliberately incomprehensible, elitist and haughty as well as obscurantist bombast, Amory at least makes a distinction. On the one hand, there is the authentic reasonable dialectic, which he understands, for example, as the need or necessity to formulate a paradox in order to express an object. During a television discussion at the 1968 Philosophers' Congress in Vienna, Popper managed to score points with the audience, in contrast to Ernst Bloch, as follows: "I said, truthfully, that I was too stupid to understand his way of expressing himself." And his closing words on what was needed were no less pleasing: a little more intellectual modesty. C.F. Popper's essay Weiter die großen Wort, in which he also criticizes Horkheimer, Adorno, Habermas. For the attacks against Marx and Hegel, cf. E.g. Die offene Gesellschaft und ihre Feinde. The anti-philosophical method of branding texts as meaningless or nonsensical as soon as they cannot be broken down into the rules of formal logic, common sense, and semantics was probably first used by Rudolf Carnap, and he tried it out on Heidegger, whereby the honorable anti-fascist motives of Carnap and Popper have done a disservice to thinking in general when developed to such an extent. This is also a, typically positivist, simplification of the compulsion to think dialectically. Dialectics is reduced here to a means of gaining knowledge of reality that is sometimes appropriate, sometimes superfluous. This disregards the fact that, negative, dialectics fundamentally contradicts the traditional form of adequatio of thinking and reality in a twofold sense. Firstly, it develops the existential judgment that domination is not, and thus does not simply want to depict existing society correctly, but rather to criticize it from the standpoint of a rational society or reconciled humanity. Secondly, such a simple depiction would not even be epistemologically possible. The following pithy sentences from Max Horkheimer beat positivism at its own game, logic. The facts that our senses convey to us are preformed in two ways, by the historical character of the perceived object and the historical character of the perceiving organ. Both are not only natural, but formed by human activity. However, the individual experiences itself as receptive and passive during the perception. On the one hand, Adorno argues, reality, primarily for the purpose of dominating nature, necessitates the formation of concepts, which then themselves prove to be moments of reality. On the other hand, the concepts in turn refer to a non-conceptual, with which they are not identical. To reflect, says Adorno, would not be to judge the objects in question as being or not being, but to take into account the impossibility of capturing them and the necessity of thinking them in their own determination. Dialectic would thus be the intentional and forced paradoxical attempt to assure oneself of the non-conceptual in the concept as the effort to go beyond the concept through the concept. On the other hand, the jargon of dialectics, which, for example, refers to the trick of enhancing one's own banal thoughts through dialectical slang or artificially consecrating banal objects through dialectization. If Amory had stuck to this distinction and demonstrated the jargon-like nature of the dialectical examples he cited by showing how they related to their respective objects of meaning and meaninglessness, the jargon of dialectics would have been a critique of ideology in the best sense. Ultimately, even the negative dialectician must always be on guard against allowing himself to be carried away by his own language and away from the subject matter, as Adorno's talk of the primacy of the object also demands. The primacy of the object does not mean a relapse into objectivism. In stark contrast to the usual ideal of science, the objectivity of dialectical knowledge requires not a less but a more of the subject. Otherwise, philosophical experience will wither. So it is not about denying the subjective part of knowledge when it comes to the primacy of the object, but about self-critical reflection on it. Elsewhere, Adorno writes, "Language that becomes independent of what changing things demand is not style." And since it does not have to be ruled out from the outset and in principle that even someone for whom language and its use were as important as they were to Adorno could occasionally lapse into jargon, a critical examination of negative dialectic would at least not be completely outlandish. Apart from the fact that Amory, as he admits at one point, takes all of his example passages out of their respective contexts, and thus attempts to expose them more on the basis of their incomprehensibility than on the basis of the subject matter, he regresses, however, at the latest at the moment when Adorno is to be criticized, contrary to his announcement, to the Popper method. Immediately before the introduction of the supposed jargon passage from the negative dialectic, Amory focuses on the following sentence by Adorno from his essay Opinion, Delusion, Society as the center of a critique that will constitute the further course of argument. The banal cannot be true, writes Adorno and explains, also quoted by Amory, what is accepted by everyone in a false state of affairs, by confirming this state as their own, has already done its ideological mischief before any particular content. Quote end. Amory takes Adorno's perhaps somewhat overgeneralizing definition of before any particular content at face value and confronts it with truisms, always in blind, or rather, Popper-trained, trust that Adorno's concept of truth could be shown to support a positivist understanding of the veracity of lies. The ideological mischief of which Adorno warns is, according to Amory, not at all decisive everywhere, i.e. neither in the narrower sense, banal sphere, namely the everyday one, where sentences are constantly subjected to a low-level reality check, from information about the weather to the bill at the restaurant, nor in the exact sciences, in which every once achieved knowledge becomes banal and only debanalizes itself at the moment of transgression forced by experience. End of quote. As if the concept of truth in critical theory were about the correctness or falsity of sentences such as it's raining or this drink costs so and so much or when it rains, the earth gets wet. How audacious, then, the claim that Adorno fears the banal truth of such information, and of course this also applies to the categorical difference between victim and tormentor, just because, on the one hand, it only becomes interesting for critical theory where the truth is not banal, and where, on the other hand, it is therefore ideological to puff up the banal to a truth in the emphatic sense. Anyone who uncritically follows this crude nonsense of positivist identification of truth with correctness will then also want to read the quoted Adorno passage from Negative Dialectic as jargon, no matter how meagerly Amory polemicizes against it here. The passage from Negative Dialectic criticized by Amory as jargon reads, quote, "The feeling that after Auschwitz any assertion of positivity as sanctimony, any injustice to the victims, any squeezing of meaning, however exhausted, out of their fate, must be resisted, has its objective moment after events that condemn to scorn the construction of a meaning of immanence that radiates from affirmatively posited transcendence. Such a construction affirms the absolute negativity and helps it ideologically to survive, which in principle is actually inherent in the existing society until its self-destruction." End of quote. Amory's proof of the jargon is as follows. The first sentence, translated into a language less enamored of itself to the point of self-dazzlement, roughly means, after Auschwitz, it is difficult to believe in a meaning to history. It is questionable, apart from the empty formula about immanence illuminated by transcendence, which he, incidentally, wants to reject. The victims may well have wrested a meaning from their fate, how, can be read in Jean-François Steiner's Treblinka. The second sentence is one of those statements of socio-critical ambiguity, because whether the assumption of a transcendence that can hardly be taken seriously today affirms absolute negativity, whatever that may be, and helps it to survive ideologically is not a tangible problem. Reduced to its essence, the whole statement is as banal as any. Its debanalization is purely verbal and already in the realm of jargon. The dialectical thinkers are constantly haunted by the fear of banality, for example, the banality of letting victim be victim and tormentor be tormentor, as they both were when the slaughter took place. End of quote. It would have been more honest if Amory had said with Popper, "I don't understand this. I must be too stupid for that." His banalizations, which show their desperate efforts, are all dishonest and can be refuted in a positivistic way. 1. The question of whether, after Auschwitz, one can still believe in a positive, metaphysical, theological, teleological meaning of history has absolutely nothing to do with whether and to what extent individuals make sense of their personal destiny. 2. If historical events, of absolute negativity, condemn metaphysical constructions, of absolute positivity, to derision, this does not mean that these constructions anyway are hardly to be taken seriously today. 3. If there is a real tendency of the existing society towards its own destruction, then the ideological doubling of this tendency would, of course, be a very real tangible problem. 4. Adorno's basic content, the objective moments of a subjective feeling, of a physical resistance, disappears completely in Amory's trivialization. 5. Even with the worst will in the world, there is simply no evidence here of a violation of the banal commandment to let victim be victim and tormentor be tormentor. This could also be the reason why Gerhard Scheidt, who does not address Amory's explicit jargon critique at all, claims that a completely different passage from negative dialectic is at issue than the one actually discussed in jargon of dialectic. Namely this, what the sadists in the camp used to tell their victims, "Tomorrow you will snake into the sky as smoke out of this chimney," is called the indifference of the life of every individual, towards which history moves. Even in its formal freedom it is as fungible and replaceable as it will be under the footsteps of the liquidators. But because the individual, in a world whose law is the universal individual advantage, has nothing at all but this indifferent self, the realization of the long-familiar tendency is at the same time the most horrific thing. There is no escape from it, just as there is no escape from the electrically charged barbed wire enclosures of the camps. End of quote. I end this passage, too. A jargon will be just as difficult to prove as a blurring of the distinction between perpetrator and victim. At least, however, Auschwitz does not appear here as a break in history, but as a negative completion of historical tendency. In this sense, structural or formal analogies are established between the life of the individual in the camp and the life of the individual outside the camp, and ultimately the electrically charged barbed wire enclosure of the camps also functions as a metaphor to illustrate a thought or an objective disaster. Only this, if anything, could at least to some extent make it comprehensible to what extent reading Jean Amory's negative dialectic, as a former camp inmate, was so annoying that he immediately knew why he had become a Sartrean after his liberation from Bergen-Belsen, as Scheidt claims. In any case, this context could not have been made more plausible in the Adorno passage, which Amory actually criticizes as a dialectical exercise in the jargon of dialectics. Therefore, I do not want to impute any intention here, nor harp on about a possible mistake, the confusion of two passages. However, if such an inadvertent confusion not only occurs at the central point of the argument, but also in a way that is almost constitutive for it, then it can hardly be a matter of pure coincidence. In any case, the whole thing serves only as a poor illustration of the actual point, namely to fend off the critical insight the banal cannot be true as a terrorist assertion or expression of violent anti-banality, and therefore to recommend that Adorno, like the other dialecticians or jargon speakers, take a banality cure against the supposed fear of banality. This is precisely what marks the argumentative transition from the rejection of Adorno to the embrace of Sartre in jargon der dialectic. Amory may well call it annoying enough for the unfortunately affected party that in the criticized passage of negative dialectic, Auschwitz is once again supposed to serve as the inspiration for a dialectical exercise. But Amory cites Sartre here not, at least not only, cited to refute Adorno's alleged relativization of the perpetrator-victim dynamic from the perspective of personal consternation, but much more fundamentally, as an outstanding, and thus exemplary, example of the articulation of banal truth. Ironically, Amory does not bring Sartre into play as an existentialist against Adorno, perhaps because he feels his own experience as a camp inmate and torture victim is better suited to Sartre than to Adorno. What is supposed to distinguish Sartre from dialectics and Adorno is rather his ability for lofty positivism. That is why Amory writes, when Sartre once said in a discussion about modern literature, "In the face of a child dying of hunger, my book Nausea has no weight," there was horror at a statement so abandoned by all the good spirits of dialectic. But there were also those who breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this word, in which more was hidden than words. End of quote. Whatever historical horror he may be alluding to here, there is, of course, good reason to take umbrage with this kitsch of Sartre's, as appreciated by Amory. For precisely where Sartre's utterance might claim to be unconcealing a more hidden truth than a merely trivial correctness, it becomes entirely ideological, and not coincidentally so in an Adornian sense. If Amory had read negative dialectic instead of flicking through it in search of jargon, he might have come across the passage that seems particularly suitable for criticizing statements like Sartre's. Moral questions arise succinctly in sentences like, "There should be no torture, there should be no concentration camps." The sentences are true as an impulse when it is reported that torture has occurred somewhere. The impulse, the naked physical fear and the feeling of solidarity with the, in Brecht's words, tormentable bodies, which is intrinsic to moral behavior, would be denied by the pursuit of ruthless rationalization. The most urgent would once again become contemplative, mocking our own urgency. This contradiction, between the spontaneous impulse, impatient with the argument, unwilling to allow the horror to continue, and the theoretical consciousness, terrorized by no one in particular, which sees through why it nevertheless continues indefinitely, is alone, in view of the real powerlessness of all individuals, the scene of morality today. End of quote. Sartre's saying that his work has no weight in the face of a child dying of hunger may be banal and correct in itself. It is not true in itself because the sentence does not express the spontaneous demand that children should not die of hunger as a result of a specific report about children dying of hunger, but rather already represents rationalization and contemplation in form. Insofar as more is decided in the same words than words, this would probably be the narcissistic message, squinting for approval and admiration, that is accepted by everyone in a false state, something like, "Look here. Here stands a committed intellectual who is willing to downplay the significance of his own work in the face of suffering in the world." Rationalized in this way, human suffering remains abstract, so it can be embodied by arbitrary images of concrete suffering, and then it becomes, not coincidentally, of course, precisely those obligatory children. Just like in the advertisement calling for donations to charity. Cynicism of social engagement, the banality of falsehood. Amory, who, as soon as he talks about Sartre making it possible to breathe a sigh of relief after being liberated, should really make us sit up and take notice, may have his strengths elsewhere. They certainly do not lie in philosophy. It would not do justice to Amory to receive him exclusively as the positivist dialectic hater with an affinity for existentialism, as he presents himself in Jargon der Dialektik. Even as late as 1945, it is only the poet Sartre to whom he is attached. Sartre's philosophical works, on the other hand, he calls devious, he surrenders to them like Carnap to Heidegger. A year after Jargon der Dialektik, he writes an enthusiastic review of Sartre's critique of dialectical reason and compares it, which he means as a distinction, with Adorno's negative dialectic. Critique of dialectical reason is, I believe, by far the most important contribution to a new foundation of Marxism. The book is, in the dialectical sense, radically negative, as is Adorno's negative dialectic. End of quote. However, differentiations such as these do not make it any better. Across all contradictions, Amory's philosophical essays are united by the naive basic attitude of a humanistic, anthropocentric Marxist, who refers syncretistically to Marxist existentialism, critical theory, including dialectics, and positivism, and then distributes plus and minus points to these views depending on his mood or the subject. He welcomes Sartre's existentialist Marxism as taking the side of the individual or man against his collectivist crushing in the Soviet Union and the philosophy of Diamat corresponding to it, and he wishes for a positivist-colored Marxism or believes in the necessity of the coexistence of dialectics and positivism, of evaluation and value-free recognition, of analytical and dialectical reason. In concrete terms, positivism would, in his view, be responsible for what is and leave the entire space of what should be open. This still open space then belonged to Marxism, which as an ethical social demand and as a national economic analysis is not necessarily bound to dialectical thinking. The fact that precisely the advocacy of the individual could force it to criticize the unfreedom and damage of the existing, which is why it would be pointless to first rationalize what is through a value-neutral analysis and then to confront it with an abstract moral imperative, is beyond his philosophical horizon. But to want to use these obvious attacks of weakness in thinking, i.e. a mixture of positivist resentment and kitsch, to suggest that Adorno should somehow be corrected with Sartre, of all people, is hardly convincing. If Amory is therefore unsuitable as a source or chief witness for a meaningful critique of Adorno and a turn to Sartre, this alone does not speak against such theoretical dialogues or against Sartre himself. The fairly widespread idea that the anti-Semites' free and responsible decision for anti-Semitism is something that one has to assert against the actual or supposed exculpation of the perpetrator by an actual or supposed determinism or structuralism in critical theory also refers, with the considerations on the Jewish question, to a strong text by Sartre. However, if we politely disregard Sartre's later interventions critical of Israel and compare only the considerations on the Jewish question with Adorno and Horkheimer's work critical of anti-Semitism, we are initially struck by the absence of fundamental differences in two respects. Firstly, there are even some surprising similarities at the level of empirical, positivist, phenomenological description of anti-Semitism and anti-Semites. Secondly, Adorno and Sartre diverge just as little in the theoretical explanation, that is, the answer to the question of how a person becomes an anti-Semite, albeit simply because, unlike critical theory, Sartre does not ask this question. It is also possible to claim the opposite with reference to a passage in the Considerations on the Jewish question that is unquestionably important. Quote, "It is clear that the anti-Semitism of the anti-Semite does not come from any external factor. Anti-Semitism is a free and total choice, a comprehensive attitude that one adopts not only towards Jews but also towards people in general, towards history and society. It is both a passion and a worldview." Quote end. Sartre speaks of the decision, the free and total choice of the anti-Semite, in many other places as well. However, in none of these places does he even begin to explain how one is to imagine, exactly or at least approximately, the decision, the free and total choice that is made. Not to mention what sense it would make at all to assume free decisions or total choice on the part of the individual in the context of lusts, hatreds, and primal fears, which, according to Sartre, belong to the passionate side of antisemitism, and paranoid rationalizations, which, according to Sartre, characterize the ideological side. When Sartre writes elsewhere, we begin to recognize the meaning of the choice that the anti-Semite has made for himself. He chooses the irrevocable out of fear of his freedom, the mediocre out of fear of solitude. One could object that a choice out of fear is precisely not a free one, unless fear itself were also chosen just as freely beforehand. Does Sartre really mean that, for example, madness or the famous fear of freedom are options that an individual can choose for or against in freedom, even weighing up the pros and cons at specific points in time? Sartre is probably concerned with something completely different, namely two issues in particular. Firstly, antisemitism has no real point of reference outside the antisemitic personality structure in the sense that it functions detached from the real behavior of historical or contemporary Jews and must therefore be criticized accordingly, and the Jewish question must be posed as the antisemitic question. The absolute negation of an external factor is aimed exclusively at this. Secondly, the, if you will, internal, personality structure of the anti-Semite has sealed itself so circularly against any rational objection that reason and ratio themselves are perceived as agents of precisely the hated Jewish principle or the external world that is generally conspiring against the anti-Semite. In the light of these insights, Sartre's way of speaking, according to which the anti-Semite has decided to be an anti-Semite, must mean little more than Adorno's observation that the anti-Semite is hardened, not really open to experience, not really flexible, in short, unreachable. Consequently, the words choosing and deciding in Sartre's Jewish question cannot necessarily claim the status of theoretical, explanatory terms, let alone mean a real choosing and deciding. Rather, Sartre's aim was for the anti-Semite to behave in his attitude towards Jews and the world as if he had consciously chosen, consciously decided. Not to look any longer, not to listen any longer, not to think any longer. The authoritarian character has formed itself, to use Adorno's words, the dice have already been cast, except that this formation of character itself is no longer within the scope of the Sartrean text. In other words, as a choice or decision, the process of becoming anti-Semitic would be free, namely, in terms of emphatic experience, and total, namely, in terms of consequences. Nevertheless, it could be mediated internally unconsciously and externally socially and thus, in a sense, be unfree. If, on the other hand, Sartre were of the opinion that the freedom to and against anti-Semitism is the same at all times, under all circumstances and in all individuals, existentialist or ontological or anthropological or conceptuological or otherwise a priori, he would hardly write that especially in times of irrational crises, anti-Semitism is of course most virulent. Or summarize the general human condition as follows. Quote, "For us, the human being is defined above all as a being in a situation. That is, he forms a synthetic whole with his biological, economic, political, cultural, etc. situation. One cannot distinguish him from it, for it forms him and decides on his possibilities, but conversely, it is he who gives it its meaning by choosing in it and through it. What they all have in common is not a nature, but a condition, that is, a totality of constraints and compulsions. The necessity to die, to work in order to live, to exist in a world already inhabited by other human beings." End of quote. Sartre unequivocally defines the freedom of the individual, whether an anti-Semite or not, in the Jewish question as little positively as he thinks it absolutely or even as presupposed by everything, because it is the situation that, as a presupposed one, not only defines the limiting space of any individual freedom of decision and action, but at the same time constitutes the subjects as such in the first place. In contrast to some passages from Being and Nothingness, the situation itself is no longer an object of choice, and the individual by no means has sovereign control over the situation in such a way that he can simply accept or reject it. Therefore, in the later Sartre, human freedom is also reduced to the question of what he can make of what has been made of him. On the other hand, Sartre suggests in the above quote that people and situations somehow interact with each other on an equal footing, which is reminiscent of a formulation from Marx and Engels' German ideology. Circumstances, therefore, make men just as much as men make circumstances, MEW 338. But this is obviously only true as long as humans are understood as the species or a generation, which are not consciously acting subjects in the actual sense of the word, while the individual as an individual, in his socialization, whether consciously or unconsciously, only has an infinitesimal effect on the conditions of his constitution, and thus is powerless in the face of social and historical processes. Sartre's thinking seems relatively strong insofar as it uses the philosophical grammar of materialism and psychoanalysis, according to which the body, first nature, actively behaves in the natural and social conditions, first and second nature, into which it is born and subjectivizes itself into an individual. His thinking seems weak, however, insofar as he does not explain this grammar with materialistic and psychoanalytic, but rather ontological or existentialist terms. He speaks, for example, of being thrown instead of being born, which disarticulates sexuality, gender relations, and drives, of free projection and free choice instead of subjectivization, which excludes subjections and the significance of the unconscious, in short the dialectic of the reality and pleasure principle. He uses the term situation, which is unnecessarily both empty and overfull, because it implies both the general historically specific social totality, such as the capital relationship, and certain dimensions of it, family, politics, economy, law, culture, morality, etc., as well as very individual and concrete decision-making situations on a small scale. Ultimately, it is a matter of existence rather than of world appropriation or social life, which already calls into question the fundamental differences in the existence of stones, plants, animals, and humans. Ultimately, the materialistic imperative is reduced, whereby conditions may be created by means of a free association of individuals in which everyone can be free, without fear and happy. In Sartre's work, this is reduced to the individual moral demand to make the right choice between an authentic and an inauthentic insincere mode of existence, thus for a right life in the wrong, whereby his substantive political determination takes the more sympathetic, opposite position to Heidegger, but remains structurally attached to his distinction between actuality and inauthenticity. Sartre, read in this way, as caught between materialist psychoanalytic grammar and existentialist conceptuality, does not result in a non-deterministic or non-structuralist definition of freedom as unmediated, which could be contrasted with critical theory. On the contrary, only with a certain interpretative effort does Sartre appear as a thinker who, in his strongest moments, participates to some extent at the philosophical level of critical theory. Conversely, Sartre can only be opposed to critical theory if one either re-ontologizes the terms choice, decision, freedom, and responsibility and refers them exclusively to being and nothingness or understands them literally and in everyday language, for example, with the argument that Sartre illustrates or forms his concepts from everyday situations. In both cases, the emphatic idea of somehow positive, or absolute, or original, or autarkic freedom meant at least flirting with that humanistic populist vulgar voluntarism from which the late Sartre distanced himself. According to this, everyone, like the anti-Semite, would be master of his own biographical development at all times, even since his birth. The sense of self, together with its relative freedom of reflection and action, would appear less as the late result, product, of a contradictory becoming and emergence of the individual in society, that is, a dialectic of self-determination and heteronomy in the course of socialization. Rather, conversely, every becoming ego should be thought of as the realization of the self-projection of an originally independent, free, and self-glorifying subject, which can then also be held fully morally responsible for this projection. There is therefore no fruitful dialogue between Adorno and Sartre on an equal footing. If you strengthen and defend Sartre's thinking against the verdicts of Adorno and Marcuse, you are in fact pulling him in the direction of critical theory, which would turn the dialogue into a monologue of materialism. And if you emphasize the difference, that is, the existentialist, ontological, voluntaristic or idealistic aspects of Sartre, then you are in fact confirming the verdicts of Adorno and Marcuse. By losing the equality, the eye level, a dialogue would still be possible, but no longer on an equal footing, which would make the fertilization extremely one-sided instead of reciprocal. Consequently, wanting to profile Sartre's reflections on the Jewish question against critical theory proves to be nonsensical either way. The same applies to the accusation of exculpation, that is, the moral and legal exoneration of National Socialist perpetrators, in the context of Sartre's rediscovery. If the accusation is aimed explicitly at Adorno, it remains rather abstract and general and reads, for example, that Adorno in turn casts a veil over social conditions to the extent that the concept of impersonal domination makes the difference between bourgeois society and the National Socialist state disappear. The difference between the anonymous machinery of exploitation and the anonymous machinery of annihilation. Sartre's personalization exculpates the ubiquitous capital relationship, while Adorno's depersonalization exculpates the National Socialist perpetrators. End of quote. In this case, the imprecise content of the accusation corresponds to an at least imprecise language, because personalizations, in general as well as in Sartre's case in particular, tend to disarticulate the objective or structural aspects of domination, rather than wanting to or even being able to morally or legally excuse the capital relationship, since such a relationship, unlike persons, is not the subject of morality or justice. On the other hand, depersonalizations, in general, as well as Adorno's in particular, can only morally or legally excuse persons in the sense that they, by depersonalizing, disarticulate the question of personal guilt and atonement or declare it to be irrelevant. The claim that Adorno and Sartre represent two sides of a complementary, but impermissible, argument is intellectually and linguistically flawed. When the criticism is directed not at Adorno explicitly, but at Marxists or structuralists or postmodernists in general, then the tone, also implicitly against Adorno, becomes sharper. Quote, "From recent research on the National Socialist genocide of the Jews, we know that the murderers made a decision and that those who did not want to kill Jews did not do so and were only prosecuted in exceptional cases. No one was forced to work in Auschwitz or to participate in firing squads. There was no abstract process that led to anything and, in that sense, no darkness that needed to be illuminated. The fairy tale of the darkness of the extermination of the Jews only makes sense in terms of denying the extent of the horror. Those who speak of the process are concerned with acquitting the subjects, who could potentially want and do something other than what they want and do. These processes are their concern, even if they eagerly deny that this is the case, because somehow everything is dialectical and highly philosophical." End of quote. It is striking that such constructions manage without any explicit reference to Adorno's specific texts, even though the deterministic and dialectical treatment of the topics of antisemitism/antisemitism, Auschwitz, and Nazi perpetrators is anything but complicated or misleading. First of all, Adorno's critique of antisemitism is not a form of theoretical research that is free of purpose and consequences, but is in the service of practical prevention, that Auschwitz not happen again. Committed to this imperative, Adorno distinguishes between two basic types of defense, namely measures that are planned over the long term and those that are to be practiced immediately. In other words, he presents an educational program and an immediate defense program. The long-term anti-authoritarian education is intended to counteract the development of authoritarian character dispositions that make people receptive to antisemitism during early childhood, parental home, and puberty, school. However, where the unreachable authoritarian character has already formed and manifests itself in word and or deed, it should be met with intransigent social authority in the short term. As much as Adorno makes a number of concrete and practical suggestions for both types of resistance, and as much as he hopes that a little can be done, especially through education and enlightenment, he also knows what the materialist doctrine of the transformation of circumstances and education, as Marx said in the Farbach Theses, forgets, that the educator himself must be educated. In other words, within the wrong, false hole, from which the very evil in the double sense of the word has arisen, the demand for correct education necessarily reaches limits. Just as capitalist society in its normal execution is the permanent, existential, crisis of its members, in that it constantly confronts them with their potential to actual, social to physical superfluousness, it has also produced the ideology of antisemitism as a negative crisis management strategy, a negative defense against existential threat. In a rationalized worldview, the Jews are hallucinated as the cause and beneficiaries of the crisis-ridden socialization, along with its existential consequences. The own involvement in the reproduction of society is passionately split off from the own self, projected onto the Jews and thus then delusionally pursued in them with displaced self-hatred. In situations of existential social crisis, experienced as exceptional or particularly drastic, the endemic nature of this context becomes epidemic. Thus, the relevant observation for any preventive critique of antisemitism, the historical failure of non-antisemites, that is, their standing by and watching even at times when antisemitism could have been overcome, leads to what Adorno calls social coldness, the general inability to love. This is the general law of the existing. The silence in the face of terror was only a consequence of this. The coldness of the social monad, of the isolated competitor, was the indifference to the fate of others that allowed only a few to stir. The torturers know this, and they always test for it again. End of quote. And this has been successful to this day, which painfully demonstrates the powerlessness of Adorno's imperative in the existing order. Hitler imposed a new categorical imperative on people in their state of unfreedom, to arrange their thinking and acting in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, that nothing similar happens. That Auschwitz not repeat itself? It remains to be seen whether and when anyone will confront Iran's threat to Israel of repeating the Holocaust with all the means of power truly at its disposal and without sentimentality. That nothing similar happen? Similar things have already happened before the eyes of the world, before in Turkey, after in Rwanda and Sudan. In this respect, the physical annihilation of the other, despite the undeniable trivial difference, was not the completely different one of utilization, in whose logic it ultimately lies to greet the anonymous social annihilation of the competitor as a condition for maintaining one's own self-utilization. Auschwitz would therefore not simply be a break in civilization, Dan Diner, but rather a loss of civilization, Uli Krug. This presents the opponent of antisemitism with a dilemma. In the existing order, he is thrown back and forth between the imperatives of Adorno and Marx in an indissolubly contradictory way, both theoretically and practically. He has to organize his thinking and acting in line with the minimum, that Auschwitz not repeat itself, but in the knowledge that, in order to be truly successful, the maximum would actually be necessary to subvert all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being. Gerhard Scheidt has worked out in detail the difficulties that the mutual reference of Adorno's and Marx's imperatives poses for all critical thinking and acting. One might therefore see in the focus on fateful historical social processes the negation of a nominalistic analysis of all decisions of all individuals directly or indirectly involved in them and then call this an exculpation of the individual, but with Adorno this still does not boil down to negligence in the fight against antisemitism and antisemites, but on the contrary merely protects it from threatening illusions. In any case, expressions such as exoneration and exculpation of the perpetrators have already shifted the terrain of antisemitism criticism from prevention to the question of the moral or legal evaluation of the act after its execution. This narrows the view, since Auschwitz, and everything that made it possible cannot per se be the subject of criminal proceedings, inevitably to the demand for the conviction of individual perpetrators. But Adorno also expressed himself unequivocally on this point, albeit again dialectically, i.e. deterministically, but nevertheless without any trace of understanding for the perpetrators. Criticism of morality applies to the transfer of consequential logic to human behavior. The stringent logic of consequence becomes an organ of bondage there. The latest state of moral dialectics is concentrated in this. The acquittal would be naked injustice, the just atonement would allow itself to be infected by the principle of violence, which humanity alone is able to resist. Benjamin's statement that the death penalty could be moral, never its legitimization, prophesies this dialectic. It would have been more moral to shoot the perpetrators of torture, along with their superiors and their high-ranking patrons, than to put some of them on trial. The fact that they managed to escape and hide for 20 years qualitatively changes the justice that was neglected at the time. The contradiction between teaching empirical determinism and nevertheless condemning the monsters of normality, perhaps they should be let go afterwards, cannot be resolved by any overarching logic. Theoretically reflected justice should not shy away from it. In the admitted rupture between a reason of law, which for the last time does the guilty the honor of a freedom that does not belong to them, and the insight into their real unfreedom, the criticism of consequence logical identity thinking becomes moral. End of quote. Without pleading mitigating circumstances for the perpetrators, and thus partially acquitting them, Adorno pinpoints several contradictions here that cannot be resolved by any higher logic, i.e. neither by formal nor by dialectical logic. Because the higher justice of immediate revenge was, historically, denied, the perpetrators must be condemned in civil court proceedings, although this not only contradicts the doctrine of empirical determinism, but also every moral sense, for the Code of Criminal Procedure brings those who have placed themselves outside of humanity with their actions back into it, necessarily equating them with common criminals or psychopaths, applying categories such as freedom, guilt, intent, responsibility, etc., to people who have actually lost that honor. In this context, it is also worth recalling two essays by Amory from 1969, in which he advocates the immediate violent revenge of the tortured on the torturers as justice. In the first text, The Birth of Man from the Spirit of Violence, he still analogizes Fanon's colonial situation with the situation of the Jews under the Nazis, but he already introduces the concept of revenge, which Fanon explicitly avoided. Only revenge, as counter-violence, is an act of redemption of attainment or recovery of dignity. And not only for the tortured, but also and especially for the torturers, in that the avenging violence creates an egalitarianism in the negative, in suffering. Only in this way could the oppressor ever become human again, a brother or fellow human being. In the second text, In the Waiting Room of Death, Amory differentiates much more clearly between the situation of the Negro or Algerian, target of exploitation, and the situation of the Jew, target of extermination, and rejects his earlier talk of regaining dignity as trivializing. Instead, it is about the restoration not of dignity, but of humanity per se, the avenging establishment of justice, the chance to build a new kingdom of man on earth. On the one hand, the reflections on Jewish revenge no longer have anything to do with the glorification of general anti-imperialist terror, as they still did with Fanon and Sartre. on the other hand, they manage without recourse to the freedom, guilt, and responsibility of the perpetrator. Adorno, too, is not a stranger to the compulsion to think in a non-dialectical and non-deterministic way, only that beyond the boundary of dialectics and determinism, no emphatic concept of positive freedom is willing to reveal itself. Even if the perpetrators were not immediately coerced from within, in the sense of necessity, or from without, by superiors, for example, this does not render the historical, social, and psychological mediation of each individual decision obsolete. The blurring of the fundamental difference between perpetrator and victim and an exculpation of the perpetrators cannot even be proven in the relevant texts of Adorno. What appears to be a more or less cautiously expressed fear is therefore a rather unfriendly insinuation, to say the least. The fact that Sartre is needed to correct Adorno's non-existent mistakes falls short of the level of reflection of critical theory in terms of anti-Semitism theory from the outset. Because either Sartre, made strong, has nothing at all to add to this or, made weak, even leads to a long since overcome voluntarism. This does not mean that Sartre's position must be uncriticized. On the contrary, Sartre's distancing himself from this is repeatedly woven into the argument, as if to back it up. Skytte, for example, concludes his chapter on freedom and torture, which profiled Amory and Sartre against Adorno on the perpetrator-victim issue, as follows: Sartre's strength also explains his weakness. He failed in judging freedom as one that does not, in itself, belong to the individual, but is first created by society. That is why the existentialist had little difficulty in joining the Stalinist Soviet Union and the Maoists, depending on the situation. Only as long as or to the extent that he directly or indirectly assumed National Socialism to be the complete expression of social bondage, it did not come to bear that he had no concept of social freedom. End of quote. Given the assumption of the omission made here, it would seem that Skytte, with Adorno and against Sartre, insists on the social unfreedom of bourgeois society, even if it is only an incomplete expression of it, and on social rather than individual concepts of freedom and unfreedom. But this is undermined by what has been left out for the time being. Quote, he failed to judge freedom as one that is not, in itself, accorded to the individual, but is first created by society, or rather, is to be first established by him on the basis of the fact that he always has it in himself, also as a general social one, for himself. End of quote. Freedom, at least here, is something for Skytte, which the individual, firstly, always has in himself and always has had, that is, since birth or even prenatal, and, secondly, should assert against the prevailing lack of freedom as a general social one, for himself. Accordingly, Sartre's weakness would be too little voluntarism. And finally, the surreptitious reference to Amory as a blind celebration of the trivial, at least indirectly, rehabilitates the old-fashioned positivist resentment against critical thinking. It's a high price to pay just to do the anti-Semites the honor of a freedom that, according to Adorno, they don't even deserve, even before their crimes, and then to pass it off as the pinnacle of anti-Semitism critical insight. The polemic is directed against the instrumentalization of Sartre and Amory for a questionable undertaking, as well as against the constitutive claim that they are equal to those of critical theory, albeit complementarily, in their strengths and weaknesses and are therefore suitable as correctives. The fact that Amory and Sartre can be read with profit here and there is not to be denied. But in this respect, they are no more outstanding than, for example, Hannah Arendt, Bertolt Brecht or Friedrich Nietzsche, who, where they can be contrasted with critical theory, would be just as unlikely to be considered as its equal partners in dialogue. If it is possible to fall back on such an undertaking without any objectively justifiable need and in circles that are actually close to critical theory, then careful speculation about the extraneous needs expressed in it must also be allowed. Two aspects probably play a role here. On the one hand, one seems to despair of social disaster itself, and that is understandable. For if the indisputable decisions of individuals are not only glorified as free, but also as the decisive factor in the processes that led to Auschwitz, then the arena of morality today should probably be clarified, that is, cleansed of the contradictions that cannot be reconciled by any higher logic. As if the insight into the real powerlessness of all individuals condemned one to passive observation of the course of the world, it is supposed to depend on the individual and his responsible choices and projections. This could be an attempt to break out of a disastrous thinking, the overcoming of which would only be possible in practice by means of a free association of individuals that has been postponed for an incalculable period of time. On the other hand, and this cannot be separated from it, the freedom attested to the anti-Semite also yields surplus value for his opponent. Can this compensate for the narcissistic injury that Adorno inflicts not least on the critical theorist himself? Those who have had the undeserved luck of not having to adapt their intellectual makeup to the prevailing norms, a luck that they often enough have to atone for in relation to their environment, it is for them, with moral effort, vicariously, as it were, to say what most of those for whom they say it are unable to see or forbid themselves to see in the name of a fair reality. The criterion of truth is not its communicability to everyone. Quote, and according to Adorno, the critical theorist is not distinguished from everyone by a special achievement, such as a free and heroic decision for criticism or a successfully realized self-design as a critic, but by nothing but unmerited luck. As an individual, the critical theorist, like everyone, is conditioned by nature, society, and history, including his cognitive and reflective abilities and his relative freedom of thought and action, in other words, his intellectual composition. Thus, the supposed escape from fate threatens to contribute to its very perpetuation. For the flattering trust in the subject's autarky, or the subject's interest in the thesis that it is free is not only, as Adorno says, psychologically speaking narcissistic, as excessive as everything narcissistic, but also an expression of ideology. If, as in all varieties of philosophical voluntarism, freedom is posited positively, as given or inevitable in the midst of the given, then it immediately becomes unfree. Or, as an apology for its distorted form, society encourages individuals to hypostatize their own individuality and thus their freedom. End of quote. Freedom can therefore, according to Adorno, only be grasped in terms of a determinate negation, in accordance with the concrete form of unfreedom. It is no coincidence that Adorno's own, cautious and abstract, positive definition of freedom alludes negatively to Sartre. Quote, only he would be free who would not have to bow to alternatives, and in the existing order it is a trace of freedom to refuse them. Freedom means criticizing and changing situations, not affirming them by making decisions within their structure of coercion. End of quote. With this strangely moralizing insistence on the anti-Semite's free decision, the anti-Semitism critics need to present himself as someone who has made a free decision to have prevailed against former ideological insights seems to be established. What seems all too obvious to Adorno can, with a certain reading of Sartre, be reinterpreted as an expression of false modesty, the well-known, consciously anti-heroic self-disclosure of people who actually resisted the Nazis and or hid Jews, namely that their conscience simply left them no choice. The rescuers and resistance fighters formed the priceless capital of the German people, Arno Lustiger once wrote, thus aptly describing the German approach to the resistance in an affirmative way. With the heroization of the assassins of July 20, 1944, the bubble of the resistance had already been enriched by a great deal of fictional capital, so that one cannot refer to the phrase German resistance without using it as a fundamentally polemical formulation. But even here, one can still experience certain surprises. In 2016, the German Federal Agency for Civic Education published a booklet on resistance to National Socialism. It contains the following text about Kurt Gerstein under the subtitle Resistance from a Christian Faith. Born in 1905, Kurt Gerstein became involved in Christian youth work after graduating from high school. He studied mining and passed the exam to become a graduate engineer in 1931. In May 1933, Gerstein joined the Nazi Party. That same year, he openly protested against the dissolution of the Protestant youth associations and soon after joined the opposition Confessing Church. In 1936, he was expelled from the Nazi Party and imprisoned twice. After learning of the murder of mental hospital patients, Kurt Gerstein decided to join the Waffen-SS. He hoped that this would enable him to obtain more detailed information about the crimes of the Nazis. Gerstein was assigned to the medical corps of the Waffen-SS and took over the management of the technical disinfection service. In June 1942, he was first ordered to procure hydrogen cyanide, Zyklon B, for the purpose of murdering people. In August 1942, he also witnessed the mass murder in the extermination camps of Belzec and Treblinka. Gerstein repeatedly informed foreign diplomats and clergy about the National Socialist crimes of violence and attempted to sabotage the delivery of Zyklon B gas. On April 22, 1945, he surrendered to the French authorities. Kurt Gerstein died under still unexplained circumstances in a Paris prison on July 25, 1945. The report he wrote while still in custody is one of the most important documents about the genocide of the Jews of Europe. End of quote. The Resistance in SS Uniform, the title of the traveling exhibition paying homage to Gerstein, which even absolves the SS of the stigma of collective guilt, was the last thing that was needed. It was a long way to get there. After his widow had sued for a survivor's pension, Gerstein was posthumously found to be incriminating, and several appeals did not change this for the time being. His classification as a belasteter, person incriminated, already took into account his potential resistance and reduced his otherwise classification as the main culprit. Significant for the extrajudicial change was, above all, the publication of the Gerstein Report by Leon Poliakov, 1951 in excerpts, 1955 complete, and by the Institute of Contemporary History in 1953. In the course of the latter publication, the editor Rothfels had written an essay as a preface that projected the linear resistance of Gerstein, which was taken up by Gert H. Theunissen on WDR in 1957. And it was taken even further. The first real change, however, only occurred after Rolf Hochhuth, motivated by the publication of the report in his play The Deputy, 1963, begun in 1959, not only modeled Pope Pius XII as the main person responsible for the Holocaust, but also erected a monument to SS man Kurt Gerstein as the hero of his play, which significantly influenced the further assessment of that man. After Issy Wygoda, a Shoah survivor, and the Central Council of Jews in Germany spoke out in favor of Gerstein's rehabilitation in the wake of that drama, the missing justification was not provided, and in 1965 Kiesinger, of all people, who himself joined the Nazi Party to fight antisemitism, finally classified Gerstein as exonerated. With a lot of imagination and goodwill, the whole story can be understood as a legal act in which the presumption of innocence should be applied. It should be clear that the rehabilitation was never purely legal. It should hopefully also be self-evident that the presumption of innocence in the face of National Socialism is itself part of the barbarism. However, while there are at least still arguments for its application in the legal sphere, there is no legitimation for its use in extrajudicial reappraisal. It was in precisely this spirit that the Gerstein case was retrospectively blessed by biographies, all of which are characterized by a great deal of sympathy or at least fascination for that spy of God. These works are, above all, literary in the worst sense of the word. It is one of the macabre moments that Hochhuth, with his documentary drama, paved the way for a literary historiography that, due to its seductive nature, has channeled subsequent research and reception in an unprecedented way. Soon the Protestant Church also adopted the narrative, which was favorable to it, and became the leading advocate of Gerstein's honor. One of its most important youth education centers was given the name Kurt Gerstein House as early as 1964. In 2020, decidedly left-wing newspapers, such as Neues Deutschland, pay homage to him. There is no doubt that Gerstein's story is an interesting one. His report was also of considerable significance. Even though much of the information he provided was exaggerated, inaccurate or simply false, using his report as evidence did elicit numerous other statements from perpetrators that ultimately contributed to the investigation. The decisive act that established his aura as a resistance fighter is that in August 1942 he informed the Swedish ambassador, Göran von Otter, about the extermination of Jews in Belzec and Treblinka, and asked him to forward this information to the Allies in the hope that they would drop leaflets over Germany, thereby inciting the Germans to turn against their government. Gerstein was said to have been very agitated and bewildered, which in the further narrative is considered to be not entirely unimportant evidence of Gerstein's authenticity. Although only documented by statements after 45, that episode is to be considered credible, especially since the Swedish envoy had no particular interest in inventing any stories. Whether other comparable reports were made, such as the one attempted at the Apostolic Nuncio in Berlin or a successful one to the Dutch underground, may be questionable, but it is possible in any case, and in the latter case it has even been proven in the meantime. But they all took place after the meeting with the Swedish envoy on the train. The evaluation or at least classification of that act, that is, the transmission of a report about the murder of Jews to the Swedish envoy, must therefore be regarded as a central challenge. Kurt Gerstein becomes the most important whistleblower of the Holocaust that night, according to MDR, and on the train on the return trip to Berlin, he began his work as an agent, according to the FAZ. Although Gerstein was so shocked by his observations in Belzec and Treblinka, he remained cheerfully at his post, which caused certain problems for his defenders in terms of argumentation, which they tried to refute with the above-mentioned melange of testimony and sabotage attempts. On April 22, 1945, Gerstein surrendered to the French army and wrote several versions of his eyewitness report, which later became known as the Gerstein Report. On July 5, he was transferred to a prison in Paris, and after an interrogation and eventual arraignment on July 25, 1945, he was found hanged in his cell. While logic and officialdom assumed suicide, Gerstein's widow, Hochhuth, and Der Spiegel, to name but a few, could not quite accept this and, depending on their preference, claimed that he was either murdered by other imprisoned SS men or by the French. When trying to understand Gerstein's motivation, one must consider that he immediately followed his report with a list of references, i.e., anti-Nazis with whom he had been in contact. The report was intended to serve, also, as his own exculpation, and that is putting it mildly when one considers what he felt was his due as a reward, and which can be seen from a found request. I also have the understandable desire to be suitably rewarded for my efforts in the fight against Nazism, either to be returned to the factory that is mine or to be reinstated in the civil service in the coal mining industry, from which I was removed in 1936 because of my anti-Nazi activities. For these reasons, I request a pass from Rottweil to Tübingen, where I intend to place myself at the disposal of the military governor. End of quote. In the case of Gerstein in particular, there is the problem of the witnesses, who were often only character witnesses and who provided statements such as, that he himself was and remained an anti-Nazi. I am convinced of that. I am convinced that Gerstein was a fanatic of truth. After his characterization, I believe that he sabotaged wherever he could. Or it is inconceivable that he was an SS man and acted as if he were a Christian. I was convinced that he remained a Christian at heart and that he saved people wherever he could. Or in any case, I believe I can say that Gerstein remained true to his Christian convictions to the end and earnestly endeavored to counter the National Socialist will to exterminate his opponents as far as he could. The way in which he did this was and remained very strange. But his sincere will cannot be doubted, even in retrospect. End of quote. Most of them were relatives, friends, and subordinates of Gerstein or, like Gerstein himself, members of the confessing church. A good number of the character witnesses mentioned had their own interests. Gerstein's widow had material interests in his rehabilitation, since she was initially denied inheritance and a survivor's pension. The confessing church, and especially the faction of the Niemöller gang, had to defend its alleged resistance character by all means. The great alleged resistance fighter Martin Niemöller, who sent a plea to Hitler from the concentration camp to be allowed to fight in the war, never denied even after 1945 that his only motive for criticizing the Nazi regime was its anti-Christian religious policy. Niemöller was a Nazi who had fallen from favor. It was this Niemöller who, after 1945, spread the rumor that Georg Elser had been an SS Unterstützer who had to carry out the assassination attempt in the Bergerbraukeller on Hitler's personal orders in 1939. And Otto Dibelius proclaimed after 1945, I was never a National Socialist. I never raised my hand in the Hitler salute and I never sang the Horst Wessel song. However, he was only right about this if the following sentence from 1933 does not play a role. Despite the bad sound that the word has taken on in many cases, I have always known myself to be an anti-Semite. End of quote. The confessing church was particularly represented in the Freiburg Circle, whose memorandum Political Community Order, an attempt at self-reflection of the Christian conscience in the political distress of our time, written in late 1942/early 1943, projected a social order after the military defeat. In the appendix, there is a document titled Proposals for a Solution of the Jewish Question in Germany. The appendix does condemn the mass murder of the Jews, but then immediately emphasizes, the existence of a numerically significant Jewish population within a nation does pose a problem that must repeatedly lead to difficulties if it is not addressed through a fundamental and generous settlement. End of quote. The document also reveals why Dibelius, Niemöller, and company no longer needed to be open anti-Semites after 1945. The state waives any special provisions for the Jews after the repeal of the Nuremberg laws, and that is because the number of surviving Jews still returning to Germany will not be so great that they can still be regarded as a danger to German national identity. End of quote. To recognize these key witnesses in a positivistic manner would be to misjudge the entire denazification machinery, in which the exoneration of every Tom, Dick, and Harry was not just good manners. The confessing church in particular needed positive examples and thus had a vested interest in the mythologizing of Gerstein in order to secure its decisive role in the Protestant church in Germany after 1945. This would not have been prevented by the fact that another alleged spy for the BK in SS uniform, Alfred Salomon, revealed that he was not so far removed from the Nazi era when he wrote, I was elected to the Brotherhood Council of the Steglitzer Lukeskirche. Nobody took offense at the fact that I had meanwhile been promoted to Rottenführer in the SS. End of quote. Lest I be misunderstood, the confessing church was not a cohesive organization that could be tarred with the same brush. Individuals like Dietrich Bonhoeffer, for example, are clearly different in nature from Niemöller. But the latter represents the hegemonic forces in the confessing church, which the church perfectly expressed by denying those who could most readily be credited with resistance in its Martyrs book, the introduction of which stressed, all those mentioned in this book did not undergo their suffering because they disagreed with the policies of the Third Reich and recognized in them a disaster for our people. Quote end. Significantly, Gerstein had contact with that apolitical wing of the BK. To automatically grant every victim of Nazi persecution the role of resistance fighter, as is the case with the confessing church, would mean that figures such as Röhm or the Strasser brothers would also be entitled to this rank. The Gerstein family, although convinced Nazis, would ultimately have much preferred a resistance fighter to someone involved in the mass murder of the Jews. Gerstein's subordinates in the SS, of course, profited directly from his exoneration, in which they blithely participated, since this meant their own denazification was immediate. Gerstein's suicide is really at odds with his constantly and insistently stated motive, to bear witness, or rather to participate in order to report on it. I could have gotten out a few times. I don't want to get out. I have to know what they are planning. He allegedly mentioned to his wife, and shortly before his death he was still convinced that he had to appear as one of the main witnesses against the war criminals at the International Court of Justice. End quote. Contrary to what his witnesses claim, the possibility of suicide was truly not far from this gentleman's mind. Gerstein's widow claimed, "Suicide is impossible given his entire personality, his plans, and his beliefs." This is already refuted by the fact that Gerstein himself wrote in his report, "I went through several minutes of intense despair and had already pulled the pistol out of my pocket and prepared for suicide." End quote. He also generally carried a potassium cyanide capsule with him for fear of being arrested. "So that I do not frame an accomplice, I have potassium cyanide in this signet ring under the stone." End quote. Further suicidal thoughts are known from the 1930s. If appearing as a witness was his main motive, then he could have provided the evidence even as a defendant. In that case, testimony and guilt should not have been regarded as strictly separate moments. And Gerstein was concerned about the separation. All those who intend to defend him rely heavily on an initial paper that he received shortly after his arrest, as Saul Friedlander wrote in Der Spiegel on the occasion of his widow's trial. The denazifiers prosecuted him because of his position in the SS apparatus. What use was it that the French military commander of Reutlingen had confirmed to Gerstein, an honorary prisoner, in 1945, "The holder of this ID is not a real SS man and must not be treated as such." The perfectionists of denazification only noticed the formal charge of the former SS Obersturmführer and reopened the case. End of quote. One could object that the very existence of the letter is questionable, since in my opinion only Gerstein himself reported on the alleged ID card. But even if it had existed, it cannot hide the fact that he was ultimately imprisoned as a war criminal by the same allies and the indictment was raised for murder and crimes against humanity. A glance at the interrogations quickly shows that the possible benevolence, probably due to the initial surprise, had given way to skepticism and complete disbelief. At this point, it must have become clear to Gerstein that he and his myth would not withstand further interrogation. Since he chose suicide rather than face the end of countless other SS men, many in his fan community refused to believe that he killed himself. There are many who doubt that he killed himself in French captivity on July 25, 1945. His suicide is the basis of the myth, because one must not neglect or forget the role of blabbing in the context of the reappraisal, how many of the perpetrators gave themselves away and incriminated themselves in interrogations, in later trials in which they only appeared as witnesses, or even in interviews they gave decades later. In the case of Gerstein, we have primarily only his own report, which was itself almost literary and above all rhetorical. The problem with a reasonable critique of the report is that, for obvious reasons, it was mainly the revisionists who subjected the report to a detailed critique. But strictly speaking, one only needs to be able to read in order to recognize the innumerable breaks in Gerstein's account in the structure of the report, on the basis of the specific formulations, especially when it would refer to his own entanglement. Gerstein was an early member of the NSDAP and SA, then a resistance fighter and was finally expelled. This is also how it is presented in his report. Persecuted by the Gestapo since June 1933 for Christian activity against the Nazi state. Joined the NSDAP on May 2, 1933. The teleological and rhetorical structure of the report is apparent from the very beginning. He joined the NSDAP, so to speak, only to be persecuted a month later and expelled a little later still. In general, the information seems to have a certain core of truth, insofar as one understands his engagement as such exclusively against anti-Christian aspects of National Socialism. Gerstein knew very well how important a linear attitude would be for the evaluation of his person and enclosed a leaflet he had written as proof of his earlier open resistance for Christian motives, and 2 arrest warrants. For purely research-related reasons, he is said to have approached the regime again after all. When I heard about the beginning of the killing of the mentally ill in Graafneck and Hadamar and elsewhere, I decided to try to look into these ovens and chambers in any case, to know what happens there. All the more so because a sister-in-law, Bertha Ebeling, was forcibly killed in Hadamar. Quote end. In reality, he had submitted his SS application months before the murder became known. According to other information, he is said to have had the motive before T4 had even started. Some of his dedicated biographers, who do not seem to believe that he was merely a spy, above all Baron Hay, know that Gerstein had no other financial option but to join the SS. With his mining career over, Gerstein faced considerable economic problems. Hay still admitted. He was initially able to bridge the loss of income from a family company from which he was entitled to a monthly pension, but immediately added. But he apparently had difficulties finding a new position. End of quote. It is only in the section about Obersturmführer, Lieutenant Colonel, Gerstein that it is stated that he was also able to provide a better economic foundation for his family, especially since a son and a daughter, a second son was to follow, had been born to him in the meantime. End of quote. But Gerstein himself had pointed out in his report that his medical studies, which he began after his release from the state mining service, were made possible by his economic independence. More precisely, as a partner in the company de Limon & Company. In Dusseldorf, I received an average income of 18,000 Reichsmarks annually. Quote end. At the same time, this corresponds to the salary of a lieutenant general or the salary of an ambassador, ministerial director, or the president of the Reich Insurance Office. With an average annual salary for a salaried employee of roughly 2,750 Reichsmarks in 1939, and roughly 1,900 Reichsmarks for a laborer, this can certainly be considered a decent interim allowance, and any suggestion of economic hardship becomes a farce, especially since, after his exclusion from the party was somewhat mitigated, he had long since gotten another job when he applied to join the SS. Although he had been persecuted by the Gestapo for years, they ultimately helped him. With 2 references from the Gestapo officers who handled my case, I easily managed to join the SS. The gentlemen were of the opinion that my idealism, which they certainly admired, should benefit the Nazi cause. Antisemitism and idealism are synonymous here. Gerstein did not mention that he had already made several attempts at rehabilitation and asked to be readmitted to the party, arguing in anti-Semitic terms and citing his allegiance to the Wohl faction. Since Wohl was finished, Gerstein most likely confessed, like many others from the folkish anti-Semitic environment, the defeat of the latter and turned, again, to the winner in the dispute of anti-Semites. During his training with the SS, Gerstein was also in Arnhem, Holland. Looking back from 1945, he also wrote about this. In Holland, I immediately made contact with the Dutch resistance movement, Abink, an engineering graduate, Duisburg. That sounds good, and indeed he will report to Hermann Abink about the extermination in the camps around March 1943, who actually passed this on to the underground. In the spring of 1941, on the other hand, he may simply have visited a friend from his youth or studies, to whom he now also had to explain why he had joined the Waffen-SS, especially since he had nothing to report yet. In the SS, he was assigned to the Technical Medical Service and assigned to the SS Leadership Main Office, Office Group D, Medical Services of the Waffen-SS Hygiene Department. There he finally had undeservedly great success in the fight against epidemics. Because of my successes, I soon became a lieutenant and first lieutenant. So the promotions were, so to speak, undeserved. This formulation already points to his next activities, from which he distanced himself in advance in the report, but not without immediately returning to those first successes and emphasizing his merit. In fact, it was at least possible to contain the terrible wave of typhus in the camps to some extent in 1941. End of quote. This is significant in that he wrote a few lines earlier. I constructed mobile and stationary disinfection units for the troops, for prison camps and concentration camps. End of quote. It is the rhetorical shift towards the camps that at least raises the suspicion that his medical work may have primarily benefited the troops. Saul Friedlander wrote about that time. During the following months, Gerstein became more and more interested in his work. Apparently he had forgotten the reasons that had led him into the SS. End quote. Such sentences only make sense if one assumes that Gerstein had a linear motivation for resistance, which was only briefly interrupted here, an interpretation that Gerstein himself would have found very appealing. Friedlander's enormous need to find such a linearity becomes clear when he writes about a letter Gerstein wrote to his wife in August 1941, in which Gerstein reports on his work in the disinfection area. Only a single sentence in that letter could suggest that his intentions had not changed. Friedlander wrote, quoting, I am here in a place where I can actually do an enormous amount of good and prevent. Logic would suggest that the preventing simply refers to disease and not in the least to any motivation to sabotage the regime. The only thing that Friedlander proved here was his own will to believe Gerstein at all costs. Finally, in January 1942, Gerstein took over the entire technical disinfection service, including disinfection with highly toxic gases. End of quote. In that capacity, he was then quasi-randomly assigned a trip to the Action Reinhardt camps, and that visit becomes both the motive and the decisive content of his report. On June 8, 1942, Eichmann's deputy, Rolf Gunther, whom he had not known until then, appeared in his office. He ordered me to immediately procure 100 kilograms of hydrogen cyanide for an extremely secret Reich order and to drive with it to an unknown location known only to the driver of the car. End of quote. That trip finally took place in mid-August. Also on board was Professor Dr. Med. Pfannenstiel, himself an SS hygienist. On the way, they picked up the hydrogen cyanide at the Djesh Potash Works in Kolin and then drove to Lublin, where SS Gruppenführer Globoknek, Odilo Globoknek, was expecting us. The latter introduced Gerstein to the whole affair, one of the most secret things there is at the moment, one might say the most secret. Gerstein's first task was to disinfect the vast quantities of textiles looted from the victims of Operation Reinhardt so that they could be sent for further processing. Lublin and Majdanek was indeed the central collection point for the clothing of Jews who had been killed. To what extent Gerstein subsequently carried out this probable task is difficult to say. According to his own statements, he failed in this task. Globoknik continues, "Your other, far more important task is the conversion of our gas chambers, which now work with diesel exhaust gases, to a better and faster method. I am thinking primarily of prussic acid. The day before yesterday the Führer and Himmler were here. On their instructions, I must take you there personally." End of quote. The following day they went to Belzec, where Gerstein made the observations which will form the core content of his report. On the following day, in the presence of the Commandant Wirth, he observed the murder of thousands of Jews by exhaust fumes, during which the engine in question broke down, once more considerably prolonging the agony. That account is to be considered credible in its drastic nature and forms the core of the legitimate interest in that report. There was no changeover to hydrogen cyanide in Belzec. Gerstein's explanation in this regard was, "Captain Wirth asked me not to suggest any changes to his facilities in Berlin and to leave everything as it was and had proven so effective. I had the hydrogen cyanide buried under my supervision because it was supposedly decomposing. This burial is important because if it happened, it makes it all the more credible that this is where a chain of sabotage begins, which could be the only thing justifying Gerstein's continued stay at his post. It was repeatedly proven that fellow traveler Pfannenstiel had confirmed it. But it should be noted that in the interrogations, he always spoke only of this with the proviso if I am correctly informed. Or as far as I know, which clearly indicates that he did not see it himself. There are other problems with this episode, as we shall see later. The trip then went on to Treblinka. The stay there is limited in the accounts of the report to the visit of a banquet. His observations, especially in Belzec, were, according to his own statements, the motivation for reporting the events to the Swedish envoy on the return trip. Contrary to what his report suggests, Gerstein had by no means been appointed a colonel before, but only long after his visit to Belzec, namely only on February 19, 1943, while he himself suggested that this too had occurred in connection with the disinfection work. The promotion to Obersturmbannführer and permanent sabotage seemed to go together only to a very limited extent, and Gerstein may have suspected this and adjusted his report accordingly. A first step towards clarification could have been taken from his own report and the way it was written. It suddenly says that Gunther again demanded very large quantities of prussic acid from me at the beginning of 1944 for a very dark purpose. End quote. Allegedly, the latter had demanded that he store the hydrogen cyanide in Berlin, which is more than unlikely in view of the bombing raids. It was several wagons, enough to kill many millions of people. Gerstein expressed some suspicions as to which group of people it was intended for, but almost never mentioned the Jews. In any case, I arranged for the prussic acid to disappear immediately upon its arrival at the two concentration camps, Oranienburg and Auschwitz, for some disinfection purposes. I am sure that Gunther wanted to procure the poison to possibly kill millions of people. There was enough for about 8 million people, 8,500 kilograms. I submitted invoices for 2,175 kilograms. I always had the invoices changed to my name, supposedly for reasons of discretion, but in reality to have more freedom in how I disposed of the poison and to be able to make the poison disappear. End of quote. While Gerstein's report jumps forward a good year and a half and plays with the idea of a one-time order and its disposal, the formulations, such as the invoices and always, already suggest a latent, more process-like event. A letter from Djesh, the German Association for Pest Control, the patent holder for Zyklon B, provided some insight. After 1945, the new management took stock and asked the now former managing director Peters, who had already been dismissed in 45, about the following facts. When checking our books, we came across a claim to the amount of 17,000 Reichsmarks against Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein, Oranienburg G36, arising from deliveries from June 30, 1943, to May 31, 1944. End of quote. In Peters' reply, one could read, "The deliveries of the Zyklon that you mention Gerhard Friedrich Peters, managing director of Dagesh, had incriminated himself in the matter in question when he testified as a witness in the IG Farben trial in 1946, and posthumously also Gerstein. Proceedings were initiated against Peters, in which he was initially found guilty. During the course of the trial, it came out that the contact had begun no later than June 1943 and had been arranged by Gerstein's superior, Joachim Mrugowski. In the course of this, Gerstein had apparently appeared at Peters' office and arranged for an order of prussic acid. While Peters, according to his own statement, assumed that the gas would be used, for testing purposes, as poison gas for war purposes, Gerstein clarified the misunderstanding by stating that, on the orders of the Reichsführer SS, certain criminals, the incurably ill and the mentally inferior were being killed. He said that the methods used for this purpose had initially been cruel and torturous, that prussic acid had been tried in order to proceed more humanely, but that this still constituted a great atrocity because the killings had only been carried out provisionally with the Zyklon available to the SS. Gerstein had asked him to help him find a faster method of killing. Gerstein had thought of using liquid hydrogen cyanide and its rapid vaporization. They were both convinced that such a procedure, although apparently unavoidable and ordered, was abominable and cruel, and then discussed the question of whether the use of more suitable means could at least make death more humane. Gerstein had attributed the tortures he had observed to the irritant content of the commercially available Zyklon. Since liquid hydrogen cyanide was not available, Gerstein had asked whether a non-irritant Zyklon could be supplied, to which you, Dr. P., had replied in the affirmative. Gerstein had now expressly demanded delivery of such a Zyklon without Testa and Heli being interposed, since it was a matter of the Reich Security Main Office and he alone should consider him responsible for it. In the context of maintaining secrecy, the very important question of the required quantity then came up, as far as he could remember. It was then discussed how much Zyklon B without irritant Gerstein needed. Gerstein said that he needed a few cans a month, as needed, and expressly requested 500 G cans. He further insisted that the order should come from the defendant personally, without the intervention of a third party. The defendant indicated to him that this was technically impossible and suggested that Gerstein should place a standing order for a larger quantity of Zyklon B each month, also in the interest of secrecy. Gerstein then asked him whether Zyklon B without the irritant could be used for disinfestation, to which the defendant replied in the affirmative. Gerstein then stated that he wanted to order more in order to have a reserve in case of an epidemic of typhus. They then agreed on a monthly delivery of 200 kilograms. The deliveries were to be made to the office of Gerstein's Department for Disinfestation and Disinfection in Oranienburg, the invoices sent to Gerstein personally and booked to a Gerstein account. End of quote. The monthly 200 kilograms to Oranienburg were later expanded to include monthly deliveries of 200 kilograms directly to Auschwitz. The role of the liquid hydrogen cyanide, which Gerstein is demanding here, has thus far been blithely ignored or dismissed as a mistake in Peters' memory. At the same time, almost all those who have written anything about Gerstein have claimed that Gerstein transported Zyklon B to Belzec in 1942, while in his reports Gerstein wrote exclusively and abstractly of hydrogen cyanide. Pfannenstiel had already stated for the Belzec visit that the hydrogen cyanide they were picking up was not Zyklon B, but liquid hydrogen cyanide in steel cylinders. Here, too, it is evident how much the longing for linearity determines thinking and writing, and that the burial of the prussic acid was so mentally linked to his later alleged sabotage of Zyklon B deliveries that everything blurred into a single block. If we now consider that Gerstein traveled with liquid hydrogen cyanide to the east, to the Action Reinhardt area, and a year later asked for the same substance from Peters, we must not forget that the Sachsenhausen concentration camp, Gerstein's place of work, was the only concentration camp whose gas chambers were operated with this substance, which, unlike Zyklon B, required specific facilities. Therefore, it would be the specific nature of the substance that would explain the destruction of that acid, if it took place, insofar as gas chambers with devices for its use were not used anywhere in the East. In this sense, it would have been more of a mispurchase. Since unstabilized hydrogen cyanide is really dangerous, in contrast to Zyklon B, burying it is an obvious solution, without deriving from it an act of sabotage or even a motive for sabotage. In this context, André Omrich pointed out an apt problem with the report. On closer inspection, however, there is no connection to the murders in Belzec, since Gerstein, as far as the Gunther order is concerned, would hardly have ordered 100 or more kilograms of Zyklon B for a location where the deadly gas was not needed at all. The situation is similar with regard to Wirth's request. The gas chamber expansion with the corresponding increase in extermination capacity, as well as the system decision to use exhaust fumes, had long been reality. End quote. Omrich is mistaken about Zyklon B instead of hydrogen cyanide, but he is absolutely right about the other points, and he comes closer to an important point than anyone before him when he concludes. if the Zyklon B received by Gerstein was really intended for mass murder, then, disregarding the chronology and location information in the Gerstein report, it can only have been used in Auschwitz-Birkenau or Majdanek. However, there is no evidence that Gerstein made a courier trip to Birkenau or Majdanek. End of quote. Although he clearly blamed Gerstein for a permanent obfuscation, Ulrich nevertheless jumped to the conclusion that Gerstein obviously had been requested as a disinfection specialist and not as a gassing expert. This raises the question of why Gerstein would incriminate himself in his report, although it is quite possible that, being the egomaniac he proves to be in every critical examination, he was not even fully aware of this. Above all, however, there are significant problems regarding the chronology and location information of Gerstein's statements in general, and it is hardly possible to match Gerstein's statements with those of Pfannenstiel regarding the places and times of the visit, which only lasted a few days, and thus to reconstruct the visit exactly. One question that is hardly asked, for example, would be why Gerstein returned to Berlin alone. And yet the report itself offers certain clues to the problem Ulrich has touched on. While Gerstein writes that he visited Belzec, Treblinka, and Majdanek in detail, accompanied by the head of these killing centers, Police Captain Wirth, while they were in operation, the stay at Majdanek does not really appear in the report and is only mentioned in the relevant list as then in preparation, Majdanek near Lublin, or Majdanek near Lublin, which I saw under construction. The question therefore arises as to what extent this fits together with the detailed inspection during operation or, in another version, detailed inspection. Especially since Majdanek was not in preparation in August 1942, but at most in the process of being completed. In his 1943 report to the Dutch, he left Majdanek out entirely. The fact that Majdanek was thus thoroughly suppressed in the report would no longer be surprising considering that it was the one of the 3 camps visited where hydrogen cyanide, Zyklon B, was used for extermination. The gassings began in September 1942, that is, in the month following Gerstein's visit. The construction of the first gas chamber lasted from August to September, and significant changes were still being made to its design during that time. Gerstein's visit and the prussic acid he brought with him make sense in this context, and it is conceivable that he took the gas with him from Majdanek for test purposes. This does not even rule out the possibility that it was buried there because, not least due to the experiences at Auschwitz, Zyklon B was chosen. It would even be conceivable that he wanted to conceal his role with respect to Majdanek, because Gerstein may have known how successful Operation Harvest Festival, the liquidation of the Majdanek camp, had been. To this day, the clarification of Majdanek is the least advanced, and it is still difficult to explain the numbers of those murdered in Majdanek as stated in the Hofel telegram, 24,733 by the end of December 1942, which in turn coincides with the Korher report. Gerstein's role in supplying Majdanek would be one of the countless questions that a reasonable study of Gerstein as a person would have to address. Peters was eventually acquitted in the retrial. He had only provided unsuccessful assistance after all. Since it could not be proven whether Gerstein had not destroyed some of the Zyklon B after all, the presumption of innocence had to extend to Peters as well. The court never doubted, however, that Gerstein could not have succeeded in destroying a significant portion of the Zyklon B shipments. Some biographers and resistance theorists, unable to talk these orders out of existence, wanted to see this as part of Gerstein's resistance, in that he, seeing no other way out, such as insubordination, suicide, or similar, he at least tried to alleviate the suffering of the victims. And, in addition to his breakneck attempts to inform the world public and to get rid of Zyklon B, he wanted to make dying easier for the poor victims. He considered how to break down the so-called warning substances in the prussic acid in order to accelerate the killing effect. Despite the hell around him, he tried to remain a good person. End of quote. However, the SS Auschwitz pharmacist, Hans Munch, quite clearly corrected what was meant to be humane in this sense. It was not for humanitarian reasons, but for technical reasons. Within half an hour of a gassing, the chambers were filled again after they had been mechanically ventilated. The irritant in the Zyklon would have warned the victims and thus impeded the gassing process. So Zyklon without an irritant was needed. Another aspect of the humane comes to bear in the statements of the Auschwitz Commandant Haas, the burden on the perpetrators, which is definitely connected with the suffering of the victims. Considering that Gerstein allegedly informed the Swedish ambassador immediately, because every day of delay would cost the lives of tens and hundreds of thousands, he cheerfully helped to ensure that there would be no delays in the extermination in the first place. Humane and efficient form a context similar to idealistic and anti-Semitic, as Gerstein revealed in his 1943 report to the Dutch underground. In high places, there is currently an emphasis on rapidity and it is planned to use a more efficient method of killing. Cyanide gas has been suggested but apparently it has not been used yet, so the killing continues to take place in the cynical manner described above. He omitted his own role. The constantly changing details about the group of victims that Peters said Gerstein gave him have in common the core element that the Jews are not mentioned in them. Peters is no more credible than Gerstein, the same applies to Pfannenstiel, etc., but in Peters' statement, which may well be an exculpatory lie, Gerstein would be the one who, contrary to his statement, does not provide any clarification at all, but rather obscures the use of the poison. As late as May 24, 1944, Gerstein wrote to Peters, "So far none of these quantities have been used up. On the other hand, substantial quantities, that is, in fact all of the quantities stored, may suddenly be needed." It would be outrageous not to think here of the increase in extermination in Auschwitz and, above all, the expected arrival and extermination of the Hungarian Jews. How and where Zyklon B was actually used and to what extent it was used for extermination will never be known. It is clear that Gerstein himself wrote to Peters about the special delivery to Oranienburg and Auschwitz, and this must be viewed in the context of the special treatment. It is the special cargo, without the tear gas, that Gerstein undertook to sabotage. In any event, I arranged for the prussic acid to disappear immediately upon its arrival at the two concentration camps, Oranienburg and Auschwitz, for some disinfection purpose or other. End of quote. Not only does Gerstein's letter contradict this, in which he emphasizes that nothing has been used up yet, but so does a witness statement. Witness Le, a disinfector and pest controller in Hamburg who was an inmate at the Oranienburg concentration camp from 1939 to 1945 and who supervised the delousing there, remembers exactly that shipments of 11 to 13 cases of Zyklon without the irritant arrived 2 to 3 times. He was told not to use them. They were placed unopened in the bunker where the disinfestation agents were stored and were then later to be taken by the witness to the SS clothing chamber, where they were readied and picked up by the SS. The witness does not know what became of them. Quote end. The witness was thus directly prohibited from using them for any disinfection purposes. The precariousness of his alleged sabotage becomes especially clear from the statements of his defense attorneys. Dieter Grabner and Stefan Weskelnies, for example, write, "How much Zyklon B did not reach the concentration camps because he had the death gas declared as a special delivery, diverted, destroyed or buried is for them a subtle legal calculation that is being made. A calculation that, of course, does not do justice to Gerstein." End of quote. A few lines later, however, they do emphasize Gerstein's discharge of considerable quantities of the gas Zyklon B. Now one could, of course, object that authors who think that Belzec, Treblinka, Sobibor have been replaced by a single extermination camp, by Auschwitz-Majdanek are not exactly demonstrating their expertise in historical scholarship. Above all, however, it would be more macabre that Gerstein is said to have destroyed the very Zyklon B that is supposed to be more humane. But attempts to justify this can also be found. Gerstein said, or thought, "The Zyklon B which I have delivered will be used to exterminate Jews. At least they will not suffer. But I am going to try and ensure, in addition, that it is never used." Or else he said or thought, "I'm going to destroy this Zyklon B. If I do not succeed, at least the victims will not suffer." End of quote. The logical consequence, on the other hand, would be that Gerstein's sabotage of those special deliveries would have led to Zyklon B being used with a warning or irritant agent, and that he would thus have sabotaged his own allegedly humane intervention. In addition, there is an inconsistency that unfortunately has been pointed out only by the Holocaust denier Rokes. Gerstein says that he participated in a gassing. He calmly watches his watch. Unmoved and inactive, Gerstein pays for the passing minutes. He says he was shocked by what he saw in Belzec. The same Kurt Gerstein, at the same moment, pulls out his watch to measure the duration of the victim's agony. Indeed, Gerstein's report says, "My stopwatch recorded everything. 50 minutes, 70 seconds, the diesel doesn't start. The people wait in their gas chambers. In vain. You can hear them crying, sobbing. After 2 hours, 49 minutes, the stopwatch has recorded everything, the diesel engine starts. Up to this moment, the people in these 4 chambers, 4 times 750 people in 4 times 45 cubic meters, are still alive. Another 25 minutes pass. That's right, many are dead now. After 28 minutes, only a few are still alive. Finally, after 32 minutes, everything is dead." End of quote. A few lines earlier, he had described his alleged thoughts at the sight of the people being driven into the chamber. "Many people pray. I pray with them, I squeeze into a corner and scream loudly to my and their God. How I would have liked to go with them into the chamber, how I would have liked to die with them." The two parts of the report simply do not fit together. More plausible, on the other hand, is the statement by Pfannenstiel, who stated in his interrogation that Gerstein had told him that he had been to Belzec several times. Seen from this angle, his final sentence also makes sense. According to it, Gerstein avoided appearing too often in concentration camps because it was sometimes the custom to hang people or carry out executions in honor of the visitors. There are countless formulations in the defense which in most cases seem to indicate the opposite, and that in the most seemingly trivial matters. In his report on the departure from Treblinka, for example, he writes, "As we say goodbye, we are offered several kilos of butter and a large number of bottles of liqueur. I had trouble lying and saying that I had enough of everything from our farm." In some versions, Pfannenstiel then takes his share. That passage is easy to overlook, so irrelevant does it appear. But it too refers directly to witness testimony about Gerstein, which Tobias Jersak aptly summarized. At his home, even in the greatest times of need, there were always liters of the finest cognac and kilos of butter. End quote. In general, he supplied relatives and acquaintances with a considerable amount of jewelry, clothing, furs, and antiques that he brought back from business trips. But this, too, would probably have been interpreted as good camouflage, as in other cases. The physician Dr. M., who was active in Auschwitz, did not know Gerstein. But he claims to have heard that Gerstein was one of the main perpetrators of the extermination operation and was also brutal. According to Dr. M., Gerstein was one of those SS leaders from whom one distanced oneself as much as possible. If what witness M heard is correct, then it can only be inferred from this that Gerstein really did manage to camouflage himself from the SS. Quote end. The myth itself hinders its own reappraisal, because it consists primarily in its emphasis and hypostatization of camouflage. Ultimately, anything that would convict Gerstein as an accomplice can be interpreted as particularly good camouflage for the spy of God. It is consistent with this that according to witness statements Gerstein was a nervous wreck at least as early as April 1942 or since late 1941, which suggests not so much that his opposition to National Socialism had already broken out at that time, but rather that the visit to Belzec was truly not his first encounter with German crimes. One must not forget that a good number, if not most, of the murderers suffered from their deeds. This means that the fact that Gerstein appeared somewhat mentally exhausted is simply no proof of a special relationship with the SS and their crimes. In addition, according to a statement by a colleague, Gerstein had projected a gas chamber even before his stay in Belzec, for which he recommended the use of an extra diesel engine to conduct exhaust fumes into a closed room. In the report of the two allies, the American Haught and the Briton Evans, who briefly interrogated Gerstein in 1945, he also admitted that as an engineer, he had often been consulted when these chambers were used. End of quote. Furthermore, it is cryptically evident from Geoffroy's work that Gerstein was presumably also involved in the typhus vaccination experiments, and that means in human experiments conducted at the Hygiene Institute. He would thus have had quite a few things to report long before August 1942. In view of what has been compiled so far, it is obvious that Gerstein was not only much more deeply involved in the crimes than his post-war report would lead one to believe, but also that his involvement began much earlier. This raises the suspicion that the formulation under the fresh impression of the horrific experiences under which he made his first report had a completely different motivation. And yet those few critics who see in him an accomplice who only after Germany's surrender tried to portray himself as a secret resistance fighter are very specifically wrong, insofar as they fail to recognize that he did not do this only after the capitulation, but since 1942. The question ultimately arises as to what had put him in the state of shock described by the Swedish ambassador, and what the fresh impression was. The rough date of August 1942 is almost sufficient in itself to provide an answer. It does not take much imagination to realize that Gerstein, who by his own account listened to enemy broadcasts nonstop, was very well informed about the changes at the front. Without further details, it would therefore be understandable that he did not need Stalingrad, a battle that was just beginning, but that the U.S. entry into the war, the Battle of Moscow, Operation Wirbelwind, the first, albeit failed, attempt the Western Allies' first, albeit failed, attempt to open a front, and above all the beginning of the bombing of German cities, were enough for him to realize that the wind had changed, while Gerstein, according to witness statements, still believed in final victory in April 1942. In addition, the BBC had already accused the Germans of murdering 700,000 Jews in July 1942, and the Polish government in exile had been presenting public reports on the crimes since that summer. The Allies' knowledge of the German crimes and the first signs of a turning point in the course of the war were also not things that Gerstein had to learn about individually, but were registered by the regime itself and put into practice in a specific way. His own report contains an account of a conversation among those present in Belzec, which begins with the question, "Mr. Globoknek, do you think it is good and right to bury the whole corpses instead of burning them? A generation may come after us that does not understand the whole thing." A debate follows that clearly refers to Special Operation 1005 or the exhumation operation, i.e., the destruction of traces and evidence of extermination, in particular by burning the exhumed corpses. This was not done with a possibly unintelligent later generation in mind, but with the front. Operation 1005 was a clear symptom of the leadership's lack of faith in the final victory, something they themselves could not admit, which is why they put forward thoughts like those about future generations, while in this case they would probably have tackled the work only after the war. Ultimately, it is no coincidence that Operation 1005 developed in parallel with Allied knowledge and Allied successes. Gerstein writes about this operation. Later, the other view prevailed. The corpses were then burned on large grates improvised from railroad tracks, with the help of gasoline and diesel oil. But he forgot to mention that he had faced the general superintendent and member of the confessing church Otto Dibelius, that he himself had been instructed to work out a procedure for how to get rid of a large number of corpses without polluting the air or leaving other unpleasant traces. He was thus himself a, possibly significant, part of Operation 1005, which also fell within the scope of disinfection, since it was motivated, among other things, by the contamination of the soil and water in the course of the mass graves. According to the hygienist at the SS medical office, Wilhelm Pfannenstiel, who had accompanied Gerstein on his inspection tour to Belzec, the cremations had already begun, albeit still quite imperfectly, at the time of the visit. In principle, Action 1005 had already begun. In March/April 1942, the SS officer Paul Blobel received the corresponding order. All instructions were given only orally. By the summer of 1942, he had more or less finalized the process. It is difficult to determine the extent to which Gerstein was actually involved in the disposal of the corpses, but he certainly had access to those involved. Blobel's contacts with Christian Wirth, first commandant of Belzec and inspector of Action Reinhardt, come to mind, not to mention Odilo Glaboknik, head of Action Reinhardt, as a connecting link. According to his own statement, he met both of them for the first time in those days in Belzec. Others involved in Action 1005 included Walter Dotzer, also from the Hygiene Institute, who in the preface to his 1943 postdoctoral thesis Disinfection, Decontamination, and Disinfestation, expresses his thanks to SS Obersturmführer F. Dippel ing. Gerstein for his advice on all technical matters. It is at least possible, even likely, that it was during that visit to the East, and specifically due to his involvement in the destruction of evidence, that he simply realized for the first time that he would have to answer for it. In particular, Gerstein's specific involvement in the destruction of evidence remains unclear. The historian André Enrich had answered his own question: who constructed and maintained the primitive firing technology? In Belzec, Gerstein and Pfannenstiel are out of the question. They were scientists who, responsible for the big picture, hardly lingered in one place for long periods of time. This is correct, but of course it does not mean that Gerstein was not involved in the theoretical development and practical test phase. Enrich had correctly written about Gerstein's own position. The exact activities of the SS Hygiene Institute require further clarification. However, it is indisputable that Dotzer, together with his superiors, Jenskin and Mrgoski, and colleagues SS Obersturmführer Gerstein and SS Hauptsturmführer Alexander Schuller, formed a kind of practice-oriented think tank to address the question of which techniques should be used to kill people and dispose of their corpses. Within the SS apparatus of power, the Institute of Hygiene exercised an unchallenged monopoly on the handling of this complex of issues. End of quote. Furthermore, it is possible that he, perhaps involved in the theoretical conception, realized or learned of the practical hopelessness of the undertaking to completely destroy all traces on site. To explain an even more precise reference, one would have to clarify when exactly the return journey took place, because the Swedish envoy only confirmed the meeting in the last days of August 1942. Pfannenstiel and Gerstein's statements differ. Gerstein wrote, "On the following day, August 19, 1942, we went to Treblinka in Captain Wirth's car, a visit that Pfannenstiel disputes. Rather, he meant, I must confirm that on August 19, 1942, I witnessed an execution of Jews at Belzec extermination camp." The question arises as to whether one would refer to a date around the 20th of a month as the last days of that month. It seems fairly certain that von Otter submitted his report sometime after August 22, since the report from another source was transmitted from Berlin on August 22. The precise dating is significant because Gerstein's deed is closely related in time and content to a statement by the Roosevelt administration on August 21, 1942, in which it was emphasized that the punishment of the perpetrators was a primary goal of the war. The specific wording includes the sentences, "The government of the United States has been aware for some time of these crimes. Our government is constantly receiving additional information from dependable sources, and it welcomes reports from any trustworthy source which would assist in keeping our growing fund of information and evidence up to date and reliable. The United Nations are going to win this war. When victory has been achieved, it is the purpose of the government of the United States, as I know it is the purpose of each of the United Nations, to make appropriate use of the information and evidence in respect to these barbaric crimes of the invaders, in Europe and in Asia. It seems only fair that they should have this warning that the time will come when they shall have to stand in courts of law in the very countries which they are now oppressing and answer for their acts. End of quote. These sentences are so congruent with Gerstein's own ostentatiously emphasized motivation that one can hardly avoid the impression that Gerstein saw in them his way out, that he made them his guiding principle, which does not even rule out the possibility that he, at some point, himself believed them, that he really was acting against National Socialism. Gerstein had misjudged the fact that the statement was looking for witnesses, but certainly not promising impunity. In this sense, it would not be a coincidence if Gerstein had reported the day before, of all days, nor would it be a coincidence that Gerstein received the order to visit Belzec on June 8, 1942, which was also exactly one day before Sikorski publicly spoke on the BBC about the murder of Jews in Poland. It was not Gerstein's knowledge of the Holocaust that motivated his first report in that case, but his knowledge of the knowledge. It was the shocking nature of this knowledge that turned him into a member of the resistance. This means nothing other than that Gerstein had understood the entire denazification process before it even became a reality, and saw a possibility for his own exoneration that he seized. Any serious examination of Gerstein shows, above all, the close connection between hygiene and disinfection on the one hand and extermination and the obliteration of evidence on the other. It is precisely this interlocking that makes the investigation incredibly difficult, that leaves anyone who is endeavoring to reasonably honestly tackle the Gerstein myth with mere circumstantial evidence and inconsistencies that can be developed only to a certain extent, because the covering up of tracks was to a large extent part of the system from the very beginning. What can be said about Gerstein's resistance has now been indirectly revealed by one of his greatest defenders, Rolf Hochhuth, in an interview with Neues Deutschland, i.e. via the NSU. Above all, however, I am shocked by the fact that apparently high-ranking officials in the FRG have joined forces with scoundrels and are using as an excuse that they had to get into this scene in order to observe it. That would be as if, in the 1920s, a state security officer had helped Harman, the Hanoverian youth murderer, to commit murders on the grounds that he wanted to learn more about Harman's modus operandi. Quote end. In fact, it would be as if an SS man who cheerfully procured Zyklon B, who was involved in the design of gas chambers, who participated in the destruction of evidence, etc., would say that his only excuse was to know what the SS was actually doing. That, in turn, is Hochhuth's hero and, after a few decades, now also an official part of the German resistance. The fascist social pact continues to exist in post-fascist Germany as a condition that has been dissolved in its result and which no longer bears any immediate traces of its violent enforcement. This makes it all the easier to deny this fact and to exorcise National Socialism as the crime of a few madmen, as an unjust state, as the worst thing that people have ever done to each other. This lie is the foundation of all democratic coming to terms with the past, that collective silence about National Socialism that can also take the form of enervating talkativeness. Because post-fascist Germany, in terms of both its institutions and personnel, is in continuity with its predecessor, every attempt at coming to terms with the past within the dragging system must, without exception, result in symbolic distancing and insubstantial gestures. Over the decades, the Germans have created an almost inexhaustible supply of major and minor lies of exoneration, which they use depending on the occasion and need. According to this, the National Socialist system was either the work of Hitler himself, a small criminal clique and a few accomplices, or of monopoly capital and its henchmen. In any case, John Doe didn't know anything about any of this, was basically against it, or couldn't act any differently because of the necessity of following orders and would have been sent to a concentration camp immediately if he had acted differently. To the unbiased observer, insofar as one can be assumed in this country, this web of justifications must appear as if millions of Germans had collectively agreed to play dumb and had built a coherent system out of this playing dumb in order to test whether anyone would treat it as a statement worthy of discussion. In any case, it can be assumed that only very few Germans really believe the nonsense they tell themselves and others about not knowing and so on. In reality, it is clear to everyone that National Socialism, unlike dictatorships of a traditional design, could not have functioned without mass participation. Everyone knows that they have contributed their might to the functioning of a criminal whole, and everyone also knows exactly that it is better to keep this secret in the interest of the post-fascist whole. The functioning of the Federal Republic of Germany is due, among other things, to the fact that no one should know, even if they wanted to, how great their share of the fascist crimes had been. End of quote. Because the lies of exculpation are so transparent and everyone secretly knows the exact facts and therefore has to deny them all the more vigorously, a particularly hardened and resistant form of consciousness arises that resists enlightenment. Horkheimer once characterized this mixture of shrewdness and compulsiveness as follows, repeatedly formulating, "The confession of guilt of the Germans was a splendid method of preserving the national sense of community into the post-war period. The main thing was to preserve the we. The confession of guilt meant rather, we and the Nazis belong together, the war is lost, we must apologize, otherwise we will not recover quickly enough." Only when the victors wanted to draw consequences did they resort to the outrageous lie and claim the opposite of guilt, "We knew nothing about it," instead of "we did not want to know." Even I stood for the we. I was not a Nazi, basically none of us were. The we is the bridge, the bad thing that made Nazism possible. Quote end. The business basis of the anti-fascist people's educators, the admonishers and warners against forgetting and the beginnings, which are to be resisted, was and is, on the other hand, the assumption that the Germans are a bit slow on the uptake or have gotten carried away with an error that can be cleared up by confronting them with a serious presentation of the historical facts. Consequently, the anti-fascist educators had to take the excuses of their fellow countrymen for serious claims that could be refuted step by step. Since the educational endeavor thrives on a false premise, it was bound to become an event that was almost as ghostly and bizarre as the general self-representation has always been. Apart from the fact that the anti-fascist zeal for learning only set in when everyone who should have been prosecuted for their crimes had already passed away, which in itself makes it suspicious as a substitute activity, the fact is that it always has to trumpet as sensational knowledge what is a terrible triviality without equal, in both senses of the word, that doctors, lawyers, sociologists, historians, in short, everyone happily went along with it. Thus, the hardened consciousness of the average German still captivates even its supposedly most radical opponents. They, too, have to play dumb in order to continue their business. Their basic principle is the thesis that not everything, and certainly not the essential things, have been said about National Socialism and that there is therefore an infinite need for research. This gives them tenacity and stamina and enables them to pass off banalities as revelations. The studies published since 1992 by Christopher Browning, David Bankier, and Daniel Goldhagen, among others, mark a breakthrough in that they focus on the analysis of ordinary German perpetrators and public awareness of Nazi Germany. These studies refute for the first time the exculpatory myth of Befehlswang, the idea that Germans were forced to do the bidding of their superiors. They show that Germans willingly tortured, tormented, and murdered Jews. End quote. For Matthias Kozel and his co-authors, from whom these sentences originate, the reading of Goldhagen's Hitler's Willing Executioners was a revelation. However, they themselves are not quite clear about the message that is to be delivered. The unconditional rejection of any kind of theorization of the mass extermination coexists quite peacefully with the desire for a watertight supertheory. On the one hand, the most hackneyed vocabulary of outrage is proclaimed from the dictionary of the do-gooder. To want to derive the murder of even a single Jewish child from the commodity form is both disrespectful and cynical. Quote end. What they always wanted to say about the value critics of the Bahamas and the ISF, now that they finally know that even the murder of a single Jewish child was evil, they finally dare to say. Because they never understood that a critical theory of society cannot be replaced by a whiny description of the crimes committed by the socially produced subjects, they cast suspicion on all those who refuse to engage in the laborious task of re-narration, accusing them of being heartless technocrats of reason. In other words, people who, in their disrespect and cynicism, exhibit all the characteristics of the desk offender. However, no one suspected of criticizing values ever came up with the crazy idea of directly deriving the mass extermination of the Jews, that is, the act itself or the murder of even a single Jewish person, from the commodity form. The absurd insinuation that Joachim Brunn is supposed to have written a book with the title What is German, in which, of all things, the German specificity is bracketed out can only be made by someone who has read the book with malicious intent. How stupid do Kozel et al. Think their readers are when they manage to present Brunn as a defender of the actual intentions of Christian are in the same place and few lines later, to present a quote from Brunn in which he takes a stand against precisely this split between the racist form of action and the actually good energy of protest in as explicit a way as one could wish? This mixture of professed pathos and denunciation has a system, however. It is meant to speak a verdict that reads, in the face of Auschwitz, any form of social theory is apologetic. To speak of objectivity, to justify, to ask about the conditions of constitution, to conclude, to deduce, for Kozel et al. All this is one and the same, namely what the affected left has always hated about theory: determinism, objectivism, schematic economism, derivational acrobatics, and above all, a first-class acquittal for the executors. In contrast to this, they offer a doctrine of freedom of will, the only thesis of which is, the Germans killed the Jews because they wanted to kill them. The will to act resulted in an adequate outcome, the lawyer would say. They were empirical subjects acting on their own authority, and the same applies to the murderers of Zolingen today. The cold-blooded burning of Turks served the purpose of killing them. The astonishing linguistic similarity of these sentences to the judicial reasoning of criminal judgments, in which the intent and personal guilt of the perpetrator are proven according to an ever-present pattern and in which adjectives such as cold-blooded are used to emphasize particular criminal energy, in order to deduce from this the particular reprehensibility of the act, is by no means a coincidence. What appears in the criminal judgment is the degenerate remnant of early bourgeois subject theory, the formulaic echo of a long-gone self-confidence that once emphatically declared man to be the sole master of his destiny. The false ideology that everyone is the architect of their own fortune and therefore also has to bear the consequences of their actions themselves has remained. The fact that leftists, who are always completely right in the capital relationship about the external determination of individual decisions, reflexively invoke the chimera of the individual and free at the moment of declaring the enemy, in order to speak the anathema with the full force of penal rhetoric, not only proves their intellectual dishonesty. Such behavior reminds us that, especially in the minds of those leftists who murmur about being affected and immediate, there is a desire for a socialist rational state that forces its subjects under the guillotine of justice even more cruelly than the bourgeois state. This hostility to theory is curiously contrasted with the statement. We consider it evident that since the beginning of the 19th century there has been a stringent development towards eliminatory antisemitism, and since 1933 a straight line can be traced towards Auschwitz. This statement postulates exactly what the authors accuse their opponents of, a truly dreadful determinism. In this context, their book speaks of a specifically German identity that connects with capital in a specific way or demands that perpetrator consciousness be classified in a theoretically sound explanation of antisemitism. So now the truly seamless and watertight explanation for and derivation of Auschwitz is to be delivered. But does that go together with the emphatic doctrine of freedom of will? It does. The central category of Kozel et al. Is eliminatory antisemitism, which, as the term itself suggests, reduces itself to the naked will to annihilation. This will to exterminate has, so the claim, made its way in Germany in a stringent way since the beginning of the 19th century. They attribute Auschwitz to this will to exterminate and nothing else. The category of the will to exterminate covers the following quite distinct phenomena. It describes both the motive for the individual subject to participate and the self-understanding of his actions. On the other hand, it can be applied on a large scale to the extermination of the Jews as a purposefully pursued goal of National Socialism, i.e., of the system as a whole, and the anti-Semitic eliminatory ideology as the cause of Auschwitz can be added to the list. Will to extermination is Kozel's Lenner Ultra, with which the terms are washed so long and hard that all their contours disappear. This method offers the advantage of being able to quickly change the objects of the statement or the social spheres, which are mediated by each other but are not congruent. In the category of will to extermination, the individual, ideology, and society fall completely into one. In view of this wholesale identification of everything and everyone, it is not surprising that Kozel et al. Speak affirmatively and fetishistically of a specifically German identity. They do not reject the terrorist question of what German is as false by identifying it as a challenge to select and exclude that is necessarily posited with the nation-state and is most purely developed here, but they answer it quite obediently by defining it as a quality. This is what happens when one analyzes ideas and worldviews, first analyze for themselves or, in other words, synthesize theory with empiricism without theory falling back on empiricism. The result is a view that is apt to finally prove the most idiotic accusations against the so-called anti-national left, that they are pursuing German intellectual history instead of a critique of capitalism with revolutionary intentions. As far as capitalism is concerned, but above all the subjects socialized under capitalism in Germany, Kozel et al. Insist on their freedom of will. As far as the question of the possibility of breaking out of the circle of hell is concerned, there is suddenly no longer any free will. German history is hopeless. As a native, one is automatically caught up in the bad continuum. What remains is intense grief and awareness and consternation. Instead of deflating the abstract fetish of nationality, Germanness, etc. By way of theoretical critique, they associate with the collective again at the very point where they most vehemently distance themselves from it. They seek the closest proximity to those incorrigible villains where they want to be as far away from them as possible. Kozel cannot do anything with what Arendt had called the banality of evil. Those who voluntarily acted as Eichmanns were Hanswurst, Arendt, not villains, but rather horrible nobodies who cannot even be truly detested. Kozel et al., on the other hand, need their fixation on Goldhagen and Browning, the murderous, sadistic, destructive Germans, and they have to write a hopeless continuum of this will to destroy, because this ontology of evil, on the one hand, adds the slightly bitter aroma of futility to their own efforts at purification and coming to terms with the past, and, on the other hand, highlights their own beautiful soul all the more effectively. The majority of German perpetrators, however, were neither sadistic nor bloodthirsty. Had they possessed these qualities and only these, the extermination of the Jews, as a carefully planned and executed operation by the General Staff, would have failed. The lust for murder, like every passion still connected with a remnant of personality, exhausts itself. It tips over from rage into apathy and, as every classical pogrom proves, stops after half the deed has been accomplished. Passionate murder and murder as the execution of a systematically pursued order lasting for years, as a work of killing, exclude each other in the long run instead of complementing each other. The horrific images of atrocities such as humiliation, torture, or rape, which go beyond the purpose of extermination, which Kozel et al. Constantly seek out, document the exception that they have to set as the rule if they want to maintain their construction of a fanatically devout perpetrator subject. The sadistic cruelties of the German perpetrators were a reaction to the fact that the actual victims were usually nothing more than timid people who, even to many hardened anti-Semites, did not sufficiently display their subhumanity. They wanted to make the victims conform to the image they had of them through humiliation, and these acts decreased to the same extent that the extermination took on a systematic character from 1942 onwards, because this depersonalization of the Jews was carried out through ghettoization and later in the camps in the abstract. Quote, "You don't let the reality of the Shoah get to you," Kozel and others accuse their opponents, while they claim for themselves that they let the extermination of the Jews get to them, could also have been, to relive it sensually, to be in close contact with it. Such a psychologization of the mass extermination, which borders on obscenity towards the murdered, speaks with concentrated repulsiveness to the whole intrusiveness of the penetratingly working through better Germans. At the center of Kozel's considerations, among others, is the weighty question of whether the Germans voluntarily killed millions of people. Of course they did, and this statement is as true as it is banal. But the isolated subject, endowed with will and consciousness, is not a self-contained substance, but in all its moments a product of society. As a free agent, it reproduces the social relationship of coercion to which it is subject, just as social objectivity is realized only through and by means of the actions of subjects. The alternative of freedom or determinism misses the point, because only through the principle of individual self-preservation does the whole function. The power of particularity and its obduracy lives on, literally ideology, socially necessary appearance. The general principle is that of isolation. End of quote. The individual and society therefore coincide immediately because society is not a higher power in itself, but is produced by people and kept going by their activity. And they diverge just as immediately, because society exists as an objectified, anonymous, self-regulating mechanism that has asserted itself over the individual, imposes the conditions of its action on him and drags him along as its appendage, for better or for worse. As an inevitable fate, marks, existing outside of them, the objective context can therefore neither be traced back to subjective efforts of will as its cause, nor are these able to grasp it, let alone change it. This, of course, sets the categories of guilt and responsibility, formed by the figure of the autonomous individual grounded in itself, out of course. To punish the collectively committed injustice of mass extermination with the individualistic categories of criminal law, as has happened in the FRG, could only mean to deny the collective, i.e. social character of that barbarism, on the results of which the FRG was built. But such ideological criticism of the individual and his derivatives does not negate the categories of responsibility and guilt in toto. It is the guilt of each individual to reproduce a social objectivity through his actions, which he could just as well eliminate with all the others in a revolutionary way. In this sense, the Germans are and remain responsible for all their actions, and therefore it is and remains a reproach to them that they remained loyal to the Nazis to the end and thus practically constituted the Volksgemeinschaft as a class-transcending collective of persecutors, instead of forcibly chasing them to the devil. Even if Kozel and company place themselves on a par with the average German's lies of exculpation, the value and state-critical social theory is not a positive doctrine of determination, because each of its sentences and statements about the actually determining power of its object aims at the possible abolition of that same object. It does not say, everything happens necessarily, the way it happens, and nothing can be done about it, but rather passes a historical existential judgment. Today it is so, and it will necessarily continue this way unless people change their circumstances, which they are fundamentally free to do. Every sentence of critical theory that insists on the fatal necessity of capitalist socialization means the opposite, wants to question its addressees as to whether they want to promote or destroy this necessity by their tacit participation. It can only assume the freedom of the people to abolish the coercive relationship to which they are subjected. As long as they continue to decide to participate with all the consequences, that is, to voluntarily do what they involuntarily want, theory will continue to pursue its business, to denounce a social context that undermines the possibility of freedom on a daily basis. In this sense, a value and state-critical social theory can and will not explain or derive either anti-Semitism or the annihilation of the Jews from the value form. Incidentally, deriving something means obtaining statements from given premises according to formal logical rules, without claiming any truth content for the sentences obtained in the process. It is astonishing how Kozel et al., just like Gunter Jacob and company, fail to notice that Postone's conceptual reconstruction of anti-Semitism, for example, is determinately negated by materialist dialectics in every respect. Auschwitz refutes any explanation or derivation organized according to logical and rational criteria, and any attempt to do so can only result in rationalizing something that is in itself incomprehensible. If Kozel et al. Were successful in their endeavor, that is, if they could present a complete chain of socio-historical evidence that the annihilation of the Jews was logically compelling and therefore necessary, based on German history, then this evidence would presumably be against the intention of the authors. The greatest possible justification of Auschwitz and the excuse of the millions of collaborators and executors that can be imagined. In this respect, so-called value critique is much more modest. It does not want to deduce certain events logically from some axioms, nor does it want to prove them, which amounts to the same thing, through a chain of facts. Theory is not the sum of all the facts that are brought into play, rather, these are constituted by the theory. It is concerned with the conceptual representation of the real abstract conditions of the constitution of the thinking and acting of individual subjects. Value criticism can explain, and Moishe Posteri has done this in an exemplary way, how anti-Semitism, as an objective thought form, arises from the fetishistic characters of capitalist socialization and can determine the impulse to destroy the Jews, hallucinated as the counter-race, which is necessarily inherent in this form of thought but does not necessarily follow from it under all circumstances. Anti-Semitism is an objective, inherently necessary, eliminatory ideology and as such is not specific to Germany. The annihilation of the Jews, the industrialized mass murder carried out by Germans, is therefore a consequence of anti-Semitism, insofar as what was inherent in it was also carried out in practice. However, it is not a consequence of anti-Semitism, because this practical unleashing of what had always already been decided presupposes an aggregate state of capitalist socialization that can be described as a German peculiarity, in the sense of the particularization of a general one. Auschwitz marks the point at which anti-Semitic everyday effect does not just flip over into the anti-Semitism of reason, Hitler, into the work of annihilation, which was the concern of the Germans alone. The mass annihilation is therefore the event from which one must identify the history of capital in Germany as the process that terminated in the result. It is correct to say that, viewed from the result, German history is characterized by that fatal necessity in which the barbaric moment of its capitalist constitution comes to expression in an unadulterated form. On the other hand, it is wrong to postulate that there is a linear development from the beginnings of anti-Semitism to Auschwitz. That is precisely the historical determinism and deductive reasoning of Kozel et al., which they are so fond of projecting onto their opponents. The much-discussed willingness with which the Germans actively served the Nazis represents a social quality that was fostered by the National Socialist movement and, furthermore, indicates a thoroughly new character of domination. One of the basic traits of Nazi ideology, as Marcuse once explained, is its existentialism. The mythical entities with which it operates, Volk, race, blood, etc., are presented as an objective movement with an irrepressible, natural power to push upwards, as a substantial dynamic, to which the Nazis owe their self-understanding as a revolutionary movement, against the encrusted structures of bourgeois life, as one would say today, and the insignia of their own irresistible power over history, which represented the course of time. The completed concretion that this dynamic promises is, in reality, complete abstraction. It cannot be described, defined, or concretized in theoretical terms, but only through the unreserved decision to join in practice. Those who stand aside immediately make themselves suspicious. Nazism thus displays an extremely democratic trait, in that it relies more than the people's state of traditional design on the voluntary decision of the individual. But this voluntariness is that of the unfree, a caricature of freedom, because its social content is the paradox of a free decision for domination, the decision to become a particle of domination oneself. The individual sacrifices or hands himself over, lock, stock, and barrel, to a movement, i.e., to the sovereign positing itself as pure dynamism, and in return, as an exemplar of that movement, receives a portion of those trappings of power monopolized by the state: will, domination, freedom over the life and death of others. In Nazism, deluded people, robbed of their subjectivity, are unleashed as subjects. The Nazi slogans, to restore the people, the race, the blood to their rights, are not a clearly defined program that can be discussed and then followed or rejected, but a call to mobilization, an appeal to each individual to report to duty, to prove himself, to make himself useful to the best of his ability. This is the essence of obedience, without orders, and at the same time the form in which the suspended competition under Nazism is resurrected. Domination is no longer essentially carried out through directives, orders, and laws, but rather as a wink that the individual has to interpret. What was once society is disintegrating into an ensemble of gang fights. Every individual and every department of the system wants to be the best and most reliable Nazi. Everyone is vying for this title, but what unites them also isolates them from each other, because it is based on the universal suspicion of everyone against everyone, that they might not mean it seriously enough. The yardstick by which reliability is measured is the zeal displayed in identifying, deporting, and exterminating the counter-race. That is the murderous content of the pure dynamic proclaimed by Nazism, the merciless eradication of the alien race as an endless process, as an unbridled frenzy that was not weakened by the competition that led the German persecutory community to fight internally to the death, but on the contrary, was intensified. Therefore, it is also irrelevant whether every German under National Socialism was a convinced, devout anti-Semite. Probably very few Germans believed in the nationalistic bluster, they rather made fun of the blubbo. Contrary to Kozel et al., the Germans did not act out of fanatical hatred for Jews, that is, as empirical subjects, but as civic subjects, whose hallmark is precisely the sinister ability to abstract from emotions such as compassion and empathy. And from this abstraction they draw the empty and subjectless energy they need to commit their atrocities. It is a kind of dynamic idealism that inspires the organized murderers of robbers. They set out to plunder and create a grand ideology to go with it. But since they are the ones who are cheated, something they of course secretly suspect, their wretched rational motive, the robbery that the rationalization was supposed to serve, ultimately falls away altogether and the rationalization becomes honest in spite of itself. The uneliminated urge takes complete possession of them. End of quote. That the Germans of all classes and strata so readily responded to the Nazi call to mobilization may be related to the well-known fact that in Germany the bourgeois subject was born from the outset plagued by self-doubt and crisis-ridden. As a protagonist of a revolution that secured political control over the accumulation of capital, the citizen in England or France could actually feel like a subject of history for a short time and connect the socialization he had achieved with a broad, optimistic projection of the future that still radiated onto the emerging labor movement. By the end of the 19th century at the latest, it became undeniable to the bourgeois that he did not control the socialization from which he undoubtedly benefited, neither as an individual nor as a class, but that he was dragged along by an abstract, anonymous process as an appendage. The bourgeois subject finds itself confronted with a frozen world in which it can no longer find any points of attack. It wants to shake off the abstraction that threatens to overwhelm it and counteracts it in the name of a new concrete dynamic, be it called life, people, nature, or whatever. What was the result elsewhere has been started in Germany. As miserable creatures by the grace of the sovereign, the German citizens covered up the emphatic historical act that they were denied the right to carry out by hallucinating a higher and fateful power, as whose selfless servants they saw themselves. In this way, the idea gradually takes hold that one's own actions always only represent the acceleration, release, promotion of a higher power. This is the fetishistic ideological criticism that the citizen carries out on himself. He becomes aware of his own powerlessness, but makes this his own thing by resolutely throwing himself into the arms of the independent objective disaster, now ideologized as crude nature. The will must, i.e. the immediate identity of freedom and compulsion, is finally expressed here quite undisguisedly. And as for the citizens, so for their formal antagonists, the Social Democrats and later the Party Communists, as is well known, also made positive historical metaphysics. They, too, always believed themselves to be in league with the new era or historical necessity, which in any case would lead to a better society, which is why a clear-sighted contemporary once referred to the SPD as an association for bringing about an eclipse of the moon that was taking place anyway. Apparently, after 1933 there was only one person who was completely unimpressed by all the ramblings about Providence and other higher powers. In my opinion, conditions among the working class have deteriorated in various ways after the National Revolution. For example, I have noticed that wages have gone down and deductions have gone up. Furthermore, the labor force has been under a certain amount of pressure since the National Revolution. For example, a worker can no longer change jobs as he pleases. Today, through the Hitler Youth, he is no longer the master of his children, and he can no longer be active in a religious capacity. Last year at this time, I was already convinced that the Munich Agreement would not be the end of the story, that Germany would make further demands on other countries and annex other countries, and that war was therefore inevitable. Quote end. No high-minded idealistic theses, no selfless and sacrificial engagement for the good, the true, the beautiful, the fatherland, humanity, communism or similar stuff like Johann Georg Elser, who placed a bomb in the Bergerbraukeler in order to send Hitler and his cronies to the afterlife they so richly deserved, stated in his statement to the police after his arrest that this was all he could cite in support of his act. How could it be possible that among millions of insane people, only one showed reason? How among millions who choose their lack of freedom, only one actually chose freedom, namely to eliminate the leading Nazis? No, you won't find any special, extraordinary quality, energy or trait in Elser that deviated from the average consciousness of his fellow countrymen and that predestined him to do what he did. Every German knew that wages had fallen, general coercion had increased and war was to be expected. The dogged, blind zeal with which the Germans nonetheless served the Nazis is, as a voluntary act, at the same time their opposite, compulsive arbitrariness, and at the subjective pole, it adequately reflects the trend of the whole. Namely, the end of the civilizing potency of capital and its transformation into a blind, tautological, self-serving frenzy, as manifested in the production of armaments, Volkswagens, Autobahns, and other rubbish, and on the other hand, in extermination through work and finally in the work of extermination in the death factory of Auschwitz. But to the same extent that the individual and society are drawing closer together in the name of crazed self-preservation, they are also diverging more starkly than ever, as an obstinate, self-absorbed subject shell, which must be nimble, agile, and quick enough to read the power's every wish from its lips, the individual loses its ability to experience the whole, to which it permanently and so willingly places itself at the power's disposal. Its experiences melt down to momentary experiences, without a continuity of consciousness emerging. Elser's eccentric and idiosyncratic traits, his persistence, with which he observed the course of events and drew his conclusion from them, namely patiently and with a love of detail, tinkered with his bomb and deposited it, are the marks of the same hardened particularity that allowed the fellow Germans around him to become 100% participants. But it also takes a hardened particularity to finally escape it. It makes it possible to understand the completely absurd and illogical appeals of domination and against the willingness with which the overwhelming majority follow them against all better judgment, thus against a world that seems to have conspired against reason and humanity, to insist on one's unregulated experience and to draw conclusions from his immediate experience, thus putting it into perspective in relation to the whole. The considerations I have made lead me to the conclusion that the situation in Germany can only be changed by eliminating the leadership. End of quote. It can be said of Johann Georg Elser, and of no one else, that he actually acted freely in Nazi Germany. That Elser was and remained the only one who, without ulterior motives or strategic intentions, wanted nothing more than to eliminate the Nazis and tried to carry this out. This fact precisely describes the relationship between the possibility of reason and freedom and their real chance. The fight is over. It is said to have been nothing but a bright delusion. The abrupt incursion of politically motivated violence into the everyday life of our country, which the Frankfurter Rundschau so decidedly declares to be the special contribution of the delusional system RAF to German history, just as the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung certifies the entire protest movement of '68, the tendency towards violence, violent rhetoric, and romanticism, is over. But how something like this could have happened in the first place among Germans remains a mystery. I thought my mother was incredibly presumptuous, Ulrike Meinhof's daughter revealed to Stern magazine. How could she have imagined that she could change the world with a gun in her hand? As a journalist, she had achieved much more. Even more than Grafin Dönhoff, who rails against the society of greed in a tone as if it were a matter of arming the yearning for a life without the lies and deceit of this society that is emptying itself of meaning, as the RAF recalls its own historical mission. The most militant enemies of the state and its free democratic order have given up because they did not succeed in preparing the revolution that was due. After a quarter of a century, the RAF has declared itself dissolved, almost like a limited liability company that could no longer avoid going to the bankruptcy judge. However, the objective cause for the fight continues to exist, and that forces a precarious balancing act between the hopeless situation in which one finds oneself today and the better insight that one once claimed. Who can listen to Birgit Högfeld when she presents the armed struggle as a successful contribution to conflict research and lectures on the RAF's Manichaean black and white, Frenfo scheme? Who can bear Lutz Toffer when he speaks, very Germanically, of the historical alternative of the left not being revolutionary or reformist, but society, or ghetto? The struggle is over, but because its reason continues, the false justification of its beginning is to be undone in the end by false self-criticism. Anyone who compares the isolation of revolutionaries with the ghettoization of Jews gives us an idea of his understanding of post-fascist society in Germany. The historical authors of the RAF, if they are still allowed to be alive like Horst Mahler, who, then a lawyer-Leninist with a gun, wrote the programmatic essay on the armed struggle in Western Europe in 1971, are close to retirement age and not, as the state might have allowed, on the verge of self-abolition. However, the social cause and the actual reason for the armed struggle are said to have turned out to be a first-class misunderstanding over time and during a German autumn, i.e. in the course of a learning process, as opportunism is called in modern German, just like the revolt movement of 1968. Not, however, as it actually is, as a blatant misunderstanding and grotesque consequence of this social cause. Precisely because the objective legitimization for revolution, and thus for armed struggle, cannot cease of its own accord, that is to say, the capital relation as the relation of the exploitation of man by man, guaranteed by the state's monopoly on violence, and the resulting racist, all the more anti-Semitic division of the species, the RAF was bound to end in farce. And that is why it is still more useful to read Auguste Blanqui's instructions for revolt from the 19th century than a treatise by the RAF, even if it is their best work, The Urban Guerrilla Concept. Blanqui and Giroudi knew what the state of their time was, the RAF refused to recognize it, in Germany of all places. The comrades imagined themselves in Latin America, the Middle East or China, in the land of the robbers of the Liangshan War, not in the land of blood and soil. The class struggle became a peasant war. This led them to rant about the people as if the lower classes had always been the revolutionary subject. They invoked the revolutionary logic of the people, Holger Mainz, as if the first and only thing that people who come together as a people can do is create the Volksgemeinschaft. The RAF thought as it shot. Nevertheless, 68 was nowhere more in evidence than where the RAF was, as if the revolutionary illusion, only concentrated to the utmost, could turn the revolving door into revolutionary reality. A spark can ignite a prairie fire, in the exact sense that the liability of the body for thought can already guarantee its truth. The RAF understood nothing, neither of materialist critique nor of revolutionary crisis. But in contrast to the legal and respectable left, which complacently consumed the legacy of 68, it understood one thing, that the revolution has its kairos, its historical moment, that the moment must not pass, that in Germany there can no longer be a dialectic of reform and revolution, but of ideology and critique, of law and violence, of legality and illegality. The RAF had taken a deep look at the social constitution of the movement of 68. It had recognized in the concept of urban guerrillas that this left was little more than the competition between intellectuals competing for the better reception of Marx in front of an imaginary jury, of people for whom it is important to do a doctorate with Lukács in the long term, but suspicious of being agitated by Blanqui in the short term. The RAF criticized the honorable left in the perspective of the responsibility of the body for thought. However, because it did not criticize the a priori of 68, the much-vaunted unity of theory and practice, and instead took it to the extreme, it operated first logically and then fanatically. In this, it remained the loyal vanguard of a Red Army, the masses of which were to be formed by the others, and became a catalyst for the authoritarian self-abolition of the revolt, which petered out in the anachronistic trench warfare of Marxism-Leninism and seeped into the drains of the Green Party. The authenticity that the RAF drew from its criticism of the legal left led to armed existentialism. Fodder for the voyeurs of the sensational media, grist to the mill of the half-hearted comrades of yore, who were able to sell their fickleness as a higher insight, fodder also for the friends of armed struggle, who feasted on the prisoners' unyielding spirit in the solidarity campaigns against isolation torture and for consolidation, like church congresses on Camilo Torres' strength of faith. The critique of the RAF, after all, led as close to materialism as only existentialism can achieve, ate very close to the insight that the Chinese wall rose up against, that if you have said A, you don't have to say B if you have realized that A is wrong. It is this moment that Morensin's essay captures, and that critique can only hold against the temptations of sociology. The escape from the constraint of consistency did not succeed, nor did the dismissal of the illusion of being completely alone in the world. Does this mean that the existentialism of the friend-foe relationship, as stylized by Carl Schmitt in his theory of the partisan, is justified? Is his claim true? When the inner, according to the optimistic opinion, immanent rationality and regularity of the technically organized world is completely enforced, then the partisan is perhaps no longer a troublemaker. Then he will simply disappear of his own accord in the smooth execution of technical functionalist processes, no different from the way a dog disappears from the freeway. Is it true that the partisan therefore hardly represents a traffic police problem and otherwise neither a philosophical nor a moral or legal problem? Existentialism is usually discussed in negative terms, often in the sense that the RAF was the modern embodiment of the German forest dweller Ernst Jünger or the partisan Karl Schmidt, who, alone and on his own, fights his way tragically towards certain defeat. Jünger, Schmidt, Kraushar talk about existentialism as if it were the theory that goes with the practice of the Nazi werewolf. In exact contrast to this, existentialism as a necessary moment of materialism, as the gaze certain of itself on the evidence of reason, means nothing other than the categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, contemptible creature, and the relationship between critique and crisis that follows from this, which the RAF misunderstood as the classical ML relationship between theory and practice. It is true, but only because this relationship reflects the social relationship between the necessity of revolution and its real possibility. It is the negative dialectic of capital itself that puts the dog in communism. Objective reason cannot appear anywhere else than in the subjective reason of isolated individuals who are completely isolated, determined to the last, and who look very much like private delusion. Existentialism is an ideological caricature of the actual state of the revolution and the relationship between transcendent and immanent critique. In their minds, the RAF was an island of reason in a sea of madness. In practice, however, a setback was inevitable. Max Horkheimer's dictum, written in 1934, "If socialism is improbable, it requires all the more desperate determination to make it true," will one day be read on the ruins of the dead wings of Stammheim. The RAF did not allow itself to be marginalized by the necessity of communism with probability calculations, which the socialists after '68 were so suspiciously good at. Their all the more desperate determination brought them so close to existentialism that in the end they appropriated it in the phrases of political identity. It was the circumstances that existentialized the armed struggle. However, to the extent that the RAF allowed itself to be existentialized, the false conclusion from the false premise of ML became second nature to it and forced the transformation of its action into armed advertising. Adorno's Negative Dialectics, read tentatively as the book on the RAF that the RAF could not become, suggests that the relationship between transcendental and immanent critique, which the RAF wanted to organize as mediation and, like a party, make permanent, could only be grasped in Germany as a kairos, as an assassination attempt along the lines of Johann Georg Elser's. One man alone against Hitler, against the incarnation of the Volksgemeinschaft sworn to murder. This is where the relationship between reason and delusion, the rationality of the armed struggle, should have been reflected, not in the study of Mao Zedong. Elser's act demonstrates what critical theory means when it says that truth is objective, not plausible. When the RAF sought a positive mediation, itself, between reason and ideology, it missed the concept of itself and became German. How extremely German the RAF was from the very beginning is illuminated by how energetically it used the Marxist-Leninist theory of fascism and the tradition of the Stalinized Communist International to distract from the truth of Nazism, of mass extermination. Nowhere was there more talk of the looming threat of fascism than among those who no longer knew what to say about anti-Semitism and the Shoah, other than that it was imperative, now and here, as a consequence of German history, to fight Israel's Nazi fascism together with Palestinian liberation nationalists. As paradoxical as it sounds, there is a logic to it. The RAF suppressed Nazism by means of fascism. In this it was an underground ideological state apparatus. The general nature of this reversal was attested to by a statement by Karl-Heinz Roth in the late 1970s. I am convinced that the quintessence of National Socialism can be summarized in the following sentence. A late capitalist system that dissolves the proletariat into atoms of maximum performance by reading out those willing to perform and eradicating those who refuse to perform through institutionalized terror. End of quote. The Jewish veterans of World War I, who were organized in the Jewish Front Fighters Association, could not be accused of not having been willing to perform. What happened to them when they were driven into the gas with the EKI on their chests was as incomprehensible to them as it was to the German leftists who wanted to understand it. Thus the armed struggle was part of the productive relationship of national identity, and it confirmed the psychoanalytical insight into the surprising identity of that from which one distracts and that with which one distracts. Using fascism to distract from fascism, which in Germany was Nazism, how could this be done more credibly and emphatically than at the risk of one's own life? What reparation of German history, worthy of an Ernst Nolte, does the secret message written in 1973 from isolation speak of? Our isolation now and the concentration camp in the near future, whether under the direction of green or white terror troops, comes down to annihilation, the extermination camp, Reform Treblinka, Reform Buchenwald, the final solution. Under the torture of isolation, in the self-defense of their bodies, they resorted to the most extreme slogan possible to create evidence that would urge action, solidarity, and yet they were obliged to know that the extermination of Jews in Germany at least triggers approval, not revulsion, and certainly not resistance. The identification with the Jews was nothing but a lie. It had become a slogan, mobilizing people for demobilization, for the activist noise that the solidarity committees made in the midst of the standstill. The comrades of the RAF knew very well what they were and remained despite everything they had done to their state, German citizens who, if they survived arrest, had a right to defense, and yet they lied about the opposite. No wonder hardly anyone came to their aid, because this lie was the essence of the RAF, perfectly existentialized, which was collectively kept secret, and which paralyzed the solidarity of the partisans in a way that only the negative knowledge of the true facts, which nevertheless gnaws in the unconscious, is capable of. The truth is concrete, says a sentence by Lenin often quoted by the RAF, but a lie even more so. The RAF was capable of uniting theory and practice in order to distract from fascism by means of Nazism. When they abducted Hans-Martin Schleyer into their people's prison during the German autumn of 1977, they weren't even prepared to interrogate him about his work as the economic protector of Nazism in Bohemia and Moravia, who had only just barely survived the successful assassination of Heydrich by the Czech resistance. The so-called execution of Schleyer contains a perverse sense of historical justice as revenge, which the RAF was by no means capable of, otherwise it would not have murdered him in cold blood. The objective revenge of a Germany that needed to be revolutionized but was misunderstood consisted in the fact that the anti-fascism of the RAF had to serve as a theory of revolution at the same time, and thus it was replaced and reduced to zero. The desire to sell anti-fascism as a substitute for revolution was the highest and final stage of decay of a radically bourgeois and thoroughly Jacobin-minded intelligentsia that became professional revolutionaries at the end of the revolt movement, then professional politicians, always with the anti-fascist struggle in their programmatic baggage, which today must listen to the engagement for civil society. Drawing attention in order to distract, the RAF did this as energetically in theory and in practice as the bulk of the protest movement. Despite all the lessons in the transformation of democracy, the resistance against the involution of the post-fascist democracy into an authoritarian state was morally charged as an attempt at revolution against a new seizure of power. Fascism is a great evil, the greatest of all capitalist evils, the RAF declared in Chinese, and the proletariat must not fear it, but must fight it. The RAF saw itself in a class society. That was both true and false at the same time. For German society had actually become a Volksgemeinschaft, a classless class society, as a result of its self-transformation into the qualitatively new social formation of barbarism, which, although begotten by capital, arose from capital. The form of the class had been negatively sublated according to its own logic. In criticizing the legalism of the old labor movement in the face of Nazism, the RAF was saying the right thing and thus actually distracting from its results. It acted as if the worst were yet to come. In the course of this misunderstanding, the RAF studied military science and the textbook by the Swiss Major von Dock, Total Resistance. A manual of how to fight a war for everyone, while ignoring the only theorist of anti-fascist urban guerrilla warfare other than Emilio Lussu, who had been produced by the classical labor movement in the form of the Austrian Social Democrat Theodor Korner. The RAF tried to absorb the military experiences of Mao Zedong, Carlo Marighella, and Che Guevara, but it was indifferent to the experiences of the Paris Commune and the Viennese Schutzbund revolt of February 1934. The attempt to wage the anti-imperialist struggle, i.e., anti-colonial liberation nationalism, at the heart of the beast led to the RAF having nothing to say about the relationship between people and class except for the slogan "Serve the People." And certainly not what Peter Bruckner said in 1974 to its rival, the June 2nd movement, and what should we learn from the people? As people, we would first have to learn or realize one thing, that we are no longer a people. The people is ideology made objective, the category into which the sovereign homogenizes the individuals banished into the subject form, a form that is as anti-Semitic as it is racist. That is one thing. The other is that the import of the category of people from Chinese conditions into post-fascist West German ones led to the failure of precisely what the RAF, in its criticism of the legal left, was so proud of. In contrast to the aloof people in the ivory tower, it had learned the use of weapons in strategy, tactics, and technology from scratch. But they had not studied the history of European insurrection when they took up arms. Insofar as the RAF's theoretical productions and practical actions aimed at communicating the theory and practice of revolution, and not at criticizing the long-standing, negative mediation of society by the capital relationship, insofar as they are therefore work on the positive mediation of reason and reality, of communism and capital, reified in organization, they say no more than Guevara's sentence that the guerrilla must create its path by walking it. The RAF's theoretical writings revolve around the paradox that lies outside of any possible dialectic, which comes as close to the truth as only a paradox can, namely that the difficulty consists precisely in being both the fish and in thawing the block of ice through and in military political action so that the fish can swim, that is, the partisan unit arises out of nothing. The problem of the constitution of revolutionary subjectivity really does look suspiciously like Count Munchausen's trick. From this arises the duty to materialism. The RAF was a caricature of the revolution, as similar and as alien as mirror writing. The negative truth of revolutionary theory is reflected in this as the betrayal of the revolution, already carried out in theory. It has no theories, plans, or projects to realize, but instead encourages free association. The determined will to build a bridge between reason and reality by placing oneself over the abyss has forgotten that revolutions are not made by architects who are radical enough to use themselves as building blocks. During the period when the RAF emerged from the revolt movement, socialists and sociologists liked to talk about structural violence, and there was also much talk of the difference between violence against persons and violence against things. However, structural violence exists no more than the other structures of structuralism. Instead, there is the mute compulsion of economic circumstances, which ideologizes itself into a structure outside of circumstances, i.e., the accumulation process of capital, which first reflects itself in itself, then subjectivizes and finally materializes in the form of the sovereign into the loud violence, i.e., in the monopoly on violence of the constitutional state. The state is the political representation of the reification of society, which as such can only exist in the appearance of its diametrical opposite, as a context of human interaction. This appearance is essential. The beautiful and apt, unfortunately somewhat out-of-use word character mask captures this movement. People are not human in their empirical phenomenality, but in their social functionality as thinking and embodied containers of living, procreating labor power, of capital becoming more variable. As such, as subjects, they are the functionaries of the compulsive context of accumulation, which they are obliged to believe is the means of their reproduction. They are character masks precisely in the relation that allows them to relate to each other first as subjects, then as rulers and ruled, as exploiters and exploited. It is this relation in which the bread that one eats does not satisfy the hunger of the other. What is, from a logical point of view, a scandal, constitutes the substance of this society. In this state, politics, the administration of the general conditions and prerequisites of its accumulation, which capital itself cannot produce, is a profession in a society based on the division of labor like any other. Terrorism is the occupational hazard of a politician, just like pneumoconiosis is for a miner. Everyone knows what they are getting into, and no one can seriously complain about it. The fact that the RAF, once regarded as a subject-less natural event, drew attention to this fact was neither cynical nor inhuman, but documented an early insight of political science that can be dated back at least to Niccolò Machiavelli. Ruling and exploiting is a dangerous business, and no reasonable person would think of criticizing lightning, even if you don't like it when it strikes you. The comrades of the RAF, however, did not claim the status of a natural event for themselves, but subjectivity in the emphatic and that is in the bourgeois sense, so energetically that they finally announce, "We were subject to deciding on the RAF 28 years ago." The revolution in general, the overthrow of the existing violence and the dissolution of the old conditions, is a political act. But socialism cannot be realized without revolution. It requires this political act to the extent that it requires destruction and dissolution, says Marx. Therefore, as Emile Morensin shows point by point, armed struggle for communism is not an arbitrary past, but the future. The RAF, created at the wrong time with the wrong reasoning for the right reason, is a bad bill that remains to be honored in the communist sense. For the stateless and classless world society cannot be established without the abolition and destruction of the state. The weapon of criticism cannot, however, replace the criticism of weapons. Material force must be overthrown by material force. This is as true as dry bread, at least for anyone who does not cling to the superstition of civil society that the state is based on communication, consensus, and elections every 4 years. For the political state, the at first glance useless, at second glance public-spirited sovereign and selfless functionary of the capital monopoly on violence, this state is not only the political organ of the social capital in the last instance, it is necessarily at the same time the instance that has the right to life and death, the general representative who administers and executes this right. The human right to life, which the state grants, cannot exist without the duty to die, which the state enforces. Every authorization implies an immediate obligation, as the historical and logical connection between universal suffrage and universal conscription already proves. The fact that in some countries attempted suicide is still covered by the penal code indicates that the body of the citizen is one of the first properties of the sovereign. The German state fought the RAF to the death, not so much because it posed any real danger at any given time, but rather because it is by nature a relentless stickler for principle. Fiat justitia, perit mundus, justice must be done in Germany, even if the world perishes. The state delegates the right to life and death to the authorized parties, the Bundeswehr, the Federal Border Police, the police, and special forces. It can neither suffer nor tolerate the privatization of the license to kill. It is just as unforgiving of murderers and manslaughterers as it is of political assassins, but it tends to treat them with an eye to their future usefulness, either incarcerating them or rehabilitating them into society. For the state knows that there can be no private property without murderous robbery. Those who want the premise will accept the consequence. Likewise, there is no accumulation of capital without the occasional annihilation of some of its functionaries. Anyone who wants this premise must liquidate its consequence. It is by no means out of active humanism that the judiciary prosecutes the murderers, but out of competition, because the general peace of the land, which the state establishes in order to uphold the capital business order, presupposes the monopolization of the right to life and death. It does not tolerate the privatization of violence by terrorists because, if it were revolutionary, it would tend to represent the collectivization of violence for the purpose of its abolition. Is this a matter of ordinary crime? Asked Alfred Dreger, albeit rhetorically, during the terrorism debates of 1977, no. Because ordinary crime is directed only against the life, freedom, and property of individuals, but not against the legal order as a whole, against the state. End of quote. The life and freedom of individuals are no longer of concern, because function, the state must live, it is substance. As the political quintessence of private property and materially practicing ideal total capitalist, as the dispenser of the last resort of the state of emergency, the state has nothing to fear more than rigorous anti-politics, that is, the antagonistic anti-sovereign of individuals associating themselves into revolutionary subjects, which, in accordance with its own constitution and logic, is dissolved into nothingness. What is still valid in the talk of the dictatorship of the proletariat beyond all materialist critique of Leninism is that the anti-sovereign is conceived as the suspension and destruction of politics and the state. The objective rationality of the RAF is as much at stake here as its subjective irrationality. What remains? The RAF wanted the revolution. But the revolution was sensible enough to have little to do with it except for a few words. The RAF wanted to help anti-fascism, but it knew nothing about Germany. The RAF wanted to force anti-imperialism. It became a nationalist propaganda apparatus with a classically German anti-Semitic slant made up to look like anti-Zionism. The RAF wanted to lead the intellectuals of '68 down the proletarian path. What it actually achieved was to provide even more material for the sociology of the bourgeois intellectual. The RAF understood that the revolution can rely on nothing objective but on the determination and will of the revolutionaries themselves, for whom the time is always ripe enough for communism. But they only understood their own insight in the theoretical form of a spontaneously Germanized Mao-Stalinism, in a form that liquidates every rational thought as soon as it is conceived. The RAF wanted to be anything but an example of existentialism, and they could not reflect the materialistic moment in it because they had forgotten Johann Georg Elser. Nothing remains of the RAF but gaping ambivalence, the distant reflection of a brief moment in history and the echo of an objective possibility that was also present in the revolt movement. For the fact that, as Adorno noted, practice obscures its own current impossibility through the opiate of collectivity, that the automatic snapping of the question of what to do answers every critical thought before it is even properly spoken, that in pseudo-activity, right up to sham revolution, the objective tendency of society seamlessly coincides with subjective regression, was logical given the circumstances, but not fate. Unlike the victim of a miscarriage of justice, anyone who decides to commit subversion, take up arms or commit treason out of a well-founded sense of necessity deserves no charity. He knows what to expect from the state, that is precisely why he takes up the fight. Because he no longer believes that, in the last instance, law and justice will be reconciled, there can be no mercy for him, which, in any case, he refuses to accept. He anticipates revenge and accepts it in the event of defeat. The revolutionary, who sees through compassion for the so-called innocent victims as the ideological lubricant of domination, which only lurks to celebrate its power through an exception, knows, if it hits him, then at least no innocent will be hit. That is his dignity. Those who denounce Mother Teresa as a mere mockery of solidarity cannot rely on Richard Weizsäcker and Antje Vollmer. Those who no longer recognize political opponents because they have identified them as social enemies not only risk their lives, like any regular combatant. They know, and take the risk, that the enemy places them outside of justice, law, and honor. For someone who declares the enemy to be a criminal and all of the enemy's concepts of justice, law, and honor to be an ideological fallacy, Carl Schmitt, it would be below the level of his theoretical insight and below the dignity of his practical enmity to invoke precisely these legal concepts simply because he is defenseless and captured. Even if this invocation were also made out of necessity and self-defense, it would be even worse than personal betrayal, counter-enlightenment. What Carl Schmitt, the theorist of the raison d'etat, developed in this way in his theory of the partisan describes the logic of war and revolution, the rules of every antagonism that is one for the whole. But even the left-wing radicals of 1968, who agitated against the class enemy and were concerned with the completely other outside of Parliament, were never entirely comfortable with the instruction that critique should not be afraid of its results, even though it came from Marx and therefore had to be quoted often. The fact that the concept of revolutionary antagonism, the idea of revolutionary reason, is not found in the programs of the student parties, but rather in the 1971 urban guerrilla concept, gives the exact measure of the theoretical radicalism of the Red Army faction, which is committed to the truth about the state. The cemetery is the epitome of the state, a concept that demands anti-political consequences and whose truth does not represent a theoretical one, but rather constitutes the practical critique and abolition of the state. In this, the RAF constituted a relationship between theory and practice that was supposed to make it impossible for left-wing intellectuals to satisfy their practical inclinations by means of scientific consulting contracts at trade union and party headquarters. When the revolutionary dialectically inverts the externality of theory and practice, then he knows, even if he cannot say it, that his truth can only be refuted by the means of theory. That is his philosophical risk. It doesn't weigh much, so he can take it lightly. But it breaks his back as soon as he goes on the defensive, as soon as his action does not constitute the revolutionary subject, his only legitimation. Moreover, the revolutionary knows, even if he only documents this knowledge through his actions, that his theoretical critique is untrue as long as he does not bring about the practical crisis of the political-economic relationship. That is his personal risk. He is not a voluntarist, for whom the time is always ripe and who must begin, always, now. Although his relationship to historical analysis is chronically disturbed, he must still determine the appropriate moment and take advantage of it. That is his dilemma. When he cuts the Gordian knot of the theoretical problem in a practical way, he declares himself to be the manifestation and anticipation of the revolutionary subject, which must want the revolution and yet is freedom itself. The partisan unit arises out of nothing. Anyone can start. He doesn't need to wait for anyone. A few dozen fighters who really start and don't just endlessly discuss can fundamentally change the political scene, trigger an avalanche, the RAF wrote in 1971 on the armed struggle in Western Europe. And further, the means of the armed struggle is to be discovered practically. It would be wrong to use this means only when the approval of the masses is certain, because that would mean to renounce this fight altogether, because the approval of the masses can only be achieved through the fight. The revolution constitutes itself, of its own free will, it sets its irresistible logic, the avalanche, in motion. At the beginning, wrote Jan-Karl Raspe from prison in August 1974, the difficulty consists precisely in being the fish as well as thawing the block of ice through and in military political action, so that the fish can swim. The revolutionary is the third of the logical contradiction, the identity of identity and non-identity. This is precisely its essence. In the unmediated turn against sovereignty, in the attack on power as the unity of violence and hegemony, under the slogan "We throw the bombs against the apparatus of repression also into the consciousness of the masses," it declares itself to be a counter-sovereign, an anti-state, and thus establishes the relationship of revolutionary antagonism. There is no pardon. Just as the state defames its antagonist as a mere beast of low mind, so the latter denies the ruling pigs their presumed arbitrary rule. Just as the anti-state, in the political character masks of the enemy, symbolically and pars pro toto, wants to execute power in general, so the official state takes the captured revolutionary as a hostage and executes him according to the principle of collective liability. Because it is about creating a new and maintaining the old unity of violence and hegemony, no distinction can be made between a real act and a mere attitude. It becomes irrelevant whether one kills in thought or with a weapon. The RAF chose to engage in this fight and has to accept its rules. It is the dialectical crux of this fight that whoever is defeated in practice is also refuted in theory. On February 10, the prisoners of the RAF went on their 10th hunger strike. They demand an end to the isolation torture and the merging of all prisoners from the guerrilla and resistance into one or two large groups, the release of prisoners who cannot be detained, free medical care and free political information and communication for prisoners. They will not stop until their demands are met. At the beginning, Helmut Pohl declared on behalf of the prisoners, The goal of the isolation was from the beginning to destroy the prisoners in order to suffocate the politics of the RAF. They have failed in this endeavor because of us, but we can't take it anymore, even without them. We can't stand it anymore. That's how it is. This is our political and existential decision. Because even if we were able to hold our own against their destructive machine, there are limits. They are there now. End of quote. With this declaration, the RAF has drawn up its instrument of surrender, but refuses to sign it in a legally binding manner. The RAF has unilaterally terminated the antagonism by revoking the law of its own action, the bodily liability of the revolutionary, not for the possibility of revolution in general, but for that of its specific strategy. By making a distinction between a political and an existential decision, it admits defeat and renounces violence. The political identity, that relic from the Sponti period of the famous politics in the first person, has evaporated and the difference between politics and the body is established. But at the same time, the RAF declares the resistance against the annihilation of the body to be a political victory that must be recognized, that is, a Pyrrhic victory of self-preservation that is supposed to oblige the enemy who has once again become an opponent. It seems as if the logic of their own action has indeed gone beyond their bodies, but not through their heads. Their minds refuse to recognize the logic of antagonism, although their bodies can no longer bear its continuation. The dynamics of war are beyond the comprehension of the warriors, the bodies no more than the minds can admit. The result, the state, which the RAF declared total war on, is essentially and inherently more brutal than they could have even suspected at the beginning of their campaign. The theoretical determination of 1971, according to which fear of fascism is already a part of its rule, does not mean that it could not be exceeded by the practical experience of merciless violence. The knowledge of what power is capable of is abstract compared to the suffering it can cause. This belies the well-intentioned slogan that thoughts are free even when the body is in chains. Isolation torture, which abstracts everything from the prisoner that is not pure thought, which deprives the body of the most necessary things and denies it what is most self-evident, what is once again a right. Light, air, sounds, is the state's mockery of the civil sentence. When someone just thinks, then he is. Whoever can only talk to himself, in the end, speech is also taken away from him. The RAF's command language is enough to indicate the effectiveness of sensory deprivation. The prisoners went on hunger strike against this real terror, but under the demands of the war, as if to prove that bourgeois society does not even care about any suffering that is not part of a higher mission and without meaning. Their weapon expresses defeat and admits the failure that their demand for the application of the Geneva Convention persistently denies. By rejecting the surrender that they have already carried out as the imposition of abjuration, they want to turn their fate of being at the mercy of the state for mercy or disgrace into the appearance of free self-determination. In doing so, they satisfy the needs of the friends of armed struggle, who have been calling the state a violent state for years and yet, as if there were law without violence, sue for the observance of human rights in the FRG before a merely fictitious world state, the UN. They demand the observance of human rights as seemingly pre-state and natural rights, although in practice they must recognize that not even the right to one's own person, which is supposed to exist from birth, is possible without the political guarantor of private property par excellence. The RAF, which wanted to break with private property, invokes precisely the principles that follow from it legally, and claims not to have noticed the contradiction. It claims the idea of a right whose epitome is precisely the bourgeois state, which it refuses to recognize. This indicates the extent of their existential need and the measure of their political bankruptcy. Just as they lost the fight for power, so they lost the fight against bourgeois consciousness. Therefore, it is only consequent to agitate for the hunger strike in such a way that it can be understood in the Okapax cartel as a somewhat more militant fast for peace. "We are not afraid," explained a GAL speaker at the Green Party's Federal Assembly in Duisburg, "of being politically identified with the RAF, because the demands of the first hunger strike statement do not express RAF programmatics, but rather normal human rights demands. Any modification of the prisoners' demands objectively betrays the hunger strikers, because any modification signals that the original concerns are not coherent." Quote end. It is understood that the Greens, for whom the hair-raising contradiction of a nonviolent policy because it is original has never occurred to them, do not want to exclude the human right to recognition as a warring party either. Here the life lie of the alternatives coincides strangely with the life lie of the prisoners. The prisoners' demand for merger is supported only by the deadly determination with which it is represented. The only thing that speaks against the idea of a self-determined life in prison is the ideological suspicion against the idea of a re-establishment of bourgeois society in prison, of all places, since nothing special has come of it outside. In this demand for a third way between individual pardon and collective amnesty, the RAF and the left jointly cultivate the fixed idea that the state really depends on the consent of its materialized political antagonism, on the authorization of the vanguard faction of a Red Army, the bulk of which maneuvers behind it only in its imagination. The prisoners had to be protected from the state, their idealistic friends and themselves. For at the end of the struggle it had become clear that there had been a mistake in the declaration of war. It is simply not first and foremost the will to revolution that makes revolutionaries, as the body's self-defense vigorously demonstrates. The RAF's revolution was just a brainchild of left-wing intellectuals. The fish freezes to death in the block of ice and dreams of swimming. The duty of the revolutionary is to make the revolution. More than 20 years after the SDS Vietnam Congress put this categorical imperative on the agenda of history, the last enrages of the revolt have remembered the right of the imprisoned revolutionary to believe in the revolution for the time being and otherwise to defend himself to the best of his ability. The disarmed vanguard has decided not to play the fool again for their friends outside who are just as principled as they are identity-obsessed. They have decided to no longer be the whipping boy of state protectors, for whom an internal enemy with nothing but good intentions is just what they need. And she has finally decided against being the devil in the bottle for green boys and girls any longer, who can advertise their nonviolent politics precisely because the state's monopoly on the use of force can only be talked to death in parliament, but not shot dead. There is no obligation on the revolutionary to fight for communism in the high-security wing of all places, regardless of the losses, when outside the fun of resistance has long since outweighed the right to revolution. Even if the prisoners of the RAF conducted their 10th hunger strike out of superior calculation and tactful consideration for the illusions of the public regarding the combining of political prisoners, they have nevertheless become political prisoners as a result of their struggle, and consequently they deserve not clemency but an amnesty. Under the regime of isolation and torture, the Red Army had to recognize in prison that it had long been a fiction in society, and the rest of its faction at large as a collection of cardboard cutouts. The prisoners now also regard the right of violence of the good, in which an entire generation of radical Democrats and theologians became intoxicated, as a mere moral philosophical thesis that can be discussed with them, but which politically obliges them to nothing more. Thus, the revolution has slipped into their attitudes, for which one at best incurs expenses, but does not break one's neck. Happily freed from the obsession of confusing their subversive intentions with revolutionary practice, they no longer claim the general truth and strategic validity of their project, but rather their honest intention and inner sincerity. As far as they are concerned, they have given up their monopoly as suppliers of political identity in bulk and in detail, and have also written off the entire industry. For anyone who has ever had the opportunity to get to know the Society of Friends of Armed Struggle will hardly fail to notice the quiet irony and the laboriously restrained mockery with which Karl-Heinz Delwo ceded the entire revolutionary limited liability company to them. Our comrades out there don't need us as a motor for their terrain. They are themselves. Taz, June 1, 1989. This is how a used car dealer wishes a good trip to someone who has just sold the storekeeper and hopes that the happy customer and his scrap heap will at least make it around the next corner. The Social Revolutionary Project, which promised to overcome the social separation of economy and politics, which its armed wing wanted to help along against the natural legalism of politics, is denied by the prisoners and relegated to the realm of necessity, which must present itself to them as that of impossibility. This is the politicization of the RAF, which at the same time signifies its dissolution. Karl-Heinz Delwo's polemic against the destruction of the political by the state speaks to the RAF's transformation from an organization of militant and unconditional enemies of the state into a lobby of discriminated government opponents willing to negotiate, which strives to sue for and collect the bonus that bourgeois society so generously hands out to tax evaders from party headquarters for disinterested action and unconditional altruism, even for failed revolutionaries. Christian Klar is a murderer, but his motive was not greed. He killed out of fuzzy political convictions. He believes that the world cannot be changed with reforms, but only with a gun. He wants to liberate the masses. He and his RAF comrades see themselves as the spearheads of a revolutionary people's movement, wrote Stern magazine on March 22, in the middle of the hunger strike, and it gave the prisoners the good advice to no longer argue with the state about the miserable end result of their commando actions, but rather to change the subject and discuss their good intentions with the politicizing public. They took up this suggestion and learned how to deal with a public that is obsessed with opinion, feeling, and will so quickly that one suspects they have never known any other secret passion in their lives than studying Think Positive. With their backs to the wall and at the last minute, they have realized how tactically unwise it is to polemicize against a national character trait from a position of weakness. The proof of material interests and so-called base motives that may be driving someone is already the whole rent of a striking critique of his judgments. and they confidently claim the prize that the principle of trial and error always hands out when the motif of the whole experiment, disgraced in its misstep, could also have come from Goethe's Faust. In clear consciousness of the political surplus value of altruism, the RAF practices self-criticism and publicly accuses itself of not being able to communicate the higher meaning of the deed, instead of not cracking the safes in order to make a carefree life for itself in Hawaii, which after all would have been wiser and objectively more sensible. The fact that the private appropriation could not be understood as the appearance of the collective expropriation, as it was meant, is freely admitted, and yet at the same time, with reference to goodwill and an appeal to everyone who has a political understanding of their life and not an individualistic, i.e. selfish one, it is refined with the holy water of unselfishness. The prisoners cleverly occupy the official as well as alternative political discourse and speculate that the polemic against self-interest, which is popular among fellow countrymen, will also work to their advantage. For pure idealism, which, heroically cheating self-preservation, is concerned with the whole issue without beating about the bush, is under the tutelage and criminal minority of the democratized Volksgemeinschaft for the simple reason that the German, come hell or high water, does not want to admit that he followed the Führer for completely different reasons than concern for Germany. Still hesitant at the beginning of the hunger strike, but increasingly self-confident and purposeful towards the end, the prisoners poked at this sore point in the Volksseele. Because it is not the everyman and the everywoman who are the focus of attention in this country, but the human being, the German may only trust such revolutionaries, if at all, for whom the whole uprising was not actually worthwhile and who themselves would be the last to benefit from it. It is not demarcations, hollow slogans, ideological models that are at the center, but people, as Eva Hall, Taz, May 31, 1989, recognized, and therefore specifically asks the question that drives everyone, not excluding the Taxpayers Association and the Protestant Church Day, in a Faustian way. How can people's interests be asserted against power? As difficult as the question weighs, it would be petty to wrangle over different solutions and to want to sectionally exaggerate the differences between Robert Junk's Menschenbeben and Ulrike Meinhof's armed revolution for communism. Wherever the human being is at issue in Germany, the question of the meaning of life follows on the heels. Throw away things, throw away values, throw away life. When the German Bishops' Conference, in its statement Causes of Terrorism and Conditions for Overcoming It in April 1978, revealed the incognito of the authors of the urban guerrilla concept and exposed not Marx and Lenin, but the nihilistic zeitgeist as ghostwriter. When a little later a complete peace movement was able to cope with this profound experience of meaninglessness, which the bishops had recognized as the secret driving force of the collective RAF, even without violence, when finally the Green Party countered the throwaway society with recycling and a throwaway life with life reform. Those who had retained a shred of basic trust in the protest movement's critique of ideology could still assume that the armed revolutionaries were better than their bad reputation, at least to the extent that they would rather abandon the fight than publicly admit that the Catholics were right. In any case, the restoration of the full dimension of the human being, which the RAF adopted as its program after the failure of Offensive 77 instead of revolution, would not have been worth the effort and could have been more easily accomplished in a self-awareness group. Therefore, the armed struggle failed only superficially because of the balance of power, and essentially because it had no different purpose than the rest of the identity-challenged clan. The slight difference in method does not justify the major personal consequences. However, because the RAF continued the fight beyond the moment of defeat and because it not only flatly denied being practically beaten but also being mentally disarmed, the prisoners, as beneficiaries of a twisted dialectic, can now turn their weakness into strength. As soon as the method is withdrawn, the program of the armed revolution reads like an appeal, addressed to everyone and no one, to save humanity from the terror of consumerism. What was useless for the offensive becomes the emergency brake. If you see your life in the stupor of forced consumption of television, video, fashion, etc., that's your problem. People were agitated at a Hamburg solidarity rally, where the police used water cannons to chase them in front of the prisoners were presented as shining examples who want to live together as whole people. There are already enough half people here. Hunger Strike Info number 6. March 23, 1989. There is hardly any objection to this, and the pioneers of the rural communes, who should know better, have long since become bored out of their minds. If social criticism, for lack of mass, has retreated into polemics against the half-baked individual, then there is no longer any reasonable reason to twist a rope out of it for the RAF for opposing Helmut Schmidt's television-free Sunday as state-supporting reformism. It is precisely the cunning of the unreasonableness of an anthropology that is as idealistic as it is authoritarian, that it first lures its customers with the promise of super-individual commitment and then, when they want to consume the ideological special offer, disappoints them so excessively that they might as well have used their common sense. What should make sense only dissolves again into matters of taste. Because, as far as the question of meaning is concerned, astrology, therapy, and armed struggle are in fact interchangeable, the decision is all the more difficult as it is about nothing at all. In order not to perish miserably like Buridan's ass in front of identical sacks of oats due to an inability to make a logically justified decision for one and against the other, the request to choose is not rejected as the wrong question and, rather, out of a need for meaning, is broken decisively over the leg. Whether one agrees with Rolf Heisler that the half-humans who carry the state are ultimately fighting a losing battle against the holistic revolution, Hunger Strike Info No. 4, March 9, 1989, or rather shares Antje Vollmer's view that the idea of the state as the representative of collective evil is antiquated. And to prevent violence, one should rather create a human closeness that makes shooting impossible. When the doctrine of the true human being leaves the realm of cultural criticism and becomes politicized, it only reveals that the class struggle has dissolved into the opposition of hostile temperaments and that the character masks of the past have become inseparably engraved in the character itself. Anyone who has no better objection to bourgeois society and its state than the subjective insinuation that they form a system without a sense of life, Karl-Heinz Delwo, Taz, March 6, 1989. Need not even begin to take up the fight. It seems that the thought of the manifold and mutually dependent and exclusive purposes of jargon of actuality has also suddenly and unexpectedly imposed itself on the prisoners, so that they have not yet fully realized it. In fact, the optimistic reading of anthropological metaphysics, that life itself is sabotage and revolutionary, and the pessimistic variant, that bare life has never justified any particular hopes, are so close together that the transition is difficult to make on reflection and can only be made as a leap under the pressure of precisely that self-defense of the body that was the last hunger strike. Where a bare existence was still being fought for in the name of transcendence a year ago, because living as a human being is fundamentally antagonistic to the imperialist structure, Bridget Monhaupt, Statement on the Dialogue Proposal, Taz, August 8, 1988, the saving of life itself now appears as utopian and its meaning as survival. Only the refusal of transcendence now allows a substantial experience of what freedom is and the view of the day before yesterday. That nothing would devalue life as much as the attitude that posits it as absolute and makes meaning a secondary question. Karl-Heinz Delwo, Hunger Strike Info NR4, March 9, 1989, is no longer even a distant memory. But even in the fact that it merely changes positions in the mirror game of politicizing metaphysics, the RAF betrays itself, albeit finally to its advantage, of the insight into the state of the relationship between revolutionary necessity and social reality in the system of total socialization. It is no coincidence that the thesis of the dual character of life seems like a caricature of the classical theory of revolution, which was based on the dual character of the proletariat. It is the intellectual reflex of the revolution in its state of temporary impossibility, helpless revolutionarism, which had to dissolve the right of force of the good into the law of the jungle of the better people. Because the RAF wanted to offer the totally mediated society a counterweight, it could invoke nothing but the naked will, that is its dignity, and its madness, but because the product of mediation is nothing other than the domination of a second nature, which presents itself to individuals as the domination of free will, in the end it has only the naked body, that is its bankruptcy and perhaps its hope. The fact that the RAF wanted to hand down a collective of Stauffenbergs to the Federal Republic was its political downfall, that it now refuses to continue to adhere to ideological stereotypes with which the comrades of your brought themselves into office and dignity and, as a result of their politicization, relates to the fans out there like a trade union headquarters in the middle of a collective bargaining round to the picket line, can be the first step in its personal salvation. Thus, the sad alternative that society still presents to revolutionary intentions is reflected in the career of the RAF, and the editorial staff of the magazine Autonomy described it years ago in a moment of rare clarity as the miserable choice between terrorist nihilism on the one hand and social work satisfaction on the other. Faced with the false choice between the revolutionary imperative of abstract and immediate negation and the reformist temptation to gain a foothold in the system of mediation, to organize so-called learning processes and to start and tie in with the existing needs, the prisoners have decided in favor of the political with good reason. We want a revolutionary development. The political comes first, Karl-Heinz Delwo explained about the cancellation of the hunger strike, while the new passion for politics deceives the audience about its purpose just as much as the old hatred of the state does. The fundamental error of a movement that never got around to writing a book with the title State or Revolution is that there should be a black mold called revolutionary politics. This has now become the white lie of the gun-toting Leninists of yore. Fortunately, revolutions have so far taken place despite the revolutionaries, which is based on the objective paradox that the revolutionaries' duty to make the revolution has never been in line with the realization that the feasible revolution would not be worth the effort because it would mock their idea of freedom. The RAF cadre's understanding of fascism merely sharpened the trivialization of National Socialism, which was already common in progressive circles at the time. This, in turn, was based on the constant equation of the Holocaust and the atomic bomb, as demonstrated in pure form by Hans Magnus Enzensberger, for example, in the mid-60s. Here, the real German deed of exterminating the Jews quickly disappeared into a general and hypothetical fate of humanity, namely the threat from the then-existing nuclear powers, namely, of course, the United States. Hannah Arendt, with great prescience, criticized at the time that the specific and particular deed of the Germans was lost in the sauce of the general. The final banishing formula against the inconveniences that National Socialism imposed on the progressive worldview, however, ultimately arose from the gross misunderstanding of a sentence by Max Horkheimer, namely that those who did not want to talk about capitalism should remain silent about fascism. Against Horkheimer's bitter protest, the slogan was distilled: "Capitalism leads to fascism, capitalism must go," which was also the limit of the historical knowledge of the demonstrators chanting it. Fascism became one of the interchangeable empty formulas that already characterized the language of the SDS, but especially that of the RAF, invectives like alienation, exploitation, or imperialism. If there was already little differentiation between National Socialism and fascism, the emptying of the term fascism itself enabled grandiose self-empowerment, namely, to arbitrarily determine what or who is to be designated as fascism or fascist and thus as the universal evil, and no less, what or who may be considered its victim. A first high point of narcissistic usurpation was the spectacle of not only the French May demonstrators, but also German student leaders publicly declaring themselves to be the true Jews of today. Here, history was reinvented even more recklessly than most postmoderns later dared, entirely according to their own arbitrariness and thus simultaneously guided by unconscious and thus unreflected motives. It was precisely this general tendency that the RAF took to an extreme. It placed itself in the position of both the victims of National Socialism and the liberators and avengers. This is the meaning of the abbreviation RAF, which claimed to be the successor of the Soviet Army but also unintentionally associated the British Air Force. The Royal Air Force, it was, after all, capitalist imperialist, viewed Ulrike Meinhof with the same eyes as the Nazi David Irving, whom she promptly consulted as a source in her 1965 column in the magazine Konkret. When the German population learned the truth about Auschwitz, the English public learned the truth about Dresden. The perpetrators were denied the glory that had been promised them by their leaders. Here and there. In Dresden, the anti-Hitler war degenerated into what they claimed to be fighting against: barbarism and inhumanity, for which there is no justification. End of quote. This tendency towards a warped revanchism against the Western powers also dominated the later RAF ideas of a revenge campaign in the name of the people, expressly including, incidentally, the German people. It was no coincidence that the bombing campaign against U.S. facilities in May 1972, 4 dead, 13 seriously injured, was announced by an RAF theoretical pamphlet called Dem Volk dienen, serving the people, as the new general of the armed struggle against the main enemy, the U.S. military presence in the Federal Republic and West Berlin. The subsequent commando statement also took a very nationalistic tone, in which revenge for Hanoi was no longer distinguished from that for Dresden, and the bombing of Hamburg was presented as Auschwitz for the Germans. Quote, "The people in the Federal Republic do not support the security forces in the search for the bombers because they have not forgotten Auschwitz, Dresden, and Hamburg, because they know that bomb attacks are justified against the mass murderers of Vietnam." End of quote. The group remained true to this national jargon, which, however, did not make them stand out negatively from the contemporary left, but rather shows that the Marxist-Leninists of the RAF provided the templates for the abstruse anti-imperialist pamphlets of the 1980s. In the statement on the matter that Bader, Enslin, Meinhof, and Raspe made in Stamheim in 1976, for example, it says, "The class struggles in Germany take place between the proletariat here and U.S. imperialism on the other side. Namely, the U.S. has colonized West Germany and behaved towards the Germans as it would towards the indigenous population of an occupied country in the Third World." The re-education and liberalization after the Second World War were based on the racist assertion of a specific, anti-democratic character structure of the German people and were nothing more than the attempt of the occupying power to destroy the identity of the subjugated people, to extinguish the consciousness of its historical existence. End of quote. In this, their last text intended for agitation, the accusations of the RAF founding generation against the old Nazis at the top of the FRG are limited to the fact that they have surrendered Germany to the USA. The RAF seriously accused the old Nazis of no longer being real Nazis, but traitors to the country. The equation of public enemy in Germany with enemy of Germany does not apply in the case of the RAF. Their ideology tends more towards that of the national revolutionary enemies of the system who resent the Federal Republic for having alienated itself from its German heritage. The former RAF member Horst Mahler can certainly claim ideological consistency and coherence for his later transformation from comrade to Volksgenosse. The empathetic turn of the RAF founders towards the Germans at the time was unsurprisingly accompanied by usurpatory displacement of the Jews as Nazi victims and their replacement by the highest personal self. What had already emerged in the student movement became a real mania among the RAF prisoners. There were undoubtedly assaults on the prisoners in the jails and, at times, extremely harsh prison conditions, but nothing less than systematic detention pending extermination, in which there would have been no information system set up and maintained by Christian Strobeli and others, no newspaper subscriptions, no afternoon meetings of the RAF prisoners with each other, and no typing pool in Mahler's cell. But that didn't stop anyone, either inside or outside, from fabricating disgusting and hysterical analogies between so-called white torture and gas. Enslin, in her own words, the difference between the dead wing and isolation, Auschwitz to Buchenwald. And don't believe anyone who says that the first RAF generation's hard hunger strikes were staged to ease their sentences. They starved themselves to death to prevent their sentences. Because, according to the RAF logic, the more liberally the mess is handled, unobtrusive, relaxed, nice, devious, slippery, mean, in short, the more psychological, the more effective, the deeper the destruction of the prisoner's personality. So the goal of the hunger strike is only itself, that is, struggle that creates struggle. The more manically they tried to put themselves in the place of the dead Jews, the greater their hatred became for Israel, the state of the living Jews, which was not coincidentally permanently labeled with the otherwise rather arbitrarily used label of fascism. The most harrowing document on this subject was left behind by Ulrike Meinhof, with her justification of the murderous attack by Arab terrorists of the organization Black September on Israeli Olympic participants in 1972. While the author thought she was sitting in a gas chamber instead of in prison, quote from a Meinhof Kasseber, the political term for the dead wing, Cologne, I say quite clearly, is the gas. My Auschwitz fantasies in there were realistic. She put the following on paper: this act is simultaneously anti-imperialist, anti-fascist, and internationalist. She has documented a sensibility for historical and political connections that only the people have, namely, the people who know full well that Israel received its reparation capital from West Germany, formerly Nazi Germany. And now Israel's Nazi fascism has burned out its athletes like the Nazis burned out the Jews, fuel for the imperialist policy of extermination pursued by Moshe Dayan fascism. Dayan is later referred to by Meinhof as the Himmler of Israel. This also clearly answers the initial question in the negative. The RAF was an armed representative of German historical revisionism, waging a grotesquely superfluous civil war with real dead, but entirely imaginary fronts. Not being able to recognize this, even to some extent, was the result of a complete isolation from any kind of experience, which, however, did not only affect the RAF, but ultimately characterized the entire militant New Left with its dubious anti-imperialism, absurd organizational debates and self-obsessed militancy. The RAF had only been the most consequent in all of this and was therefore also controlled to a particularly high degree by psychodynamic processes. Or in the still shudder-inducing words of Ulrike Meinhof, there is only one cure: gun, consciousness, and collective. In retrospect, the contemporary hatred of the Baader-Meinhof gang, particularly among older Germans, seems to have been so particularly strong because the differences in the matter were so particularly small. This epical misunderstanding, which some media and politicians are trying to exploit again today, albeit rather half-heartedly, in the debate about the pardon of Christian Klar, needs to be clarified. After all, Klar only recently proved that he produces exactly the same anti-Western schoolboy poetry as the far-right CSU member Peter Gaweiler or any staunch pacifist kindergarten teacher. Because of this, there is no reason to let him languish in jail any longer. When the endless recycling of the German autumn finally becomes irrelevant, it may become clearer just how dreadfully German the RAF was. Or to put it another way, how well the biggest rabble-rousers, who once called for concentration camps and the death penalty, could actually have talked to the hated terrorists about U.S. cultural imperialism, international Jewry, Allied bombing terror and Germany's national reawakening. The concept of urban guerrilla is to critical communism as exorcism is to categorical imperative. Nothing in the justification of armed struggle is not fundamentally flawed from the outset. It is impossible to want to derive accurate results from erroneous reflection, and it is senseless to want to shoot the state. Louis XVI was not followed by 17, but Hartz IV was always followed by V. The complete externality of consciousness and end result, commonly known as alienation, presupposes an insight into the current state of the perverse society as unmediated coincidence, as opaque irrationality. In this, the armed struggle against the state had provided insights into the stature of the political sovereign, which the fighters were never able to appropriate. Both intellectually and practically, they always operated below the level of the antagonism they had spectacularly declared. The RAF was and remained a useful idiot of democratically organized rule, Leninists with guns, a medium for the secondary humanization of the objective coercive character of social reproduction. The RAF wanted to shoot at the state, but in the end it was a human being lying in the street. At the graves of the bankers and CEOs, the state presented itself as a mere network, made up of nothing but people like you and me, as a context of interaction between needy bodies and as a family. Actually, as the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung writes, a state has no emotions, but at the wake for its agents it's really heartbreaking and makes you want to weep. It is this intellectual subalternity that speaks from the latest statement by Christian Klar, and which, without praising the former Interior Minister Baum, can certainly be denounced as revolutionary gibberish. It had never been any different, and when the imprisoned comrades in Stammheim ordered each other around, go underground, into the deep, seek and find the subtle, terrorizing, blood-sucking mechanisms of the world market, of capital as a whole, within you, a strictly Freudian psychoanalysis would have been appropriate, not further training in the Mao Bible. The critique of weapons that the RAF staged had the social-philosophical quality of a bouillon cube. Christian Klar shot at the cold-hearted character mask of the Dresdner Bank. The pit was driven by the caring family man Jürgen Ponto, a soul of a person, interested in politics and culture, especially in art, also chairman of the music committee in the cultural circle of the Federal Board of German Industry, friend of Herbert von Karajan and other intellectual giants. Not very purposeful, this action. The capital agent is supposed to die, the philanthropist is dead. This strange transformation, a Catholic would speak of transubstantiation with Karl Marx, took place throughout the deed without any consciousness on the part of the perpetrators, a change of character in which political sovereignty documents its mischief. The RAF, already befuddled by the uncritical abuse of Maoist ideologies, hid the problem from its consciousness by obsessively talking about the character mask, a term that was robbed of its subversive intention not least by its practice and is now considered cynical and inhumane, a collateral damage of critical theory. The problem that Marx's critique of political economy presents with the introduction of the concept of the character mask in the chapter on the exchange process of commodities consists precisely in this. How can it be that the bourgeois public, in the form of the Welt am Sonntag, for example, finds the RAFs blatantly perverse on the one hand in the fact that it called people pigs, i.e. had denied the functionaries of the system their humanity? On the other hand, a few pages later in the business section of the same edition, it prints a portrait of VW's Peach under the headline The Born Boar and reports that he calls himself a wild boar and is dedicated to defending himself from predators. The Frankfurter Allgemeine adds to the zoological the psychiatric finding that Peach is a man possessed. What now? Are we allowed to call Peach the pig that he is and that he calls himself? Schleyer the man he was? Without doubt. According to Marx, this is a substantial insight of social criticism. Those who see their profession as their calling, their historical mission, as Die Welt writes about Peach, in managing exploitation and domination are nothing but de-individualized functionaries and puppets, decorated with scraps of character. The lower classes are no better, but only better housed. But all of them, what is praised is the elite's determination and will to lead consists of such animal qualities that it disgusts the sow. This inflates into the metaphysical, and in the end each of these agents, as the Bund praises Juan Carlos, is a great and responsible person with deep and genuine emotions. The character masks of persons, says Marx, are only the personifications of the economic relations as the bearers of which they confront each other. It is about persons, not individuals. Set up as a legal subject, as a responsible, accountable, identical note of buying and selling, as a party to a contract, the individual is integrated into the form through which the accumulation of capital alone can take place, i.e. the subject form or also, value form of the needy body. In this, the active abstraction of capital posits the concrete body as its material, breathing form of appearance. It was not for nothing that Helmut Kohl wept at the grave of Alfred Herrhausen for his lived patriotism, as its material carrier and as the thinking flesh in which it materializes. The commodity in and of itself is a senseless thing because it has no sense. Hence the social necessity of bodies, because, according to Marx, the sense that the commodity lacks for the concreteness of the body of the commodity is supplemented by the owner of the commodity with his own 5 or more senses. Just as the use value is the, albeit indispensable, embellishment of the exchange value, so the body is the necessary human material on which the capital socialization appears. Anyone who shoots at a capitalist can only miss, hitting not exploitation and accumulation but a human body. On the other hand, and here, as always in fetishized conditions, all kinds of theological quibbles and metaphysical subtleties, Marx, come into play. Not every kind of flesh is suitable for representing the subject. The body, along with the psyche that drives it, requires certain minimum qualifications, which the German civil code organizes with the rituals of admission and exclusion from the society of mature private property owners. These requirements increase with the social hierarchy. As a Hartz IV recipient, you understand enough about business and economics to be able to budget with €345. At the top of the command, it must be wild boar. Absolute will to win, genius, coldness, unfathomable the pig should be, i.e. somewhere between mild and malicious. All in all, the peach function must be able to parade rough, brutal, sometimes cruel. All of these character traits are predestined for masquerade. It then seems as if it were the other way around, as if the masked elites were of their own merit. Fetishism reigns so powerfully here that there are, of course, sociologists who have determined that managers in the United States earn around $1,000 less per year for every kilogram of excess weight, and that men taller than 1.82 meters receive around 10% more salary than those of average height. The materiality of the wearer, or, as Stalin once very rightly remarked, the nature of this human dust is a necessary, but not sufficient, condition for function. It is certainly enough to fuel fetishization, to make a cult, for example, of this flesh as fit for fun. And men with menser deserve double. As in the economy, so in politics. The job description for the pig peach resembles that which the political sovereign of capitalized society has to fulfill. Since the bourgeois Enlightenment, since Niccolò Machiavelli's critical studies on domination and its strategic use, it has been clear that anyone who wants to rule has to be a lion that can credibly appear as a sheep. They have to reconcile the contradiction within themselves, to bring the logically mutually exclusive into a synthetic unity of precisely that which decides authoritatively in the last instance. Sovereign is he who dwells in the beyond of logical contradictions, who is incapable of contradicting himself, the active identity of rule with himself. What unites capital with sovereignty is that, just as the self-referential process of accumulation is not absorbed in the material being of the factories, so sovereignty is not strictly identical with the fixed institutions of the political, the state and its apparatuses. Both are processes, albeit under the compulsion of reification. What separates capital from sovereignty, however, is that the latter immediately produces tangibility and sensual evidence in the form of money and thus presents exploitation as its opposite, while the former presents itself only in the form of the law, i.e. as a disguise for the unconditional command over life and death, whose name is monopoly on violence. The law suggests greater degrees of freedom than the economy, which is supposed to be fate, in terms such as people's sovereignty. In practices such as universal, free, and equal suffrage, people even seem to become the subject of a state in the form of the people, which, as a realm of free will, i.e. of freedom, could polemically turn against the realm of necessity. Just as value, money, and capital want to be understood as the eternal, natural forms of representation of production and reproduction, so too do the categories of the political. The reversal of society drives the perpetuation of the rule of man over man, and thus to a real abstraction that appears as a right and is ideologically grounded in a negative anthropology. That man is a wolf to man is the authorization for the original centralization of power, for the extolling of the sovereign as the founder of the peace of the land. What Thomas Hobbes imagined in Leviathan, albeit as a social relationship, the idea of the sovereign as the general man, that is, as the real existing abstraction of the human species pure and simple by means of the synthesis of all its specimens, became drastic in 1933 in Germany in the figure of Hitler and as Behemoth. The sovereign as the very human being proved to be the very German in and of himself. When it became clear who the wolves really were and how mercilessly they attacked people, it also became clear that sovereignty could only be embodied and exercised by a single person, a figure whose private sadism coincided with the state's objective compulsiveness. In the sovereign, the Aryan came into his own as the Aryan in the sovereign. Hitler, affectionately called Wolf, represented the master of the crisis, Gerhard Scheidt, objectively a Cretan, whose psychological character, however, implied the valid state character, and vice versa. It is this sovereignty that the bourgeois public wants to forget, deny, and disassociate itself from after Hitler, by responding to Carl Schmitt and raving about the anthropological lesson, the human condition, that we are by nature dependent on the state. All power wants eternity, but this barbaric sovereign, who is therefore incarnated in a barbarian, can at least be blown up and liquidated. Executing Hitler would have meant putting the state of the Volksgemeinschaft against the wall. The one and only Johann Georg Elser tried it in 1938, as the practice required by the critical theory of Horkheimer and Adorno. He did not achieve it because he was not of noble birth and not a tyrannicide, unlike Stauffenberg. It is therefore no wonder that the RAF invoked Che Guevara, Mao Zedong, the Tupamaros, and other militant populists, but never Johann Georg Elser. For they should have learned from Elser not only what it means to recognize in absolute solitude what is objectively reasonable and to draw practical consequences from it, i.e., to reflect and act in a materialistic way, but also that the identity of sovereignty and state apparatus in the figure of Hitler was and is only possible in the system of Nazi-fascist barbarism. Since, in stubborn renunciation of the materialist Enlightenment, it did not want to learn any of this, the RAF falsified the concept of Nazi fascism to make it compatible with the German public and made the Kunels, Gosweilers, and Dimitrovs happy. When there was talk of Israel's Nazi fascism, when it was then claimed that hatred of the Jews had been manipulated into the people and was actually a sign of the longing for communism, when it was finally said, without us absolving the German people of fascism, because people really didn't know what was going on in the concentration camps, we can't mobilize them for our revolutionary struggle. The RAF, by playing on the character masks of capital and the state, had actually become, albeit underground, an ideological state apparatus, lies in arms. It had to miss its target by hitting it, Hans Martin Schleyer for example. The boss of bosses had served the purposes of capital and the state early on, had been chosen and recruited. He had studied these purposes from the ground up in Heidelberg, the whole canon, racial theory, foundations of the National Socialist worldview, military science, law, anyway, finance, even more so. However, as his biographer Lutz Hochmeister smugly notes, Schleyer had completed a modern interdisciplinary study of political science, i.e. exactly what is now called political science, administrative science, and public law. No specialist idiot then, and today one would say transdisciplinary. In 1937, Schleyer was able to formulate the fact that the subject form according to the BGB means inclusion through exclusion, even if not in German, but still valid as the Nazi a priori. Selection always means eradication at the same time. In other words, elite is a murder collective. With this knowledge and skill, he rose to Daimler-Benz and further into the paradises of capital, until he got in the way of the RAF, the ideal target, actually. But the hit squad didn't even think about carrying out the sentence imposed by Johann Georg Elser on Hitler and his cronies, at least and finally in retrospect. Despite all the fascism droning, they were not interested in revenge and historical justice, but only in a bit of agitprop against finance capital, i.e., as Christian Klar still slurs today, against the conspiracy of an international owner class against the masses, against the people and against mankind anyway. So the RAF murdered Schleyer and produced nothing but an extremely lasting state educational impression. They did not consider, could not consider, how intensely the material carrier, and, as far as we can speak of Homo sapiens here, he too, was welded and fused with the social function in the form of Schleyer. This was no longer a mask, but a masterpiece of plastic surgery. For Schleyer had understood from the beginning that the ruler for eternity, i.e. practical perpetuation of domination, has to stick with body and soul. One may call this, in psycho-jargon, his very special credibility. I am always prepared to accept acts of government in the interest of the state, which means to accept the sovereign power over life and death as applied to himself, as a material of the state to go and get the marching orders. Schleyer had thus overtaken the RAF both theoretically and practically. For the RAF, especially in its anti-Semitic projections, still operated entirely within the bounds of liberalism. However eccentric it was, it still had a problem mediating between the concrete and the abstract, between the masses and the profiteers, whom it chastised from heaven, Christian Klar. It could not come to terms with the contradiction between the bourgeois and the citoyen. Schleyer, on the other hand, didn't have this problem at all. He didn't even understand it. He saw himself as a German soldier, as a living weapon in a war of extermination against everything that was unproductive and disloyal to the national body. The RAF shot at Schleyer and hit Hans Martin Schleyer because, as Jacobins of the liberal intelligentsia, they couldn't possibly see that he represented their vanguard. What Schleyer's biographer reports was split off in a moralizing way. For Schleyer, in the sense of Hegel's theory of the state, the real was reasonable and the reasonable was real. Whether the path really leads from Hegel to Hitler is debatable. It remains true that Hitler saw through the untruth of liberalism like no other citizen. By understanding that the mediation of bourgeois and citoyen is ultimately only possible in death, only in a collective of murderers. Mediation, as a completely negative one, is self-sacrifice and sacrifice at the same time, so that the material from which the heroic realism of the functionaries has always been made since steel thunderstorms. Thus he drew the conclusion from Hegel, who, however, thought of reconciliation, hence of revolutionary wars. The determination in section 328 of his Foundations of the Philosophy of Right speaks for itself. Being a soldier implies the most hostile and at the same time most personal action against individuals with a completely indifferent, even good attitude towards them as individuals. You murder the function. The fact that the material carrier perishes in the process can be heartily regretted afterwards. One may pity it as a human being, even regret it. The structural inability of the bourgeois public to make a synthetic, i.e. reasonable judgment, is derived from this division, which arises quite spontaneously and naturally in a capitalist society. The title of Siemens' interviews with relatives of RAF victims speaks for itself. For the RAF he was the system, for me he was the father. Another history of German terrorism. Here the function, there the person, on the one hand the character mask, on the other hand Hans Martin, in between, nothing at first, later the unscrupulous attempt to cheer the character mask on the back of human qualities. What kind of book would Siemens have collated if Elser's assassination attempt on Hitler had been successful? Presumably this. For Elser he was the system, for me the beloved. Another history of the Nazi era. Interviews with Eva Braun. The synthetic judgment, on the other hand, was Elser's act. And the sentence that Siemens writes down in conversation with Patrick von Braunmühl could unquestionably be said of Braun. He was a person whose opinions and actions always coincided. It is not that the relative's grief should be laughed at. But the impression is created that blood is stronger than water, that the law of the clan applies, that being German is the nature of the people. Nicholas Frank has shown in his books that there is another way. You can, should, and must wish your father dead if, for example, he was the Governor-General of Poland. Even if you are still of sound mind as a son and want to belong to the human race despite the family. The RAF became entangled in the contradictions that the game of mirrors in politics opens up. Even in 1998, in its declaration of dissolution, it was still trying to tie in with the moral dilemmas of the liberalism from which it arose and to stage its fight as a tragedy. For all revolutionaries in the world, attacking people in their function for the system is a contradiction to their thinking and feeling. End of quote. It was the drama of the untalented revolutionary who gets tangled up in the question of whether the end justifies the means, the ideology of an era that was forever liquidated by Nazi fascism. It may be that peddling the concerns and needs of the peace movement is the method of choice for begging for mercy and a future for the rest of one's life. Why not? Nevertheless, the motion that Christian Klar submitted to the president, that the RAF's last possible assassination attempt on the concept and practice of communist revolution, means imploring the sovereign as a humanistic benefaction, just as he peeks out, completely untamed, as mere arbitrariness, from the supposedly systematized law. At times, prisons were considered the universities of revolutionaries. The comrades of the RAF only became even dumber in them. At the height of their Jacobinian exuberance, the RAF declared, when it legitimized the assassination attempt by Palestinian national fascists on the Israeli Olympic team in November 1972, that they had forced the character masks of the constitutional state of the Federal Republic of Germany to come off. The fact that under the makeup was not the truth of the sovereign, but the same again and in green, did not go anywhere.
There are words coined by the journal whose affirmative character is so prominent that it seems to turn into negation of its own accord. This includes the neologism of the Wutbürger. The title already suggests the impending disaster. The repression of violence, which is intrinsic to the bourgeoisie, drives people to unleash it, which is what the crisis is pushing for anyway. The enraged citizen of today, who does not cease to banish the violence from his consciousness that secures his livelihood, however small it may be, is the terrorist people's comrade of tomorrow, who in turn must speak of it all the less as he practices it quite automatically. This is already evident in the direct or indirect complicity of citizens with the jihadists, i.e. in their opinion of Israel. The Wutbürger, who longs for the state of emergency in this way, cannot therefore be criticized in the name of the normal state, because he is this normal state, only in an elevated mood, as it were, just as the state of emergency itself is not to be understood as a state at all, but always only as a process aimed at destruction. The leftist or ex-leftist now performs the countertest by relying on the normal state. He criticizes the Wutbürger because, following a correct feeling, he himself must do penance for the past of Che Guevara worship and RAF sympathizing, that is, anti-Zionist, i.e. anti-Semitic violence. That this repentance, however, shies away from reflecting on the social core of this apology of violence. That it, in turn, represses violence, can be seen conversely in the flagrant difficulties in commemorating the Hitler assassin George Elser, as well as in the occasionally ostentatious inability to read Jean Amory, in whose essay on torture Adorno still found his concept of experience, or to do justice to Sartre's philosophy, for which there are not insignificant motives in critical theory. And if this repentant leftist declares his solidarity with Israel, his only, albeit bourgeois improvement, he has no concept for it, only slogans. The leftist or ex-leftist in a pro-American or anti-German penitent's shirt wrongly invokes Adorno's critique of engagement as long as he refuses to reflect on the preconditions of critique at all. This is precisely the real and ongoing betrayal of Adorno's critical theory, despite all his zealous commitment to it. The difference between concept and object, which can no more be resolved in thought than the antinomy of determination and freedom, because it could only be resolved socially, is stubbornly suspended in journalistic opinion, such as the opinion that Adorno made mistakes or that Adorno made no mistakes. Even if this opinion may make itself heard as a justified challenge to the left, it basically only offers a sociable feuilleton avant la lettre. Criticism of engagement then suffers the same fate as the engagement itself, which is not aware of its preconditions. It becomes blather. The rest is regarded as objectivity and falls prey to empiricism, or is left to a new Marx lecture, which for its part seems to have concluded with the petitio principii of critique, revolution as the condition of truth. Hegelian conceptual logic is practiced minus Hegelian philosophy of history, and no thought is given to the fact that, although it has absorbed the contradiction, it still prescribes a relationship between the individual and the whole determined by the sovereign insofar as it erases the negative of the dialectic that lies in experience. That in this logic, even if there is no mention of the state and violence, physical injury and violent death are always already conceived as a necessary sacrifice. It is symptomatic how both the feuilletonist avant la lettre and the conceptual logician post festum break apart the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, each in their own way. On the one hand, the moment of the corporeal is revealed not infrequently with an expression of disgust as that which is added. On the other, the concept of freedom, which every imperative has as a condition, is suppressed. The imperative of negative dialectics, however, reads, Hitler imposed a new categorical imperative on people in their state of bondage, to organize their thoughts and actions in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, that nothing similar happens. In him, the moment of what is added to the moral can be felt bodily. Bodily, because it is the abhorrence, which has become practical, of the unbearable physical pain to which individuals are exposed, even after individuality as a spiritual form of reflection is about to disappear. The existential judgment on the whole, which is untrue because it is based on violence and involves exploitation, and the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, the true concept of resistance and engagement, which presupposes freedom as something that cannot be derived and includes the use of violence, must therefore be related to each other. This is the only way to develop Adorno's critique. Only if this judgment of freedom were satisfied could violence as categorically demanded become superfluous, just as, conversely, as a unit of the whole, i.e. enforced by capital relations, it is there to constantly re-execute the superfluousness of the individual, which is conditioned by exploitation, and always on those individuals who are imagined as the embodiment of exploitation. It is precisely in this respect that the terrorist and the Wutberger turn out to be today's mutants of domination and servitude, as Hegel once took them as the starting point of his philosophy. However, the master of assassination, if he stakes his life on it, does not become free. His murderous actions only serve to totalize servitude. And the servant, however outraged he may be, is no longer given any opportunity to trust his labor power, and so for his part he already perceives it as a readiness to kill in waiting. We are the capital, we are the 99%. A critique that wants to uncover the inner connection between escapism and the apology of violence and must lead via Schmidt and Heidegger to Kozel and Sartre must start from that chapter of German ideology, the section on domination and servitude from Hegel's phenomenology. It was already its problem that it declared the citizen to be a servant, even if no longer a slave as in the Janensian real philosophy, that it therefore did not yet seem to have any concept of the form of historically specific servitude through capital and the state, as Hegel himself explicitly developed it only later, above all in the philosophy of right. The famous chapter on master and servant can rather be read as an attempt to conceive of domination without form, and it is only logical that it is suitable for illustrating pre-capitalist conditions or seems to depict the state of nature as described by Hobbes. Everyone goes to the death of the other, so far Hegel only repeats Hobbes. But it is only the setting forth of life through which freedom becomes, through which it is proven that it is not being, not its immersion in the expansion of life, that must be regarded as the essence of self-consciousness, but that nothing is present in this life that would not be a vanishing moment for that self-consciousness. Thus consciousness, if it does not shy away from death, is only pure being for itself. Leviathan becomes the subject, the state, for Hobbes a mortal god and monster in one, is humanized. The relationship between sovereign and subject appears as two opposing forms of consciousness. One is the independent one, for which being for itself is the essence, the other the dependent one, for which life or being for another is the essence. This transformation is only possible at the price of an apology of sacrifice. The establishment of the monopoly of power by the sovereign, which thus enthroned the world spirit of capital, appears as the accession to power of a death-defying man who emerged victorious from the duel merely because he did not shy away from death. It is only through this mortal sacrifice that freedom emerges. The defeated man who avoids it, on the other hand, becomes a servant. Hegel has thus found the mythical formula for the fact that domination in whatever form goes hand in hand with the threat of death. Unlike Hobbes, who also created a myth, Hegel also made the threat of life the ultima ratio, the crucial point of reason, and thus legitimized rule in a different way, from the victim himself. But this is also not a categorical imperative in the sense of Kant. What the master does cannot become a general law, otherwise society would remain in a state of nature, everyone against everyone to the death. The maxim of the master applies only to the master, the maxim of the servant only to the servant. This is a world without a universal maxim, which is set here as the beginning of history in general, and Hegel has thus historicized the categorical imperative, i.e. denied its categorical nature. Under the conditions of the establishment of relations of domination, being for itself and universality are mutually exclusive. The mythification consists in the fact that the mediations are not unfolded, and this is precisely what makes this early Hegelian thought so attractive. Just as Hegel mystified domination as a relationship between two consciousnesses that cannot have a common categorical imperative, he did not think of the state here as a state among states, but rather, probably in reference to Napoleon's ambitions for a world empire, as a single world sovereign. It is only in his later writings that he distinguishes between objective and absolute spirit, whereby the latter can continue to be invoked as the one and only, the world spirit, but the latter takes full account of the fact that the state exists in a multitude of states or not at all. In this unfolding of the mediations recognized in such a dichotomy lies the westernization of Hegelian thought. Reflection on the real implementation of the Code Civil in the individual countries after the world spirit had failed on horseback. Since the anti-Napoleonic wars of liberation, the continuously developed interest of German ideology has been to reverse westernization and return to the master-slash-servant relationship, which finally escalated into catastrophic politics with the First World War. Thus, the specifically theological aspect of Carl Schmitt's political theology lies precisely in projecting a theory of the sovereign without sovereigns, without reference to the relationship between sovereigns, as if the development of political thought were still at the level of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. The state of exception decides who is master, in other words. The sovereign is the one who decides on the state of exception. Schmitt does not say that it is a matter of life and death that is probably taken for granted. For him it is rather a matter of deciding when, under what conditions, it is a matter of life and death. The master is not determined by the fact that he is prepared to stake his life on it, but by the fact that he stands outside the normally applicable legal order, i.e. outside the order which, according to popular opinion, has to protect the lives of citizens. He is responsible for the decision to suspend the Constitution in toto, and this decision is required by the state of emergency, a state that cannot be synthesized according to the applicable legal principles. On the one hand, this theology registers the fact that in the modern age, as Hegel's phenomenology already stated, it no longer depends on the physical commitment of the master as a person. On the other hand, in contrast to modern theories of the state, he attempts to maintain that something remains of this personal moment, even under the conditions of modern statehood, which is decisive in the state of exception, and thus this concept of decision is born. The essence of state sovereignty does not actually reveal itself, as Max Weber still seems to suggest, as a monopoly on coercion and force, but as a monopoly on decision-making. Schmitt attributes the reduction of the state to an absolute decision created out of nothing, and in this way en passant displaces the force itself that is necessary to implement the decision in the first place. His political theology makes the connection between the power over the citizens and the relationship between the states disappear. It suppresses the fact that the decision of the sovereign is not created out of nothing, but is possible out of this relationship, i.e. under its preconditions alone. Finally, Schmitt has a whole arsenal of terms at his disposal that are conducive to this repression. Instead of naming the use of force, he speaks of intensity or seriousness. The total state, for example, as he projected it in 1932, was one of the possibilities of tremendous intensity. There is not much left of the conceptual bluster that is often registered in political theory under the buzzword decisionism, if only a single thought is given to the fact that such a decision created out of nothing, which does not have to relate to other states at all, structurally presupposes these states, just as the money that is spent on a commodity that requires a decision to buy it, which likewise comes out of nothing, presupposes capital. So when Schmitt says that the sovereign creates and guarantees the situation as a whole in its totality, because he has the monopoly of the final decision, then the existentialist turn in the theory of the state becomes very clear. Schmitt openly invokes Kierkegaard. What he said for or about the individual is now applied in an immediate political sense to the political unit, and thus abstracted from the individual. Kierkegaard used the concept of the situation to describe the fact that master and servant can no longer appear in their relationship to one another. The interiority that appears here is that of a subject who no longer knows anything about having to put his life into it in order to become master, nor does there seem to be any compulsion or necessity to work for someone else. The concept of the situation stands for the mutual reflex of social reification and objectless interiority. Schmitt introduces it into the political in order to establish the identity of the objectless community with the state of exception. That community is the nothingness from which the decision comes. The people are defined as those who are allowed to identify with the people without contradiction. What is referred to as the people is the embodiment of identification without contradiction, identity without non-identity. But this is death, and the willingness to inflict it as well as to suffer it is the prerequisite for identifying with the people. According to the concept of the political, the sovereign claims the monopoly on the double possibility of demanding readiness to die and readiness to kill from members of its own people, and to kill people who are on the enemy side. Schmitt still appears to look at the people from the state, but his concept of the state presupposes something, namely the concept of the political, and the people are already concealed within it. The definition of friend and foe, which is presented as the essence of the political, appears in its formalized form and is still reminiscent of Hobbesian thinking, insofar as it seeks to encompass the relationship within the state as well as that between the states. Thus, the sixth section of his writing states that the pluralism of states follows from the conceptual feature of the political, i.e. the friend/enemy determination, and that political unity presupposes the real possibility of the enemy and thus another coexisting political unity. There are therefore always several states on Earth, as long as there is a state at all, and there can be no world state encompassing the whole Earth and the whole of humanity. But the relations of violence between the states appear only as an appendix. They are not, as in Hobbes, just as fundamental and precisely in this respect opposed to the monopolization of violence within the state, but the other way round, mere extrapolation of the continuing internal war situation, the state of exception that applies everywhere. Insofar as Schmitt advocates the monopolization of violence and says in 1932, for example, that Germany first of all needs a strong state capable of acting and equal to its great tasks, he only does so in order to strengthen certain forces that are temporarily prepared for this monopolization but fundamentally resist it. His political theology is a breviary for the Freikorps. His earlier contacts with figures such as Captain Roth, who was in charge of the political coordination of the working group of the radical right-wing fighting leagues, are more symptomatic than his ephemeral sympathies for Mussolini. It was no coincidence that, in a personal conversation with him, the Duce made a clear point against National Socialist Germany as a Hegelian. The state was eternal, the party ephemeral. Schmitt did not share this primacy of the state over the party, and that is the highlight of his political theology and made him the most faithful theorist of the National Socialist unstate. Not Leviathan, but Behemoth is what he envisioned as a strong state. A state that takes the friend/enemy determination to the extreme within itself and gains unity from this alone, which it suspends everywhere else. At the latest, when the bombs fell on Germany, Schmitt himself admitted that he was the theorist of the modern behemoth, spoke of the fervent wailing of the sirens, with which the behemoth greets the great bird Zitz at night, and stated with a murmur that the time of the Leviathan would only end with the final victory. It would then have become a historical memory, a mere episode in the great history of nations. But when the Leviathan had proved that its time was far from over, and occupied Germany and imprisoned Schmitt in Nuremberg, the murmuring jurist also expressed himself somewhat more prosaically in retrospect and basically followed Nolens Vollen's The Analysis of Franz Neumann, his temporary student from the times of the Weimar Republic. The Hitler system had known no binding forms and institutions and had arbitrarily replaced the bureaucratic mode of operation with a through and alongside of orders and decrees. Fascism was merely a jumping-off point for him. Invoking it was a weapon to liquidate the coexistence of total parties in favor of a single party, which could now practice this coexistence with the equal institutions of the state and the Wehrmacht as the dissolution of the monopoly on the use of force. The friend-slash-enemy distinction proved to be merely the means to place the concept of the people before that of the state and to prepare the fundamental distinction that was then made in the new edition of the concept of the political in 1933, that between Germany and the Jews. Schmidt's own way of being, to which the basic distinction between friend and foe ultimately refers, thus has, as Karl Lowith pointed out as early as 1933, an inexpressible foundation of Aryan substantiality, which gives it a semblance of content, and is meant polemically in relation to the essentially alien way of being non-Aryan. What still appeared to Lowith as a polemical attitude towards the alien nature of non-Aryanism turned out to be the orientation of all thought and action towards the annihilation of those persecuted not only as non-Aryans, but as the opposite race. The question that Schmidt does not yet pose in the first edition of the concept of the political is, what if there is an enemy that does not form another, coexisting political entity, but is present everywhere, even in one's own entity? If the people on the enemy's side are in all countries and in one's own country. In other words, if there is a total enemy. This would finally be the principle of legitimacy that Schmidt was looking for in order to be able to claim that conflicts between states could be settled without violence. More than almost anywhere else in his writings from the Weimar period, it had become clear in the debate on the core question of the League of Nations that Schmidt always sought to refrain from using force between states or, as he later put it in 1940, to overcome and elevate the isolated concept of the state through entities such as the Bund, the Grossraum and the Reich, to abolish the rigid dualism of interstate and intrastate law, so that he thus looked out early on for the German people for a League of Nations in which a principle common to all would prevail. The loose structure of many and varied international relations, which today still appears as an ambiguous composite open to any reassuring interpretation, can perhaps tomorrow become a tight system and unfold all the consequences of a genuine federation and genuine solidarity. Thus, in the midst of the Weimar Republic, the constitutional law professor was already envisioning a federation that seemed to contradict his own conception of the state, as he formulated it in the concept of the political, as if a federation could abolish the relations of force between states, as if only one principle were missing. Although the great powers proclaimed their respect for international law at every opportunity, they would not allow anyone other than themselves to decide what is right in a specific case and would always keep open the possibility of creating a particular international law alongside the universal one. If this is to be changed, the doctrine of international law must find a principle that provides a legal standard for the natural and reasonable vital interests of peoples and states in the event of a conflict. The Carl Schmitt biographer of today does not even realize how frightening his own insight is when he states about this writing, in order to emphasize the topicality of its author. We ask such questions today in the EU as well. After all, the principle had been found at the time, and real solidarity had ultimately consisted in the destruction of European Jewry. According to Carl Schmitt in 1937, it is only right and sensible if a pre-existing, unalterable, genuine and total enmity leads to the divine judgment of a total war. 20. The enemy only becomes total by being a very specific, non-replaceable one. The enmity must be pre-existing and unalterable, regardless of how the enemy may behave, it will be destroyed. Only then is it possible to believe in redemption in annihilation if at least this one person is not interchangeable and at the same time embodies total interchangeability. This is the logic of anti-Semitic madness, which always culminates in totality as the totality of the Jewish invasion. In order to express the principle, which was not a principle, in positive terms, Schmitt later spoke of the nomos as a concrete order in which a people meets. To this end, he borrowed from Heidegger's existential ontology, as developed in Being and Time. It enabled him to go beyond the state of exception, to delimit it because, according to Heidegger, the actual selfhood is not based on a state of exception of the subject detached from the man. The man, i.e. the everyday life of capitalist competition, is rather to be transformed into an everyday life of annihilation, in which the community lives to the same extent that the individual must be permanently prepared to sacrifice not only his labor power, but also its container, the identity of the I persevering in the manifoldness of experience, is ontologically separate from the selfhood of the actually existing self of the people's comrade. The selfhood of the latter has in reality given up the ego, no longer wants to preserve it in the multiplicity of experiences as is appropriate for the commodity owner in bourgeois society, so that the commodities can also be exchanged in accordance with the utilization of value. but is rather dedicated body and soul to the leader, or the multiplicity of rackets that are oriented towards the leader, because value is no longer utilized. A single, actually existing self as a people. Heidegger defines determination as the secretive, fearful projection of one's own guilt. It gains its actuality as a preliminary determination. In it, Dacian understands its ability to be in such a way that it goes under the eyes of death in order to completely take over the being that it itself is in its thrownness. For Heidegger, the future and death cannot be separated. Only existing that is essentially future in its being, so that it can freely allow itself to be thrown back to its factual there, shattered by it for its death, can take over its own thrownness and be instantaneous for its time. Such actual temporality, which is also finite, makes something like fate possible. It becomes impossible, on the other hand, as a result of falling prey to the merely existent, the self-preservation of individuals. If being is value, which is no longer utilized, then the existent is labor power, which is no longer used by capital. If the latter is only violence, then the latter is its application. In any case, the community itself must take over the existent completely, labor service, the Wehrmacht, war of extermination. But there is no mention of this in Being and Time. Existential analysis is fundamentally incapable of discussing what existence actually decides to do, especially in 1926, when Schmidt was also still speaking quite abstractly about the state of emergency instead of actually joining the NSDAP. But the political theologian was able to understand precisely this modesty of the existential ontologist as a personal mandate addressed to him to always determine anew what existence actually decides to do, for Hindenburg and the presidential system, for Schleicher or for Papen, for Hitler and National Socialism, for the SS or the SA, and in this sense became the crown jurist of the Third Reich. For all his modesty, however, the pure ontologist also states that this fateful existence, which is what it is all about, exists as being in the world essentially in being with others, and that its happening is a co-happening and is determined as fate. With this we designate the happening of the community, of the people. Such an idea of ontology enabled Schmidt to turn the friend/enemy distinction against rationality in the Hobbesian conception of the state, and thus to abstract from the states themselves and their relationship to one another. If the struggle of that selfhood of the actually existing self constitutes the essence of being, in such a way that it imbues everything that exists with the character of decision, that constant sharpness of either-or, then it becomes indifferent what this being is, the relationship of citizens in a state or that of states on a battlefield. As early as 1927, Schmidt derived the friend/enemy relationship not from the relationship of violence that necessarily prevails between states, but from the essence of being. War follows from enmity, for this is the negation of another being in terms of being. In the new edition of the concept of the political from 1933, this definition is then tightened up. The otherness of the foreigner means the negation of one's own kind of existence, and must therefore be warded off or fought against in order to save one's own, being-like kind of life. It is completely irrelevant whether this being-like way of life is propagated with the slogan of free will or with a slogan against it, whether it is derived directly from a biological substance or from the fact that it is closest to being because it permeates everything that exists most intensively with a decision-making character. What is important about it is that it must be saved from a species that is inappropriate to the essence of being, from the Jews. Thus the master borrows from the servant when it can no longer be considered a prerogative to put one's life on the line, but when the willingness to die and kill is asserted as the being of the Volksgemeinschaft. In fact, Heidegger's philosophy offers the totalization of the formlessness inherent in the concept of work in Hegel's phenomenology. When the consciousness figure of the master, for whom being for itself is essence, is juxtaposed with that of the servant, Hegel sees the latter as synthesized into thinghood in general. And the concept of labor is this synthesis. Through it, however, the servant loses his body. His form is essentially a synthesis of consciousness and the mere object of labor. Thus Hegel abstracts from the social form in which the servant is forced to work the thing. It is completely replaced by the threat of death. As a result, the consciousness of the servant is completely absorbed in the work, in the process of working. The independence of the worker, which Hegel simultaneously stipulates, is not comprehensible but artificial, for it is only based on compulsion qua threat of death. In certain respects, Hegel projects the existence of the wage laborer into that of the slave, and the result is what he calls a servant consciousness that abolishes itself because it is only the other side of the master. Through work, the whole of master and servant comes to itself. In other words, the freedom that the worker has thanks to the labor contract appears to Hegel in the relationship of the slave forced to work without a contract as something that arises from mere thinghood. Labor is inhibited desire, arrested disappearance, or it forms. The negative relationship to the object becomes the form of the same and a permanent thing, precisely because the object has independence for the worker. After all, he is not allowed to consume it himself, but must hand it over to his master. It seems as if the servant does not actually have to consume anything. Hegel suggests that this consciousness can no longer know any desire at all, as if only those who, like the master, have overcome the fear of death can have desire. In this way, Hegel constructs the unity of consciousness and thinghood entirely without a body, which is instead externalized in the form of the Lord's desire. This is, as it were, the punishment for the unresolved fear of death. Instead of sacrificing life, the servant, like the truffle pig, must sacrifice the object at which his own desire is aimed to the desire of his master. A secondary sacrifice. In this way, the object gains independence for the worker who can train himself and regain his own independence. It is therefore ultimately the threat of death that allows consciousness to look at things as they are by nature, to postpone their use and thus to be able to work on them. The threat of death thus becomes the origin of all independence, all progress in the consciousness of freedom, all improvement of material living conditions. The working consciousness comes to see independent existence as itself. It is precisely in work, in which it seemed to be only an alien sense, that consciousness becomes its own sense. George Lukács turned this figure of thought into class consciousness over 100 years later, except that, instructed by Marx's critique of political economy, he wanted to focus on the social form of labor, the commodity form. But what he then stipulated as class consciousness was only servant consciousness, because he understood the form of the commodity not as a form but as a thing, the commodity not as labor power but as a worker, so that the class consciousness in labor, in which it seemed to be only an alien meaning, becomes its own meaning, self-knowledge of the worker as a commodity. The purely abstract negativity in the worker's existence is not only the objectively most typical manifestation of reification, the structural model for capitalist socialization, but precisely for this reason, subjectively the point where this structure can be raised to consciousness and in this way practically broken through. In this way, class consciousness becomes completely what it could never quite become with Marx and where Hegel's servant consciousness already foreshadows Christian longing for redemption. But the unhappy consciousness, which for Lukács includes membership in the party organization, but which must be concealed as the real unhappiness of the individual who wavers back and forth between terror and party work, was still named by Hegel. As master it remains abstract, the pure abstraction of the ego, as an overcome fear of death. As servant it concretizes itself into the differences that it must form in work, but without that unity of the ego. Only the actual spirit, which can perceive the individual in the general in the individual, which can establish a relationship between the two, leads out of this unhappy consciousness, takes account of the longing for a life without the threat of death by wanting to see it sublimated in the most diverse stages of the world spirit. Only it brings forth an infinite abundance of forms of mediation, be it aesthetic, religious historical, national economic, or legal philosophical, so that behind it the threat almost seems to disappear, and yet it cannot get rid of it. Suddenly, it reappears in the midst of the most differentiated philosophy of law, as if, now in the form of the perfected sovereign, the master were driving into the servant. The sacrifice for the state rises, as a finger on the trigger of the firearm that the sovereign points at the enemy, to the ultimate consequence of the objective spirit and synthesis of the highest opposites. Absence of one's own spirit and the most intense and comprehensive instantaneous presence of the spirit and determination. Heidegger's existential ontology initially means nothing other than concluding from this point back to the form of consciousness of the servant, and taking back the entire development process of the spirit. The unhappy consciousness becomes the happiness of the one who says that he would rather be dead than not be a slave. The servant's fear of death merges completely with the master's willingness to die, so that it is no longer possible to distinguish between the two forms of consciousness. Labor beyond the social form is conceived to the end as being for death, just as National Socialism takes value, which is no longer utilized, into service as production for the war of annihilation. The classes disappear in the Volksgemeinschaft, the servant in the master, to such an extent that violence itself, which Hegel still held as the primal scene of domination and servitude, no longer comes into play. For the true sacrifice knows neither master nor servant, in it both are united. No one can be coerced into it. In it, the people's comrade surrenders his historical being to the simplicity of the only necessity that does not compel by forcing, but creates the need that is fulfilled. In the freedom of the sacrifice, the necessity is that the truth of being is preserved, whatever may befall man and all that exists. The sacrifice is the devotion of the human being to the truth of being for all that exists, which is removed from all compulsion because it arises from the abyss of freedom. In sacrifice, the hidden gratitude takes place, which only honors the homage as which being has transferred itself to the being of man in thinking, so that he takes over the guardianship of being in relation to being. End of quote. If being, as the existential ontologist mystifies it, can be understood as a value that does not utilize itself, then it is at the same time the mystified sovereign at the moment in which it becomes the counter-sovereign, being thus also the ontological designation for the new behemoth. This becomes particularly clear in Heidegger's writings, lectures, and talks from the first years of Nazi rule. Here, the state even operates as the being of the people, as stated in the minutes of the seminar on the nature and concept of nature, history, and the state from the winter semester of 1933-34. The people, the being, has a very specific relationship to its being, to the state. It is easy to believe that Heidegger wanted to follow the example of Italian fascism and wanted the state to be the primary and the people to be the derivative, but everything he had already written and would write about being contradicts such a view. Conversely, what Heidegger wants to be called the state, i.e. what the being of the people is nothing but an evasion or, as can be said with equal justification, a blind reenactment of the genesis of that modern behemoth which, unlike the one diagnosed by Hobbes, exists as a Volksgemeinschaft, because now the people is merely another word for annihilation for the sake of annihilation as the only thing that still creates unity. The liberation of a people to itself happens through the state, but then this state only is, in that it becomes the historical being of that which exists, which is called the people. The seminar on Hegel and the state, from the winter semester of 1934-35, is perhaps the clearest illustration of the fall of German philosophy. The rhetorical questions that Heidegger shook out of his wrist here in the tried and tested manner are the concept of the state that is truly appropriate to National Socialism. We now want to speak of the state from the other side, from our side, so out of the wrist. Where is the state today? The state. The expression is ambiguous from the outset. Is it our state, that which is now becoming? Or do we mean the state at all? Every state, insofar as the state is historical? Are we talking about the various states and forms of state? The state? What does that mean in general? As we can see, the question of the state itself is unclear and confused. If we ask about our state, where is it? Today, nobody knows who the state is. A state becomes, that is, we believe that it becomes, that is a state of this people, so that everyone really knows in his own way what the state is. But what does being the state is mean here? We completely lack the concepts. Everything is confused. The National Socialist ideology does not stop at the people, which it places as primary in relation to the state. While the left still assumes racism and the folkish as a decisive defining feature of National Socialism today, Karl Lowith, when he identified the ideological intersection of Heidegger and Schmitt in 1933, already sensed something of the incomprehensible in the true sense that emerged in this movement. The spirit of National Socialism had not so much to do with the national and social as with that radical determination and dynamism which rejects all discussion and understanding because it relies solely on itself, on its own German ability to be. The invocation of the people and the Volksgemeinschaft is itself only a transition, a point of passage to something else that can ultimately only be named as being. Being is the positive expression of what the Germans have opted for: annihilation. This explains the philosophical boom of the term in post-Nazi times. Man is henceforth regarded as the shepherd of being, Heidegger's apologetic symbol for the continued existence of National Socialism in the midst of democracy. Unbroken in his thinking is the reference to Germany, which has maintained its closeness to its origins precisely in its annihilation, and will continue to play its role in world history. The German is not said to the world so that it may be nourished by the German essence, but it is said to the Germans so that they may become world historical through their skillful affiliation with the peoples. The serenity, the cheerfulness of letting things be, which Heidegger constantly spoke of in his later years, was interpreted by Hannah Arendt as an expression of Germany's defeat. But it was precisely in relation to Arendt that Heidegger insisted on the offensive character of his philosophy. The Führer had to abdicate, but the momentary onset of the crisis, can bring man back before the being as such at any time, expose him to the threat, expose him to death, so that he must destroy this being in order to preserve being. As long as this does not happen, the attacker, thrown back into the existence of the philosophizing servant, devotes himself with disquieting composure to the planetary movement of modern technology, which is to be understood as nothing other than the automatic subject of capital, the self-exploiting value, but viewed from the perspective that it could once again be directed towards destruction as a value that does not exploit itself and a subject that is no longer automatic. Only in this did man attain a sufficient relationship to the essence of technology. National Socialism may have gone in this direction, but these people were far too naive in their thinking to gain a truly explicit relationship to what is happening today and has been going on for 3 centuries. If the attacking character of Heidegger's philosophy is concealed in this whispering about technology in order to use the appropriate jargon, unconceal itself, then the continued mystification of the capital relationship simultaneously creates the basis for a new attack to achieve this sufficient relationship to technology. The attack of the Wutberger, of which Giorgio Agamben has now established himself as the most advanced philosopher. Violence no longer finds itself repressed in anticipatory determination, but in retrospective equation. Agamben is silent about the sovereign, summarily declaring the camp to be the biopolitical paradigm of the Occident and equating extermination camps in Guantanamo, human experimentation in camps and apparatus medicine in hospitals. When he speaks of National Socialism, he is not concerned with the mass killing of Jews, but with the realization of the sheer killability that is inherent in the condition of the Jew as such. The person threatened by antisemitism is just an arbitrary embodiment of the refugee or the homo sacer, to which we all virtually belong, we who will sooner or later be at the mercy of the apparatus medicine of hospitals or construction projects such as Stuttgart 21. Roswitha Scholz, on behalf of Crisis and Exit, shows how much this equation suits the left. The concept of the sovereign, as it is exposed in these circles, has always been exhausted in the identification of the heterosexual white man, preferably in the form of Kant. However, by falling back on Agamben and declaring the gypsy to be the homo sacer par excellence, 2 things are achieved. Antisemitism is pushed aside as the central threat of annihilation of modernity. Quote, basically, the gypsy, who is in a perpetual state of emergency and is as totally captured as possible by the institutions of sovereignty, is the nomos of modernity. End quote. Instead of taking the connection between totality and the anti-Semitic threat as a starting point in order to be able to assess the full extent of the extermination potential with which Roma and Sinti are confronted, a new kind of gypsy romanticism is propagated. Everyone is invited to identify themselves as homo sacer, so that, if only the homo sacer par excellence is not forgotten to mention, a general tendency of becoming homo sacer in the era of globalization, Scholz, can be stipulated without sacrificing political correctness. In comparison, Michel Foucault, from whom Agamben takes the term biopolitics, may appear neither angry nor to have any ambitions to recognize the status of the citizen. Rather, with his concept of power, he cultivated a kind of romanticism of powerlessness and, as Agamben criticizes, nobly rejected the traditional approach to the problem of power from juridical or institutional models, thus detaching himself from the theoretical privileging of the law and sovereignty in order to simply babble on about power itself like a historically savvy hippie in a chair. In contrast, Agamben sees himself challenged to reacquaint himself with the law in order to pursue philosophy as a metaphysical citizen's initiative and to identify all fellow citizens as victims and thus incite them to resist. Quote, law lives from nothing other than life, which it is able to take into itself through the inclusive exclusion of exceptio. It feeds on it and is a dead letter without it. In this sense, law has no existence for itself, its essence is rather the life of men themselves. End of quote. As little as Agamben is able or even willing to understand the social form in which life is lived, i.e. to analyze law in the context of capital relations, for him the state of exception and the state of law, National Socialism and Western democracy are always the same thing, and in this respect he follows Foucault's concept of power. Anger, however, is the citizen state of exception, which Foucault did not even know, unless, of course, in the form of Islamic victimization during the revolution in Iran, where he made an excursion. The paradox of this state, according to Agamben, consists in the fact that in it the transgression of the law and its exercise cannot be distinguished, so that what corresponds to the norm and what violates it collapse completely within it. The active citizen breathes life back into being, but this life that Agamben invokes is the Heideggerian being, identification with the value that is not utilized and that is to remain incomprehensible. It is in his name, in the name of life, that the final turn against the law takes place, the coming uprising. The only truly political action, however, is that which undoes the relationship between violence a violenza and law, that is, which simply strikes out, as in the French banlieues or on May 1st in Hamburg, action as a pure means, which, without reference to an end, shows only itself. For Alain Badiou, this is obviously still not enough. He speaks somewhat mockingly of Agamben as a Franciscan of ontology, whose hero is the one who is reduced to his pure being as a temporary living being. Agamben prefers the secret continuation of life, that which remains for those who have nothing left, this always sacrificed, simultaneously lowly and essential naked life, to the affirmative becoming of truths, as Badiou demands. Badiou, however, wants a subject again who makes politics and is capable of heroism. He despises the constant rumination of our mortal being or, in short, the fear of death as the only passion, in which he sees the ingredients of democratic materialism, which reduces people to their animal nature. He openly professes to reinstate the rights of heroism. However, the old heroism justified life through sacrifice. Badiou's concern, on the other hand, is to allow it to exist through affirmative joy. The epic heroism of the one who gives his life is followed by the mathematical heroism of the one who creates it point by point. End of quote. This also outlines the method Badiou uses to suppress violence. Mathematics makes it possible to abstract from the torturable live from the outset, and so whenever Badiou speaks of violence or terror, he is basically talking about mathematical operations on being. The sentence quoted is to be taken literally. To create life point by point means to destroy it. The real life of unified subjects only exists beyond bodies and languages. The body is dismissed as animalistic, as an animal reduction. The true body is the political body. Mao's red power is the actual body, physis and physics of the truth subject. The forced polemic against animal humanism is immediately reminiscent of Ernst Junger's writings on pain and the type of the worker. Badiou also speaks derisively of the empathy in the spectacle of suffering that this humanism preaches, and demands the mortification of bodily needs. Life is what copes with the drives. The sentence with which Logic of Worlds concludes is therefore only apparently true. The disillusioned animal whose only orientation is the commodity, we are only at the mercy of this form if we consent to it. Badiou has no concept of this form because he only pretends to think mathematically in order to avoid having to think about the opposition of exchange value and use value in the commodity. With the drives, the use value is also to be suppressed. In this way, the decision against the commodity which he demands becomes a decision to extinguish the use value as well as the individual. Mathematics is therefore the new means that Badiou believed he had discovered to simultaneously pursue the repression and apology of violence. With its immediate transfer to being, which must appear to any real mathematician as the epitome of madness and yet is only a logical consequence of Heidegger's concept, Badiou can dispense with the mirage and terror of the past, be it of National Socialist or Stalinist origin, and demand politics beyond body and state as a truth process, i.e. as a terror camouflaged by mathematics. For him, the camp and the state were always one anyway, and he had already understood the violence that reigned within it early on as a consequence of the apolitical nature of the state. This allowed Badiou to outsource his experiences in the Gulag, as Shalamov vividly describes them, as experiences beyond politics. Democracy is also apolitical, however, because it is a state, and with this equation, the unleashed violence under Stalin and his successors is once again ignored as quantite negligible, as insignificant. For Badiou is a critic of the state in the mold of Heidegger and Schmitt. He definitively detaches Schmitt's partisan theory from the question of state rule and blurs the traces that lead from Schmitt to himself by wanting to metaphysically separate what constitutes the concept of the political in Schmitt, which is to be presupposed to that of the state, as politics from the apolitical of the state. The partisan may no longer insert himself into a new state, may no longer work towards a state. Quote, the proletarian political ability, which is called communist, is absolutely mobile, not state-like, unfixable. It can neither be represented nor derived from the order it transcends. End quote. This independence of politics from state power is to be established, and it is the program of, as Badiou suggests, a rather small group, at least one that frees itself from the tyranny of numbers, the number of voters as well as the number of demonstrators or strikers. Only in this way is politics conceivable again. This theory is more silent on the question of how this politics, which can only arise strictly independently of the state, relates to violence than any legal positivism on the necessity of a sovereign. This concept is invented to exclude political violence. When Badiou stipulates that politics cannot be derived from the order that it transcends, the positive reference to Sartre's philosophy of freedom is clear enough. However, the subject of this politics is not the individual's being for himself, as in being and nothingness, but the community in which the individual in the rhythm of Brecht's measure must be absorbed. In the 1930 Lehrstück, Badiou finds confirmation that the real, if it is a matter of creative action, is only accessible in the subsumption of an I under a we. This community, and in this Badiou represses violence even more consequent than Schmitt and Heidegger, must remain the unnameable of politics. Quote, any attempt to politically name a community induces a catastrophic evil un mal disastrix, as can be seen both in the extreme case of Nazism and in the reactionary use of the word Frenchman, whose whole purpose is to persecute the local people by arbitrarily accusing them of being foreigners. End quote. Racism and antisemitism are equated. The extermination of the Jews should not become visible as the vanishing point of antisemitism. For Agamben, following Hannah Arendt, the Jews are merely the randomly chosen embodiment of killability. For Badiou, they are merely the name for the void, there to limit the hypostasized German substance that had been driven forth by the mirage of a national socialist revolution. But even here Badiou admits, and this shows his loyalty to Heidegger and Schmitt, that National Socialist politics at least imitates a process of truth. If Badiou needs mathematics or what he considers it to be in philosophy, then in politics he needs the aesthetics of Brecht's Lehrstück, and indeed the concept of communism in general, in order to purify Heidegger's ontology and Schmitt's political theory of everything that still seems to cling to them in terms of positive historical references, or at least could remind us of the ideological and practical means by which National Socialism brought about extermination. He only wants the core of National Socialism, a policy of annihilation purged of all concrete, positive reference to race and history. Heidegger had still defined being too positively and thus particularized it, just as Schmitt's concept of politics somehow still focused on the state and not on the collective paresse. It was only because the National Socialist seizure of power wanted to be a German revolution that it deviated from a true event in accordance with being, so that German philosophers and constitutional lawyers could fall into the error of following it. In certain respects, Badiou judges the German Revolution of 1933 from the perspective of the Fortress Europe of 1941 and seems to overlook the fact that Heidegger and Schmitt, like the usual Nazi propaganda, also switched at this point from a fixation on Germanness to a perspective that only wanted to define itself negatively through the counterpeople of the Jews. Ultimately, his thinking is completely confirmed by German ideology, even where he wishes to distinguish himself from it, and so he cannot deny his recognition of the German Revolution either. He merely believes, and in this he is in complete agreement with Heidegger's own retrospective assessment from the years after 1945, that it is probable that Nazi politics was not a process of truth. What the philosopher strives for as a terrorist is a formation of communities cleansed of all the dross of the nation-state, which leave the closed collectives of state rule behind from the outset, just as the jihad ultimately mocks every state unit. For Badiou, this collective can be called the people or the workers, but what is meant is no longer a nation in the sense of the Enlightenment or a class in the sense of Marx. Rather, workers is a type of the stature of Ernst Junger's delusional fantasies and thus the generic name of everything that can evade the hegemony established by finance capital and its servants in an organized form. The terrorist demands discipline and loyalty and abhors everything that softens the Wutbürger, especially the consumption of the world of commodities, even if they are organic products. The subject, which Badiou can only think of as a collective, is made up of individuals who have bodily needs that constantly put them in danger of betraying a political line in order to indulge in the service de biens. In this way, Badiou describes exactly the situation in which the so-called sleeper finds himself before he can take jihadist action. Badiou only speaks of the violence itself in the tone of Brecht's didactic play, i.e. in an aestheticized form. After all, he is not talking about counter-violence that can be determined, but about martyrdom that aims at the whole and should be indeterminable. To speak of it would only be to particularize being, as in National Socialism or Zionism. So it is certainly no coincidence that he involuntarily falls back on terms from Carl Schmitt and Ernst Junger and uses existential intensity, or infinite mobility of the political, as synonyms for annihilation that aims beyond the particular. In his Hegel lectures from the 1930s, which are known to have been of the greatest influence, Alexander Kozel claims that, according to the phenomenology of spirit, a being that is incapable of risking its life to achieve goals that are not of immediate vital importance, i.e. that cannot stake its life in a struggle for recognition, in a pure struggle for prestige, is not a truly human being. Kozel ignores with some nonchalance the mediation and historicization that Hegel added to his earlier description of the master-servant relationship in the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences. Namely, that the struggle for recognition in the form pushed to the extreme can only take place in the state of nature, where people are only individuals, but is absent from bourgeois society and the state, because that which constitutes the result of that struggle, namely being recognized, is already present there. For although the state can also come into being through violence, it is not based on it. End quote. In this way, Hegel is able to imagine the state as a reconciled state that is not internally based on violence, even though, as he also emphasizes, the state of nature, i.e. the state of violence, must continue to exist in the relationship between states in the sense of Hobbes. What fascinated Kozel so much about Hegel's original account that he excluded his later developed philosophy is precisely the pure prestige struggle for life and death. By not going to the extreme and not accepting the principle of victory or perishing, but preferring servitude to death, one of the opponents falls completely back on being nature, becomes its servant first and foremost, since biological life is more important to him than human life. In this way, he declares himself identical with nature and subordinates himself to its laws by accepting the instinct of self-preservation. But Kozel is able to rescue the servant from his natural decay thanks to a concept of work that he seems to have adopted from Hegel as well as from the Gotha program of the Social Democrats. A concept that in turn causes nature to disappear, a correlate to death itself, as it were. For the servant makes himself master over nature through labor, frees himself through it from his own nature, from his own instinct, which bound him to nature and made him a servant. Kills nature in labor, as it were, because he was not prepared to kill the master in battle or to die. Quote, by freeing the servant from nature, labor also frees him from his servile nature. It frees him from the master. In the existing, natural, dead nature, the servant is the master's servant. In the technical world transformed by his work, he rules, or at least will one day rule as absolute master. End of quote. Kozel's entire argument aims to conceive of domination without the form of domination, the form that became Hegel's theme and motivation in the form of objective spirit and the philosophy of right and made it possible to conceptualize the reality of mediated domination and in this way even to prepare Marx's critique of political economy. However, by rejecting the concept of form, the French interpreter of Hegel gives the threat of death an immediate positive meaning, which is necessarily reflected in a concept of labor that is directed against that critique of political economy. It is defined as forced labor, not wage labor. Work is namely only historical, social, and human under the condition that it is carried out against the instinct or the immediate interest of the worker, in that it is carried out in the service of another as forced labor inspired by the fear of death. Now it becomes completely clear why Kozel, as Eyring-Fetcher reports in the preface to the German edition, had indicated in conversation that, as a modern Hegelian, he could only understand the Hegelian thought movement of phenomenology by understanding himself as the philosopher who understands Stalin. The other philosopher who, at the same time but in the immediate vicinity of Stalin, in exile in Moscow, wanted to understand the young Hegel's movement of thought in understanding Stalin, was George Lukács. It may have been due to this location that, unlike Kozel, the threat of death, which had become the very mode of party work and everyday life practice there, completely disappears behind the Marxist god of work, which is glorified all the more as a result. At the same time, in this writing, Lukács attempts to overcome the left-wing Hegelianism of history and class consciousness and criticizes Hegel for what he no longer accepts in his own concept of reification, the equation of externalization or alienation and objectivity or thinghood, according to which the withdrawal of externalization into the subject means the abolition of objectivity in general and reconciliation is conceived in this alone. Although Lukács now recognizes that in this way Hegel makes nature disappear and abolishes the real interaction between nature and society, he himself is still only able to think of nature from the point of view of labor. Labor thus takes on the same function for him as death does for Kozel. The Hegel study written by Herbert Marcuse in the USA is in every respect opposed to both. Only it is able, in the light of American society, to unlock the real development from the phenomenology of the spirit to the philosophy of law. All aspects of its approach to Hobbes are revealed. Hegel now recognizes that state sovereignty presupposes international competition among antagonistic political entities, and his main theme therefore becomes that the state is separate from society and the rule of law is the only adequate political form of modern society. 6 such insights are only possible for Marcuse, however, because he sees neither this modern society, which would disintegrate without the state understood in this way, nor its presentation in Hegel's philosophy of law as the end of history and the last word of wisdom, as Francis Fukuyama was to do half a century later, thus helping Weltgeist to become a world bestseller with an obligatory happy ending. Fukuyama achieved the feat, probably not coincidentally after the end of the Soviet Union, of adopting Kojève's interpretation of Hegel and at the same time deliberately overlooking the primacy of death. It was therefore with some necessity that Khomeini and Islamic fundamentalism appeared to him in the 1980s to be about as significant as the hippies in the 1960s. Today, now that the irritations of September 11, 2001 have been forgotten, he is only too happy to return to this view. Unfortunately, he is describing nothing other than the trajectory of U.S. foreign policy from Clinton to Bush to Obama. Marcuse is saved from this by a critique of Heidegger's thinking, which in being toward death has stumbled upon the core of domination itself. Quote, "No rule is perfect without the threat of death and the recognized right to deal out death. The cohesion of the social order depends to a considerable extent on how effectively individuals submit to death as a more than merely natural necessity, how much they are prepared, indeed insist, on dying many unnatural deaths, how much they agree to sacrifice themselves and not even to block themselves too much against death." End quote. It is interesting to observe that Marcuse, when he was still under Heidegger's spell, also concentrated on Hegel's phenomenology and the chapter on domination and servitude, seeking to put work in the place of death, except that in work itself, as he understood it at the time, being repeatedly penetrates death. As if to conjure up death, Marcuse claimed that life was Hegel's original basic concept, but life is completely absorbed in work. The individual is only what he has done, whereby in turn the purely individual actions and activities of individuals only have reality, existence and content through the generally sustaining medium, through the power of the whole people. At the same time, it is no coincidence that Marcuse's interpretation of the Herkenneck chapter reads like a paraphrase of Lukács' history and class consciousness. Quote, "It is precisely in his extreme lack of freedom that the servant will have the experience of absolute freedom towards existence as such, the experience of the truth of pure negativity and of being for itself, of breaking through this objectification for himself." End of quote. Marcuse thus more or less involuntarily reveals the origin of Lukács' concept of reification in Hegel's phenomenology. For history and class consciousness, the purely abstract negativity in the existence of the worker is the turning point. It is not only the objectively most typical manifestation of reification, the structural model for capitalist socialization, but, precisely for this reason, subjectively the point where this structure can be raised into consciousness and in this way, practically broken through. In the name of domination, therefore, Hegel's philosophy of law ultimately also resolved the aporias offered by Hobbes' Leviathan, which still vacillated between the protection of individual life and sacrifice for the state. In this late work, Hegel vigorously denies that the protection and safeguarding of the life and property of individuals as individuals can so absolutely be the substantial essence of the state. Rather, the state is the higher thing, which also claims this life and property itself and demands the sacrifice of it. Kojève, on the other hand, now interprets this substantial essence of the state entirely from the spirit of Heidegger, i.e., he draws on the forms of mediation that Hegel worked out in his analysis of modern society and therefore distills the arcanum of Stalinist politics from the chapter on domination and servitude in the Phenomenology of Spirit. The threat of death for those who must work for others, the threat of death, in other words, as Kojève ontologizes it, not only takes place immediately from a state authority, it even takes the place of all forms of mediation, whereas under the conditions of bourgeois society this threat is ostensibly only to be exercised by the state as guarantor of the contract and is initially manifested in having to work for others in order to procure the means necessary for one's own survival on the market. Hegel formulated this in the philosophy of right as if in conscious distinction from the existence of the servant, of my particular, physical and mental skills and possibilities of activity, I can sell individual productions and a use limited in time that another can make of them, because after this limitation they receive an external relationship to my totality and generality. Only through the alienation of my entire time and the totality of my production would I make the substantiality of it, my general activity and reality, my personality the property of another. For Kojève, however, the master appropriates this substantiality by detaching the threat of death from any contract and asserting it for its own sake. For the sovereign is to put himself entirely in the place of the contractual partner who owns the capital as a title of ownership. But as far as the situation of this owner of the means of production in bourgeois society is concerned, the Hegelian who wants to understand Stalin still arrives at astonishing results, as if to justify that the last hour of the owner has struck. He does not see the member of the bourgeois class as a servant to begin with. He does not work for others. However, this bourgeois worker also does not work for himself insofar as he is a merely biological quantity, He only works for himself as a legal person, as a private owner, i.e. he works for property as such, for property that has become money, for capital. For Kozel, capital appears as a projection of the bourgeois worker that has become a veritable master. Although it is the work of the owner, it becomes independent of him and subjugates him, just like the master subjugates the servant, albeit with the difference that this time the worker accepts the servitude consciously and freely, i.e. without the threat of death. Kozel thus notes that for Marx the central phenomenon of the bourgeois world is not the servitude of the manual laborer by the rich bourgeois, but the servitude of both by capital. The pseudo-master, however, would have to be replaced by the true state, by the globally ruling unitary state of communism, as Kozel understands it. But this can only happen if the servile element of labor is combined with the element of life and death struggle that characterizes the master. This is precisely where the French Revolution failed, although La Grande Terror had already shown the way. The bourgeois is neither servant nor master, but, as a servant of capital, his own servant. He must therefore free himself from himself. The working bourgeois who has become a revolutionary himself creates the situation in which he absorbs the moment of death into his existence. And it is only thanks to the reign of terror that the idea of the final synthesis, which finally satisfies man, is realized. Kozel also envisages such a reign for the real final battle. For the hopes that Hegel placed in Napoleon's world empire were disappointed, and that is why the Marxist Hegelian feels challenged to articulate them anew. Only now does the devastating meaning that lies in the deduplication of physical labor from violent death become fully clear. As long as there is a remnant of idle domination on earth, there is also a remnant of servitude in the worker. The servant is therefore compelled to abolish dominion by destroying or killing the master. End quote. And this annihilation also manifests itself in and through the final struggle for recognition, which necessarily involves the commitment of life on the part of the liberated servant. Incidentally, it is this commitment that completes the liberation initiated by labor by introducing into it the hitherto missing moment of domination. In and through the final struggle, in which the former servant-turned-worker acts as a fighter for the sake of mere glory, the free citizen of the general and homogeneous state is created, who is both master and servant and thus no longer either, but the synthetic or total single human being, in whom the thesis of domination and the antithesis of servitude are dialectically dissolved, namely annulled, insofar as they are one-sided or imperfect, but preserved, insofar as they are essential or truly human, whereby they are therefore elevated in their essence and in their being. End quote. Since Kozel can only see the truly human in the turn against the interest of life, in the setting aside of life, for him liberation is only conceivable as the rule of the total state. But if domination and servitude no longer exist, the willingness to put one's life at stake is all the more irrevocable. Leo Strauss recognized this in his critique. Kozel envisions a state in which the last refuge of man's humanity would therefore have to consist in political murder. This universal and homogeneous world state would be the final unleashing of the war of all against all. Kozel derives knowledge and work equally from violent death, and it is precisely in this way that the philosopher disposes of all questions of form. Kant's antinomy is declared, as it were, to be a necessary process of annihilation in which the intelligible world must exterminate nature. This is what the Stalinist Hegelian then calls dialectics. Turning fundamentally against this necessity, Robert Kurz and the so-called critique of value have basically reproduced Kozel's image of Kant as a negative. Quote, Kant can be read in the same way as the Nazi Party rally grounds in Nuremberg. The bourgeois unity of theory and practice is the extermination camp, the atomic explosion, the area bombardment. This is the hidden common denominator of Kant, Hitler, and Habermas, of German ideology and U.S. pragmatism, of liberal coercive freedom and totalitarian authoritarianism. End quote. In it, man is the existence of the concept in the world, i.e. of a future that will never become the present. But for man, this future is his death, his future, which never becomes his present. And the only reality or real presence of this future is the knowledge by virtue of which man knows in the present tense about his future death. The logos becomes flesh, becomes man only on the condition that he, man, wants to and can die. When Kozel speaks of man in the singular, he simultaneously erases the relationship between the individual and the universal. The individual has disappeared in the being of man and the world. To make this explicit, he formulates the ideal of the sage. This sage is completely and finally reconciled with all that is. He entrusts himself unreservedly to being and opens himself completely to the real without resisting it. The criteria of truth that this wisdom has, however, are bloody struggle and physical labor, because the real, which is dialectical, is saturated with the negating act of struggle and labor. In this context, Kozel formulates something like the French version of German existential philosophy. A man is only free when he has made himself free through his deed. He would cease to be truly human if he stopped living on the basis of the future or the projection in order to allow himself to be ruled exclusively by the past or memory. Man is therefore free, he is not born a servant. If he has become one, there was no reason for it, except that he himself was not prepared to go to the extreme in battle and sacrifice his life. Quote, "There was no reason for one of the two living beings of the species Homo sapiens to become a master and not a servant. Domination and servitude have no cause, are not determined by any given fact, cannot be deduced or foreseen from the past preceding them, but result from a free act." End of quote. The free act, freedom par excellence, consists in the fact that man negates himself as a living being, that he uses life without any biological raison d'etre, without any interest in life. Only through the ability to give oneself death does the subject prove to be free par excellence, above all compulsion. If man can give himself death, then he can escape any fate imposed on him, for when he ceases to exist, he no longer suffers it. Thus, suicide or voluntary death without necessity of life is the clearest manifestation of negativity or freedom. Kozel turns into a positive anthropology what is constantly impressed on the individual as a negative principle of this society and every form of domination. Death as the only possibility of freedom. If man could not give himself death without necessity, he would not escape the strict determination of the given totality of being, and so service and work can only be free and creative to the extent that they are performed in the fear arising from the consciousness of death. Ultimately, then, it is this awareness of death that humanizes man and forms the ultimate basis of his humanity. If Kozel's interpretation of Hegel thus philosophically prepared the Hitler-Stalin Pact, Jean-Paul Sartre's philosophy seems like the first attempt, still barely understood today, to oppose the alliance that Kozel concluded here with Heidegger in the name of being toward death, and that was to continue with Lacan and Foucault as with countless adepts. Immediately after the end of the Second World War, Kozel was then to envisage an alliance that was directed as much against the West as against Germany. He proposed to de Gaulle the formation of a Latin empire, a union of France with Spain and Italy, in the tradition of Carl Schmitt's greater space theory. This aide-memoir was finally published for the first time shortly before German reunification by the new philosopher Bernard Henry Levy, in the first issue of his journal La Règle du Jeu. One could still recognize in this publication history evidence of the continued effect of that original pact with Heidegger. As much as Levy has distanced himself from his Maoist past, he still does not seem ready to make a real break with Heidegger. In the meantime, Giorgio Agamben, probably the most influential anti-American ideologue of the present day, has referred to Kozel's project in his own memorandum, which has received far greater media coverage and has been fueled by the Euro crisis. Vincent de Combe has worked out that even the turn against Hegel, which ultimately became decisive in French philosophy, is determined by Kozel's image of Hegel. Among the most loyal listeners of Kozel are those who will provide the best weapons for the general anti-Hegelianism. There is merely a reversal of the sign that carries the relationship to Hegel, everywhere a minus instead of a plus. What does not change, however, is the determination of the position as such. It is still the same point that one seeks to approach in one case and to distance oneself from in the other, putting an end to Hegelian tyranny. End quote. Thus Hegel finally appears, as Robert Bosch states following de Combe, as the master thinker, whose totalizing system claim 40 years later is said to have made the Gulag archipelago and Auschwitz possible for Glucksmann and company in the first place. Just as there is no fear in Spinoza's world, except as a bad effect and mere opinion, there is also no being toward death. Since self-preservation is conceived as the substance, each of its modes is in turn to be conceived in principle as a mode of self-preservation. But because fear and, conversely, instinct, both of which are essential to self-preservation, do not allow man's consciousness to be fully absorbed in the independent abstraction of self-preservation as conatus, they are consequentially pushed into the realm of human bondage in this philosophy. In this way, Spinoza gets rid of the problem that self-consciousness as pure cogito, later called transcendental apperception by Kant, must become aware of its impurity in fear as an instinct and is therefore unable to find that peace of mind, that it belongs to nature because it does not get rid of the body as its precondition and yet cannot simply become an object as nature, Despite all the most modern brain research, it does not become an object completely. In essence, this is the social context to which Hobbes' unresolved contradictions refer. The individual's fear and drive are directed, the former negatively, the latter positively, towards nature becoming an object, which at the same time must remain non-objective as self-consciousness. Since pain or pleasure is felt only by myself and no one else, and therefore cannot become an object to me as the pain and pleasure of others or any object of nature to which I direct myself as a subject can. However, we should speak of self-consciousness instead of mere self-feeling insofar as it is not a matter of mere feeling, but of the irrevocable certainty that it is I who have it, and that even as a dreamer, of something immediately present to my consciousness, of which I, no matter in which consciousness mode I find myself, cannot doubt at all, which is possible in principle at any time in the case of a pure object. However, it does not simply precede the subject-object relationship, so to speak, as an original being of social being, but is equally original. Self-consciousness and the subject-object relationship can only be perceived in their unity as separate and thus only in each case in the first place. Neither of them can be held as antecedent. It is precisely this synthesis of the separate that ultimately takes on its very own form in language.
This is suggested by Manfred Frank, cf. Selbstbewusstsein und Selbsterkenntnis oder über einige Schwierigkeiten bei der Reduktion von Subjektivität. Konsequenterweise ist Frank deshalb auch der Auffassung, dass Tiere Selbstbewusstsein haben. Siehe, wieder den a priorischen Intersubjektivismus.
Counter-proposals from Sartre's Inspiration. To attest tel quel self-consciousness to an animal falls short of the biblical creation story. It is true that there is the occasional phenomenon in more highly developed species that they occasionally use things such as tools to procure food, and this is why they are known to be evidence of the ape becoming human through work. But only if this self-reification of one's own body emerged as a possibility on the horizon in the behavior of the specimens towards each other would it be possible to speak of self-consciousness and thus of work or activity in general, but no one, no matter how sophisticated behavioral research is, has any insight into whether this would be the case anywhere. The animal world remains completely opaque as far as the question of consciousness is concerned. The same applies to the human fetus. In the womb, the phylogenetic potential that it already carries within itself with certainty, however, only becomes real consciousness in the infant's relationship to the mother's breast, for example. Because it is not fused with it, it can rather cry for it or not and thus use its small vocal cords and its little face, which after all only give expression to the instinct, as an object at the same time, almost in the same way as the mother potentially relates to her own breast, as if it were the bottle of milk that it is also able to replace in reality. The certainty that it is I who has a certain feeling or thought is therefore the condition for the certainty that Descartes meant. That it is I who can then also doubt everything. At a certain point in the critique of pure reason, Kant therefore feels compelled to assume an indeterminate empirical view, i.e. perception in I think, whereby a peculiar contradiction is applied to the transcendental subject, literally as a footnote and placed in brackets. The only case in which an empirical is not determined as an object, not with regard to time. Thus the proposition, I think, proves that sensation, which consequently belongs to sensuousness, already lies at the basis of this existential proposition. This indeterminate empirical perception, nothing other than the empirical of one's own body, precedes the experience which is to determine the object of perception through the category with regard to time. As if he wanted to express Kant's insight that this indeterminate empirical view of the corporeal exists, Nietzsche lets the lyrical ego speak out uninhibitedly. But all pleasure wants eternity, all pain, it could be added, will cease immediately, unless it is itself a factor of pleasure. And as if in an ironic allusion to the transcendental subject, Freud assumes that every individual is unconsciously convinced of their immortality. Anyone who loses something of this conviction necessarily has the feeling that they are no longer living entirely in the present, but rather in the past, burdened with guilt or already anticipating the disaster that follows from this past in the threatening future. They become melancholic. On the other hand, being convinced of his immortality in the unconscious makes death appear as the absurd par excellence, culminating in the insanity of dying. There is a feeling of permanence in me which tells me that tomorrow will be like today, and the day after tomorrow and beyond, everything will be as it was just now. Buchner's Danton thinks aloud and at the same time knows that his guillotining is already underway. That is why this unconscious is not initially to be viewed psychoanalytically, but more generally as Freud himself intended at this point. The ancient concept of the soul, the psyche, has set the course breathing, from which it etymologically derives, seeks to correspond to that indeterminate empirical view or perception of the body, which does not fully become the object of the ego under it. And it is precisely the soul that has been assigned immortality since Plato, while that which breathes only functions as the grave of the soul, the place from which it wishes to depart in its mimicry of the abstract, I think. The corporeal in the spiritual appears similarly doubled in the well-known medieval depictions of the hour of death, which know no ban on images here and show a small, usually naked body that escapes, often through the mouth, from the large prostrate body of the dying person, like a flying doll. In Commodities, Adorno wrote to Benjamin, "We have the promise of immortality. 263, but the pure identity of the abstract person, i.e., the commodity owner, the I think, which must be able to accompany all my thoughts, must also be able to be transferred to the body in the unconscious, so as not to destroy consciousness itself. Man cannot live without a permanent trust in something indestructible within himself, whereby both the indestructible and the trust can remain permanently hidden from him." In Spinoza's Substance, however, in the peace of mind that it suggests what could be understood in nous as social disappears, that in which an individual cannot be one with others, cannot form a community, a condition of unsociable sociability, Kant. A connection on the level in which a piece of bread eaten by one does not satisfy the other, Sohnrethel. Incidentally, it is only consequent that Jacques Lacan, in order to dissolve the Freudian conception from within, makes the fact that the subject is convinced of its immortality in the unconscious, thus that certainty that it is and can only be I who has a certain feeling or thought, not a community and not a substance, the disease from which the cure wants to heal the individual. In other words, Nietzsche's, all lust wants eternity, is to be transformed into a desire that no longer has an instinctual goal, but instead of the eternity of lust only wants the law as eternal, the symbolic order. The fact that a prohibition can increase the desire for the forbidden under certain conditions is inverted into the view that it is the prohibition and not a drive goal to which the desire should apply. Lacan's theory, whose direct reference to Spinoza will be discussed later, shows that Freud, for all his love of Spinoza, was not a Spinozist. He remained faithful to the drive. The certainty that it is I who feels pleasure and pain excludes on the one hand, and this is recorded in the ancient meaning of the psyche as the involuntary nature of breathing, the objectivity of one's own body, i.e. also its transience, unconsciously, since the body ceases to breathe at some point, breathing itself must become the substance of immortality, which, on the other hand, the same self-consciousness inevitably has to deal with in the fear of pain as well as in the desire for pleasurable satisfaction. Insofar as they are not appeased or satisfied, one's own body also remains an object, insofar as it, consciously and not unconsciously, must be related as an object to other objects, this objectification or self. Reification is a prerequisite for the possibility of repressing the conscious calculation with the objects that become the means, but not the pain or the pleasure itself, back into the unconscious, whereby psychoanalysis now receives its object in the first place, is therefore a prerequisite for individuation. In this way, the forms of the social have the effect that even the most spontaneous impulse in desires and aspirations or even the sensation of pain is, or becomes, something mediated in and through the individual consciousness. A pain suddenly distorts the face without the gaze of the other, Sartre, playing any role, but the next moment reflection on it already sets in, as can be observed above all in children when they have slightly injured themselves. But insofar as they are forms of domination, and they have been from the beginning of all culture, the objectification of one's own body is always also self-abasement, which Kant, however, virtually affirms with his concept of duty, as can be seen in almost all of his attempts at concretization in moral philosophy, and for the sake of which he probably also prefers to hide the indeterminate empirical view. In a footnote, in other words, the necessarily reified, which can only be discovered in the liberation from pain and the satisfaction of the drive, is systematically disavowed as a matter of course. Adorno and Horkheimer worked this out in the Dialectic of Enlightenment. The body is once again mocked and thrust as the inferior, the enslaved, and at the same time desired as the forbidden, the reified, the alienated. Only culture recognizes the body as a thing that can be possessed. Only in culture has it differentiated itself from the mind, the epitome of power and command, as the object, the dead thing, corpus. In the self-abasement of man to the corpus, nature takes revenge for the fact that man has degraded it to an object of domination, to raw material. The compulsion to cruelty and destruction arises from the organic repression of closeness to the body. Kant states the antinomy that, on the one hand, the concept of duty as a driving force must be conceived as purified of all empirical things, i.e. also of the indeterminate empirical perception of one's own body, but that, on the other hand, It is an inner compulsion of human beings as rational natural beings who can never cease to be natural beings, unholy enough that the desire may well tempt them to transgress the moral law after all, i.e. in contrast to the concept of duty. They cannot be conceived as purified of that empirical perception. However, by holding on to the antinomy, he demands at the same time that we come to terms with it once and for all, and therefore pleasure, passion and happiness are in principle belittled and reviled by him. Leib, in contrast to the mere, truly inanimate body, to the body from the scientific point of view of its mere object character, still denotes something that is both objective and non-objective at the same time. This is why a phenomenon such as shame is possible at all, which is originally formed on the bodily sexual characteristics and yet can be extended to all forms of expression of the individual. In Kafka's story The Metamorphosis, Gregor Samsa, in contrast to the well-known metamorphoses in mythology and fairy tales, the new body, the monstrous vermin into which he has been transformed overnight, is completely alien to him as an object, and he must first learn to make use of it, while it is already as own to him from the beginning as a non-object, through pain and hunger, but also a little lust and taste, as the old one could only have been. The break between this indeterminate empirical perception and the objective character of the body cannot be crossed for Gregor, so that even shame is no longer possible, and thus any connection with his parents and sister seems to be dissolved from the outset. As is well known, Kafka did not want the publication to include any illustration of the monstrous vermin. Gregor Samsa himself does not look in a mirror once, nor does he feel any need to do so. It is also clear that he does not ultimately perish through a desperate decision to refuse to eat, for example, but because what he is offered tastes less and less good. In his metamorphosis experiment, Kafka has created a situation in which not even suicide is supposed to be possible. Seeing oneself in the mirror gives the observer the strangely distinctive impression that one's own face and body could only be an object, as if one could completely take over the gaze of the other. This is how one likes to disguise oneself when looking in, less to look advantageous than to pretend one is not looking in. However, the possibility of completely turning the singularly empirical aspect of one's own indeterminate view into an object and determining it in terms of time is basically only given in suicide. It is precisely at this point that the philosophical and psychoanalytical concept of the object congruence, the analysis of melancholy, teaches that the ego can only kill itself if it can treat itself as an object by returning to the object, if it is allowed to direct the hostility against itself that is directed at an object and that represents the original reaction of the ego against objects of the outside world. In the dialectic of enlightenment, Adorno and Horkheimer are not least on the trail of precisely this return of object occupation. What makes it possible at all for self-preservation, the epitome of reason, to turn into the self-destruction of individuals? The decisive question for metaphysics is whether the body is denied, degraded and destroyed in the dichotomy of being objective and non-objective at the same time, which social development brings forth in the individual itself, or whether it succeeds in preserving and affirming it in order to make the body of another an object and one's own the object of this other. This question can now be posed with Hobbes and not with Spinoza, but the answer is not very reassuring. According to the dialectic of enlightenment, Hobbes is one of the dark writers of the early bourgeois period, who always praised the totality of the bourgeois order as the horror, which in the end devoured both the general and the particular society and the self. With Spinoza, the horror is no longer perceptible because the prerequisites for being able to perceive something as horror at all have been eliminated. He was the most consequent metaphysician in that he allowed the subject-object relationship to disappear completely in the concept of substance and thus also systematically excluded a concept of the individual that is able to point beyond itself, its abstractness, without crossing out the subject in mere multiplicity. The harmony that is glorified with substance does not allow for the individuated. This is probably also linked to a strangely inaccessible relationship between this philosophy and music. Its immediate effect is based in a certain way on the fact that the certainty that it is I who feels can turn into an experience bordering on intoxication, because one's own body does not have to become an object at the same time, does not have to be related to other objects as an object, which of course does not apply at all to the composing or performing musician himself. It is precisely here that ideas such as infinity and connection with the universe arise, which Freud, following Romain Rolland, famously describes as an oceanic feeling, and for which, to describe it, he brings into play the height of infatuation in the emotional life of the individual, at which the boundary between ego and object threatens to blur. But don't expect an appreciation of the oceanic feeling, he writes to Rolland. I am only attempting an analytical derivation of it, clearing it out of my way, so to speak. What strange worlds you are moving in. Mysticism is as close to me as music. Seen in this light, Spinoza's philosophy could also be understood as a rationalization of this oceanic feeling. The attempt not to derive it and clear it away like Freud, but to transpose it as such into the purely intellectual. This is why the oceanic appears to be immobilized in the ideal of peace of mind. The desire to transform this inward repose of substance back into the feeling that can only be described as the most intense infatuation could perhaps also explain the great impact of Spinoza's philosophy on artists who, starting with the Sturm und Drang, wanted to break out of the traditional classical aesthetics of French absolutism. One might also sometimes believe that it was Narcissus, not Apollo, who invented music, incidentally. In one version of the myth, it is Apollo's sister Artemis who inflicts insatiable self-love on Narcissus as a punishment. It is no coincidence that Kant's expression of disinterested pleasure attempts to play down this somewhat uncanny proximity to ecstasy, while the young Nietzsche wanted to base his aesthetics of the Dionysian on it, as if to elevate Narcissus to the status of an Olympian god. In opposition to Nietzsche, the citizens who feared their own state of emergency stubbornly continued to attribute the Apollonian to music, in the same sense in which they sought to integrate narcissism into their mental life so that it would not nourish the delusion of the Superman. Whether conceived in Dionysian or Apollonian terms, the alternative is in any case indebted to 19th-century ideology and therefore obsolete. Music is able, on the basis of its own time, a time without an object, as it were, to generate evocations that can probably be expressed no better than with Zarathustra's other dance song Doch alle Lust will Ewigkeit. It is part of Gustav Mahler's particular ingenuity to make them transparent in terms of their prerequisites that he set this very poem to music in the fourth movement of the Third Symphony. Part of the rationalization of oceanic feeling, however, is that the substance itself loses all purpose except that of being the cause of itself, of reproducing itself from itself. Every predicate of content is explicitly negated. Just as little as the individual does the substance possess free will. It is neither mind nor body. It can only be said to exist necessarily, to be causa sui, i.e. eternal. Descartes still stopped at the opposition of spiritual and spatial substance. Spinoza subsumes them as attributes to being indeterminate in itself, which therefore receives absolute metaphysical dignity in relation to the finite, but remains completely empty. Empty form that is not conceived as form, nothingness. The attribute is indeed the whole substance, as Hegel recognizes in his Spinoza critique, but grasped by the understanding, itself a limitation or modus. The unity of substance, attribute and mode remains abstract in the most radical sense. For the mode is the non-substantial in general, which can only be grasped from another. Thus, the mode as such must be the untrue, and only the substance can be regarded as the true, to which everything is to be led back, which is then a sinking of all content into emptiness, into only formal, contentless unity, i.e. the difference and the definiteness only disappears again, but is not preserved, not abolished, and the unity is not led back to concrete unity, the divisiveness not to reconciliation. End quote. However, reconciliation, as it is claimed against Spinoza in this way, is itself a sham. Although Hegel recognizes that consciousness essentially contains this, that I am an object for myself, to myself, the absolute judgment that Hegel thus wants to be formulated is precisely no longer a synthetic one that would still require the empirical body. Rather, in the distinction of myself from myself, the spirit makes itself into existence, sets itself externally and produces body and nature out of itself. Sets itself into externality, which is precisely the general distinguishing way of the existence of nature. The philosopher is thus able to hold on to time as the inner sense in the subject and form of the view at the cost that it is itself merely a way of the externality produced by the mind and ultimately also coincides with space. It is thus simultaneously placed in the subject beyond the individual, insofar as the mind can be conceived as a concrete generality beyond the individuals, as a generality that nevertheless encompasses all the developed ways and sides in which it becomes an object. According to the idea, thus its thinking certainty is at the same time the progression filled with developed total reality, a progression that does not pass through the thinking of an individual and present itself in a single consciousness, but as the general spirit presenting itself in the richness of its formation in world history. From such a spirit, which has sublimated away nature, Hegel can then think himself superior to the barbaric forms in which Kant still speaks. But it is precisely in Hegel's mockery that the materialistic kernel of truth in Kant's insistence on synthetic judgment is expressed. In this judgment, the matter is presented in this way. There are things out there in themselves but without time and space. Now consciousness comes and has time and space in itself beforehand as the possibility of experience, just as, in order to eat, it has mouth and teeth etc. as conditions of eating. End of quote. To speak of attributes of substance appears within Spinoza's system as an attempt to mediate what is in itself mediatorless. Between substance as the infinite and things and individuals as the finite, the attribute appears to stand in the middle as that which is reached last by ascending from things and first by descending from the infinite. But where the substance passes over to the attribute is not said, it says in Hegel's critique of Spinoza, but in truth it is said only in such a way that Hegel does not want to recognize the problematic nature of his own conceptual logic in it. For what Spinoza thinks about the attribute as such is only possible with regard to the finite and solely with a mathematical concept. It is always the absolute sum of all modes. This once again repeats the subreption of the Cartesian proof of God in its purest form. Descartes already used the comparison with the sum of the triangle angles to prove the existence of an all-perfect being. Spinoza turns this comparison into the pivotal point. The sum is precisely the point that he fixes, the point at which quantity turns into quality, at which physics and metaphysics are set into one. Quantity, which is experienced in the mode as divisible and composed of parts, can be conceived by him in such a way that it is itself the substance, infinite, unique, and indivisible. It is therefore no coincidence that the idea of a personal God is already impossible for Spinoza's philosophy. Expressed in the terms of the critique of political economy. The absolute identity that capital creates according to Marx solely through the time socially necessary for production appears in Spinoza as absolute identity in extended and thinking substance beyond time. Sub specie aeternitatis perpetuated circulation of money, use value through which we live in this circulation and exchange value through which we think it as its attributes. And it is no coincidence that Marx, fully aware of this philosophical tradition, used the concept of substance for value, but with the same abysmal, barely fathomable irony with which capital speaks of the automatic subject. Part of this irony is that Kant has now declared substance to be a category of mere understanding, which can use it to determine relation and schema, and has thus shifted synthesis into the interior of the subject in order to dissolve the hypostatization of the categories in the old metaphysics, while Marx seems to understand it again in the sense of Spinoza, but precisely in order to grasp and denounce a society in which new metaphysics of capital synthesis has become independent of the individuals who nevertheless continue to perform it as subjects within themselves. This is why Marx refers so emphatically to Spinoza's omnis determinatio est negatio. Determination is the negation repressed by individuals, which must be uncovered. This means that in Marx's concept of value, the process between Kant and Spinoza is reopened. Part of the irony, however, is that Spinoza, because he abstracts from labor in his substantialization of the circulation of money, has attributed time to the individual mode of imagination without a transcendental subject, mere imagination, in other words, to which no truth is attributed, while in Marx's concept of value it is nothing other than the measurement of the time socially necessary for the production of commodities, which becomes independent as synthesis in relation to the individual. And this measurement is only possible through the competitive struggle of those who own the means of production and compete against each other on the markets on pain of losing their property. It produces the valid measure in each case, the length of time that is necessary on average to produce a particular commodity. Substance is only that which is the cause of itself and can only be understood in its attributes in this way. But value, unlike Spinoza's substance, which, understood as substantialized circulation, cannot be pinned down to specific attributes, has only one attribute, labor. Its modes can be observed in the concrete private labor of individuals, but as an abstract one it is an attribute of the substance of value. One would first encounter this attribute if one could descend from value as the falsely infinite, and one would finally arrive at this attribute if one could ascend from the individual commodities existing in finite form, including labor power, as equal human labor, expenditure of the same human labor power, in which extension and thought really coincide. It forms the substance of value. It should be noted that Marx does not write that abstract labor forms the content of value. He is obviously talking about a form that is not per se accessible to the form-content dialectic. It can only be conceptualized beyond the content. This is the concept of substance as Marx introduces it in order to finally explode Hegel's logic, which he uses so extensively. Although substantiality is also understood in this logic as the absolute activity of form and the power of necessity, and all content only as a moment that belongs to this process alone. it is ultimately brought back into the harmonious balance and interplay of the spirit as the absolute turning of form and content into one another, which then progresses to the relationship of causality and interaction, and can move from the logic of essence to pure conceptual logic, while Marx, with the concept of substance, insists precisely on that absolute activity of form in order to hold on to it as something ghostly. Hegel also shows himself to be the metaphysical thinker of capital, Hans Jürgen Kroll, in that he already applied the concept of substance to value. The prerequisite for this was that, on the one hand, he rejected Hobbes' contract theory more decisively than Spinoza in his second political treatise, but on the other hand, almost in opposition to Spinoza, he worked out the relationship between the state of nature and the state of the state as a contradiction. Thus, in the system of needs of bourgeois society, he was able to perceive an artificial state of nature, the artificiality of which lies in an existing generality. The thing in use is a single thing determined according to quality and quantity and in relation to a specific need. But its specific usefulness is at the same time, as quantitatively determined, comparable with other things of the same usefulness. This generality of it, whose simple determinateness emerges from the particularity of the thing, so that this specific quality is at the same time abstracted from, is the value of the thing, in which its true substantiality is determined and is the object of consciousness. End of quote. The substantiality, Hegel even hesitates to speak immediately of substance, is, however, affirmed by the will, that is the active spirit as it emerges in the real, in the objective, and as such affirmed value the harmonious unity of the general and the particular is then re-established. Finally, value itself appears as the necessary synthesis of real abstract value and concrete use. By denying this solution, which consists in the will to the state, from the outset, Marx recognizes that the Hegelian synthesis in the identity of identity and non-identity must fail because of the concept of substance. For substance is the result that does not reveal its having become, in which the mediating movement disappears and leaves no trace. Only because he took Hegel at his word in this way was Marx able to advance from the existing generality of value to the problem of abstract labor and dissolve the substance of value into the labor time socially necessary for the production of a particular commodity, the measurement of which ultimately amounts to all forms of mediation in bourgeois society. Because Hegel does not dissolve the substance but rescues it, as it were, in the concept of the state, the existing generality of value functions for him as the concept that produces reality, and could thus be considered the actual model of Hegelian thought value, which is after all merely the a priori, which every individual must therefore presuppose in their thinking in order to be viable or even just survive in this society, produces its objects out of itself in Hegel's understanding, specifically economically, the mechanization of labor and ultimately the machine. Quote, the general and objective in labor, however, lies in abstraction, which brings about the specification of means and needs, thus also specifying production and bringing about the division of labor. Furthermore, the abstraction of production makes labor more and more mechanical and thus, in the end, enables man to step away from it and let the machine take its place. End of quote. George Lukács then adopted this in the concept of reification of history and class consciousness. Abstract labor, which forms the substance of value, coincides with the abstractness of the real labor process, with the division of labor and the splitting into sub-processes of mechanized production in the factory. Thus, in the active world spirit or in the proletarian subject-object, in which everything can be mediated, the forms of mediation disappear, which could only be uncovered if abstract labor as a mere quantum of socially necessary labor time is strictly distinguished from the real process of labor. The quantification carried out in abstract labor is in truth an abstraction that has as much or as little to do with what can be described as real concrete exploitation as substance has to do with mode in Spinoza. For abstract labor is the in itself impossible immediate social labor, that is, as labor already synthesized through value. The term does not denote a substance consisting of real concrete labor, like a chemical substance consisting of molecules. To suggest such a positive substance is a matter for the Marxism of the workers' movement, which can, of course, rely on metaphors with which Marx himself, for didactic reasons so to speak, would like to illustrate the concept of substance and thereby misses the purpose for which he actually conceived it. He speaks, for example, of crystals of indiscriminate human labor, transparently crystallized gallons of labor. Another formulation, originally from Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie of 1859, but taken up again in Capital, reveals the merely metaphorical character of the metaphor. Commodities, as such crystals or jellies, are only certain measures of solidified labor time. But no measure can measure itself, as Manfred Dahlmann writes. Abstract labor also measures something quite different from labor, namely, in Marx's definition, the average time spent socially that was necessary to produce a commodity. Congealed time is itself nothing but time, measured from the point of view of the utilization of value. The additions and changes that Marx considered and abandoned for the second edition of the first volume of Capital show how he struggled to find the right formulations, and he also discarded some of the most illuminating ones. In the published edition of 1872, for example, it says, "In fact, the value character of the products of labor only becomes established through their activity as value quantities. When the value character fixes itself, it is assumed that it already exists, brought about by labor, by production itself, before the products of labor become active as value quantities in exchange, that it merely finds its location, so to speak, through this activity." In earlier variants of this passage, however, Marx wrote that the value character of the products of labor develops in fact only through their activity as magnitudes of value. Another attempt at formulation reads, "It springs from their activity as magnitudes of value." In these projections, Marx thus understood how to distinguish more sharply between labor and the time in which it must be done, to separate abstract labor and concrete labor so radically that they can no longer actually be understood as a unity, that their only unity is nothing but time itself, which is measured under the concept of abstract labor. This insight is contained in the formulation of the immediate social form, which private labor assumes as the form of its opposite. For what does immediate social mean if society means mediation? It can only be time which is dictated by this mediation. But it is precisely time that Spinoza leaves aside. In his system, it figures only as modus imaginandi. When he understands measure, time, and number as modes of thought, or more precisely of imagination, he wants to strictly separate them from the concept of substance and therefore formulates a different concept of quantity for substance, one that no longer has anything to do with the quantum, one that cannot be abolished in the immediate unity with quality and measure, as is the case with Hegel. It may seem obvious to historicize this concept of substance in the sense of political economy. Understanding quantity insofar as it is substance in the sense of Spinoza, thus experiencing it as infinite, unique, and indivisible, would mean, as it were, viewing value from the perspective of commercial and merchant capital, without production as the focus of competition, without utilization of value, which is ultimately based on divisibility in measure, time, and number. This would be the meaning of the substantialization of circulation Spinoza in contrast to Hegel as a metaphysician of merchant capital. Substance and mode, quantity and quantum are seen separately as value and productivity from the perspective of non-industrial capital, while Hegel in his logic makes the transition from this being to the essence of industrial capital. Under the conditions of commercial trade, it is not necessary to perceive competition in the field of production at all, since profit flows to it, so to speak, as its mode, immediately from the difference in productivity levels between which trade is organized, unless the exploitation of value falters altogether, in which case the profit of commercial capital also loses its substance. However, the crisis makes it clear that value, the substance of which is abstract labor, must always be regarded as finite, and not as it appears in the isolated view of circulation, in the infinite cycle of money. This finiteness is the only thing that abstract labor has in common with the concrete private labor of individuals, and thus the crucial point. But such historicizing analogies do not in themselves explain the fascination of the idea itself. Spinoza's philosophy, which hypostatizes a category of pure understanding with its conception of substance as seen from Kant, namely that which places persistence in relation to the accidental, and thus turns a mere function of thought into the actually existing infinite, promises with the infinite nothing other than the salvation of unity beyond the finite, precisely because this finite is only a mode of the infinite and the question of unity cannot be posed from it at all. Its meaning can no more be derived from the historical circumstances of its emergence than the crises that cause it to grow can be derived immediately from an economic basis. For their answers ultimately lie on the same level on which Marx wrestles with the concepts in order to develop the critique of political economy from the disintegration of unity, which for its part, of course, cannot do without the idea of unity, otherwise how would a synthetic judgment on this disintegration be possible? In other words, what may have attracted Marx to Spinoza's concept of substance is precisely that in the unmediated separation of substance and mode, or rather in their unity without mediation, it paradoxically enables a different, sharper view of the crisis than the will and spirit in the all-mediating Hegelian system, and is therefore suitable for breaking open its logic, which leads to the dead end of conceptual logic, but without spurning its means, to comprehend the mediation and at the same time to pretend that there is a substance that does not allow any While knowledge of Hegel's logic in turn allows us to see in the substantiality of the existing generality of value precisely what functions as modus imaginandi in Spinoza and is shifted into the individual, measure, time and number. Although Marx recognized that the commodity is to be understood as a finite unity of the opposition of private labor, which must at the same time present itself as immediate social labor, of particular concrete labor, which at the same time is only regarded as abstract general labor, of personification of the thing and objectification of persons, he nevertheless repeatedly attempts to project this unity onto labor itself, insofar as he assumes the double character of the labor, represented in commodities as if labor were a commodity and not, as he recognized, incidentally also thanks to Hobbes, labor power, and as if the judgment of capitalism as exploitation depended on this. This gave rise to the false appearance and the fatal misunderstanding of a substance of labor presented as sheer infinity, a subject-object that was only forced into a finite form by the commodity form, but which, freed from it, contained nothing other than boundless wealth. In his lecture on value, price, and profit, he quotes from Leviathan, "The value or worth of a man is, as in all other things, his price, that is, so much as would be given for the use of his power." Marx explicitly emphasizes price and use of power and also explains why one of the oldest economists and most original philosophers of England, Thomas Hobbes, has already in his Leviathan instinctively hit upon this point, overlooked by all his successors. All the famous economists and philosophers have overlooked, or rather suppressed, what Hobbes still knew. And he had brought up the use of labor power when this use, in the course of what Marx called the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, began to revolutionize everything in society. But this is also why, in Hobbes, labor power and political power, the sovereign and capital, are immediately one and the same. Therein lies a truth that has yet to be unfolded. This has become the task of the critique of political economy. Exploitation is always concrete for the individual and, as such, can no more be quantified than the fact that the individual is a humiliated, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being, and appears therein itself only as the summary of this circumstance, except through the mere measurement of time. However, this is the measurement of the time socially necessary for the production of commodities, which is made possible solely by the competition between companies on the markets. Exploitation, like that circumstance, lies in this general form, but the form does not permit its quantification in concrete terms. Only by taking into account all existing specific factors of the respective work and life situation, i.e. the conditions under which an individual can maintain and develop himself, which is abstracted from in this measurement, is it possible to say whether one person is exploited more or less than another. Marx speaks definitively of the degree of exploitation of labor power or labor, which is expressed by the rate of surplus value, but then equates it indeterminately with the degree of exploitation of the worker by the capitalist, thus paying tribute to the labor movement. The rate of surplus value is therefore the exact expression of the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital or of the worker by the capitalist. Such a tribute would have to be withdrawn in order to unfold the insight contained in the concept of labor power. A rate or a degree can only express what has previously been made quantifiable. The precondition of abstract labor is thus an abstraction of the individual, which on the one hand refrains from anything concrete that relates to the individual, his suffering, his specific physique, his libido, but on the other hand leaves what appears solely under the compulsion to guarantee the average socially necessary labor time. This real abstraction is labor power. When Marx defines it as one and the same human labor power, although it consists of countless individual labor powers, he is attempting with the expression individual labor powers to capture precisely what is abstracted in the case of equal human labor. Quote, "Each of these individual labor forces is the same human labor force as the other, insofar as it possesses the character of an average social labor force and acts as such an average social labor force." End quote. In contrast to abstract labor, however, there is the problem of naming the real in the definition of labor power. The latter contains nothing of concrete labor. The latter, however, consists of something that is and remains as concrete as the material of every coin or the printed paper of every banknote. Marx calls it the human brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. As far as abstract labor is concerned, the Marxists are all Spinozists in the sense that they want to extract being from the sum, to read quality out of quantity in an immediate way. The substance referred to in capital, however, would have to be defined in a different negative sense by Spinoza's concept, by the fact that the activity that is irrevocably bound to the individual human body as well as to the consciousness of this individual, which cannot be named at all with the mere indication of the time it requires, disappears completely in the form through which it is set as the equality of human labor and which can only be named as measured time. Indeed, it is to be understood precisely as a specific social thing only to the extent that it no longer occurs at all in this equality. What is valid only for this particular form of production, commodity production, namely, that the specifically social character of the independent private labors consists in their equality as human labor and assumes the form of the value character of the products of labor, appears, before as well as after that discovery, to those caught up in the relations of commodity production, as definitive as that the scientific decomposition of air into its elements allows the air form to persist as a physical bodily form. End quote. Equality itself, equality in and of itself, and not something of that which is equated performed by brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc., is substance in the sense of Spinoza, itself infinite, unique, indivisible, but as such the precondition of finite measurement, counting, and divisibility, and is thus the opposite of physical substance, although Marxism has done everything to project onto it the identical subject-object of history, as if abstract labor were the Redeemer incarnate. The problem with Marx's definition of substance, according to Manfred Dahlmann, is precisely that it cannot be generalized in any way other than in capitalist, i.e. functional, form. There is no reasonably comprehensible path from time-bound to an individual body to generalized abstract, physical time. This can only be operationalized on the basis of capitalistically constituted objectivity, as value substance, but by no means as value content, because this is purely subjective, but only as the measure of objective value, and can only be illustrated, not derived, in its binding to concrete labor. To be able to speak of labor as the substance of value is based on the precondition, not emphasized clearly enough by Marx, of being able to regard concrete, observable labor as an energy-giving raw material. This is only possible by reducing it to the time socially necessary for it, just as natural science reduces nature to a divisible, finite substance. In this sense, Kant distinguishes between nature adjective and nature substantive. In the former sense, one speaks of the nature of liquid matter, of fire, etc. On the other hand, when one speaks of the things of nature, one has an existing whole in thought. End of quote. In the light of Marx's critique, it is obvious that the latter concept of nature is analogous to the substance of abstract labor. That nature, viewed as a unity, can only be conceived in accordance with abstract labor, just as, conversely, the assertion of the monotheistic concept of God and the totalization of the commodity form refer to each other. In this sense, Spinoza's philosophy, which places God and nature as one, marks the beginning of modern natural science. However, if society no longer gained its unity behind the backs of individuals but with and through their consciousness, if work and money only existed as objects of museum studies, then nature could only be understood as parts without a whole, Fernando Pessoa, and thus as substance in a positive sense, united only by the determination of persistence, that it persists, which would also be a prerequisite for society to enter into that relationship with these parts, which are always also its own, which critical theory invokes as reconciliation. Only that, in the case of abstract labor, it is the conscious subordination to the order of the market and not the consciousness that creates a test arrangement in the experiment, through which the reduction can take place. Marx himself deliberately uses the example of the scientific decomposition of air. Under the conditions of capital, it is structurally exactly the same as in physics. Wherever an impulse may come from, the decisive factor is the force that can be generated from it. On the basis of this force, the various purposes can then be realized, purposes for which it is completely irrelevant from which impulses they have been realized. In the goal, the preceding formation, the transformation of particular impulses into a general concept of force, is extinguished. End of quote. It is no coincidence that Robert Kurz reinterpreted Marx's concept of substance, which can only be understood as negative, in a naturalistic way by confusing this physical approach with social abstraction. What is merely structurally the same is supposed to be identical in terms of content. Abstract work is reduction to the physical process of combustion, and since this process means isolation from all other, concrete references to life, described by Kurz as real abstract expenditure, it is also condemned into the ground as if it were the incarnate God thing that threatens God's creation. Abstract work can be demonized, just as it could once be deified, precisely because physical form is ascribed to it, because it is confused with power, whose work in reality cannot be measured as energy consumption, but only as socially necessary time. And the redemption from this fantasized reification, which builds on the real reification, consists once again in an interhuman relationship purified of all mediation, which is here called sensual reason, Luckix without party and class consciousness. This equation of work with energy and similar substance fantasies is not always found in the context of Croesus and Exit, nor, as already indicated, in Böckelmann's work, who has just dealt somewhat more intensively with Spinoza's philosophy on the one hand and Sommerfeld's theory on the other. The reference of commodity to money, which we have to establish in the exchange of equivalents, vulgo in buying and selling, where one is given for the other and thereby equated as value, it requires us to think this value, and that is, a purely imagined substance, no non-substance, immaterial, qualityless, an empty substance and atom-free, purely quantified nothing. End quote. This is probably related to the fact that Böckelmann does not follow the collapse theory, which sets the tone in these circles. In contrast, his tone is not apocalyptic, but more like a pop tune. Things are not going well with money. If I had my way, it would be abolished. End quote. However, this Udo Jürgens of value criticism shows the same blind spot as the apocalypticists. He has no concept of the individual and what should be considered its substance, so he is unable to develop the inner contradiction in the Enlightenment and in the concept of the subject itself, which are only rejected in toto. Instead, without making it explicit, he always thinks everything in terms of the unity of the state, as if it were ultimately one that could also exist outside of money, as is most clearly shown in the question of why money is not abolished, given that it is not doing well. There are powerful watchdogs who do not like it at all when even states want to concede too little right to the logic of money in their very own sovereign territory. They do not like it and therefore simply do not allow it. There is then open blackmail, murder, intrigue, and, last but not least, outright warfare. End of quote. In other words, you could get certain states to stop giving so much right to the logic of money. In other words, you could get money to stop giving so much right to its own logic. This is exactly what was attempted until 1989, where Böckelmann teaches today. Value is thus only the social phantom image of consumed energy and past labor, and its constitution can be derived from the physical completely independently of the level of circulation. It is clear that with this naturalization of abstract labor, the melting away of the substance of labor is spoken of like a prayer will an ultimate inner barrier to capitalist exploitation can only be justified as the logical collapse of capitalism, which for Kurz and his followers is the father of the idea. It is equally clear that, starting from such premises, it can also be claimed that abstract labor is a male principle because it goes hand in hand with asymmetrical gender relations, i.e. male domination. The value is the mummy, the man as the historical bearer of value form objectification, and everything that is not absorbed in the abstract value form in terms of sensual content, but nevertheless remains the prerequisite of social reproduction, is the woman, Wertabspaltung. End quote. The initially gender-neutral critique of value, Scholz, which confuses abstract labor with the reduction to the physical combustion process and thus loses its concept of the whole, is supplemented by a no longer gender-neutral critique of value, for which totality itself obviously only means completion. In other words, the combustion process naturally presupposes the supply of energy. It is not simply value as an automatic subject that constitutes totality, but the fact that capitalism also involves reproductive activities that are primarily performed by women must be equally taken into account. The problem that this avoids is precisely that no gender relationship can be derived from abstract labor if it is understood in the sense of the negative, non-naturalized concept of substance. This overlooks the fact that the enforcement of the real abstraction of labor power tends to dissolve personal forms of domination, and that their return and persistence should therefore be understood precisely as a reaction to this process of dissolution, as projection mechanisms that lead to secondary forms of personal domination and thus repeatedly to violence. Just as abstract labor is substantialized as a physical combustion process, the dissolution of personal domination that it brings about is substantialized as a technical revolution, so that the concept of progress suddenly celebrates a joyous rebirth in the midst of gloomy fantasies of doom. Quote, a splitting off of the feminine in this way as a prerequisite for the development of productive power ultimately led to the microelectronic revolution, which not only led abstract work, but also classic modern gender patterns and the housewife ad absurdum. End quote. This is where the value-splitting theory meets an anti-German critique, for which the concept of progress has regained its innocence in the fight against Islamization. Due to its constitutive emptiness, value, according to Natasha Wilting, requires a material with which it can illustrate or represent itself in terms of content. Where such material is not available to it as a free product, it creates it out of itself. This is how archaic phenomena that have long since disappeared are continually awakened to a second, zombie-like life in the midst of modern civilization. Value, by its very nature, cannot create anything out of itself except surplus value. It is up to the subject, who has sacrificed his autonomy to it, to create something else out of himself, to give existence to the zombie, one that destroys any trust in progress through value. After all, it is not a matter of illustration, but of violence. It is obvious that it culminates all the efforts that in pre-capitalist times were immediately directed towards exploitation, the effort to hold the ego together, which, as Adorno and Horkheimer write, adheres to it at all levels, in which, according to the dialectic of enlightenment, lies the terrible thing that humanity had to do to itself, until the self, the identical, purposeful, male character of man was created, and of which something is still repeated in every childhood. But if the temptation to lose the self was always paired with the blind determination to preserve it, then this determination with the mediated forms of domination necessarily takes on delusional traits, which Spinoza, more consequent in this than anyone else, would like to rationalize with the concept of conatus. However, the fact that the philosopher must fail in this is shown precisely in the remark about women with which his later political treatise curiously ends, that they by nature do not have the same rights as men, but are necessarily subject to them. It has not escaped the new Marx lecture, which developed from critical theory with Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Reichelt, that there is something wrong with the dual character of labor that Marx claims to have discovered. By positing this double character, Marx himself confuses substance with content, asserts a unity where there is none. On the one hand, he assumes that abstract labor has a content, the united labor power of humanity, as it were. On the other hand, that it is the substance of value and thus should be determined beyond content. Reichelt, however, does not examine this confusion, but sees in the question of substance only the wrongly posed question of content and argues in a well-Hegelian manner that content must always be understood only as the content of a certain form, and it is precisely this that can only lead to a different, non-substantialist theory of value and money. This new Marx lecture thus remains within the form-content dialectic, i.e. it takes the concept of substance philosophically too little seriously in its negativity set contre cœur by Marx, which goes beyond Hegel's logic. Ultimately, it also wants to rationalize what can only appear to reason as a scandal in the concept of value. Above all, the critique of the substantialist theory of value and money makes it too easy for itself when, in contrast to Marxism and Kerr's critique of value, it considers production and circulation separately and wants to see the origin of value located in the latter, paying no particular attention to the exchange of the commodity of labor power, although without this commodity, which has a use value of its own, the connection between production and circulation and thus the constitution of value cannot be understood. The question that Ingo Elba rightly poses against Kerr's, how value can exist a priori in the minds of producers as something socially general, how abstractly human and in this form socially general labor can already exist in the individual act of production, when private labor is not yet recognized as such because it is only recognized on the market, should be specified in that the labor power itself, which performs this private labor, must already be recognized as a commodity in the contract through which it is exchanged, and thus the separation of production and circulation is mediated by this particular contract. The concrete labor is not reduced to a real raw material like the physically or chemically considered processes, but to the average time necessary for them. The specifically social, which in capitalist commodity production consists solely in the equality of human labor, can only be grasped immediately as empty time abstracted from everything. The compulsion and the violence, however, lie in the epithets, in the attribute of this substance. That this time, unlike in physics, is precisely that which is socially necessary for the production of a commodity on average. Such a reduction presupposes an abstraction that does not occur, as in the natural sciences, as an experimental arrangement, through the consequent isolation of a subarea, but is stipulated in the labor contract, in the immediate equation of labor power and money, as an exchange whereby the particular labor of the individual can actually be shifted into the general, in that it appears, formed as labor power as the expenditure of brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. A labor power that is, in the deepest sense, re-realized. A social abstraction that is real in the deepest sense, but which is only possible because there is money in the contract and the sovereign behind the contract and the money, whose threats guarantee the contract and the money. The real abstraction of labor power therefore only ever exists because there is also the real concrete power held by the state and through which money itself appears, as if in the animal kingdom alongside and in addition to lions, tigers, rabbits and all other real animals, there is also the animal, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. But Marx has good reason to use this image for the relative form of value, not for the general equivalent. If this were already about money, he would have had to add, for example, how the animal then, to stay with the image, relates to the other animals, the lions, tigers, hares, etc., which it eats and which it is eaten by. To put it better, anyone who says that money is the abstract thing, the absurd but nonetheless real monstrosity of an abstraction that can be touched, which as such exists as a real thing outside the human mind, must add that this abstraction can only be touched because it does not exist in infinite but finite size and only ever in the form of a single currency, for which a particular state has to determine not only the guarantee but also the quantity. But this in turn is never independent of the existing goods. It is true, for example, that a dollar or euro is no more related to a physical object than a meter or a kilogram, and in this respect the eye has never seen a dollar, the hand has never touched a dollar, as the British monetary theorist Alfred Mitchell Innes once wrote, The Credit Theory of Money. In the Banking Law Journal 31/1914, page 155. But strangely enough, the quantity of meters and kilograms does not play any role at all for the state, which also determines their unit, while that of dollars or euros poses some problems. The situation would, of course, change immediately if the possession of a yardstick also meant the right to possess a corresponding length of a certain material, for example, in which case the quantity of yardsticks would have to be rationed like that of vouchers so that the owners of yardsticks do not fall over each other. The nominalist view that money is a sign therefore necessarily falls short. As Michael Heinrich demonstrates, it is not difficult to prove that money is merely a sign if one merely considers the level of value-form analysis separately from all other levels and replaces the logical necessity that money does not in reality appear as money per se but as a particular currency with a reference to the respective historical monetary system. However, the correct separation of logic and history should include the sovereign. He alone does not determine historically which coined metal or printed paper functions as a token. Rather, it is he who logically decides how much of it circulates, and that also circulates independently of the coined or printed cash. The company Coca-Cola, for example, also decides on the quantity for its trademark, but the quantity of what appears in the form of money as a sign of value, even if it is completely without a tangible symbol, as electronically stored bits on a bank account, cannot be determined independently of the quantity of the total signified, the value of the goods, which is very much the case with the relation of the widespread Coca-Cola emblems to the quantity of the drink, because it is only a matter of public relations. Furthermore, since the closed commercial state ficta belongs to the realm of nationalist fantasies, the value of goods is always represented in real terms in a certain currency, and that means, in a certain relationship of currencies to each other, which is by no means revealed as a relationship of mere signs and that the individual state can usually only influence, but not determine autonomously. As a rule, this means there is a so-called independent central bank in the state where this weighing and codetermination takes place. In any case, we are dealing here with a historical monetary system as well as, independently of this, with a logical connection, to which Marx indirectly draws attention when he stubbornly insists on the necessary existence of the money commodity. The coin or the banknote or the stored bits, which must still be able to transform themselves into bill or coin in themselves, entirely without a contract of sale, is not capable of being a mere sign insofar as it is not only historically bound to this money commodity, as a rule gold, however superfluous such binding may now seem. On it alone the relationship of currencies to one another can find immediate expression. Of course, this is only the case insofar as the link is not itself expressed by the hegemonic, ultimately militarily determined relationships between the states, just as the stability of the dollar and therefore also that of the international payment system is no longer based on the USA's own gold reserves, but on the willingness of the other central banks to no longer exchange their dollars for gold due to foreign policy pressure from the USA. The situation is similar with labor, which also only exists in a finite form. It can be touched like money. Just as someone turns the last coin in his pocket between his fingers, he feels his body and checks his brain to see whether it is still useful for the utilization of value. Through the possibility opened up by the employment contract per se to dismiss the wage earner, and the employment contract only comes into consideration here as one that includes this possibility in principle. His mental and bodily capacity is set and formed as a condition of the possibility of labor power, which in turn seems reasonably nameable solely in the form of the abstractions brain, muscle, nerve, hand, which sounds so strange here, to the extent that it can then also be handled exclusively in accordance with the socially necessary labor time, the geometric point, as it were, from which abstraction is made. If it does not correspond to this measure in work, the wage earner assigned to this property is simply dismissed. In abstract labor there is no atom of natural substance. it is abstracted from, but labor power itself is real because brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. must really and indispensably be there in the physiological sense, just as a certain currency must be there in order to pay precisely that capacity, but within the limits of the contract, as if it were detached from the ego of the individual, which they each have as their body, placed directly under the command of capital. We can only speak of labor power as a real abstraction because this abstraction can be carried out on every ordinary person. And it can only be carried out on him because he possesses a living bodily organism. What use would the dollar bill be if the USA did not exist? As much as Marx tends to fix the real abstraction of labor power as an anthropologically given capacity, he perceives the precondition of all real abstraction through this fixation and says precisely this, every ordinary person, and this is where the analogy of brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. with money reaches its limit possesses simple labor power in his bodily organism. The fact that he only possesses it in modern society is then suppressed in an anthropologizing way, but those who justifiably criticize his critique of political economy where it positively substantializes abstract labor and thus opens the door to labor movement Marxism and the false critique of value are all too happy to overlook the truth in his definition of labor power, which is not rendered obsolete by this anthropologizing. That Marx is precisely by no means prepared to abstract from. The bodily organism and therefore himself quite rightly speaks of physiological truth. Ultimately, such truth should be understood as the actual reason why labor and labor power no longer coincide in his critique of political economy as they did in classical economics and in his own early writings. For labor, unlike labor power, has no value, even though it forms the substance and the immanent measure of value. As soon as his labor begins, it has already ceased to belong to him, and can therefore no longer be sold by him. The central difference that set Marx's critique apart from all previous theory lies precisely in the fact that it distinguishes between labor and labor power, which neither Marxists nor critics of value seem to care about. The equation of labor with labor power is sometimes also evident where abstract labor itself is not necessarily understood as a reduction to the physical combustion process, as in Robert Kerr's Moishe Post 1, for example, writes that it abstracts from the specificity of its product, and thus from the specificity of its own concrete form. But this is already true insofar as we speak of labor power. If one asks for the one single determination in favor of which labor is abstracted, only time itself remains. In contrast to the concept of value, the concept of abstract labor is not to be thought of as objectified, and, as Manfred Dahlmann has repeatedly pointed out, it is not a matter of real abstraction in the strict sense. In Poststone's depiction, on the other hand, abstract labor is almost replaced by value and capital, competition, and the market. One could also say that Post 1, similar to Robert Kerr's, thinks of it not only as a substance, but as an origin, and in this it is transformed from a negative to a positive concept. It establishes its own social character as a socially mediating activity, and this totality only becomes concrete on the logical level of the category of capital. Post 1, who, unlike most Marxists, knows how to distinguish between logic and history, is distracted from the right question in precisely this context by the question of origin, which can only be answered at the level of labor power and money, as the so-called primitive accumulation, and it is therefore not surprising that he ultimately, pointedly speaking, refers to the temporal discipline of the Cistercian order and the proliferation of various types of bells in the European cities of the Middle Ages in order to determine time as a form of domination. Labor power can only be a commodity at all because it is a real abstraction. Labor cannot be because it is not a real abstraction, it is either concretely real and remains bound to the worker or abstractly unreal, an attribute of the capital relation. Time in itself, time purified of everything, as if what Kant calls the form of inner meaning and the pure form of contemplation, could exist without a subject that contemplates, without an interior. The owner of the means of production cannot, in order to set them in motion, simply take the labor power from the body of the contractual partner like Shakespeare's Shylock, who wants to cut his piece of flesh from Antonio's breast. Real abstraction as a concept of critique is meaningless and indeterminable without that of freedom, which, as much as it must not be confused with autonomy, only allows us to think of autonomy, namely as the freedom that is taken from the owner of labor power or that he must allow to be taken from him so that he can function as such. This autonomy of the individual is exactly opposed to the substance of value, whereby autonomy is merely the sociological name for substance as causa sui. Of course, it is then still I who work, but only insofar as brain, muscle, nerve, hand can simultaneously work independently of me, as if, as far as the time measure of production and everything that follows from it is concerned, there were no I. Labor, which is thus measured by time, does not in fact appear as the labor of different subjects, but rather the various laboring individuals appear as mere organs of labor. That is, they appear as hand, muscle, nerve, brain, etc. But because they appear as mere organs of labor, it seems obvious to conflate this real subsumption of concrete labor under capital with abstract labor as the substance of value. This creates the impression as if that which must be abstracted from in the process of valorization would also disappear in the process of production and, through the decomposition of the production process into abstract rational partial operations, through mechanization and rationalization of the labor process, the corporeal labor of different subjects would no longer exist as such, but would be abolished in the identical subject-object of the proletariat. Marx, however, coined the concept of real subsumption under capital not least so that the real form of the mode of production, which is constantly being changed by the revolutionization of production methods, i.e. the transformation of the immediate production process, does not coincide with the abstraction from concrete labor, which constitutes the concept of abstract labor. Because their labor no longer belongs to me, I receive wages as an equivalent for this use value, which only labor power can produce. The worker sells his labor power as a commodity and only has a claim to its value. He has no claim to its use value, which is rather consumed by capital and consists in the fact that it is value-creating and thus surplus value-forming, which is no longer any concern of the worker who sold it, just as the consumption of the commodity that was bought from him is no longer any concern of any seller. Slavery or serfdom, on the other hand, contain no real abstraction, but only direct, mediation-free coercion. Here it is the brain, the muscles, the nerves, the two hands of the individual slave or serf who is forced to work. There is no unity of labor power that determines coercion as a separate form. The slave or serf is forbidden to have an ego, on which the slave owners in their polis and the nobles in their community of descent imagine all the more. But once labor power, as it is constituted in the capital relation, has done its work, it appears on the one hand only unreal abstract in this time that was necessary as abstract labor, on the other hand quite surreally concrete in the result of the use value of the commodity surreal insofar as this use value denies the form and merely indicates. Here someone, an individual, not his labor power, has worked as if it were still a product of, say, the old craft or the feudal free peasant. Only the force behind the contract makes this real abstraction possible. Only when labor power is exchanged for money is it carried out. The mere existence of wage labor and the associated labor contract in the individual, however, by no means already signifies the existence of the real abstraction of labor power, which can only ever be understood as something general that permeates the whole of society. The question of whether or not labor power has become the decisive source of wealth, which can provide information here in the concrete historical, is itself dependent on this general determination, for what does it mean to be decisive? The worker here does not sell his labor power, he rents out his body, but if possible only for certain work, just as a prostitute does, who can always set certain limits as far as her service is concerned, unless she is enslaved. Under such conditions, the question of real abstraction necessarily remains a scholastic problem in both senses of the word. Value and labor power naturally relate to each other like hen and egg, and it may be left to each historian of capital to start with one or the other. In any case, what characterizes the capitalist epoch is that labor power exists for the worker as the form of a commodity belonging to him, i.e. not as his body, but merely appearing as hand, muscle, nerve, brain, etc., and only then does the commodity form of the products of labor become generalized. Thanks to this generalization, society as a whole is synthesized as if there were no ego in man. The young Engels aptly spoke of a law of nature based on the unconsciousness of the participants, although the ego must at the same time be formally presupposed, otherwise who could conclude the labor contract like all other contracts? This formal precondition is the pseudo-autonomy granted to the individual, the bourgeois concept of freedom, through which he can at least become aware that he has ceded the possibility of real autonomy to the substance of value. The delusional forms that characterize this determination for self-preservation arise from this dichotomy. And to the same extent, of course, nominalism triumphs over universal realism, whereby what appears as real abstract can be conceived either in epistemological modesty as a transcendental subject or, on the contrary, Spinozistically sub specie eternitatis or Hegelian processually as the deification of capital total subject, as the one single universal that remains. The question that Marx's critique of political economy raises indirectly, just like Spinoza's ethics, is basically that of the transition from attribute to substance. How does the attribute reveal itself as an attribute of substance? Why is it not yet itself to be understood as substance? To paraphrase Marx, why does labor not have value, but forms it? With Spinoza, the answer lies in the change of perspective required by the orientation towards God or nature, in that Spinoza narcissistically claims the Kabbalistic emanations of divine thinking for himself, his own thinking. The philosopher can basically only become one with God or nature when he moves up from the attributes to the substance. In thinking, he identifies himself with the false whole, as if to no longer suffer from the modes that are nevertheless imposed on him by the attributes. This is peace of mind as the ideal of his ethics. The realization, however, that in political economy mode, attribute and substance or labor power, abstract labor and value cannot be the same thing, because the realization of what abstract labor is cannot be, however, if things were done rationally, conscious unconsciousness, time without subject, determination of time beyond the ego, precisely irrevocably reveals the inverted form as consumption of the use value of labor power, as enslavement and humiliation, which are necessarily extinguished in value, the automatic subject of capital. This realization presupposes the imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is an enslaved, humiliated, abandoned being. However, the imperative is not able to answer why this perversity can be valid at all, and even appears to be the most natural thing in the world. This is why Max Horkheimer formulated the existential judgment in terms of a categorical imperative. Critical social theory is, as a whole, a single unfolded existential judgment, according to the essay on traditional and critical theory. It states, roughly formulated, that the basic form of the historically given commodity economy, on which modern history is based, contains within itself the internal and external contradictions of the epoch, constantly brings forth anew in an intensified form and, after a period of ascent, the unfolding of human powers, the emancipation of the individual, after an enormous expansion of human power over nature, finally inhibits further development and drives humanity towards a new barbarism. This judgment is made in the sense of an ought, insofar as it speaks of the emancipation of the individual and the inhibition of development, and yet, if one takes the Marxian critique to which it refers seriously, it is at its core an existential judgment in the classical philosophical sense. It is based on the fact that the basic form of the historically given commodity economy presupposes something as valid that does not even exist. Helmut Reichelt has the not inconsiderable merit of clarifying the question that Marx raises only imminently. So often in his writings there is talk of essentially non-existent thing acting like a sensual object. There is an abstract objectivity ex ment, objective appearance, objects as mere objectivity. More precisely, value exists in the form of objectivity, but indifferent to whether this objectivity is that of money or of the commodity. And it is precisely at the neuralgic points that Marx constantly speaks of the fact that this incomprehensible is valid, without saying what actually makes it valid. Validity, however, cannot be conceived without those who establish this validity, and for whom a valid thing is valid. No validity and valid thing without subjects for whom something has validity or is valid. Marx, however, nowhere explicated the concept of validity. He vacillated between a conception of validity bound to subjectivity and an objectivist version. Reichelt seems to see a way out precisely here in Hegel's objective logic, which Marx suggests as an explanation of an objective process within subjectivity itself, and in this context he quotes Marx's sentence, "It is a thing of its own with these determinations of reflection. This man, for example, is only king because other men relate to him as subjects. Conversely, they believe they are subjects because he is king. But even this way out of vexatory determination in the subject does not actually lead out of the dilemma, and ultimately Reichelt states that there is no bridge between the objective process and the conscious action of the subject. In Marx, the whole construct functions without recourse to subjectivity. However, the fact that this bridge does not exist and that the entire construct functions without recourse to subjectivity is precisely the insight gained by the critique of political economy. The truth about capital, which, however, also includes the fact that it would not be possible without a certain engagement of the subjects. Every subject therefore has the task, under penalty of perishing, of demonstrating for themselves that the entire construct functions without recourse to subjectivity. The uncanny, which closes itself off to reason, is revealed in this uncanny not least because it could not be resolved by any explication of the question of validity, but only by revolutionizing society. It would be the active recourse to subjectivity that Marx could not achieve, that no individual critic can ever achieve in order to grasp the unreasonableness of the whole. What Marx does achieve, however, is the recourse to the bodily organism, which lies in his determination of labor power and should be held there in the midst of all tendencies towards anthropologization and directed against it. This recourse was then transferred to labor, transfiguring or demonizing it in the workers' movement Marxism as in the Critique of Value, unfounded but consequent and thus untrue. Freed from the projections of the Marxists and their value-critical arrière-garde, however, it is the condition for the individualized as a subject to seem possible at all, to be thought of as a possibility. Adorno expressed what this means for the world after Auschwitz in the categorical imperative of negative dialectics. In it, the moment of what is added to the moral can be felt bodily. Bodily, because it is the abhorrence, which has become practical, of the unbearable physical pain to which individuals are exposed, even after individuality, as a spiritual form of reflection, prepares to disappear. This imperative cannot be assimilated to Marxism and the New Marx lecture, because it implies as little as Adorno explicated it, insisting on the moment of truth of this false substantialization in the radical critique of the naturalistic substantialization of Marxist theory of value. Only this recourse made it possible to break open Hegelian logic insofar as for it the determinations of reflection are interchangeable, in which what is different has to disappear in the absolute contradiction. Through this substance alone it could be preserved, the determinations of reflection could be reflected, i.e. that very own thing, that a certain person, for example, can only be king because other people relate to him as subjects. Conversely, they are subjects because he is king. It is precisely this thing that can be studied in Hobbes. For whoever refuses to be a subject in a certain situation, for instance on the basis of this reflection, must expect to atone for it with that which forever separates him from the others, his existence as a corporeal organism, and this because the other people behave as subjects to the one who behaves as king to them by conceding him something specific, to decide in the last instance over their bodies, over life and death. The uncanny fact that the whole construct of the valorization of value functions without recourse to subjectivity seems accessible to reason again, if it is seen from this point of view of the monopoly of violence with recourse to the torturable and killable Leib. But even this appearance proves to be deceptive, and antisemitism has always thrived on the fact that the uncanny does not disappear. When Joachim Brun writes that the subject is the value form of the individual, this already expresses the self-cancellation of capital on the basis of capital. After all, Marx's insight is that in the capital relation it is not the individual but only his labor power that has the form of value. However, in the destruction mania that springs from capital in the crisis of valorization, it is precisely this impossible that becomes real. The owners of labor power merge with it, that is, they dissolve the opposition of exchange value and use value in their own bodies. This is the contingency itself vis-a-vis political economy, that Hans-Jürgen Krahl perceived in Adorno's negative dialectic, and it ultimately means that Auschwitz cannot be explained by capitalist accumulation. Political economy reaches its limits in value, which is no longer utilized. The identification with it, the automatic subject at a standstill, which the individual chooses with his eyes open, goes beyond its conceptuality. It is precisely in this and only in this that the subject relates to the individual as exchange value relates to use value. This means that the subject no longer relates to an object, and is therefore no longer a subject. The Volksgemeinschaft must be regarded as a community that is as objectless as it is subjectless. It makes itself an automatic subject. The individual can indeed take the form of a commodity, but only in the form of enslavement, which is not in accordance with the capital relation stricto sensu and yet has always existed and continues to exist at the margins and intermundia of the capitalist mode of production, as if to take the place of that relation in the crisis, but only to serve a different purpose outside of production itself. With Alfred Sohnrethel, we could speak here of a regime of absolute surplus value production, to which Germany switched under Hitler. The increase in productivity, which constitutes the relative surplus value, is subordinated to the intervention in the labor market, the abolition of wage labor through labor service, ultimately through the enslavement of foreign workers. The immediate use of force is put in the place of freedom of contract. But this regime of absolute surplus value production no longer has surplus value as its goal and purpose, but destruction for the sake of destruction. Subject as the value form of the individual therefore means that the individual should only exist in the sense of a specimen of the biological species, as a subjectless individual. That the growing organic composition of the human being, of which Adorno speaks, has reached its conclusion and everything about the human being appears solely as the labor power or use value of a commodity, but one that, in its superfluousness that has always existed, can now only be exploited without the exploitation of value. All objects are robbed from those destined for mass murder. For this purpose, however, the subject has to cross itself out on the individual, and this is no longer a labor contract but an extermination order. In this, it can no longer be understood as an automatic process, as the mere growth of a composition. The individual has, in Sartre's words, reached the end point of its flight from freedom, where one may call it a decision or not, it desires and brings about the death of the Jew. In the essay and in the lecture, Theodore W. Adorno did not shy away from explaining how close the statement of a character from Sartre's most important play, Mort sans Sepulture, which has therefore hardly been performed in Germany, was to him. This character, one of the young resistance fighters subjected to torture, says, "Can one actually still live? Or, why should one still live in a world in which they beat you until your bones break?" And Adorno adds, that no thought at all that has not measured itself against this, that has not theoretically absorbed it, that such a thought from the outset simply relegates what is to be thought about, and therefore cannot be called a thought at all. At the same time, however, he expressed his pronounced distrust of French existentialism and wrote that some of Sartre's slogans could also be parroted by his mortal enemies. If he was about decision in itself, this would even cover for the National Socialist only sacrifice makes us free. Adorno's assumption that Sartre is about decision in itself, however, raises the question of what the subject of decision consists of. Whether this subject can exist at all, decision is made absolute. Only the answer to this question says something about the relationship to the victim and the concept of freedom. With Heidegger, from whom Sartre nevertheless starts, the subject has disappeared in Dacian. The ego remains as a mere non-binding formal indication. And thus the relationship between subject and object, as well as the distinction between the individual and the whole, the unity of moments that can only be determined from the difference, is eliminated. This tabula rasa, which is held up to the history of philosophy, has a precise political mandate. The individual is to be subjected from the outset to the perspective of sacrifice, namely sacrifice for the community. Dacian is objectless inwardness as well as subjectless community in one, community itself thus sublation of all mediation in being toward death. Only being free for death gives Dacian the goal par excellence. But this goal, therein lies the highlight of Heidegger's. Philosophy is the path, preemptive determination. The sacrifice, as it is invoked with this freedom and this determination, is already the repression of violence, in that thinking suggests, as it were, that it has long since taken place in being itself and would only have to be ratified in Dacian. The decision would therefore always be one that has already been made. This is why suicide, which is not done for the community, is condemned in the same way as skepticism. Heidegger's argument here is not much different from that of the religions. In the despair of suicide, the skeptic extinguishes existence and thus truth. In view of Heidegger's being, the community of death, a relationship such as that between master and servant, whose origin is still to be recognized in Hegel as violence, has therefore always already come to an end. Consequently, even the distinction between thing and individual becomes impossible. People literally merge with the commodities, so that at all times with the stuff in process, the others for whom the work is intended co-encounter. Conversely, the violence that lies in the community itself, insofar as it can only constitute itself against the internal and external enemy, finds no conceptual expression. Therein lies the origin of Heidegger's murmuring art of formulation, of incessant questioning for the sake of mere questioning, like the puffiness of the concepts. As an attunement to what has long since been decided, they are also the opposite of speculation. Violence should not come up for discussion, because it has to be so self-evident that it is no longer necessary. The concept of fear, as Heidegger takes it from Kierkegaard, serves precisely this purpose. The what of fear is completely indeterminate. Heidegger suddenly speaks here of isolation, although he had just claimed that, insofar as existence exists at all, it has the nature of being together. However, with the what of fearing itself, fear opens up existence as possible, namely as that which it can only be from itself as an isolated being in isolation. Kierkegaard had already defined anxiety as the self-revealing of freedom in possibility, and remained silent about the violence that the individual must reckon with, that it must fear as soon as it acts as free. In Heidegger, however, this repression of violence is at the same time an emphatic agreement with it. Fear is also denied its actual right to exist, which Kierkegaard leaves untouched. It is the fear that is forfeited to the world, inauthentic and hidden from it as such. Point 32 in death, which for Kierkegaard disappears behind the eternal bliss of those who have made the leap into faith, only becomes the most intrinsic possibility for Heidegger, which Dacian has to assume as being. Kojève's lectures on Hegel attempted nothing other than to take back the repression of violence, by recourse to the Herkenneck chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit. In place of the community as annihilation for its own sake, he placed the annihilation of the masters by the servants in the final struggle, which of course does not end with being toward death, with domination itself. When the servant has absorbed the element of violent death and destroyed the master, a state occurs that can only be described with Heideggerian categories, but which Kozel shies away from out of some intuition. In his reading of Hegel, being toward death is only seemingly politically concretized as violent death. The accent is also placed on lethal violence for him merely so that it is possible to abstract from the form of domination that is based on the threat of it. However, violence only becomes conscious as a social phenomenon when it is understood that something could be done about it. That it, the basis of all forms of exploitation and humiliation, should be eliminated if there is ever to be anything like real liberation. Seen in this way, the concept of violence can be defined more immediately than any other by the mere possibility of abolishing its actual object. Just as, conversely, the concept of the body, taken at its word by critical theory, only does not lead to ontologization as a measure of concretion and invariant, if it still points beyond itself as a measure and invariant, to the possible existence of a society in which this body is no longer denied and destroyed, functions as torturable and killable. But while political violence was used in Germany and Europe to an unprecedented extent, breaking all mediation and visible everywhere, it was at the same time philosophically repressed more than ever and as if for all time. That is the secret of Heidegger's concepts, that is the principle of his philosophy, which can be regarded as that of both Nazism and post-Nazism. The question is whether Sartre was involved in this repression. One of his central ideas is the critique of Hegel's master and servant chapter. It is the prerequisite for Sartre not following Heidegger, but rather retracting his liquidation of the subject-object relationship with unique aplomb. No philosopher has made the break between subject and object as strong as Sartre. He recognized that the phenomenology of the spirit does not, as it pretends, take its starting point from the individual who becomes servant or master, but from a general that is basically conceived as already presupposed to the individual and in the end merely sees itself confirmed. The consciousness of master and servant does not merge into the self-consciousness of the spirit, but is always already hypostatized as identity and, as an empty form, performs a mere illusory movement. It is therefore not a real struggle which, as Hegel emphasizes, is a matter of life and death for the individual, but rather a logical or better, tautological operation that requires struggle and domination merely as a point of passage or better illustration. The general self-consciousness, which seeks to liberate itself through all these dialectical phases of domination, can, according to its own admission, be equated with a pure empty form, the I am I. The goal of this dialectical conflict, the general self-consciousness, has not become richer in the midst of its transformations. It has rather completely stripped itself bare. It is now only the I know that others know me as myself. Sartre does not conclude from this that the replacement of thinking by life, which Hegel illustrates here, also legitimizes the threat of death. He is not interested in this at all, but concludes from his critique of the struggle for recognition to a new ontology. No general knowledge can be derived from the relationship of consciousnesses. We call this their ontological separation. What Sartre recognizes in Hegel, he therefore fails to recognize in Heidegger. He believes or assumes that the latter, unlike Hegel, understands existence as individualized, that Dasein is human Dasein, the selfhood of the actually existing self, the consciousness of the individual for itself, whereas in Heidegger's being toward death it is de-individualized from the outset, brought down to mere selfhood, hypostasis of the identity A equals A, in such a way that it is no longer even possible, as is still the case with Hegel, in order to make this illusory movement plausible to even think violence. The selfhood of the actually existing self is, according to Heidegger, ontologically separated by a gulf from the identity of the I persevering in the manifoldness of experience. The relationship between the individual and the whole is erased in this selfhood, so that the violence that guarantees unity in society, which makes the compulsion to identity possible in the first place, is also completely hidden. None of this can be perceived by Sartre in Heidegger's thinking solely through the transfer of Dasein into human Dasein. However, out of this misunderstanding, he contradicts Heidegger at the decisive point. Death is never what gives life its meaning. In the being for itself that he puts in the place of Heidegger's Dasein, there is no place for death. It can neither expect nor realize it, nor project itself towards it. Death is as absurd as birth. This is precisely what Heidegger rejected in the strongest terms from the outset. It is precisely the hatred of this attitude from which Heidegger wrote Being and Time, What belongs, according to the silent decree of man, is the indifferent calm in the face of the fact that one dies. The development of such a superior indifference alienates existence from its most intrinsic, irremediable ability to be. End of quote. If for Kozel the prospect of death, the knowledge of being mortal, of being able to kill oneself, is what establishes freedom in the first place, Sartre simply crosses out death with grandiose matter-of-factness and, on the contrary, pretends that freedom has nothing to do with it. It remains total and infinite, not because death does not limit it, but because freedom never encounters this limit. Death is by no means an obstacle to my projections. So it seems pointless for Sartre to flee from this necessity by committing suicide. Suicide could not be regarded as an end of life whose own reason would be me. As an act of my life, it itself requires a meaning that only the future can give it. But since it is the last act of my life, it denies itself this future. Therefore, it remains totally indeterminate. Nevertheless, it is determined by Sartre, and, like everything else in his work, by the gaze of the other. Suicide is the triumph of the point of view of the other over the point of view of myself, which I am. Those who believe they are committing suicide are in fact only fully accepting the triumph of the point of view of others over them. It is curious, however, that Sartre does not interpret suicide here out of fear of freedom, as the only way to flee freedom without insincerity, mauvaise foi. According to Sartre following Kierkegaard, it is the fear of the future self, of future decisions, which constitutes the incessant game of excuses that seeks to escape the evidence of freedom. It is as if he does not want to allow any conjunction between freedom and suicide. What can be regarded as a last resort for the individual appears only in the vague form of a shudder at the abyss. If nothing forces me to save my life, nothing prevents me from plunging into the abyss. The decisive behavior will emerge from a self that I am not yet. Suicide would put an end to fear. This is how the possible presents itself as a motive. Quote, fortunately, these motives, for their part, merely because they are motives of a possible, present themselves as ineffective, as non-determining. They can just as little bring about suicide as my shuddering before the fall can determine me to avoid it. This counter-fear generally puts an end to fear by transforming it into indecision. Indecision, for its part, gives rise to determination. One suddenly moves away from the edge of the abyss and continues on one's way. End of quote. From the outset, Lettre et lunent is geared towards negating being toward death, negating the theodicy of death that Adorno was then to expose in all its consequences in the jargon of actuality. Future and death are separated, instead of a being that is essentially future in its being, so that it can freely allow itself to be thrown back onto its factual there for its death, shattering against it. For Sartre there is a for itself that is there to take over its being, but only in order to transcend it, and the present is determined in such a way that it is precisely this negation of being, this escape from being. The future itself, the future considered quite independently of death, is the only sense of the for itself. For being and time, death is regarded as the possibility of being that Dacian itself has to take over, the most intrinsic, irrevocable, unsurpassable possibility. Ontologically fixed in this is the threat of death, which the modern state monopolizes in order to guarantee the exploitation of value. Just as the structural moment of anxiety, which has its most original concretion in being toward death, perpetuates the commodity owner's sense of life in the process of the exploitation of value. The what of this anxiety is the being in the world itself. The what of this anxiety is the being capable of existence par excellence. But the fearful labor power containers do not yet know this as long as they have not become people's comrades. Heidegger's philosophy attempts to penetrate this concretion in the subject, the man of everyday life, and therefore to align the fear in him, which as a fear of no longer being able to reproduce itself is fueled by the general crisis, inflation and stock market crash, definitively towards a readiness to die and kill, and not in the name of some better life as in Stalinist ideology, but on the contrary, in the name of death itself. The fear of death must not be thrown together with a fear of dying. It is not an arbitrary and random weak mood of the individual, but rather, as a basic state of being, the realization that existence exists as being thrown to its end. It is not about the fear of the individual, but about a fear whose overcoming terminates in the ability to be whole of the community, in the fate of the people. What still feels like life in this fate of the community, however, had already been judged by Karl Kraus. For the purposes of death, even life was respected. In Sartre's thinking, on the other hand, death is not only not the most intrinsic possibility of being, but no possibility at all. The problem of nothingness, as Sartre poses it, is virtually set against it, and many of the formulations in connection with Lunent that sound so strange in German translation have their origin here. While Heidegger, when he describes fear as the apprehension of nothingness, means precisely the being to death, for Sartre nothingness is the possible negation of what is found, freedom, which I have, without death as a possibility being able to have an independent meaning. My fear, according to Sartre in direct reference to Kierkegaard, is the fear of the beings of the world. My fear is the fear of myself. Guilt becomes a problem of the future, because freedom, which I cannot lose, constantly brings the past out of play. In this way, the fear of freedom arises as a fear of guilt and the feelings of guilt that the individual will have to face if they have ever behaved in this or that way. Quote, a situation that evokes fear, insofar as it threatens to change my life and my being from the outside, evokes fear, insofar as I distrust my own reactions to this situation. End quote. It is no coincidence that at this moment Sartre brings to mind the situation of the soldier, for whom fear begins when he tries to anticipate the behavior he will have to oppose the impending bombardment. In other words, when he asks himself whether he will hold out. Anxiety would therefore be fear of future feelings of guilt. But the fact that the impending feelings are ultimately connected with a threat of death, as Sartre confesses in this one passage where he suddenly comes to speak of his own situation as a soldier, which he has just experienced, is only the dark background in being and nothingness, against which the concept of freedom stands out all the more brightly. His concept of freedom is not least a tremendous effort to overcome the fear of death, in the unrelenting feeling that he did too little to prevent National Socialist annihilation. It is not surprising that Sartre understands human reality as an inherently unhappy consciousness without the possibility of transcending the state of unhappiness. Thus, freedom does not encounter the limit of death, only the act that can follow from it. As such, the limit has a place in being for oneself, as Sartre always realizes when he refers to the political situation, to National Socialist rule and war. In this context, the famous dictum that even torture does not take away our freedom, or the statement that even a prohibition such as entrance forbidden to Jews, Jewish restaurant, entrance forbidden to Aryans, etc., only has meaning on the basis of my free choice. It loses its own compelling force, on the other hand, within the limits of my own choice, and depending on whether I prefer life to death in all circumstances or, on the contrary, am of the opinion that in certain special cases death is preferable to certain forms of life, etc. Death itself does not give meaning to life, but it may have to be reckoned with as a consequence of my action. It is Sartre's answer to the Nazi slogan, "Only sacrifice makes us free." To reckon with death suggests that it should merely be given a certain significance. The etc. that Sartre adds to the situations listed tries to set it as low as possible, as if not to shake the consciousness of freedom. Freedom must not be limited by death. This is the situation in the resistance against National Socialism. Sartre wants to exclude the fear of death, but what he says about the gaze of the other is full of this fear. Quote, what I grasp immediately when I hear the branches crack behind me is not that someone is there, but that I am vulnerable, that I have a body that can be wounded, that I occupy a place and that I can in no way escape from the space where I am defenseless, in short, that I am seen. End quote. In a certain sense, Sartre's philosophy extrapolates this situation by denying that there is an absolute point of view beyond this, which one could adopt in order to be able to compare different situations. Each person realizes only one situation, his own. There is therefore as little a transcendental subject in Sartre as in Heidegger. While Heidegger replaces this supersubject with being toward death as the absolute freedom of the victim, so that there can no longer be a subject, in Sartre the transcendental subject is abolished in a concept of subject that negates every absolute point of view and even more so that of death. Whatever could be perceived as comparable remains contingent in view of the situation, which can only ever be that of a specific person and can only be realized by that person. This absolute non-generalizability is generalized with the concept of existence. Since, in contrast to the world of the Kantian transcendental subject or the automatic subject of value, there is nothing comparable here, and therefore no possibility of formulating a law, there appears to be only a single causality of freedom. I am responsible for everything, or I am responsible for nothing. In other words, the form in which I am responsible remains undefined, and it does not seem possible to differentiate in what sense and to what extent I can be considered guilty or complicit for something. Such a distinction presupposes the concept of form, which Sartre replaced with that of situation. This makes him incapable of understanding Marx's critique of political economy. Accordingly, there can also be no categorical or practical imperative, at least none as stipulated by Kant for the relationship of individuals to one another, in order to have such a form for action that allows proportionality to be thought, but that also means, to allow bourgeois thinking, act only according to that maxim by which you can at the same time will that it become a general law. 57 And act in such a way that you need humanity both in your person and in the person of everyone else at all times simultaneously as an end, never merely as a means. 58 The imperative is the Enlightenment's attempt to determine the responsibility of the individual as generally as possible as that which cannot be derived from natural laws. In other words, it is about the generalization of bourgeois relations, i.e. relations in which potentially everyone is a commodity owner and labor power is sold as a commodity. While the categorical imperative generalizes freedom of contract morally with the concept of the maxim, the practical imperative aims at the question of violence through the means-ends relation. It is thus formulated in such a way that it corresponds in all parts to the capital relationship, covering it, as it were, insofar as the entrepreneur does not understand the owner of the labor power as a mere means, as the slave owner understands the slave, but only the slave's labor power. The end in itself, which the buyer and seller mutually recognize in each other, manifests itself in the freedom of contract. The capitalist is therefore not allowed to use force. This legal situation presents itself as the moral law within us, as universally valid and superhistorical as the starry sky above us. Seen in this light, it would be the contractual society based on capital that would have made it possible to think of mankind as a whole, i.e. all human beings, from the point of view of freedom. But as Kant shows, this freedom only ever appears as freedom from the laws of nature, as independence from coercion by sensual drives, or in other words, as a duty, behind which it is not difficult to recognize the obligation to also comply with the contract once concluded. However, the legal constellation can only be transformed into a moral one by subtracting the sovereign, by suspending this third party, this authority, which alone allows us to renounce violence in these circumstances. Every morality worthy of its name actually claims, considered in isolation, that the individual could act from the outset in such a way that no sovereign is needed at all, that the individual would be prepared to internalize this authority completely. But since Kant, without going over to determinism, can never deny that the individual always has the freedom not to follow the moral law within us, all imperatives are expressed through an ought and thus indicate the relationship of an objective law of reason to a will, which, according to its subjective nature, is not necessarily determined by it. There is no guarantee for the renunciation of violence in a society that is fundamentally based on exploitation, and therefore the continued necessity of the state and a law covered by this state. The imperatives say, Kant continues, that to do or to refrain from doing something would be good, but they say it to a will that does not always do something because it is imagined that it is good to do it. When Ingo Elba claims that, in Kant's understanding, a free will that is determined neither by natural laws nor by intelligible moral laws is nothing, and undying, this is both true and not true, for it is precisely the difference that is hidden, which lies in the emphasis on the ought, in the fact that the determination by natural laws is essentially different from that by moral laws. In this difference, Kant holds on to the individual insofar as it is not absorbed into the transcendental subject. However, nothing could be more characteristic of bourgeois society than the realization that this adherence is only possible by investigating and condemning the deviation. The master, who embodies the threat of death to the servant, becomes the sovereign so that the servants can not only conclude contracts with each other and thus become citizens, but never have to rely completely on each other's morality. If the imperative declares the individual to be an end in himself insofar as the other may not turn him into a means without at the same time recognizing him as an end in himself, the concept of humanity becomes unavoidable. It is intended to abolish formalization, so to speak, but it remains necessarily indeterminate in itself and thus only continues formalization. It must not contradict the fact that the individual must sell his labor power, that the capitalist turns it into a means. Significantly, this is shown precisely by the fact that Kant knows how to turn his imperative against suicide at any time. The person who gives himself death, i.e. destroys his labor power, commits a crime against humanity, just as if an entrepreneur violently destroys a wage earner like the master destroys the servant. In a sense, the individual sins against his own purpose, which is to belong to humanity. This was ultimately answered by Marx's imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being, and it shows that any imperative, however inferable, is by no means a substitute for an existential judgment, as Marx then also developed in the Critique of Political Economy. For no imperative is capable of making a statement about the form itself. It is also treated by Kant as the subject of transcendental logic. In any case, it would be incorrect to say that Sartre is trying to return to Kant in order to restore bourgeois society and enlightenment in the sense of the Popular Front ideology. He knows only too well that the preconditions for this are lacking, even if he ontologizes their absence. Now that the Germans have liquidated bourgeois society, there is no longer any concept of humanity and no imperative, nothing comparable, nothing law-like, nothing to which one can adhere, as Brecht's Mahagony put it on the eve of the Third Reich. With Kant, the individual can become guilty to the extent that he regards and treats the other as a mere means. This imperative applies to all and in the relationships of the individual to all. However, it presupposes the unity of a society that is mediated in such a way that basically two individuals always face each other as contractual partners. The whole of society seems to be morally comprehensible from the perspective of the contract between two citizens. In it, guilt can always be attributed to the behavior of one person towards a certain other person with whom they are dealing, i.e., with whom they have concluded an imaginary contract. With Sartre, there is no longer any form of contract, so to speak. There is only the being for oneself of the individual and the other, which do not appear to be related to each other by contract, but are forever separated by nothingness. The for itself is determined in such a way that it can only regard the other as an object, to use Kant's practical imperative, as a means, not as a subject in the sense of the imperative as an end. In other words, humanity does not exist either in its own person or in the person of the other, unless negatively, in the awareness that it itself must be regarded in exactly the same way by the other. This also overturns proportionality, the possibility of grading responsibility, of determining it gradually, however tentatively. Responsibility, if it cannot be denied from the outset, becomes total. As a result, an individual would also be immediately responsible for what others do to each other, both good and bad, as soon as they could know something about it in themselves, because they are potentially an object for them, a possible means of changing this. Here we are obviously assuming conditions in which there is no longer a sovereign in the usual sense, no uniform monopoly of power that guarantees the unity of the contract and makes the self-purpose of the other appear as practical. With the imperative, however, Sartre also loses the possibility of seeing something in the use of violence itself that differs from its non-use. Violence thus seems to have become unrecognizable, in that everyone is responsible for everything, without there being a criterion for the difference in responsibility, which under the conditions of domination could ultimately only be gained with regard to violence. At the same time, however, Sartre naturally resorts to the most extreme situations in order to demonstrate what the gaze of the other actually means: persecution, torture, and murder. In this way, the situation of those who do not identify with the leader and the Volksgemeinschaft and yet must feel responsible for everything that is committed in their name is revealed here, as long as they do nothing about it, and that means in the end, using violence themselves to eliminate it. Sartre's philosophy could therefore be read, and was read in the context of the resistance, as follows. Assuming that National Socialism is the worst thing that can exist, I myself am responsible for this worst thing as long as I do nothing to eliminate it. But lettre et lu nent cannot say that National Socialism is the worst. Quite apart from the fact that this book could not have been published under the conditions of the occupation if it had been able to make such statements. On the other hand, however, it is impossible to use it to fetishize the resistance struggle as a necessary sacrifice for a different, better community. From the contradiction to Heidegger's being toward death it necessarily follows, and this could even be seen as the core of Sartre's philosophy, also the difference to Albert Camus' moralism, that there can be no community in the true sense of the word, except as the permanent insincerity of individuals. The we rather means, for Sartre, fundamentally an experience of humiliation and impotence. For the individual, community is at best, as a subject we, only a provisional appeasement, formed within the conflict itself, and not to be understood as a final resolution of this conflict, whatever that may be. For all his moral engagement against a political revolution which, with the purpose of creating a new society, a new man, necessarily sanctifies the means of terror and murder, Camus himself remains at the center of his philosophy within the depraved. He cannot help but give meaning to death. Like Sartre, he does not realize that this is precisely where the break with German ideology must occur. Thus, in the face of National Socialism and Stalinism, he wants to set limits to political action, and the true rebel, if he transgresses them and resorts to violence and murder, must confirm these limits by his death. But the world today shows such a disgusting face precisely because it is carpentered by people who presume the right to transgress these boundaries and, in particular, to kill fellow human beings without paying with their own lives. This is the categorical imperative invented by this moralist. Only ever kill if you yourself are prepared to be killed. It is hardly surprising that the false, systematic violence, which can no longer be identified as the individual's willingness to die, threatens less the individual than the living community, and the being that we receive from it. Camus' play The Just is an apology of this being, which is based on sacrificial death. Death itself is even glorified in it. The terrorist goes happily to the gallows, and for his comrade it will be easier to throw the next bomb. In contrast, Sartre's dead without burial and dirty hands are dramaturgically conceived in such a way that death is unable to create any inner unity. The individual rebels come up against the fact that it is only ever the consequence of their actions, but cannot confirm anything, just as they, on the other hand, have to realize in themselves that they have acted out of completely different motives than those that are supposed to make them a community. Sartre's Lettre et lunent elaborates here, without speaking ad personam, the entire structural mauvaise foi of Heidegger's being and time, which already begins with the fact that, according to his understanding, existence, insofar as it is at all, has the mode of being together. For Heidegger, the opposition, conflict, and competition for domination and surplus value is already dissolved, in advance, as being toward death. This is precisely where the existential lies for him. But Sartre does not simply return to Kierkegaard either, because the total togetherness in insincerity set by Heidegger, which already contains the war of annihilation at its core, can no longer be dissolved by any belief in a last judgment, and by any category of sin determined by this belief in eternal bliss. In Kierkegaard, still a guarantee that everything can be viewed from the individual and that any form of community can be rejected. Instead, on the horizon of being for itself as real transcendence, precisely that other emerges, and its gaze, the prerequisite for reflection in being for itself, excludes both mediation-free togetherness and mediation through social institutions, but does not thereby eradicate responsibility in being for itself. On the contrary, the only question is how it comes to judge the whole, for which it is responsible as a whole. In contrast, Lettre et lunent appears like the final, highly resolved snapshot of an individual's consciousness immediately before the choice of resisting or conforming. However, intellectuals who, unlike Sartre, were really active in organized resistance, such as Alexander Kozel or Georges Canguilhem, wanted nothing to do with such pauses for reflection. They wanted to continue to embody the political unity of the resistance, the subject we, as opposed to the individual, they for itself. Their philosophy of resistance was intended to enforce this unity once again, as it were, as a final solution, instead of a merely provisional appeasement, as Sartre understood the collective. They thus formulated the apology of humiliation and impotence in the name of the resistance. Polemically opposed to the philosophers of existence, Canguilhem, for example, spoke of the logic of the resistance and ultimately even believed that he could derive the courageous actions and violent death of the resistance fighter Jean Cavale's sensu stricto from his mathematical philosophy, which had not been constructed with reference to any subject. This philosophy, in which Jean Cavale's is radically absent, has commanded a form of action that has led him along the paths narrowed by logic to that transition from which there is no return. Jean Cavale's is the logic of resistance lived to the death. Oh, if only the philosophers of existence and the person could behave in the same way next time. The homage to Cavale's uses the immeasurable suffering that was inflicted on him in equal parts retrospectively to glorify the resistance and prospectively to support a structurally renewed ideology of science, and thus describes the way in which Heidegger's thinking could be adapted beyond National Socialism. However, this path was initially taken in the fields of psychology and psychiatry, disciplines in which it could be most unobtrusively stipulated that individuals accept the logic of being toward death as their own and learn to understand this acceptance as a logical operation, the necessary humiliation and powerlessness of the individual in the spirit of the collective. It was under such auspices that psychoanalysis was finally incorporated into the scientific establishment and its latest jargon by Jacques Lacan. Lacan himself had not belonged to the resistance, nor was he even in contact with it like Sartre. On the contrary, as Elisabeth Rudinesco shows, he should rather be seen as an ardent admirer of François Maurras. But he had not been one of the most avid listeners of Kojel's lectures for nothing. Quote, "It is clear to see what Lacan was opposing here to Sartre's thesis. Not only is man not free to choose his chains, since he does not exist out of an original emergence of freedom, but in order to become free, he is also condemned to fit in with the collectivity of men through a logical consideration. And therefore he made all human freedom dependent on a temporality given to every subject who knows that he has to submit to a logical decision according to a time for understanding. End of quote. As with Heidegger, temporality means nothing other than being toward death. Heidegger's interpretation of the master-servant relationship returns in the relationship between analyst and analysand. The masterful analyst, who throws over the approved rules of analysis, which are modeled on the contractual relationships of bourgeois society, teaches his servile analysand in this way to consent to the sacrifice of his life, for reasons that give human life its measure. This is literally the aim of Lacan's cure, which, however, prefers to conceal itself in talk of the phallus as signifier and of domination as symbolic order, as Lacan replaces Kant's transcendental subject and intelligible world in order to erase any memory of a subject and thus psychologize Heideggerian being. The analysand is no longer supposed to find satisfaction in common unhappiness with the usual lot of humanity and the repressive basis of culture, as the usual interpretation of Freud's theory in its own terms reads, but to recognize in the marriage with death his most intrinsic desire, which finally leads him beyond the imposition of being a subject and not being absorbed in any community. The therapeutic phrase of self-awareness would not have been necessary to know this. Every word is suitable for jargon, even one like experience, which nevertheless seeks to denote something that contradicts it in principle. The decisive factor is whether it is written in the tone of voice in which it sets itself as transcendent to its own meaning, whether the individual words are charged at the expense of sentence, judgment, thought. Therefore, those who simply banish the word from their vocabulary are not already safe from jargon. Even the eloquent rejection, which etymologically asserts the bad reputation of the expression, leaves the fake transcendence untouched. Negativity then becomes a mere gesture, criticism a taste for the right words, again at the expense of sentence, judgment, and thought, because ultimately only the effort of the concept, the work of determining it, is able to lead us out of the jargon. Adorno wrote his study on the jargon of actuality in close connection with the main philosophical work of negative dialectics. Conversely, however, it is just as impossible in the formation of the concept to pretend that jargon does not exist and to ignore what it has done to the word. As if covered by pure theory purged of all everyday usage, the word could still be used in all innocence to provide a term. Rather, what has rubbed off from the jargon onto the word must itself still enter into the definition of the term. As such a definition, Adorno adds an epithet to the term experience that characterizes it as unregulated or unregulated. This does not merely underline or emphasize it. On the one hand, it contradicts the Kantian concept as a philosophical regulation of the intelligible. On the other hand, it also contradicts the very opposite idea that experience exists as spontaneity in the sense that it is already autonomous from being regulated by virtue of its origin in the corporeal. This double contradiction is Adorno's concept of the thing, while the jargon that imitates it replaces experience with idiosyncrasies in order to ultimately consign what could become judgment to the regulations of taste, the feuilleton, or to the regimentation as therapy, the psychological nonfiction book. However spontaneous it may be, experience, in contrast to idiosyncrasy, always presupposes that there must be a consciousness to make it, in the face of the rules. Without being able to dissolve it, experience makes itself aware of this contradiction, or it is not one that would be unmanaged. It thus reflects on the antecedents of abstractly rational relationships that are detached from individual people and their relationship and that have their model in exchange. However, as the critique of political economy teaches, it is precisely this antecedence that must not become conscious if exchange and thus the utilization of value is to function smoothly. Thus experience also has to reflect on its own impossibility in order to recognize that the abstract social general, which must be able to accompany all my ideas, Kant, and reproduce itself in all my activities, Marx, becomes graspable by virtue of that which is not absorbed in the general and yet cannot be grasped as an origin at all because it is a process. Other than in the movement of individual human consciousness, the general cannot be grasped by the subject at all. This is precisely where the true significance of idiosyncrasies for the concept of experience lies. Closing themselves off from consciousness itself, they are, as it were, the presence of the body in that movement constantly challenging it anew. Hypersensitivity as a warning sign of the vulnerable. Only through the difference between the antecedents of social categories and the idiosyncratically sharpened individual consciousness does critical theory hope to escape the ontologizing thinking to which Sartre had committed himself. For the relationship between consciousness, which is always aware of the vulnerability of the living, and the forms of consciousness, forms of thought, given to it cannot be determined as once and for all. Adorno speaks explicitly of movement, and in this concept freedom is included, even without being explicitly mentioned. An experienced structuralist could, of course, also interpret this sentence to mean that the movement of individual human consciousness could ultimately be derived from the natural law necessity of an antecedent. A philosophizing natural scientist would also want to assess the probability of this necessity, so that overall the opinion can be presented as truth, according to which there are only different levels of determinations, but ultimately, in Spinoza's words, sub species aeternitatis, everything is only predetermined. Critical theory is immune to this appropriation, which also threatens the insights of Marx and Freud at all times, in particular through the very concept of experience that relates the movement of individual human consciousness to the body of the individual and prevents it from being deduced from it. Experience is bound to the body, and yet there is no experience of the body, only the fact that something resists the ever-new attempts of consciousness to synthesize itself and thus enables the difference to that which is prior as the content of consciousness. This relationship, which in classical philosophy was called soul and body, can only be determined historically and not in an ontologizing way if it takes place within the horizon of a possible reconciliation that grasps precisely that which refuses synthesis. The aesthetic experience from which Adorno draws begins where both are accentuated at the same time: reconciliation and refusal. The philosopher who first and most precisely recorded the failed synthesis from the individual human consciousness was Kierkegaard. It is no coincidence that Adorno was only able to find the trace of that concept of experience in the first place in his confrontation with him, and to the same extent that he recorded the difference to Heidegger's ontology of death in his own way. Kierkegaard belongs, with a few thinkers of his epoch such as Poe, Tocqueville, and Baudelaire, to those who felt something of the truly chthonic changes that took place at the beginning of high capitalism with people themselves, with human behavior, and with the inner composition of human experience. But these changes, however historically comprehensible, also reveal something of what extends beyond the epoch and yet must not be understood in anthropological terms. What Adorno owed to Kierkegaard was the insight that something cannot be right about the unity of the general and the individual as a concept of truth as stipulated by idealism, imitated by Marxism, and merely declared obsolete by positivism. That the objectification of philosophy into a system is to be combated insofar as it tears thinking away from the experience of the individual, reducing him to a mere moment. But that truth can only lie in socially producing a different relationship to this experience. The last lines of Adorno's memorial speech on Kierkegaard from 1964 recall this earliest thought motif with particular emphasis. The Kierkegaardian curve is the reverse of Brecht's yes man, whom the collective wants to make believe that the most important thing to learn is agreement. Anyone who was present when Karl Kraus chased Imre Bekesi out of Vienna in 1925 with his pure word will have experienced something of the concrete violence of what appears so abstract and so monomaniacal in Kierkegaard: the power of powerlessness. End quote. Thus, Kierkegaard's question of truth also seemed to him to be most compelling where it is addressed to existence without dogmatic thesis and without speculative antithesis, as it circumscribes the scope of his philosophical experience to individual human existence. It is astonishing to observe how Adorno outlines prefigurations of Sartre's concept of existence in the course of his early interpretation of this philosophy, which is undertaken as a conscious differentiation from Heidegger's. With Kierkegaard, Dasein does not want to be understood as a way of being, even if it were one that is opened up to itself. He is not concerned with a fundamental ontology that must be sought in the existential analysis of existence. For him, the question of the meaning of Dasein is not what Dasein actually is. Rather, it is the question of what gives meaning to existence, empty of meaning for itself. It is not the being of existence. The ideas are the object of his philosophy, how they rise in the movement of existence without remaining in it. It is not through meaning that existence interprets itself. It separates itself from the meaningless, from contingency. End of quote. Together with this anticipation, Adorno's critique of Kierkegaard anticipates his own later critique of Sartre. So that contingency does not lose its meaning, the concrete individual is subjected to a procedure which, as an idea in the Kantian sense, preserves its concrete meaning, but makes it abstract itself and hollows out the ontological determinations that are sought in it. Be it that, like the words sense, freedom, idea, they yield nothing to the abstractness of the Kantian category. Be it that, insofar as they remain concrete, they are precisely thereby overtaken, as determinations of mere facticity, by the same contingency from which the restriction into interiority was intended to protect. This precisely characterizes the ambiguity of the ontological sense in Kierkegaard. Its ground is the abstract self. In Sartre, Adorno may have rediscovered this abstract self in L'être pour soi, and that is probably why he reacted somewhat irritably to the sensation that the new philosophy from France could cause. However, this being for itself is already a reflection on the fact that this inwardness offers no protection against contingency. With it, the abstract self is brought to the concept, which is ontological but, unlike the existential ontological, challenges the individual. The for itself contains nothing substantial within, rather it receives everything from an outside, but only in one way, in the negation of being identical with it. In this context, the points of contact but also the contrast in the memorial speeches on Kierkegaard, which Adorno and Sartre gave on the occasion of his 150th birthday, are all the more remarkable. In any case, neither is prepared to resolve the antinomies of thought that take shape in the confrontation between Kierkegaard and Hegel to one side. Kierkegaard's individual is as little the true as Hegel's whole, says Adorno in Kierkegaard once again. In the singular universal, Sartre describes Hegel's dialectic and Kierkegaard's anti-dialectic as poles that denounce each other. In Kierkegaard, however, the contradiction to the abstract self can already be discovered, precisely where thought seems to move furthest away from the concrete here and now. On Judgment Day, as he invokes it, the twilight of freedom and nature will disappear, according to Adorno, through the idea of judgment, not that of the autonomy of the human spirit. His concept of the individual will be saved, and Adorno quotes from The Illness of Death: a judgment refers per se to the individual. One does not judge en masse. One can beat people to death en masse, splash them en masse, flatter them en masse, in short treat people like cattle in many different ways, but one cannot judge people like cattle, for one cannot judge cattle. No matter how many are judged, if judging is to contain seriousness and truth, each individual will be judged. See, that is why God is the judge, because there is no crowd before him but only individuals. Yes, of course, they would be safe if they only wanted to become individuals in eternity. But they were and are always individuals before God. End of quote. In the light of the last day, therefore, Kierkegaard's transparency has its place and its hour. Nature, which dies as existing, as despairing. Here it clarifies itself after damnation and reconciliation. In the world of experience, however, whatever a trace of this light falls on is concrete. Salvation from the abstract self, the non-fetishized concrete, in a word, experience, is only possible through the idea of judgment, which contains both judgment and grace. With this interpretation, Adorno seeks to ensure that the Kantian tribute does not have to be paid. The concrete individual is not to be subjected to any procedure that makes him abstract himself, be it as an idea or as contingency. But the last day is not to be conjured up in Protestant edification, but to be held fast to the modern work of art. Thus, the path from the construction of the aesthetic to the aesthetic sans phrase is always already mapped out in Adorno's thinking. The works of art, in their reproduction, in the immersion that they demand, still grant experience in the age of their disappearance. Experience of the loss of experience. Only make it possible to recognize as false the self that has become abstract in reality, which the philosophy of existence fetishizes, without therefore regressing to sensual certainty, the supposedly concrete. Adorno thus puts art in the place of Kierkegaard's paradox. In Kierkegaard, the aesthetic attitude appears as a not deciding from the point of view of the ethical. The ethical takes a back seat to his doctrine of the paradoxical religious. In view of the leap to faith, the aesthetic is deprecated from a stage in the dialectical process, namely that of non-decision, and transformed into creaturely immediacy per se. For it is precisely to be broken by paradox and constitutes its absolute contradiction. The leap to faith is not taken insofar as it abandons creaturely immediacy, fueled by the fanatically tuned salvation of Protestantism. Not deciding for oneself therefore becomes the crux of the aesthetic itself. Adorno does not want it to be understood as a kind of nature reserve of experience, in which that which would otherwise be destroyed everywhere could be saved from the abstract self and marveled at in the fenced-in reserve. He does not want an autonomy that, in a metaphysical sense, cannot reflect its own preconditions, the state of the subject which lacks autonomy. The works are only autonomous in that they reveal the loss of autonomy. They arise from the decision to unmask the subject in not deciding for itself. Uncontrolled experience means, experience in the awareness of being controlled, means that only in this awareness can it not be taken back by the abstract self. But consciousness experiences the antecedent in the question of the form that determines the work of art itself. The way in which the powerlessness of the individual can be evoked in the a priority of the individual over the whole, Holderlin. If Kierkegaard's leap of faith transforms the aesthetic from a stage in the dialectical process, namely that of non-decision, deprecatively into creaturely immediacy par excellence, then Adorno retracts precisely this deprecatio, the intercession for an absent person, because creaturely immediacy is present in art in whatever form, or it is not art. The fact that it can speak for itself is an indispensable part of the concept of the work of art. Kierkegaard's self-decision appears as a single leap. Freedom shrinks to this point, to this moment, from which the leap takes place. If here the difference to Sartre's existential philosophy is flagrant, which renounces faith but wishes to hold on to the leap as a projection and give space to the point as a situation, in Adorno's critical theory experience can conversely be seen as an attempt to think freedom and creaturely immediacy together. The unaltered means both the freedom of individual human consciousness vis-a-vis the antecedent and fidelity to creaturely immediacy. This is also how the much-cited primacy of the object should be understood. It is given. Thus always presupposes a subject, without this subject therefore already being able to be considered the primary, as in German idealism, but it is nevertheless granted the freedom avant la lettre that it can give this primacy to the object. This is done by determination. It is legitimate to speak of the primacy of the object only if this primacy, in relation to the subject in the broadest sense, is somehow determinable, more so than the Kantian thing in itself as the unknown cause of appearance. If, on the other hand, the object is conceived without a subject, if freedom towards it is not supposable, the primacy of the object is merely a pretext for primitive materialism or Heideggerian ontology, i.e. man is the shepherd of the object. In other words, if the subject were missing as a moment in the object itself, its objectivity would become nonsense. By first being willing to give the primacy of the object, the subject experiences its real powerlessness, and only through this experience is it able to remain powerful, to not surrender to powerlessness like Heidegger's shepherd. According to Adorno, this is the only demand that can be made of every individual without impertinence. And he interprets not only the music of Mahler and Schoenberg, but also the texts of Kafka and Beckett according to this standard. Adorno does not write, mind you, that the powerless individual becomes powerful through the awareness of his powerlessness. He writes, taking up a passage of his Schoenberg interpretation from the philosophy of new music almost word for word, that he thereby remains powerful. The passage from the philosophy of new music reads, the great moments of the late Schoenberg, however, are as good against the 12-tone technique as they are won through it. Through it, because the music is enabled to behave as coldly and inexorably as it can only do after its downfall. Against the 12-tone technique, because the spirit that conceived it remains powerful enough to drive through and illuminate the structure of its rods, screws and threads, as if it were prepared to catastrophically destroy the technical work of art in the end. End quote. In other words, it presupposes a freedom that allows us to experience powerlessness in the first place. There is something in it that knows itself not to be powerless, a potential. Sometimes Adorno even attempts to historicize this potential, to derive it from the earliest periods of human development. The dawning consciousness of freedom is nourished by the memory of the archaic impulse, not yet controlled by a fixed ego. The more the ego restrains it, the more questionable the prehistoric freedom becomes to it as chaotic. But at its core, negative dialectics aims to show that, as a presupposition, it always also falls under a secondary ban on images, the glaring deficiency of Kant's doctrine, the withdrawing, abstract nature of the intelligible character, also has something of the truth of the ban on images which post-Kantian philosophy, including Marx, extended to all concepts of the positive. As a possibility of the subject, the intelligible character, like freedom, is a becoming, not a being. As a being, freedom is therefore ideology, as a becoming it is in experience. As ideology, it is a false consciousness of the subjugation of the individual to the capital relation, which is imagined therein as autonomy, and at the same time conceals the fact that this individual, in every act of its reproduction, belongs to nature, over which it believes itself to be superior. As an experience, however, freedom is the ability to become aware of this indissoluble connection with nature, and precisely through this to grasp one's subjugation as a social being. The freedom to experience one's powerlessness in society is conditional on the awareness that I, as an individual, can only get rid of this creaturely immediacy through self-destruction, i.e. become free in the sense of the ideology of freedom, which, however, suppresses what it is based on, the lethality of the individual. In the form of the culture industry, not for nothing the central object of critical theory, the whole of society is permeated by this ideology. If the medium mediates something, but the mediation itself, unlike in aesthetic design, is hidden, then the consumer involuntarily gets the feeling that he can be present everywhere and in an immediate way and can be edified and amused by every harm inflicted on the individual, whether comic or tragic, without being questioned in any way or facing any consequences, without being endangered or injured in his physical existence. Every minute of his consumption thus proves his own inviolability anew. A divine, as it were disembodied, supernatural existence in absolute isolation, but one that secretly counts on an almost religious sense of community. The culture industry thus performs the countertest to aesthetic experience. Its law is to resign oneself to one's powerlessness through the feigned experience of total power. The true concept of freedom, as formulated by critical theory, is concealed in that of experience. And it hides itself so that it does not fall victim to either ontology or the culture industry, so that it is not abstracted from the corporeal. Adorno therefore likes to talk about freedom as an impulse, as spontaneity, but this means a state should be possible in which freedom no longer has to be set against the impulse, in which freedom no longer involves suffering and death for the individual. Understanding the inner necessity of why Sartre had to write Reflections sur la question juive after Lettres et lunette is like trying to philosophically catch up with Franz Neumann's findings on the German Unstaat. In his study Behemoth, published in American exile a year before Lettres et lunette, Neumann was able to show that National Socialism dissolved the forms of mediation developed in bourgeois society in favor of immediate gang rule. As the monopoly on the use of force disintegrates in this way, total unity arises in the orientation towards the war of annihilation. Sartre's philosophy in Lettres et lunette can still be read in its contradiction to Being Toward Death, which fetishizes this total unity as an ontologization of the lack of mediation that underlies it. Adorno's critique of the notion of a decision in itself is basically also directed at this. What happens to the Jews, the persecution and torture under German occupation, all of this only appears here in the examples of this situation. It was only in the Reflections sur la question juive that Sartre called unity by its name. What the anti-Semite desires, what he prepares, is the death of the Jew, and thus also found the key to thinking the contradiction to Being Toward Death through to the end and recognizing something like the need for a new categorical imperative. Only now does his concept of total responsibility begin to make sense. The individual sees everything that happens as being irrefutably included in a certain decision. He should regard others as a means and not as an end, insofar as he lives in circumstances that are aimed at destroying the Jews as a whole. Sartre achieved this breakthrough because, from the outset, his thinking had sprung from a different kind of amazement than the false one that the things we experience are still possible in the 20th century, as Walter Benjamin precisely put it. The ontologization of the lack of mediation in Lettres et lunette, which is based on the concepts of being for itself, situation, and the gaze of the other, thus takes on the character of an objection. Although this philosophy, like all ontology, rejects the basic idea of critical theory that there could in principle be a society in which reconciliation would be possible, which would itself encompass the relationship to nature and thus form the precondition for happiness, it also ignores the concept of truth that determines it, which manifests itself in the question that is not at all rhetorical but radical. How can a whole be without violence being done to the individual? Or put differently, in the direction of Sartre, how would freedom be possible that does not have to be perceived as one to which one is condemned? And yet the thought is there between the lines in Lettres et lunette, in the expression of wonder that the things we experience are possible at all, when death per se cannot give meaning to life. The examples from life under German occupation, which Sartre obviously cannot do without to explain the situation in Lettres et lunette, are also indebted to him. They also expanded into entire narratives or dramas, whose literary weakness lies in the fact that they could hardly ever shed their exemplary character. The Reflections sur la question juive, however, necessarily go beyond this by recognizing the unity of the whole in the desire of the anti-Semite, a whole that must therefore be understood as false in precisely the way that Sartre had previously sacrificed to ontology. Le monde est mal fait means, it can also be done quite differently. This is a realization that was not even possible in Lettres et lunette, against which the ontology of being for itself sought to seal itself off. What the anti-Semite desires, what he prepares, is the death of the Jew. This desire and this preparation form the anti-Semite's conception of totality, are his counter-concept to society, which Sartre, shaped by the experience of National Socialist rule and with the result of anti-Semitism in mind, attempted to grasp with his philosophy from the perspective of the other, i.e. beyond the concept of form. The riddle to which Manfred Dahlmann devotes himself in his critique of Sartre and which must remain inaccessible to all new Marx lectures if they ignore experience and the concept of experience, consists precisely in the fact that on the basis of this Sartrean ontology, a judgment is possible precisely about the form that is ignored by it. This judgment is the precondition of all critical theory. Here it is that individuals are complicit in their own inverted form, and it can invoke the critique of political economy stricto sensu. If Marx explicitly rejects attributing individual responsibility to the character mask, for him individuals are implicitly all the more responsible for not once and for all removing the ground from this personification of economic relations, whereby they as persons can only exist for each other, as representatives of commodities. The necessity of explicating such connections, however, takes on a completely different weight with National Socialism. After Auschwitz it becomes an explicit necessity. One could perhaps say that it is this weight that becomes palpable in Sartre's ontology, without Sartre ever having been able to grasp the concepts of such an explication. The commodity guardian, everyone who carries goods to market, even if it is their own labor power, and every individual today, must take this walk in some way in order to merely continue to live, no longer only participates in the fact that people are exploited and humiliated to varying degrees. Its participation consists in the social whole credited by every banknote, which organically produces the crisis, and with it the potential of the madness to consign to destruction those who are fantasized as the cause of the crisis and the embodiment of the sides of capital that are perceived as negative. The moral problem that the critique of political economy raises, because it cannot be solved with political economy, can be recognized by the fact that the all-round mediation that reveals the individual as fully involved can only be expressed as an existential judgment on the whole, with the value form itself as the epitome of the untrue, and cannot be quantified in the form of money and assigned to individuals or classes. Whoever has more money is no longer responsible, but rather, the fact that money and capital exist establishes the responsibility of all in a context in which individuals are exploited and humiliated, in which they are killed. The value of all property, including labor power, can only reproduce itself through the total exploitation of labor by total capital. And in the crisis, when the process of exploitation comes to a standstill, this connection becomes flagrant in the rampant devaluation. There is a method to the madness that seeks to hold the players in the financial markets responsible for this, the method of economics. For on these markets and in their fetish forms, as long as the utilization of value functions, the unity of production and reproduction is ultimately established, the equalization of the profits of the individual capitals and industries to the average rate of profit of the whole takes place. Thus, with forerunning determination, surplus value is created in the future, capital is evaluated in the present as the ability to command the workforce without anyone being responsible for this evaluation, or if so, then only like the officials in Kafka's novels who continually make decisions that are no longer decisions because they must have been preceded by other, real ones that no one talks about. That being generally responsible can therefore not be specified in any way, limited to certain people or groups, without ultimately giving in to anti-Semitic projections, or at least preparing the ground for them by blaming the rich for the fact that every money owner participates in wealth through exploitation and therefore an exploited person still has something in principle from the exploitation of all others, however little it may be. In the pre-capitalist form, the latter may also apply to slaves or serfs, insofar as some of the surplus product falls to them. But to hold them responsible for slavery and feudalism, like all other enslaved people, would be absurd, and in this absurdity it could certainly be considered characteristic of Sartre's ontologizing conception of total responsibility. It is one thing for the individual to be left powerless by the connection sealed in capital for the purpose of exploitation, to find no social power to overturn it, but it is another thing if he no longer wants to be aware of his own participation in it, if his everyday engagement is concealed. This makes it all the more active and committed to giving this figure in the political sphere the monstrous features and means, most monstrous when they are also supposed to be anti-capitalist, without which the capital relationship could not exist at all. While the responsibility of individuals with regard to the utilization of value can be regarded as completely abstract, as a character mask, so that no one has to feel responsible for the whole exactly where everyone really is, since they carry around their social power, like their connection with society, in their pocket, it becomes all the more concrete as soon as the money owner enters into action as a citizen, or in other words, when the unity of the valorization process appears from the point of view of the political sovereign, without whom that purse, however full it may be, would be completely worthless. The character mask cannot replace the character of the state, which certainly requires further definition. The unity of the single, universally prevailing capital relation presents itself politically and must assert itself politically as a multiplicity of mutually hostile states. The abolition of violence in the contract of capitalist exploitation presupposes the threat of violence, which can only be monopolized by the sovereign if the states relate to each other, at least potentially, as enemies. But the latter is again only a necessary condition, not a sufficient one, as phenomena that Hobbes already called behemoth and that are today called failed states show. The forms of the monopolization of power and its recognition by the masses, who thus become the people, differ substantially, even if they only ever make up the overall malaise of capital. The separation of powers on the one hand, which has the monopoly of violence as a prerequisite, is contrasted with the disintegration into rackets on the other, which compete for the people as their flywheel, Joachim Brun. And the constitutional state can never completely get rid of this, its other side. Thus, even in the entanglements of the constitutional state and the racket state, conceivably different conditions of responsibility and complicity emerge depending on the character of the state and demand a differentiation that cannot be conceived with the categories of l'être et l'unent, as well as a concept of political sovereignty that, unlike later with Sartre, makes no concessions to political engagement, to taking sides with the sovereign. Engagement for a certain state or for certain conditions within states is in any case not a political engagement, not an apology of capital, as long as it is understood in the last instance ex negativo. The establishment and defense of each individual form of mediation, as they inevitably take account of capital relations in bourgeois society, should never be understood only as an end that prevents the worst barbaric, pre-capitalist coercion, but, however indirectly, at the same time as a means of supporting the Jews against the anti-Semites, the state of the Jews against its enemies. In terms of its implementation, this imperative lacks little clarity. For however disintegrated they may be, whether asymmetrically acting terrorists or states recognized under international law, the political forces that must first and foremost be fended off always bring themselves to a common denominator, to which Heidegger dedicated his own philosophy and jihadism its own religion: annihilation for the sake of annihilation. There is no better term than counter-identification for the engagement against this annihilation, which of course can only ever cause a delay. In this immediate political respect, Sartre's dissolution of the boundaries of responsibility, which characterizes his concept of engagement, appears, as indicated, as the conscience of doing too little against this domination under National Socialist rule. Precisely because Sartre had to reject Kant's categorical imperative, which in its formulation remains necessarily dependent on the contractual society, his ontology of being for oneself nevertheless makes it possible to grasp something of what can never be grasped with Kant's transcendental logic. Capital, the ongoing condition of the possibility of Auschwitz, can be defined as a system of organized irresponsibility, in the sense of a strategy for coping with fear, which is therefore so successful and so superior to the forms of communitization that preceded it, because it promises to liberate individuals from their freedom. But even this pseudo-promise of happiness per se is not fulfilled tel quel. Instead, consciousness gets caught up in a vicious circle that it can only leave with the devil in persona. The more the subject wants to invoke its own irresponsibility, as a victim of the social milieu, the family, the ruling class, the wealthy, the more it also becomes responsible for the accusations of guilt that follow from this with ideological necessity, the more indiscriminately it internalizes these accusations of guilt itself in order to make itself at home in its own superfluousness, full of humility, as long as the real guilt context is not seen through. These attributions are pathological projections put in place of what torments us, what exploits and humiliates us, and for which we would have to bear responsibility ourselves if we had a concept of what torments us. Or rather, if we wanted to have one at all. That it would not change anything if the individuals, to whom the freedom of reflection may be conceded, became aware of their participation in the social doom, since they continue to do the same thing in their ordinary lives, merely walking around in sackcloth and ashes in trade and change and reflecting contritely on their general participation in the anonymous context of domination. This objection is not valid. It is refuted by the existence of every single anti-Semite and by all attempts to somehow conceal or trivialize their desire. Hating the Jews is always also the other side of the need to ward off precisely that which inevitably reminds us of our complicity in our own wrong shape. This is the constant attraction of anti-Semitism and all attempts to make it appear smaller than it is. Just as, conversely, every single anti-Semite inevitably reminds the conscious mind that simply becoming aware of one's contribution to the doom cannot be enough, in the spirit of the well-known joke attributed to Woody Allen. Two New York intellectuals small-talking at a party. One to the other, "Listen, I've written an essay against anti-Semitism. Did you? Nice. I prefer a bat. This perhaps makes it clear why Sartre had no concept of the capital relationship and yet was able to give a portrait of the anti-Semite that was symptomatic of the society permeated by this relationship. For however much he wrote after Lettres et Lunentes and Reflections sur la question juive in order to grasp society and the economy and add them to his philosophy, i.e., to concretize the concept of the situation. No matter how much he tried to draw on Marx and understand the natural law of society, he basically found no other expression for the whole produced by the exploitation of value and exploding in the crisis than that dissolution of boundaries and generalization of responsibility from which the individual constantly seeks to evade through dishonesty, but against which it can only achieve the unity of a madness in antisemitism. So if the debate with Sartre is to make sense, his concept of freedom would have to be confronted with the critique of political economy, which remained closed to him. The complicity of every individual beyond class affiliation must be reflected upon in view of the fact that, from whatever position, it not only does nothing, but does not even dare to think of abolishing the precondition of Auschwitz, the capital relation, as the methodical immaturity of all, and thus makes itself a possible source of pathological projections. At the same time, without therefore fulfilling this responsibility in general, he has one possibility to fulfill it in the most concrete way. It is also the only way to become aware of this self-inflicted immaturity in all its consequences. Following the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, as the Reflections sur la question juive sought to formulate it even before Adorno, not least by emphasizing the militancy with which the anti-Semites are to be fought. However, only those who at the same time admit their own powerlessness, which becomes apparent again and again in the most concrete form, at the latest when the vanquished anti-Semite rises again in a new form, this powerlessness of Sisyphus, who, unlike Camus, can hardly be called happy, will not underestimate anti-Semitic violence. And this is also where the problems with Sartre's positive engagement after the Reflections sur la question juive begin. The powerlessness is based on the bad arrangement of the world, which Sartre now wants to make the pivot of thought, because it is ultimately the reason for the existence of anti-Semitism, the condition for its existence. The reason for existence means, and therein lies the merit of Sartre's reflections, which can hardly be overestimated, that the total choice to be anti-Semitic cannot be legitimized in the slightest by this condition. But because Sartre now understood the mal-fate of the world set up by capital relations according to Marxist distortions of Marxist critique, he could no longer understand party communism as part of the problem and henceforth disregarded the categorical. Reflections insight that it is a lazy solution, unsolution paresser, to postpone the immediate fight against anti-Semitism until the revolution that must eliminate the reason for its existence. A solution that in turn only serves to allow the anti-Semite to achieve what he wants again and turns the concept of revolution into its opposite. Sartre's Reflections sur la question juive use the portrait of the anti-Semite to regain the categorical nature of the concept of the whole, which was actually denied in Lettres et Lunentes. Quote, anti-Semitism is a free and total choice, a comprehensive attitude that one adopts not only towards the Jews, but also towards people in general, history, and society. End quote. However, this syncretic totality, the epitome of the negative, can only be explained by the negation of the individual, as it asserted itself in Lettres et Lunentes against the masses that had become total. The anti-Semite is the man of the masses, and the meaning of the choice he has made for himself lies in opting for the irreversible out of fear of his freedom. But something is added to the determination of freedom. The anti-Semite recognizes, like every human being, it must be added here, that the world is badly set up, le monde est mal fait. However, he is as afraid of this realization as he is of his own freedom. All of a sudden, the arrangement of the world, the social nature of the whole, emerges in Sartre's thinking as a realization that it could be changed as important as freedom. Both could only be denied together, except that cognition contains a synthesis, a commonality of the cognizers, which was still unknown in Lettres et Lunentes. A transcendental subject, which, however, turns out to be Marx's categorical imperative, to overturn all conditions in which man is an exploited, humiliated, abandoned being. The famous sentence that man is condemned to freedom thus becomes recognizable as an ontologization, but only insofar as there could be conditions under which freedom does not have to be regarded as something to which one would be condemned. Freedom in this sense as becoming. In direct opposition to Sartre here, Adorno therefore always had happiness in mind when he was prepared to speak of freedom. It was no coincidence that he said in a discussion with Arnold Gehlen that, As long as people are relieved of their burden and not expected to take on all the responsibility and self-determination, their well-being and happiness in this world is a sham. Adorno could immediately perceive this false appearance of happiness in those Germans who, like Gehlen, camouflaged their perpetration under National Socialism by preaching in post-Nazism that people should be relieved of their responsibility by institutions of whatever kind. The bad arrangement of the world, in the description of which Sartre himself ultimately falls back on the transcendental subject of Marxism, hatred of the Jews is a mythical and bourgeois idea of the class struggle, for example, is the reason for the existence of antisemitism, the condition of the possibility that it exists. At the same time, however, the total choice of the antisemite cannot be derived from it. This is also the decisive step beyond Marxism that Sartre's philosophy opens up. As little as this derivation is possible, it becomes necessary to eliminate the reason for existence itself. In a classless society based on the collective ownership of the means of production, instruments de travail, Sartre calls them, antisemitism could not exist. However, it follows from the non-derivability with regard to what each individual thinks and does that it would be a lazy solution to leave the resolution of the anti-Semitic question to the future revolution. It therefore follows that Marx's imperative, which has this revolution in mind, must be supplemented. This is why Sartre seeks forms which, in the midst of the poor state of the world, Adorno will say, in a state of bondage, will enable non-Jews to be equally in solidarity with Jews, both within French society, which was liberated from National Socialism by the resistance, and in Palestine, where the Jews demand their own land and autonomy, and proposes the foundation of a militant league against antisemitism. It is really one of the first formulations of what would become Adorno's categorical imperative after Auschwitz 20 years later, and it is in certain respects more precise, in that it makes immediate reference to the situation of the Jews, to the uniqueness of this situation. Sartre, by not naming the imperative, has thus revealed what Adorno presupposes with the Kantian concept, that freedom as a condition of the possibility of acting in accordance with it cannot be derived, neither from the nature of man nor from his history. Like Adorno, he distinguishes between Marx's imperative to create a society in which people are no longer enslaved, humiliated, and abandoned beings, and one that can only be formulated with regard to Auschwitz, i.e. the situation of those chosen for annihilation. But he distinguishes between them by simultaneously demonstrating that grasping this situation in all its consequences not only does not exclude Marx's imperative, but rather has it as a condition, as a demand for an existential judgment. Sartre's distinction immediately becomes blurred, however, because Marxist terminology is used in the attempt to uncover the organization of the world instead of the terminology in which Marx had developed that existential judgment. So everything gets mixed up, when it should actually be about a revolution that finally deprives nations and classes of their cohesive force. Sartre speaks of concrete liberalism, as if in continuation of popular front politics, as if the old Republican France were to be resurrected, only in accordance with the categorical imperative after Auschwitz without anti-Semitic penchants. This liberalism should be understood to mean that all those who contribute to the greatness of the country, through their work, enjoy full civil rights in this country. Surely Sartre's argument must have been familiar from anti-Semites, who merely added here that Jews were precisely not fit to work. But with the parameters of the resistance, the philosopher of Lettres et Lunent moves to the level of the sovereign, as it is to be established after the suppression of the National Socialist state, and according to him he must now abstract himself from everything he could deduce about the specific situation of the Jews from the portrait of the anti-Semite. He then tries to regain the concrete and can only do so, like the sovereign, insofar as he takes account of bourgeois society, which, as Gotthold Ephraim Lessing says, cannot unite people without dividing them into different peoples and religions by thus regarding the Jews as a minority. Man does not exist. There are Jews, Protestants, Catholics, there are French, English, Germans, there are blacks, whites, yellows. Basically, it is not a question of eradicating a spiritual community based on customs and preferences in favor of a national collectivity. Left-wing Zionists followed Sartre precisely in this blurring. The young Dan Diner quoted Sartre's remark in 1969 about the lazy solution of waiting for the revolution in the anti-Semitic question, but equated this question from the outset with the oppression of the colonized. At the same time, Sartre had initially wanted to see the special nature of the Jews in the fact that they had divested themselves of all their concrete characteristics, that they were to be regarded as an abstract historical community. The dispersion implied the dissolution of common traditions. In his reflections, he himself notes with some astonishment that the situation of the Jews corresponds most closely to the philosophy he developed in Lettres et Lunent. However, he now immediately parallels it with that of the proletariat. In both cases, authenticity consists in having a clear and true awareness of the situation, taking on the responsibilities and risks that the situation entails. When Marx explains that the proletarian class must become aware of itself, what does this mean other than that the worker is also initially inauthentic? The Jew does not escape this rule. For him, authenticity means living his conditio as a Jew. Consequent, inauthenticity means denying it or avoiding it. But it is precisely here that Sartre encounters the difference, and in doing so he crosses the boundary of lettre et lunent, insofar as he had suppressed the question of death and sacrifice there. Inauthenticity is a greater temptation for Jews than for other people, because the situation they take upon themselves and have to live is quite simply that of the martyr. For whatever the anti-Semite does and says, he is intent on the death of the Jew. Thus it is this delusion of annihilation that constitutes the Jewish community and nothing else. The Jews are neither a community of interest nor a community of faith. They do not have the same fatherland. They have no history whatsoever, Sartre claims in deliberate exaggeration. The only bond that holds them together is the hostile contempt of the societies surrounding them, which has their annihilation in mind. In the case of the Jews, however, the accusation of inauthenticity loses all moral legitimacy, as Sartre knows. His self-reflection consists in the realization that, as a non-Jew, he does not see himself exposed to this threat either. On the contrary, that he passively participates in it, however, as long as he does nothing against it. It is we, he says, who force the Jew to choose himself as a Jew. Whether he flees, whether he stands by himself, we have forced him to the dilemma of Jewish inauthenticity or authenticity. It follows that the Jew, like any other person, can indeed choose to be authentic, but one must first understand that this is none of our business, that is, all those who are not faced with this choice because they are not Jews. This is why, on the advice of his Jewish friends, Sartre initially refrained from publishing these parts of his essay and only published the portrait of the anti-Semite. Behind the compulsion to choose to be a Jew is the prospect of violent death held out to all Jews, so that authenticity can mean accepting everything up to and including martyrdom, to the point that death is preferable to certain forms of life. In this situation of the authentic Jew, the philosophy of lettre et lunent comes to itself. At a stroke, the Jew, like any authentic person, escapes description. The common characteristics we found in the inauthentic Jews stemmed from their common inauthenticity. None of these characteristics can be found in the authentic Jew. He is what he makes himself to be, nothing more can be said. He is in his assumed abandonment, a human being, completely a human being, with the metaphysical horizon that the human condition contains. Only in view of the fact that Sartre suddenly becomes aware of such a threat of annihilation and thus of the continuing precondition of Auschwitz does the total responsibility he imposes on the individual become apparent, as does the changed, almost biblical tone with which he distinguishes here between Jews and non-Jews. There is not one of us who, in view of these circumstances, would not be entirely guilty and even criminal. The Jewish blood spilled by the Nazis falls back on the head of each one of us. This pathos is itself part of a defense. The very Jewish traditions that Sartre ignores, later he repeatedly criticized this abstraction, or dismisses as inauthentic in order to be able to claim that anti-Semitism is the sole reason for Judaism's existence, the anti-Semite makes the Jew, are the forms in which the threat of annihilation can be perceived without therefore fetishizing martyrdom itself. They are forms of, if not repressing, then sublimating the death with which the others threaten every Jew. By simply passing over them, Sartre then still continues something of the repression of death that was evident in that etc. of lettre et lunent, that, in certain particular cases, death is preferable to certain forms of life, etc. Jean Amory's essays put Sartre's philosophy to the test. Incidentally, this is probably also the reason why the philosophical establishment, which has long had enough of Sartre, continues to ignore him so steadfastly. Having survived the National Socialist camps, Amory initially saw Sartre's philosophy as the only one still possible. Quote, I had risen from the dead, a nothing, had nothing, presented nothing but an emaciated body on which the clothes provided by welfare values hung limp and untidy. But since I was nothing, I could be everything thanks to Sartre's freedom. And since I could be anything I wanted to be, what did I have to lose? Not even my chains. So I adhered to a prophecy of uncertainty that corresponded to my existence. End quote. Thinking back on this intellectual confrontation 20 years after liberation, Amory saw himself as the authentic Jew described by Sartre at the time. But it is only in the last chapter of his collection of essays Beyond Guilt and Atonement, which deals with this compulsion and impossibility of being a Jew, that he explicitly refers to Sartre's reflections and at the same time goes beyond them. The preceding texts on the situation of the intellectual in Auschwitz, on torture, homeland or exile and the resentments of the survivor are initially a search, undertaken in various ways, for the possibility of writing about the logic of extermination. If in the first essay he accentuates so much the peculiarities of the situation of the intellectual man, it seems to be out of a sense of shame to talk immediately about the extermination, the gas chambers, which are only mentioned in between and yet are recognizable as the vanishing point of all things in the camp. But the intellectual, as Amory describes him here, is nothing other than the first figure of the authentic Jew, whom he does not yet want to call by name. In contrast to Sartre, who as a non-Jew confesses that it is none of his peers' business whether a Jew is authentic or not, Amory addresses this question of the authenticity of Jewishness to such an extent that he intensifies it from essay to essay. If, according to Sartre, authenticity consists of having a clear and true awareness of the situation, of taking on the responsibility and risks that the situation entails, then Amory initially describes the intellectual in the camp as the only authentic prisoner, in contrast to the inauthentic ones who believe in God or a party or even in Goethe and Dachau, as the one who becomes aware of himself, does not deny the situation or avoid it, while for the unspiritual prisoner, for whom there had never been a general humane logic, but only a logical system of self-preservation, so that the camp logic could only appear to him as a gradual intensification of economic logic, the spiritual one had gone a few fateful steps further and had understood. There was a Germany that drove Jews and political opponents to their deaths, because it believed it could only realize itself in this way. End of quote. The form of power of the SS state towered monstrously and insurmountably before him, a reality that could not be circumvented and which therefore seemed reasonable in the end. With this Hegelian illusion, Amory's philosophical intervention becomes clear. Only the authentic camp prisoner is able to fully comprehend the extermination mania, and authenticity is formally his comprehension because only he could fully comprehend the fall of metaphysics. The word falls asleep wherever a reality makes a total claim. Nowhere was it so much a reality, in no other place did the attempt to transcend it prove so futile. For this reality consisted in the logic of annihilation, and the prisoner's last duty was death. This renders all false mechanisms of repression obsolete, and death veils itself in all its unrecognizability. In the torture essay, Amory speaks of the serious, tense faces of his torturers, not swollen with sexual sadistic lust, but collected in murderous self-realization. What the self they realized consisted of becomes the subject of reflection and ultimately forms the basis of the intention to distinguish torture under National Socialism from torture under other social and political conditions. They wanted to become the fully valid representative of the Führer, admired by later generations for the sake of eradicating their mercy, for the sake of the good conscience of wickedness. The illogical and empirically hardly verifiable statement that people were tortured under National Socialism for other reasons, which, as he makes clear from his own case, does not necessarily mean that it was done in a more cruel way, because torture was not the accident but the essence of National Socialism, is initially another expression for the fact that it was once experienced by the tortured person, even if he was only able to realize it, decades later, as something essential for National Socialism, because the all-determining goal had long been recognizable. Hitler murdered for the sake of murder. But Amory understands essence in the sense of Sartre's philosophical definition, namely that existence, and thus the individual's awareness of the act, precedes essence. He implicitly applies this basic idea of l'être lunent to National Socialism and torture. There must have been, in whatever form, in whatever time period, something like a decision for the logic of annihilation in every individual who was tortured in the name of Hitler's Volksgemeinschaft. Or to put it another way, in Heidegger's words, torture was practiced in the Third Reich in preliminary determination, in the determination to commit mass murder for the sake of murder. Experiences and insights about those later generations, about German and Austrian society after 1945, which form the subject of the subsequent essays, then make it possible to unfold the identification with the Führer as a political context and finally allow the image of the individual torturer to change into that of a very specific community of perpetrators, followers, and spectators. By clarifying the way in which the Germans and Austrians come to terms with their past, i.e. the extent to which they feel united by the crimes of the past, and that beyond the generation of criminals Amory is able to interpret the experiences of the Third Reich in extenso and formulate his concept of National Socialist rule. It seemed to me that I had experienced the atrocities as collective. I was no more afraid of the brown-robed Nazi official with the swastika armband than I was of the simple field-gray lancer. The transition from the individual, isolated torturer to the Volksgemeinschaft as a community of perpetrators is linked to a change in self-perception. Amory writes in the preface that initially, in the first essays, he did not yet see with sufficient clarity that his situation was not fully contained in the concept of the Nazi victim. Only when I came to the end and thought about the compulsion and impossibility of being a Jew did I find myself in the image of the Jewish victim. If Amory wants victims to be understood simply as those persecuted and murdered, then by the term Jewish victims he means those specifically threatened and annihilated by antisemitism. He repeatedly emphasizes that he shares virtually nothing with the Jews as Jews. No language, no cultural tradition, no childhood memories. He wears the Auschwitz number on his left forearm. It reads shorter than the Pentateuch or the Talmud, and yet provides more thorough information. It is also more binding as a basic formula of Jewish existence. When Paul Celan read this passage, he noted, "Who knows from which part of the Old Testament this thought is nourished? Testament, this thought is nourished." The armature of French existential philosophy appears to him like a cover image. Behind it, namely in the way Amory uses this language to confront victims and perpetrators, he suspects the Jewish traditions that are so important to him, which Amory does not know and does not want to get to know. And indeed, this essayist, who takes so much credit for his godlessness, sometimes seems to take on the role of a negative prophet of almost biblical proportions in his tone and expression, at least when it comes to the Jewish victims of the past and the current danger for Israel, which to this day, and today perhaps more than ever, provokes the most violent defensive reactions. It is a defensive reaction because the actual reason for the discomfort with the seemingly religious pathos should not become visible. The experience of total powerlessness that lies behind it. With the compulsion and impossibility of being a Jew, the logic of annihilation that was already mentioned in the first essay emerges in Amory's work. He recalls the situation when he was sitting in a Viennese cafe in 1935, reading a newspaper and studying the Nuremberg laws that had just been passed in Germany. Society, evident in the National Socialist state which the world recognized as the legitimate representative of the German people, had declared him a Jew, in other words, had passed a sentence on him, "I am henceforth exposed to death." Amory does not believe that he is inadmissibly projecting Auschwitz and the final solution back to 1935, when he makes these reflections 20 years after his liberation from the camp. He is certain that he had already heard the threat of death at that time, at that moment of reading the law, because he had not already heard hundreds of times beforehand the invocation of fate linked to Germany's call for awakening, that the Jew may perish, Judah perish? For me, from the very beginning, being a Jew meant being a dead man on vacation, someone to be murdered, who only by chance was not yet where he rightly belonged. But this means that Amory essentially captures society in the threat of death. Therein lies the quintessence of the social for him, who suddenly finds himself labeled a Jew. The continuum that led him from the Nuremberg laws, via beatings and torture, to Auschwitz, as Bert Huera writes. The common denominator is antisemitism, which contains within itself the demand for annihilation. Under the pressure of such a realization, he himself must turn against Sartre's philosophy of being for oneself. According to it, he could also have thought in the face of the Nuremberg laws, "Whatever one says of me, it is not true. I am only true as I see and understand myself in the interior. I am who I am for myself and in myself, nothing else." However, Amory's reaction seems inauthentic insofar as he would not be prepared to perceive the judgment imposed on him as such, i.e., he would not be able to face up to it. And yet he still thinks with Sartre when he argues against him and turns the Réflexions sur la question juive and its definition of the authentic Jew against the philosophical magnum opus and its lettre pour soi. As someone who experiences the threat of death, which in itself underlies all domination, differently from others, namely as a Jew, at whom the logic of annihilation is thus aimed, which determines National Socialism as something that transcends all other domination, he is not prepared to go along with the repression of violence in Sartre's being for oneself, and yet in this very fact he can rely on Sartre's own reflections. This writing had in fact exceeded the conceptual boundaries of lettre et lunent at this decisive point. And in this respect Sartre even later always considered torture against the background of Auschwitz. If the Réflexions sur la question juive know the antisemite to be determined by the fact that he wants the death of the Jew, they thus recognize the situation of the Jew as one of not being free to be a Jew. In the face of antisemitism, the subject obviously cannot choose not to be a Jew. But according to the Réflexions, it can choose to be an authentic or inauthentic Jew, whereby the choice of authenticity in Sartre's view is tantamount to a decision to become a martyr, as this means standing by oneself in and because of the contempt shown to him. Here, as Miriam Mettler recognizes, lies Sartre's characteristic tendency to heroism, the primacy of action, in which a last remnant of false idealism can be seen. Sartre does not want to think of the possibility of the absolute impotence of the spirit in the face of physical conditioning. Authentic is the fighter, not the fugitive. The problematic nature of the sentence that we do not lose our freedom even under torture remains in the Reflections sur la question juive, but it now becomes immediately recognizable as an antinomy of society. The construction of the play Mort sans sepulture, which Sartre wrote at the same time, corresponds to this. The imprisoned resistance fighters, who are initially tortured without being able to betray anyone and thus had to expect to be killed, this corresponds exactly to Amory's situation in Breendonk, are suddenly given the opportunity to prove their freedom under torture again by being put in a position to commit treason. Since Sartre here, in contrast to L'être et l'honnête, reflects on the institution or the becoming of the world as the object of a judgment that claims to be general, as if there were again a transcendental subject, he is able to understand the situation of the Jews to the extent that he says that it is none of our business, the non-Jews, whether a Jew behaves one way or another in the face of antisemitism. In this sense, he also understands the militant league against antisemitism, which he calls for to be founded, apparently as an undertaking that is to dedicate itself to the fight against antisemitism independently of the Jews, as a substitute, as it were, for those organizations with which the Jews themselves dedicate themselves to this fight and even have to accept martyrdom for it. In doing so, however, Sartre ultimately avoids a question that every real league must ask itself as soon as it is constituted, all the more so if it is a militant one. A question that he himself has already raised in principle through the distinction between authenticity and inauthenticity in Judaism. For this distinction does then concern non-Jewish activists against antisemitism insofar as it could affect their own choice, not least as regards the methods and means used in any activity. Against the anesmites, as soon as the criterion of distinction is no longer possible martyrdom, but self-defense in the immediate sense, and the existence of the State of Israel means a qualitative leap here, the appeal to fight antisemitism as one that could be waged without Jews, because antisemitism is not a Jewish problem, can be criticized in the same way as Sartre's concept of authenticity as a Jewish problem, precisely because antisemitism is a problem of antisemites and not a Jewish one. The very forms in which they are to be repelled and attacked must become the crux of the matter, at which the factual relationship of every non-Jew to antisemitism as well as a moment of truth in the concept of authenticity is revealed. As Amory makes clear, this can only mean an unreserved awareness of the threat of annihilation. And in the face of this, non-Jews who are not immediately affected by it are under no circumstances spared the effort of judging for themselves with whom, among all those targeted by the anti-Semitic delusion, this delusion can not only be fought most effectively, but perhaps only at all, who should be rejected because, although threatened by antisemitism, they encourage it. In view of the current situation of the Jewish state, which more than 6 decades after its foundation is once again under increased threat, the mutually exclusive definitions of its mortal enemies, Hamas and Hezbollah, as formulated by Judith Butler on the one hand and Benjamin Netanyahu on the other, may give an idea of the necessity of such judgment. However, the insight into this necessity cannot change the realization that ultimately it is always the Jews as a whole who are targeted by the anti-Semitic threat, just as the rockets fired at Israel by those groups can also kill the members of Gush Shalom. Rather, the knowledge itself is part of the judgment and as such must be incorporated into the concrete forms of thwarting the intentions of the anti-Semites. This indissoluble and, in the most fatal sense, paradoxical constellation is inscribed in the term Jewish anti-Semite, for which Judith Butler's political engagement can now be considered paradigmatic. What use is a league against anti-Semitism if it does not understand the survival of the Jews, which includes solidarity with forms of Jewish self-defense in general and the State of Israel in particular as its own foundation? By ignoring such conditio sine qua non at the end of his writing, Sartre already fails to do justice to his own realization that the anti-Semite wants the death of the Jew. And therein lies something of his later inability to recognize the specific political situation of Israel. Even the knowledge that Sartre almost always had the wrong concepts for analyzing the poor state of the world, those of Marxism and not those of Marxian criticism, cannot console him for this. The regression of his power of judgment after the Reflections, which was reflected in his engagement in party communist practice and national liberation movements, of which the depiction of torture in What is Literature already gives a foretaste, points back to the blind spot of the earlier works, which consists in not wanting to think the possibility of the absolute powerlessness of the mind in the face of physical conditioning for annihilation. Amory accepts the freedom of choice formulated by Sartre for the Jews, insofar as he understands it as the possibility given to every Jew to really recognize the threat of annihilation. In this realization, however, there is always at the same time the danger of not being able to withstand the threat at its core, of adopting something of the anti-Semitic image of the Jew. Resisting the danger may require a certain tendency towards heroism, which is certainly noticeable in Amory, although the tone differs from Sartre's. I accepted the judgment of the world with the determination to overcome it in revolt. Amory may have become receptive to the violent rhetoric of Frantz Fanon, in which he followed Sartre, but in the very next sentence he reflects on the pathos, as if criticizing Sartre's language where it encourages false engagement. Just as he later revised the positive reference to Fanon revolt, of course, that is also such a thunderous word. But Amory could only write this because he had previously described the situation in the camp and under torture. It is these shadings in the use of the existentialist words of thunder that reveal his entire essayistic ability as well as the inner coherence of his essays. No philosophical projection, however large-scale, can do justice to what the man tortured and deported by the Nazis experienced. Only a small, often ironically tinged aberration from the concept, such as revolt, is necessary for the powerlessness caused by what can be done to the body to remain present to the memory. My body, emaciated and encrusted with dirt, was my misery. My body, when it tensed to strike, was my physical metaphysical dignity. With these words, Amory reports on a specific situation in the Auschwitz-Monowitz camp in the last essay of Beyond Guilt and Atonement, which also addresses the threat to Israel, when he struck back after being beaten by a Polish prisoner foreman. He can only do so in these words because in the essays on Auschwitz and the ordeal he has highlighted other situations within the logic of extermination, in which even to speak of freedom or lack of freedom threatens to misjudge this logic itself, and which therefore no longer permit such a recovery of physical metaphysical dignity in revolt. What then remains as a heroic tone in Amory's essay is just as reminiscent of the necessities imposed on the Israel Defense Forces as it is of Kafka's sentence. Precisely caution demands, as unfortunately so often, the risk of life. Jean Amory writes of situations in which the body is our whole self and our destiny. I was my body and nothing else. In the hunger, in the blow I suffered, in the blow I inflicted. In situations like mine, physical violence is the only means of restoring a dislocated personality. In the emphasis with which Amory, remembering a situation in the camp, wants to capture the moment of the blowback, the relationship between consciousness and body is virtually reversed for him. If the ego is considered to be the instance of consciousness, then we could say that in these situations it is not the body that becomes the whole ego, but the ego that becomes the whole body. Insofar as consciousness is indifferent to the fate of the body at this moment, it apparently becomes a mere object, a means to the end of the physical metaphysical dignity that Amory speaks of and with which he basically seeks to formulate a philosophical concept of shame. Conversely, when Yehuda Lerner suggests in Claude Lanzmann's film about the uprising in the Sobibor camp that he had no choice but to take part in the assassinations and split the skulls of the Germans with axes, he is not advocating determinism, but rather presupposing that he had already made a choice at the time, namely what Amory calls dignity, in such a misleading way in order to express that it is a matter of self-defense of the ego. It was a feeling of satisfaction to have avenged the dead, to have done what had to be done. In the camp we were not human, not even subhuman, we no longer knew what we were, an indescribable feeling. Later it was soldier against soldier, a completely different kind of war. Here it was extermination, not war. Here people were turned into wild animals, not even that. Not people, not even numbers, we were nothing. To kill a German in a situation like that, of course you feel joy. At that time I already knew what German violence meant, a cruelty that no human being can comprehend. However, this restoration of the dislocated personality, i.e. the opposite of self-sacrifice, can never be considered independently of its physical preconditions, just as the term body refers to something that is both objective and non-objective at the same time. This is why Amory virtually merges it with the body. My dignity sat as a punch on his jaw, and the fact that in the end it was I, the physically much weaker one, who was defeated and received a terrible beating, no longer had any meaning. In this passage, Amory uses the phrase beaten to death to conceal the fact that he had faced the possibility of being beaten to death. And with the formulation of the restoration of the ego, he is actually referring to its salvation through that decision, not through the act itself. This imprecision, Projecting onto the act what the decision to commit it is, however, allows Amory to disregard the situation of the individual, which in retrospect makes the shame of humiliation, for which there is no longer a name, unbearable. Lerner, too, is only able to make the statement about the indescribable feeling of being exposed to extermination after he has described the successful assassination attempt. One consequence of Amory's physical-metaphysical imprecision, however, is that he can easily transfer the situation he describes to the behavior of colonial peoples. Even before Amory, Frantz Fanon had received Sartre's reflections on the Jewish question in a way that advocated an existentialism of the collective and sought to reconcile Sartre's philosophy with Kojève's fantasies of the final struggle, to which, to make matters worse, Sartre himself applauded in his preface to Fanon. Amory explicitly refers to this attempt, what I later read in Frantz Fanon's book Les Dames de la Terre, in an analysis of the behavior of colonial peoples. I anticipated at the time when I realized my dignity socially by punching a human face in the face. It is perhaps no coincidence that Amory mixes up the narrative times in this sentence, as if he had read Fanon before he came to the camp. In truth, he had read Fanon's book and Sartre's preface shortly before he began writing his essays on the camp. What distinguishes Amory from Fanon, then, is that Beyond Guilt and Atonement is not about relocalizing a collective, but rather the dislocated personality of the individual. It is as if the conditions for the categorical imperative to apply again were to be re-established. Namely that there is an ego, while in the camp everything is aimed at extinguishing it. The significance of this intention should not be underestimated. By thus indirectly recurring to the for itself of lettre et lunent, Amory also gained, as it were in the last instance, the basis for explicitly contradicting the equation of the colonial wars in Algeria and Vietnam with Auschwitz, which became the doctrine of Fanon's followers, and instead perhoracing the possible repetition of Auschwitz on the Mediterranean that threatened Israel. In his recollection of fighting back in the camp, Amory does not simply describe an act of self-defense that can easily be judged according to the categorical imperative. The maxim to defend oneself in times of need is generalizable for all people. Emphasizing the senselessness of this action, which is recognizable from the outset, he would rather draw attention to a certain condition of such maxims, that there is still an ego capable of such generalization. Lerner means nothing else when he says that it had to be done. The truth of such revenge. However, the person who was called a Musulman in the camp is in no way denounced by these acts of resistance and the memory of them, for example, as someone who did not manage to say yes to life anyway, who was not able to defend his ego. Against this backdrop, giving up shame so that it does not outlive you appears to be a resistance that goes inwards, resisting identification with the aggressor. It is no coincidence that the Musulmanen are described in exactly the same way as Amory's comments about fighting back. They are described as people who were only a body, who no longer had any consciousness, and yet that was precisely their fight back. George Elser's assassination attempt was also a fight back. But a greater difference than the situation in the extermination camp is inconceivable. This act was intended to save the ego from being surrendered to a mass individual who tel quel replaces the ego ideal with the leader and identifies completely with the mass of people's comrades in the ego. It is hardly surprising that it has remained so controversial in Germany to this day. Moral philosophers never tired of denigrating Elser in the name of Kant, for example by arguing that even in a morally justified assassination attempt, the assassin had a duty to avoid the death of innocents as far as possible. In Elser's case, however, it is reasonable to assume that he did not even consider assassination methods that would have resulted in fewer fatalities. Nor did Elser take care to protect uninvolved third parties, as he moved away from the scene of the event and was thus unable to prevent the foreseeable, unnecessary deaths of innocent people. If he had sacrificed himself in the assassination attempt, risking his life, the death of uninvolved third parties would not have had to be taken into account. So his act could not be exemplary. This kind of moralizing does not want to know anything about the National Socialist state and the extermination mania of the Volksgemeinschaft, and at the same time agrees with the morality of National Socialism, the triumph of the will to self-sacrifice. However, the situation was significantly different from that of the Narodnaya Volya in Tsarist Russia, whose activists were careful to ensure that no other people, not least the children of those representatives, were injured or killed in terrorist attacks on the representatives of the state, just as they opted for the terrorist form of their struggle only in connection with the specific form of rule against which it was directed and rejected it for countries with a separation of powers. In all of this, the Narodnaya Volya stood in contrast to Luigi Galliani's group of American anarchists, who had apparently already planned their attacks with the aim of killing as many people as possible. Elser's plan, on the other hand, reflected the fact that they were not subjects of Tsarism, but a Volksgemeinschaft of Germans, that there was no resistance that mattered, so there could no longer be any uninvolved third parties and everyone in Germany was immediately responsible for what happened. The ostensibly uninvolved third party was involved insofar as it apparently did nothing, still nothing, against the German violence. Yehuda Lerner. Elser wanted to survive the shame of being such a third party. Auschwitz casts a spell over everything, past, present, and future. If the belief in a positive sense of history, which shaped both the labor movement and liberalism, had already suffered with the First World War, since Auschwitz at the latest it is no longer possible to establish a connection between history and reason. Why National Socialism and Auschwitz should be sad but unavoidable prerequisites for a better society, as could still be claimed for the terror of the Jacobins or the Revolution of 1848 with a great deal of goodwill, cannot be explained with the means of reason, even with the greatest possible effort. According to Moishe Postwan, the Holocaust raised the question of whether and in what way it is still possible to imagine a future without betraying the past. Contrary to what is often claimed, the special nature of the Holocaust lies less in the number of people murdered or in the industrial nature of the extermination. The number of non-Jewish Soviet citizens killed far exceeded the number of Jews murdered. The majority of Polish, Baltic, and Soviet Jews were not suffocated by carbon monoxide from gas vans or by Zyklon B, but shot at the edge of pits and trenches. The special nature of the Holocaust lies in something else. The crimes that preoccupied humanity up to that point were all expressions of that instrumental reason that views the world in terms of utility. Even the most savage massacres of the colonial campaigns and the blood pump of the First World War still had a certain residual connection with the pursuit of power, influence, sales markets, increased prestige, or, not to be underestimated, pleasure. The Holocaust was different. The concentration camp system, the procedure at the shooting pits, and the ghettoization of the Jews allowed for enormous sadism. However, this immediate pleasure in torture was not the basic principle of the Holocaust. Permission to physically exploit the Jews could be withdrawn at any time. Raoul Hilberg, for example, reports that Baltic Highways acted so brutally against the local Jews in the first weeks of the German occupation of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania that the German General Staff gave orders to immediately stop the rampant, unauthorized arrests and shootings. However, the extermination was not only a profitable business in immediate economic terms, but also in business terms. Aryanization, robbery, and slave labor, which accountants like Gotz Ali refer to so obsessively, barely covered the costs of the camps and the logistical effort involved in transporting the Jews from all parts of Europe to the extermination sites. The majority of those murdered came from the poorest of backgrounds. Only the smallest proportion of Jews were forced to work. The absolute majority of men, women, and children who were able to work were not sent to the IG Farben factories or the Hermann Göring Werke, but were killed immediately. The extermination drive went as far as eliminating the perpetrator's instinct for self-preservation. In countless armaments factories, Jewish experts who were irreplaceable for war production were arrested away from the workbench and taken to the extermination camps. The trains used to transport Jews from the North Cape, Italy, France, Belgium, and the remotest Greek islands to the east were lacking for the Wehrmacht's supplies. The Germans were more than willing to accept their own demise. The extermination of the Jews had absolute priority over winning the war. This also put the victims in a completely hopeless situation. Once they were in the ghetto, death could no longer be averted by any action, friendly, submissive, or rebellious behavior. Anyone who decided to join the ghetto uprising was signing their death warrant in the same way as the Jewish councils, who hoped to make themselves indispensable by cooperating, and thus became agents of their own extermination. In other words, the indiscriminate slaughter of women, men, and children, regardless of whether they were unruly or willing to cooperate, able to work or old, important to the war effort or not only denies the notion of economic and psychological rationality that characterized not only the labor movement, but the entire enlightened world. It is the expression of a society that has gone mad in the historical unfolding of its contradictions. At the same time, Auschwitz shattered a certainty that was always as precarious as it was ideological, but which had nonetheless been part of the basic anthropological makeup of human beings since they climbed down from the trees. Even if the species could be trusted to do almost any dirty deed, until the Holocaust it could be believed that, if they were not in the throes of madness or intoxication, they would at least obey their own instinct for self-preservation. Since the Germans strictly refused to stop the transports to the extermination camps and to allocate the necessary logistical resources to the fight against the Allies or to repatriate the Jews and conscript them into the Wehrmacht, as was done with some of the German Sinti, this assumption is no longer possible since Auschwitz. Some of these thoughts can already be found in one form or another in Jean Amory's book Jenseits von Schuld und die Sonne. In the very first essay in the volume and Den Grenzen des Geistes, which was written for Süddeutschen Rundfunk in early 1964, Amory writes about the logic of extermination, which in itself functioned just as logically as the logic of self-preservation outside the camps, in contrast to the frontline soldiers, who were exposed to the threat of death but whose task was to kill and survive. Death for the prisoners in Auschwitz took the form of a mathematically predetermined solution. As a result, death also lost its specific individual form. Accordingly, the prisoners were less concerned with whether and that they would die than with how it would happen. As a result, they took with them from Auschwitz the certainty that the spirit is indeed a ludus in the broadest sense and that we are nothing, or rather, before entering the camp, we were nothing but homines ludentes. Amory was not the first to speak of the logic of extermination in this sense, which made any anticipatory behavior impossible. Shortly after the rumors of the extermination of the European Jews had become a certainty, some emigrated intellectuals came to astonishing insights into the character and significance of the mass murder. While the general public barely noticed the event due to the other news of the war, the incredible losses of the Red Army, the already unimaginable actions in the conventional concentration camps, the massacres of Serbs, Poles, and Greeks, the writer Docio Koffler, a confidant of Robert van Sittert, already tried Richard Wagner's answer to the question, "What is German?" in 1943 in view of the reports of the murder of the Jews. To be German means to do a thing for its own sake. Hannah Arendt wrote in exile in New York in 1944 that the systematic mass murder was not only beyond the capacity of the human imagination, but also beyond the framework and the categories in which political thought and political action take place. 20 years later, however, when Amory wrote the texts that were eventually collected in Jenseits von Schuld und die Sonne, there was hardly anything left of all these insights neither in Germany nor in the rest of the world. With the beginning of the Cold War, the brief realization that had flashed during the years of exile and in the immediate post-war period had evaporated. The East-West conflict was so overpowering that the memory of the Holocaust was neutralized before the event even had a name. The limits to thinking about Auschwitz, and the interested silence of the average gasifier, did the rest. Above all, the threat of humanity being wiped out by a nuclear war between the superpowers, which, in contrast to the German nuclear paranoia of the early 1980s during the Korean War or the Cuban Missile Crisis, actually loomed over the Holocaust. Those who believe they have no tomorrow do not deal with the past, but at best with the present. The left, to which Amory felt a close affinity, was no exception. If Auschwitz was mentioned at all, it was either in connection with Hiroshima, as a metaphor for the destructive potential of the triad of modernity, technology, and progress, or it had to be used as a symbol for the messes that the bosses and their henchmen are capable of if they are not hanged from the lamppost by the workers and peasants as soon as possible. The best example of this is Peter Weiss's oratorio Die Ermittlung. The play, which premiered in October 1965 in a ring performance at 15 theaters in East and West, did help to bring Auschwitz back to greater attention after the years of silence. The price for this, however, was that neither the term Jew nor antisemitism was mentioned. In the investigation, Auschwitz appears as an exaggerated form of exploitation, in which the bone meal of the victims is still utilized. Jean-Paul Sartre's reflections on the Jewish question from 1944-46, which were still relatively easily accessible in the 1960s, were probably only of limited help to Amory in his reflections. Sartre's quite clairvoyant turn of the gaze from the Jews to the anti-Semites may have encouraged Amory to name the Germans as perpetrators and to acknowledge his resentment against them. Existentialism, in turn, may have led him to bring up the experience of the Jewish victim. However, Sartre's writing was useless for his truly groundbreaking reflections on the character and meaning of Auschwitz, which he based on this experience. For even though the French master thinker wrote his essay as an immediate reaction to the extermination of the Jews, it is not a writing about the Holocaust. Apart from a brief passage about the return of the deportees and the gas chambers of Lublin, Sartre does not even mention the mass murder. On close reading, his text appears to be less an examination of the Holocaust than of the antisemitism of the Dreyfus era. Sartre's description of anti-Semitic violence stops at the traditional pogrom. An anti-Semitic crowd, he writes, believes it has done enough when it has massacred a few Jews and set fire to a few synagogues. The novelty of the Holocaust, whose perpetrators, unlike the perpetrators of the traditional pogrom mob, were not satisfied with slaughtering a few Jews, is not named by Sat. Unlike Koffler or Arendt, who reacted to the Holocaust at around the same time as he did, He is unable to grasp the qualitative difference between traditional antisemitism, which despite all its murderous energy was still based on the contradiction between the general threat of extermination and the shying away from its own logic, and the redemptive antisemitism that was on the verge of action, of which Saul Friedlander speaks in his book Das Dritte Reich und die Juden, the Third Reich and the Jews, which is far too rarely read, especially in anti-German circles. However, the insightfulness of Amory's explanations in Jenseits von Should und Son is also limited. This applies to the best-known text in the volume. In his essay on torture, which was first published in the magazine Merkur in 1965, Amory describes his arrest in occupied Belgium in 1943, the torture in the Breendonk fortress and the effects of torture on the individual. Those who succumb to torture can no longer be at home in the world. However, he does not stop at this statement. Torture, according to the central sentence of the essay, was not an accident of the Third Reich, but its essence. This statement, in which the thoughts of the entire text are condensed, is not only surprising in view of the insights into the special nature of the Holocaust that Amory formulates in other parts of the book. It is also surprising because the difference between political persecution and extermination on the grounds of origin, the actual essence of National Socialism, is made particularly clear by torture. For in torture, as Dan Diner writes in an essay on Amory published in 2011, a certain recognition is paradoxically still achieved. In contrast to extermination, it presupposes a political will that is to be broken. Those targeted for extermination, on the other hand, were not persecuted because of their actions and beliefs. They stood out neither because of their actions nor because of their party membership, but were murdered solely because of their affiliation as determined in Nuremberg. Amory, for example, was not martyred because he was Jewish, but because he had been caught transporting anti-fascist leaflets. He was supposed to reveal the addresses, meeting places, and names of his comrades. If he had been recognized as a fugitive Jew without the leaflets, the Germans would not have deported him via the Breendonk detour, but directly to the east. In recent years, it has occasionally been claimed in this context that Amory was not talking about torture per se, but about torture as a sign of extermination. In fact, torture under National Socialism was fundamentally different from torture in other regimes. It took place in the name of the overriding state and war objective, which was extermination. However, the same applies to every other activity carried out by the people's comrades. Under National Socialism, people were not only tortured in the name of extermination, but also worked and marched, baked and roasted. Moreover, the question arises as to why the essence, i.e. the being, should be something that changes just like all other activities, and not the entity that brought about these changes, and in whose name all other actions took place. A first clue to explaining the strange contradiction between Amory's other insights and his elevation of torture to the essence of National Socialism is provided by an invective by Gerhard Scheidt against some unspecified, repentant leftists and ex-leftists in pro-American or anti-German penitential shirts. According to Scheidt, while these people would sometimes peddle a conspicuous inability to read Jean Amory, Adorno was still capable of reading Amory. He had rediscovered his own concept of experience in the essay on torture. This reference to Adorno is easy to recognize as name-dropping. The authority of the professor's name replaces the argumentation. In his metaphysics lecture in the summer of 1965, Adorno did indeed refer positively to Amory's essay on torture. The text, which had appeared shortly before in Merkur, he told his students, admirably expressed the changes in the rock layers of experience that Auschwitz had brought about. Scheidt forgets to mention, however, that at this time Adorno wanted Auschwitz to be understood above all as a sign of the world of torture that had found its continuation in Hiroshima and the Vietnam War. Only a few minutes before he referred favorably to Amory's essay on torture, he had placed Auschwitz in the context of the American atomic bombing of Japan in the aforementioned lecture. 2 days earlier, in the lecture to which he followed up with his remarks on the changes in experience, he had explained to his students, through Auschwitz, and by that I do not mean Auschwitz alone, but the world of torture that continues after Auschwitz and about the continuation of which, after all, we receive the most appalling reports from Vietnam, through which the concept of metaphysics has indeed changed to its very core. End quote. In these statements about the changes in experience and metaphysics, both the certain inkling of the scope of the Holocaust and the inability at the time to conceptualize its impact can be seen. Despite all the reflections on the deed, the differences between Nazi Germany and America, annihilation for the sake of annihilation, the strategic use of a horrific weapon and a conventional, albeit bestially waged, post-colonial war ultimately become blurred. Adorno is therefore an extremely poor key witness in this context of all places, because at the time of the lecture he himself does not seem to have been capable of making a precise distinction. There are good reasons for this inability. In 1965, when Adorno gave his metaphysics lecture, Auschwitz had only just re-entered the horizon of his contemporaries. With the Eichmann trial in Jerusalem and the Auschwitz trial in Frankfurt, the Holocaust had received greater public attention for the first time in years. The first steps towards easing the East-West conflict had also ensured that the mass murder was not immediately overshadowed by news about the latest insanity of the Cold War, as it had been after the trials of the 1950s. They had helped to ensure that the Holocaust no longer accompanied the present like the famous skeleton in the closet that nobody talks about but the whole clan knows exists. After the world had been on the brink of a new world war during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the hotline between Washington and Moscow was established in 1963, when Hannah Arendt's book Eichmann in Jerusalem was published and the Auschwitz trial opened in Frankfurt. In the same year, the Soviet Union, the United States, and Great Britain committed themselves in the Moscow Nuclear Test Ban Treaty not to carry out nuclear tests in the air, in space, or underwater. This was the first time that the Big Three signaled to the world that they were interested in preventing nuclear escalation and containing the arms race. The doctrine of massive retaliation, which had been developed in the previous decade, was tempered in its threatening nature by the slogans of peaceful coexistence and détente. Like many other Holocaust survivors, Amory decided to write about his experiences in Auschwitz again after years of silence. He was about to. In January 1964, he reported that he was about to write a reconstructed Auschwitz diary. However, this emergence of the Holocaust from the maelstrom of the Cold War, which raged unabated in the periphery, in the Congo or in Vietnam, in the form of proxy battles, took place extremely hesitantly. Even the difference between concentration camps and extermination camps between Buchenwald and Birkenau was only known to very few contemporaries at the time Adorno gave his lecture. The central theme of these years was not extermination, but torture. Especially in France, to which Amory felt a close affinity, countless books on torture were published around 1960, as he himself reports in his essay on torture. During the Algerian War, which had just ended, the French side had used excessive and systematic torture. The widespread debate about the war in North Africa was in reality a debate about torture half the French nation. Amory writes in his essay on torture, had risen up against torture in Algeria. In particular, the reading of Henri Alleg's well-known book La Question, in which the communist born as Harry Salem reports on how he was tortured by French paratroopers in El Bayer in 1958 as an FLN sympathizer, was the initial spark for countless intellectuals to protest against the rampage in Algeria. Although Paris tried to prevent the distribution of the slim volume, more than 200,000 copies were sold in France alone in 1958, the year of its publication. One of the peculiarities of the public debate about the Algerian War and the torture in the prisons of the Algérie Française was the countless comparisons with National Socialism. Amory's idol Jean-Paul Sartre, who wrote the foreword to Alleg's La Question, portrayed the torture in Algeria as a direct successor to National Socialist torture. Hitler, according to satire, was nothing but a forerunner. The foreword to the West German edition was written by former Buchenwald inmate Eugen Kogan, author of the well-known book Der SS-Staat. He merged National Socialism, Stalinism, and the Algerian War into a single century of torture. The fact that it was not least former anti-fascists who were responsible for the torture in North Africa caused particular outrage among opponents of the war. The socialist Guy Mollet, who had joined the resistance in 1942, had approved the asymmetrical warfare in the Maghreb as prime minister. The majority of senior officers had fought against the Nazis under de Gaulle only 10 years earlier. Some, such as Paul Osserisses and Marcel Bigard, who had captured FLN sympathizers weighted down and thrown from helicopters into the Mediterranean, the so-called Crevettes Bigard, had even jumped behind German lines during the Second World War to support the resistance in France and Belgium. In Algeria, these former heroes of the anti-fascist resistance suddenly found themselves on a front with former Vichy sympathizers such as torture expert Roger Trinquier, who had developed the counterinsurgency strategy in his book La Guerre Moderne. Other former anti-fascists fell victim to persecution by their former fellow fighters. In his text From Dachau to Berouagia, Jean Ferrugia, for example, reports on how he was tortured in Dachau as a member of the resistance and then became a victim of torture again just 15 years later, a frighteningly short time for an adult, due to his engagement with the FLN in Algeria. The numerous comparisons between the French approach in North Africa and the methods of the Nazis were probably not least due to moral outrage, the temporal proximity of the Algerian operation to the Second World War, and the pronounced political confusion created by the countless aporias of the war in the Maghreb. neither moral outrage, which has always lacked thinking in terms of distinctions, nor confusion are particularly conducive to sharpening historical judgment. As Dan Diner explains in his essay, Amory's experience of torture was much closer to this contemporary debate on torture than his experience of the threat of extermination. The reports on the French actions in Algeria evoked in him his own memory of the ordeal in Breendonk, albeit, as Diner puts it, at the cost of putting Auschwitz on the back burner. Its place in the literary torture boom of the 60s is not only part of the secret of the success of the torture essay. It may also be the reason why, as Diner reports, it was almost compulsory to read Amory's text on torture in the 60s, while the essays on resentment and the spirit of Auschwitz were at best only marginally acknowledged. However, by elevating torture to the essence of National Socialism, Amory was also part of another tradition that may have helped the reception of the torture essay. He moved in the wake of anti-fascist resistance, imprisonment, and martyrdom literature. The focus on the anti-fascist struggle, which took place in France, Italy, and soon also in the GDR, as well as the emerging Cold War, had also contributed to the fact that little attention was paid to the murder of the Jews shortly after the liberation of the concentration camps. Resistance, martyrdom, and the torture immediately associated with it were far more commensurable to contemporary perceptions than extermination. The idea of death deprived of all meaning, of complete hopelessness, and the complete negative self-cancellation of reason were almost unbearable in view of the continuation of life after 1945. The tortured death of the resistance hero Jean Moulin or the execution of the Communist Party poet Julius Fučík, whose reportage written under the rope is one of the most translated Czech books, were easier to bear than the mass deaths in the death zones in the East, despite all their horror. They still seemed to retain a remnant of individuality and meaning. Moulin and Fučík had suffered for their own convictions and deeds. They had actually chosen to resist. Those murdered in Birkenau, Belzec, and Sobibor, on the other hand, had been destined for nameless death without any individual input. The fascination that Jean-Paul Sartre exerted on Jewish members of the resistance such as Amory or Claude Lanzmann after 1945 also belongs in this context. The philosophy of decision suggested that those who survived by mere chance were subsequently capable of acting and seemed to elevate them to the status of subjects of history where they had been its objects. As the exaltation of struggle and torture was based on the suppression of annihilation, it made an immediate contribution to exorcising National Socialism of its specificity post festum. In the medium term, this also allowed it to become a cipher for all forms of discrimination, police violence, and political arbitrariness. The focus on resistance and martyrdom involuntarily opened the door to endless comparisons between Hitler and de Gaulle, and later Nixon, Begin, Bush, or Sharon. Nevertheless, Amory's essay on torture was neither included in the literary torture wave of the time, nor in the anti-fascist resistance and martyr prose. Although his hypostatization of torture as the essence of National Socialism invited him to declare all torture regimes to be resistors of the Third Reich, he not only always vehemently resisted equating torture under the National Socialists with the procedure in other prisons. He also portrayed his own contribution to the resistance cautiously or even mockingly. We produced fairly primitive agitation material that we imagined could convince German soldiers of the cruel folly of Hitler and his war. End quote. The conspicuous unwillingness to at least take note of such contradictions in Jean Amory's work is due not least to a hypostatization of the concept of experience, which has become fashionable in recent years both in some branches of academia and in theorizing political circles. For as right as it is to trace the general in the particular and the particular in the general, it is often overlooked that the immediately associated concept of experience is already a fading concept. It only emerged in the first place because the object it revolves around is in the process of fading. National Socialism in particular, as Adorno clearly states, stands for the dissolution of the capacity for experience. The reason for this is not only the repeatedly cited change in the constitution of the subject, which ensured that the human elementary particles bleeded their way into the collective. It is also due to the fact that the experiences of the time diverged to such an extent that the connections to the general became precarious. They moved between the absolute banality of Steckgrubenwinter, Dienst in der Truppe, Heinz-Rühmann films and home leave on the one hand and the consummate monstrosity of the destruction of all certainties on the other. Above all, however, the hypostatization of the concept of experience is based on its decoupling from the concept of knowledge. Adorno speaks so euphorically of experience in his best texts because he understood it as a prerequisite for knowledge. If experience is separated from knowledge or simply confused with it, any nonsense, no matter how obvious, can be defended as an expression of a particular experience. In this way, the individual is seemingly saved. However, its relationship to the general, to which the concept of experience also refers, is lost. It loses its antagonistic position between subject and object and approaches the sermon of different points of view, opinions, and places of speech that has long since arrived in everyday conversation. With regard to Amory, this means that the essay on torture refers to the experience in Breendonk. However, as Amory admits in the preface to the first edition of Jensites van Should UND Sun, the text itself is only part of a process of cognition. While working on the first two essays in the volume, and Den Grenzen de Geists and Die Tortur, Amory says that he had not yet sufficiently realized that his situation was not fully contained in the concept of the Nazi victim. For this reason, he did not arrange the essays in the book chronologically, but in the order in which they were written. The reader must accompany me in the same rhythm through the darkness that I illuminated step by step. End quote. However, this fact does not make the statement about torture as the essence of National Socialism correct either. It neither becomes true when viewed in the context of the other texts in Jensites van Should UND Sun. Why an essay that has already been published several times in isolation and read out on the radio before being printed in an anthology may not also be viewed in isolation, as Bert Huera admonished in Sand's phrase, is not apparent according to the standards of logic. Even Ike Geisel's early anti-Zionist outbursts do not become more correct if they are viewed in the context of his later articles, or as a step on the way to his vehement criticism of German hostility towards Israel. Torture still becomes comprehensible as the essence of National Socialism when the sentence is presented as an expression of Amory's experience and clapped together with Adorno's concept of experience. With his statement on torture, Amory simply fell short of some of his previously formulated insights. In his text on the spirit in Auschwitz, written a few months before the torture essay, he had already explicitly spoken of a difference between Dachau and Auschwitz, albeit without being able to define it precisely. Processes of cognition do not take place step by step, as Amory suggests. At best, this is how they proceed in Sherlock Holmes and Dan Brown. In life, they are instead winding and confused. There are countless detours, wrong turns, and setbacks. In quite a few cases, they are simply broken off. While the majority of the left in the 70s fell behind their already meager insights of the previous decade in every respect, Amory's process of realization did not break off. In the context of the policy of détente Brandt in Warsaw, Bar in Moscow, Nixon with Mao, Auschwitz continued to emerge from the shadow of the Cold War, the narratives about the respective Eastern and Western fronts, resistance, and resistenza. Adorno had already distanced himself from analogies between Auschwitz, Hiroshima, and Vietnam in the second half of the 1960s. In Negative Dialectics, which was based not least on his metaphysics lecture, the concept of torture is no longer mentioned. In the three places where he speaks of torture, it is in a different context than in 1965. Some of Amory's later texts also differ significantly from the statements in Beyond Guilt and Atonement. When he wrote the Text Mein Judentum für Süddeutscher Rundfunk in 1978, he continued to refer positively to his essay on torture. After all, it had brought him the fame he had so long longed for. Nevertheless, Mein Judentum reads for long stretches like a mixture of clarification and denial of his earlier thoughts. While his torture essay conveys the impression that there is no difference between the resistance fighter's experience of torture and deportation as a Jew, the 1978 text stands for a pronounced ability to differentiate. While torture and extermination, resistance and persecution of the Jews still coincided in 1965, Amory now explained that he had been arrested as a resistor. In Auschwitz, however, he had worn the yellow star just like those who had not opted for the resistance. As long as the Gestapo thought he was a renegade, a German soldier, deserter, communist, he was of interest to them and was tortured. Quote, "By the time they realized who I was of no interest to them. There was no trial. I was subjected to the general death sentence, which was Auschwitz." End of quote. Without making it explicit, Amory also offers an explanation as to why he had initially concentrated so intensely on the torture that had befallen him as a resistant. He goes so far as to describe his decision to join the resistance as a final, unconscious attempt to escape Jewishness. Amory, the Jews were hunted, confronted, arrested, deported because they were Jews and only because of that. Looking back, it seems to me that I did not want to be held by the enemy as a Jew, but as a resistor. End of quote. In this respect, what Wolfgang Port once said about Marx somewhere in his exuberance may not apply to Amory. He was always ahead of his critics by anticipating and refuting possible objections in his texts. However, Amory did not shy away from pointing out the contradictions in his work, which he had already mentioned in the AM6 did not shy away from reconsidering the contradictions in his work, which he mentions in the preface to the first edition of Beyond Guilt and Atonement, and from rejecting or clarifying what he had already formulated. On the other hand, those who do not even want to take note of these contradictions or seek to eradicate them by resorting to literary and pseudo-dialectical fuss are doing to Amory what the left has done far too often to its dead comrades. He glorifies him as a shining superhero, reminiscent less of the experiences of the 20th century than of the film adaptation of a Marvel comic. This not only exorcises the history of Amory's work, it also gives him an honorific that he doesn't need at all. For young men wearing hooded sweatshirts, two of them holding wooden boards of the kind used for baking, pose on the side of the road in front of the town sign of Amorbach in the district of Miltenberg. Their message: there is no real tart flamby where you are. Below it is written in small letters, Jimmy Elsass 2001, Today. This is the full-page contribution of a Hamburg bistro to the 13th issue of the magazine Kultur and Gespenster, in which some Adorno letters were published for the first time in March 2012. To find out what people in hoodies have to do with a tart flamby restaurant right next to the Schlump, you have to trust the restaurant reviews on the internet. As for the staff, you have to know that nobody does this there full-time. They are all students who do it as a hobby, and therefore you should expect good, but not perfect, full service. End quote. The editors of the magazine Kultur and Gespenster, which is also published in Hamburg, provide the perfect, full service not only through advertisements, which are no more different from the editorial section than a hobby waiter is from an editor. Stabil Seitenlige is the name of the aforementioned magazine, which is entirely focused on the current Adorno hype. Letters to Adorno from people seeking advice or support were printed, as well as his replies. Jimmy Elsass made an appearance, as these letters included a mention of his decades-old and partially successful intervention against the planned bypass road in his former vacation home of Amorbach in the Odenwald. The editorial team introduces the letters, which are presented as facsimiles, as one might expect from the followers of the so-called Hamburg school. Quote, "Who would you turn to today if you were feeling world weariness? When coming out is scary. When you want to know what good art is. Who do you ask for help when the urban forest is about to fall victim to the saws of progress? Slavoj Zizek? Dr. Sommer? Habe Kerkeling? There was a time when such and similar questions had a natural addressee. Theodore W. Adorno, the universal intellectual of the early Federal Republic. As thoroughly as he had fallen into oblivion in the meantime, he was omnipresent in the 1960s. He filled lecture halls and skillfully played to the young mass media. The barely modulated voice, which separated the words with tiny pauses, became a hit with audiences in cultural formats and night studios. The minima moralia, the sound of an entire generation. End quote. Quite apart from the fact that so-called cultural formats and night studios were not popular in the 1960s either, nor was minima moralia, which had a total circulation of 15,000 copies in the years from 1951 until Adorno's death. Although it was perhaps his most popular book, one must be seized by considerable unease, even rank jealousy, when one writes, "There has not been a comparable monopoly since then." End quote. Today we know that in the 1970s the French took over the theoretical air sovereignty, and a subsequent generation became accustomed to living in the philosophical provinces of Germany and began to decipher the texts of the very Parisian thinkers who laid the universal intellectual to rest. The world spirit was no longer in this country. End quote. Dangerous thinking, the editors continue, referring to the 1950s and 1960s, did not have to be smuggled across the border back then, it was on the ground in Frankfurt. End quote. The sloppy analogy to Brecht, whose Galileo instructed his pupil in the second version of the play to be particularly careful when transporting his discorsi through and not to Germany, points to the attempt to deny Adorno's opposition to West German society in advance and to assign him to the established typical German intellectuals, i.e. those under whose gowns the mustiness of 1,000 years really westered. What is unintentionally true about the denunciation is that Adorno was by no means unfamiliar with the feeling of deep sorrow over the cruelty of the world, as Weltschmerz could be briefly defined, and was by no means the object of clumsy mockery for him. Weltschmerz, although it has always been a melancholy attitude of the German educated middle classes since the late Romantic period, which was intended to gloss over the fact that they were blending in with the disgraceful circumstances, deserves to be defended against an activist worldview that tackles the melancholy and lack of vitality also preserved in Weltschmerz with a pithy, "Now don't be like that," as the student waiters from Hamburg expressed it before Amorbach. The other side of Weltschmerz is a feeling of being bothered by the great optimistic noise that the state and society are constantly emitting, the suspicion that progress, for which the unscrupulous cutting up of mysterious valleys certainly stands, has set out to erase not only the memory of something more beautiful, but the memory in general, which also includes that of past horrors. With the teasing reference to the city forest, which could fall victim to the saws of progress, Adorno's non-ecological and thus utilitarian commitment to the preservation of his childhood memory of a Moorbach should be exposed to ridicule, as should his insistence on the little comfort that can be found in a landscape still halfway spared from the devastation of the last 100 years. The heinous connection between a world weariness that hurts like a hollow tooth and a professor who would chase away the ache with good advice was made in order to expose a female student, addressed by Adorno as very honored lady, who had turned to Theodore W. Adorno rather than Dr. Sommer in a state of great uncertainty, to scornful laughter. In the summer of 1966, Miss A. summed up her reading of Adorno in a letter to the author as follows: "What I used to find unjust and frightening as isolated elements within a halfway reasonable world, I found articulated, consciously made and brought into context, but no less threatening and exhausting as a result. The more clearly I recognized the total negativity of what I was reading, thinking about it and trying to think it through myself, the less I could understand that there should still be hope. I can only perceive the infinitely delightful air from other planets as a promise of the impossible. I cannot comprehend the last sentence of Minima Moralia, and I can't find anyone who could help me in any way. As far as the people I know are not caught up in a completely positivist or mendaciously idealistic way of thinking, they are incomprehensibly religious for me or take refuge in resigned aestheticism. Because I could not bear to live and talk as if one could lead a carefree private life, I broke off personal ties that could not help me in my search for any possibility of hope, but made me even more desperate in their spiritual emptiness." End of quote. The student ended with a request for a written reply or a conversation. Whether the tone of hopelessness and despair already points to possible suicidal consequences must remain an open question. In any case, Adorno took the letter so seriously that he answered it after just 3 days and immediately offered a conversation. Let me just add today, without you misunderstanding it as a paternal pat on the back, that I would like to advise you not to draw real consequences too quickly in a kind of short circuit from thoughts for which I am more or less responsible. End of quote. It is irrelevant whether in the following sentence only the philosopher is speaking or primarily the fellow human being striving to prevent a short circuit. Quote, "The path from thinking to so-called practice is much more tortuous than is generally imagined today. This is also part of the philosophical considerations that I endeavor to communicate." End of quote. Seemingly surprisingly, there is agreement in the next sentence. Quote, "However, I understand all too well that the attitudes you outline are particularly annoying to you when you encounter them in people close to you." End quote. The editors of Kultur and Gespenster did not bother to document what happened afterwards. The reader is fobbed off with a reference to the fact that a meeting really did take place and a snippet of a quote from a potentially exciting letter from the student. In Hamburg's cynical German, it goes like this, quote, "Overall, however, his intervention works wonders. In December 1966, A. thanks Adorno for a meeting that changed her life. Whatever the professor had to say is now an Adornite. You said it was a bit strange that I should seek consolation from you of all people when I find that everything is so terrible," she writes to him. "I only realized afterwards that I was probably not seeking consolation at all, but solidarity in desolation." End of quote. A. is now an Adornite, thus a cult follower and mysteriously unfree, cementing the status quo. Even to speak of desolation seems degrading to Hamburg editors and solidarity in desolation a phrase. To them, solidarity is cliquey, strictly success-oriented, practical, and committed to a predetermined purpose. And as consolation, the non-committal words that one has at the ready as a communication-steeled contemporary in the case of another suffering have to serve as well as the matching affected faces, understanding looks and this handshake intended to communicate sympathy. The student tart flamby bakers and the editors of the magazine in which they place such congenial advertisements could just as easily be event managers who are no longer students, committed journalists, optimistic interns in a gallery for trendy art, i.e. in Berlin and no longer in Hamburg. They present themselves as ironic and active. They follow the laws of a fragmented life, which by no means only describes their precarious economic existence, but also a way of thinking that has shrunk to communicating. Together, this results in an attitude that welds the outfit, the witty slogan, the reference to cliques, the total personal commitment to the respective gig, and a seemingly inimitable competence in contributing at all times into an unmistakable whole. This attitude is unscrupulously calibrated for adventure, which by no means exhausts itself in the existence as a tart flamby baker with higher aspirations, but rather recognizes its own declassification in an always ready as a mission, not just to wish it down everyone else's throat, but to one day rise again with the attributes of power over others. They call it dangerous thinking, sometimes thinking without a railing, and distinguish it from what they consider established and to which Adorno belongs because of his posthumously envied success. Dangerous thinking, sometimes admiringly directed at Sloterdijk, sometimes at French post-structuralists, sometimes already celebrated as a genuine way out of the disguised practice in the likewise French manifesto of a coterie for the preparation of postmodern terror, by no means means the defenselessness that can lie in the contradiction against those who get on your nerves most personally. The word, which is always used in the same breath as the ominous combat term subversion, is, for the time being, far more at home in privately sponsored and state-subsidized theater workshops such as Hebel am Ufer HAU, in Berlin than where the respective jihad is put into practice, the agreement with the massacres that are perpetrated elsewhere. However, there is an ever clearer flash of in dangerous thinking. Something is expressed that the normal citizen is not yet able to express, but which has driven him ever since he came into existence as an alternative to his own life, which is not necessarily dangerous, but always at risk. A life in which there is nothing to hold on to. The desperate exclamation that sometimes you just want to throw in the towel expresses not only the constant tension of having to survive and keep up, not only the constant and sometimes real fear of doom, but also a response of quite destructive proportions. Because the statement of simply wanting to throw in the towel and the desire to be allowed to lash out wildly, so that you can take as many others as possible with you into your own downfall who don't feel like it yet, are very close to each other. This answer pretends to find liberation when all the things that make you who you are and at the same time make you strange have been put aside, an answer that is based on the poem allegedly by Arthur Rimbaud, possibly also by Arthur Schnitzler. It pays homage to a second-hand escapism that no longer has anything highly personal, desperate, and self-destructive about it since the radical ecological Stalinist Jutta Dittfurth, whose boring biography is not exactly a promise, claimed the imperative for herself with the book titled Courage, Live Wild and Dangerous. Just as the citizen struggles with the fact that he and his peers have placed the state above themselves in order to set an objective limit to the marauder and robber baron rumbling within him, which as a general law guarantees the course of business in the first place, his postmodern revenant, who wants to be endured by the state without being able to seriously hope for it, shakes the institution of a world that has set out to eliminate robber baronry, and thus the existential danger lurking everywhere. Subversion and labels that emphasize the wild and dangerous, such as a Berlin company under bourgeois law called Verbrecher Verlag, are based on a romanticism that, at best, knows nothing of organized crime, such as Maxim Gorky's early stories, in which Russian outcasts are depicted in a glorifying way or, at worst, already suspects that organized crime and the people's state in the extreme can no longer be distinguished without naming this suspicion, as Solzhenitsyn does. The great anti-Soviet and therefore also anti-Russian writer from the Soviet Union, the longtime Gulag prisoner Varlam Shalamov, has impressively described how the ruling clan in the camp, as a sworn community of professional criminals, not only always held the internal leadership unchallenged, which did not cease to exist with the gradual dissolution of the Gulag after Stalin's death, just as it was not an original creature of Stalinism but, albeit in an extreme form, one of Russian statism. The criminal gangs that Shalamov writes about, professional criminals and those who have only become such after their so-called deculicization, communicate with codes and symbols of belonging, which always include slogans manifesting life and death cohesion and corresponding tattoos, community rituals, and no less ritualized competitions to determine the supreme boss. These are still at the very top today and rule a state whose supreme leader comes from the KGB and whose allies are far less likely to have tattoos than so many wild and dangerous citizens of Western Europe. What is not disinhibition in Russia, but almost a logical consequence of centuries of state terror, which would not be possible without the state-sanctioned individual tenor of the privileged, appears quite harmless in the West as individual escapism. There is nothing unlawful about these borrowed criminal escapades, but initially only the attributes of the kings of the underworld and an attitude that already characterized the Gulag criminals described by Shalamov, that of cynicism. Cynicism is to be understood here as an attitude that has long since resigned itself to the badness it has found and affirms its acceptance of it by disqualifying in advance as ridiculous any thinking based on truth and thus on commitment. This is by no means done, as the imagination trained by the culture industry imagines, by means of brutal slogans about the eternal battle for the best places, in which the strongest must win and trample the inferior into the dust. These templates for the mass hatred of bankers, stock market gamblers, and rationalization experts only serve the general need for community, i.e., the politically correct expression of current cynicism. Pointing the finger accusingly at antisocial egomaniacs only confirms what has in fact long been taking place: a spreading communitization under the sign of fear of doom, which is antisocial in the literal sense of the word. Because what is switched off in such longing is what it demands most loudly: personal responsibility and humanity. The extent to which both have long been reduced to absurdity need not be emphasized here. The fact that society, in contrast to community, for example, places the obligation to pay taxes above the essentially arbitrary charity, and not only allows the individual to withdraw, at least in idea, but only recognizes him as a private individual interfering in the general interests, must nevertheless be remembered against any community ideology. Complete asociality comes to light where equality is demanded in the community, just as if complete inequality were not the order of the day, where the constant plebiscite is mandatory and the institutionalized mediation of decisions is the greatest evil. Today's society, which is mutating into a community, is no longer able to automatically produce the segregated individual, so to speak, from within itself, and thus naturally also from the economic form on which it is based. It is true that the battle for the best places takes place with the fullest use of the combatant's own resources as never before. At the same time, however, that remnant of unhappy consciousness seems to have been consumed, which can often enough express itself in a spleen-like segregation of seemingly incomprehensible reluctance to rise in the phase of success or in the aforementioned desperate escapism. These figures of seemingly voluntary unhappiness, which basically disappeared almost 100 years ago, are, unlike back then, no longer suspicious and no longer provoke contradiction from the average citizen fearing for the meaning of his life. They themselves are as average as the average citizen. Spleen has become a hobby. The disgusted withdrawal from business and success has turned into a dropout lifestyle, which guarantees an even more streamlined re-entry and a high-performance escapism at the weekend, which virtually imposes itself as a supplement to the daily need to exist. Since community, because it is a hollow concept, can only manifest itself by working off the countermodel presented in society, it will produce a considerably higher degree of personal domination than already exists today in the socially accepted clique system and its rituals. The demagogues of the new society, who are still busy grabbing the last jobs in the state apparatus, the creative industries, but increasingly also in the seemingly normal economy, by virtue of their incorrigible communication skills, are tailor-made to one day reach the top positions and establish themselves there, as arbitrarily acting robber barons in the realm of equality, no longer bound by any objective corrective. Critical theory, and Adorno in particular, who we pretend to know has long since been dismissed, is not only the target of everyday cynicism draped as irony, which does not want to read and think, but decipher the texts of Parisian intellectuals with the intention of burying the universal intellectual. At regular intervals, even people who would never have been expected to do so are overcome by a fierce desire to break out, as if thinking committed to critical theory were a prison that excludes one from life and thus also from contradicting the bad life, or at least kills off the desire to do so. In the process, such efforts to break out lead to a fate that, in one case with Jean Amory as an Adorno corrective, revives the very simple and undisguised naive and even presents role models in the end, while in the normal case one's own preferences for culture only make reading Adorno, supplemented by the class struggle and art-hostile guide to board, appear permissible. These are breakout movements that happen for the sake of rediscovering the unconditional and lead us straight into the kind of senseless activity that is probably the best way to describe critical participation. The imposition at the very end of minima moralia, which Miss A. claimed not to have understood because everything in her resisted it, is indeed extremely disconcerting and at first glance so frustrating that one can almost understand if one is looking for a way out. It says, "The more passionately the thought seals itself off from its conditionality for the sake of the unconditional, the more unconsciously, and therefore disastrously, it falls to the world. It must even comprehend its own impossibility for the sake of possibility." Compared to the demand this makes on him, however, the question of the reality or unreality of redemption has since become almost indifferent. End of quote. This is apparently directed against anyone who, for example, with the objections to everyday participation so desperately put forward by Miss A, tries to find an answer that guarantees a way out, which not coincidentally so often leads to the utterly dead word emancipation. If the reality or unreality of redemption, a word that is now often used again to describe emancipation, is dismissed as seemingly almost indifferent, are we not powerless in the face of the delusion that makes us lose our own thinking? Isn't every opposition questionable from the outset if one's own will, which is aimed at something better, falls so completely to the world associated with disaster? Every contradiction that arises in the individual, so it would seem, is thus disgraced from the outset in the face of total doom. Indeed, even the desperate struggle of historically documented individuals against National Socialism, for example, thus degenerates into a marginal issue in a process that nothing and no one can support. The term disguised practice seems to take on a sinister meaning, and Miss A.'s possibly suicidal tendencies sound plausible. Yet, at the end of the 1940s, Adorno was only formulating what should be almost daily experienced today: that the goodwill is only presented in a highly ideologized form and thus belongs to that stale unconditional which no longer has any innocence, because it has long since transformed the individual will into the collective manifestation of new horror-promising agreement with a blind practice. The warning is not directed against the possibly passionate thought. Rather, it is to be saved from false exuberance by reminding us of its origin in the context of violence, which is why it is always struck with distortion and neediness, minima moralia last section. And it is not the murdered opponents of National Socialism who are condemned, but those ideological exploiters who draw resources from their struggle and suffering for an ideology that pretends to be anti-fascism in order to keep the cynicism of a fortunately defunct totalitarian regime socially acceptable, which often forced senseless heroism instead of sparing the lives of its own soldiers as far as possible, trusting in American weapons aid. There is no consolation in the warning against a practical fetishism that must leave one to the world, and there is only the wrong one in which disaster is repeatable, and the powerlessness of the individual remains. Also the powerlessness that lies in the impossibility of explaining to oneself and others the conditions of the need for, or rather the necessity of, one's own critical interventions. To raise this question again and again, as if it were not answered long ago and unsatisfactorily by referring to the coincidences that ultimately lie in one's own biography, points to a longing for personalization in both the good and the bad, for the tragic hero here and the monster there, whose personal responsibility one wants to determine in an almost legal manner: action, intent, guilt. This variant of the disastrous attempt to break out of Adorno's prison, which in weaker hours one tries to deal with some resentment against a jargon of negativity, is regularly embarrassed by the Schweinegel from the Schlump, who is already here with his "there's no real Flammkuchen where you are." It is not easy to talk about one's own irreconcilability with the world, one's suffering in it, without lapsing into inadmissible speech and an attitude that could justifiably be dismissed as adoring. Miss A. has formulated an original answer that makes it seem possible to really come to terms with world weariness. Taking nothing back from what was once recognized as true and is personally experienced as suffering, repressing nothing, allowing no comfort in that bad general that is called the world, and yet being able to breathe. To call the prerequisite for this solidarity in desolation is in any case a happy thought that points to a possibly not-so-bad life, if the emphasis on objective desolation does not degenerate into a daily penitential exercise and denial of the possibility of private happiness, and the connection with people in solidarity does not become arrogant circularity against a world to which one believes oneself to be vastly superior. This can have just as little to do with a seemingly world-apart nodding existence as with the noisy insistence on a governor for a redemption whose reality or unreality is not the point. Behind the word communism, which is put in front of so many critical efforts as an alibi, there is usually only a fear of the consequences of one's own thoughts, which must lead to the realization of the impossibility of practice and yet force one to contradict. However, I understand only too well that the attitudes you outline are particularly annoying to you when you encounter them in people close to you, wrote Adorno to Miss A. And he certainly did not mean turning away abruptly and offended from all people who insert themselves without reflection and thus without memory. Rather, it seems to be a call not to seal oneself off from the offending and disappointing experiences that one has every day, especially with people from one's immediate environment, attitudes that must get on one's nerves, and to seek confrontation even if there is no success, even if this is usually only possible on the more general level of processing experiences in an essay or lecture, and not necessarily in mostly fruitless discussions with people reduced to one attitude. The astonishing presence of Adorno, even if it is in a grimacing distortion of his work, among those who want to establish themselves in the world as wild and dangerous ideological accomplices indicates that they are not so sure of themselves and cannot easily hope for compliant allegiance. That alone would be a good reason to continue with interventions against the unconscious and disastrous urge for the unconditional, which is a disinhibition. For more than 15 years now, anyone who wants to defend a hereditary court has known that the blindness and arbitrariness of the friend-enemy distinction is the essence of Bahamas magazine. For Bahamas editors, the mere need for distinction takes the place of criticism, which is reflected in enraging explanations of the political empiricism of current conflicts. They do this solely for the sake of the vile goal of retaining a following. Yet we know that anyone who polemicizes but refuses to reflect is still angry with me, a rage empirist, and is basically no different from Stuttgart station opponents. Bahamas, which wants to doozen its audience, i.e. tap into their basest instincts, does so because it calls for disengagement, i.e. wants to distract mostly young people from constructive goals. To make sure that the message sticks with their followers, they like to go one better, like this. The more desultorily friend and foe are defined, the better the political leader can assure himself of a following that chases after the practiced decisionism. That is the old principle of the K-groups, end quote, or that of the Nazis or the anti-Semites or the Stammtisch brothers, it doesn't matter anyway. So far, this kind of stuff has mainly come from autonomous, feminist or anti-racist activists, i.e. the left, which was strictly anti-Zionist until not so long ago. A few years ago, they were joined by Springer journalists with a strong sense of solidarity with Israel, who smell an enemy of the Constitution in the Bahamas editor. In the summer of 2014, one of them picked up this ideological debris and fired it at the editorial team with a slingshot of filth, someone whose suicidal energy had only been suspected since the turn of the year 2013-14, when he apparently only allowed Christian Thalmayr to take on the Bahamas authors Magnus Clow, Thomas Maul and Jorg Huber in his paper. The editor of the magazine sans phrase, Dr. Gerhard Scheidt. What could have happened to him? Someone who sought refuge in people with his essays, of whom he should have known from the outset, as he now announces, how coincidental it sometimes seems that the determination of the enemy hits the mark, and actually only an apparently quite fortunate political instinct would have kept the prevailing refusal to reflect within limits, must have a real reason for such a late realization. Sometime after October 2, 2011, but at the latest with issue number 68 in spring 2014, he had to realize that the Bahamas had gambled away its unfairly acquired credit. The occasional hits of earlier years were due to partisanship for Israel and against anti-Semitism, the engagement for Israel, which has been over and done with since the contributions to the so-called circumcision debate. Since then, the Bahamas editorial team has been at least indifferent to the situation of Israel and the Jews, which is expressed in the fact that it betrays Israel to Iran, the Ukrainian and Russian Jews to some anti-Semites, and the primacy of the object to empiricism. The realization comes a little late. The key experience presented, the sudden disengagement of the Bahamas, is all too reminiscent of the tedious rationalizations of other disappointed people who have learned to denounce the relationship of the editorial staff to the readership as that of leaders to followers. No, the shrill outburst of rage from the otherwise so distinguished has its roots in a failed liberation attempt, in which the Bahamas editorial team was cordially invited to participate, which was celebrated at a conference in Vienna in October 2011, and the consequences of which have since been regularly observed in the form of a magazine that, in terms of its format and endeavored serenity, is far more like a periodical commemorative publication intended for eternity, in whose essays, including the footnote apparatus, the editors gleefully compliment each other and the less prominent authors quote them. It is not only his misery. He is the author of several books that appear in tiny editions in a small publishing house. He gives lectures at the invitation of student initiatives for a modest fee, which no one except the mostly young audience that has just outgrown the radical left takes any notice of, and is faced with the unpleasant prospect that it will all go on like this. Of course you want to get out there, break the spell of silence and be noticed in other important circles. But while some people know why they have to put up with it and are happy about every small increase in circulation, others are not so modest. They want to get out of their journalistic corner existence for everything in the world and give themselves a mission that is presented with such unheard of urgency and compelling moral consistency that their own and others' doubts about the new project do not even arise. The proclamation of the immediate end of the world in boundless anti-Semitic barbarism echoes the "It's 5 to 12" that the peace and anti-nuclear movements used decades ago, trying to boost their hollow pathos with a debunking "It's already 5 past 12" in the absence of the end of the world and in the face of declining numbers of participants at their demonstrations. After the last war and the threats on the Golan border and the border with Lebanon, there is no need to constantly reassure each other that Israel is under threat. The fact that the majority of Austrians, Germans, and other Europeans try to close their minds to this fact and, worse still, turn the threatened party into the aggressor and why, has been written about in the Bahamas for years. Nevertheless, was it not high time in 2011 and today more than ever to overcome our own lack of success and really do something for Israel? Wasn't there a voice missing among those who spoke out in favor of Israel and against antisemitism and Islamic evil? A voice that would combine the seriousness of the situation with the inescapable demand on the individual to draw consequences? A minority in solidarity with Israel, including Skyte, had made itself too comfortable, had not done all it could to really fight the approaching and growing disaster. Hadn't indifference even crept in? Had Adorno's imperative really been fully understood in all its practical consequences of doing everything possible to ensure that Auschwitz was not repeated and that nothing similar happened? Asked Gerhard Skyte and others in Vienna at the time. Is Adorno's imperative even covered by his work? Or was the master himself not making a liberating strike against a tendency in his writings to promote indifference? This was the springboard for a new way of thinking, against Adorno's determinism, in whose administered world every practice was necessarily obscured, which was expressed not least in his dubious attitude towards the persecution and punishment of Nazi criminals. Shouldn't we therefore not discuss the hidden triad of freedom, decision and engagement not against critical theory, but rather make it fruitful by allowing other approaches instead of rejecting them unchecked, as has been the custom for so long? And then those who were needed for the grand opening staging because their high profile would encourage more people to come, but who had not been informed about the true intention of the Vienna Conference out of caution, stab you in the back coram publico. These unsolid and unsound people brazenly deny Adorno's determinism, which rejects all resistance, but claim that Auschwitz is the terrible proof of the almost total heteronomy of the individual, even in a democratic society. They insist that the escape from the totality of capitalist socialization, the revolution or at least the active prevention of new devastations are only conceivable after Auschwitz. Whether the penetration of one's own bias, this schizophrenic act of reflecting on oneself from the outside in all one's limitations and powerlessness, can lead to an act of resistance is not a foregone conclusion and can neither be proven nor refuted. The ability for self-reflection and thus also for criticism, they claim, is a biographical coincidence inherent in the individual person that cannot be generalized. They describe their own actions not as voluntary and committed, but as a compulsion to defend themselves against circumstances that are too close to them in quite concrete harassment. Against so much self-righteous impudence from people, some of whom were even members of a K-group and today arbitrarily ban discussions, exorcise dissenters and bully their own stupid followers, who have had to hand in their heads at the Bahamas check room, there is no argument left, only the full power of Dr. Skyte's language, a speech of wrath, can help. And this is how the essay with the furious title, On the Rage That Pleases Itself as Humility and the Wrath That Belongs to Criticism, came about. In it, the man striving for reflection provides a flat pair of opposites. Here the righteous wrath of the Viennese phrase master, there the rage of capitulators from Berlin who refuse any reflection. Obviously, he trusted that no one would think of the fact that his praise of wrath is the windy presumption of that sovereignty in which the office of judge and the execution of judgment coincide. Rage, writes Skyte about the Bahamas, is therefore only the self-hatred or self-denial of the subject, which, in the Marxist tradition, was already used to be confined to the bourgeois subject. It is therefore often gilded as humility. To this definition he adds the number 3, which refers to a footnote in which reference is made to a statement by the Bahamas editorial team, in which the two incriminated words rage and humility actually occur. In the invitation text to the conference, The Revolt of the Disinhibited from Spring 2012, it says under the subheading Neither Profession Nor Vocation. In contrast, the task of the non-voluntarist critic would be to work out, not to dash off and autocratically proclaim new phases of any movements, but to reflect with humility on one's position and to show with tenacity, patience, and cold rage that relative solitude and relative lack of success do not weigh as heavily as an actionist. Relationship to the truth. The imperative of the hour now everyone has to decide, everyone has to face the challenge decisively, etc., has always been the jargon of those who are on the lookout for the return of what is finally truly political and yet want to rob the individual of the last remnants of sovereignty by persuading him that he is the one who matters. The critic, on the other hand, does not make a decision in this existentialistically charged sense. Nor does he choose his object. Rather, it imposes itself on him and demands an answer from him. This moment of coercion, an expression of its powerlessness, is indispensable to criticism without it becoming autocratic and voluntaristic. End of quote. So much from an authoritative source on the self-denial typical of Bahamas editors, with which they humbly submit to the seemingly inevitable, indifferent to the suffering that surrounds them, like only Ernst Jünger or Otto Friedrich Bollnow. Gerhard Scheidt has it in common with Karl Kraus, who is dead and cannot defend himself. Quote, "If being rageful means not thinking, then the wrath that speaks from his texts is the very epitome of thinking, as he achieved synthesis in language." End of quote. What this has to do with Kraus remains unclear, but the sentence does say something about Scheidt because he uses two terms, rage and wrath, which he did not understand and which have nothing to do with Kraus, who always understood his texts as satirical. He is at his worst when he defends wrath against rage, as if the latter were in all seriousness the sole expression of self-hatred and self-denial of the self-abandoning subject, and the former the expression of a higher form of polemic. Yet wrath, according to its mythological origins, is only the rage of the powerful, who can at any time turn an offense into a punitive judgment of by no means just proportions, in which the guilty suffer the same deadly fate as the many times more numerous innocents. The wrath of the gods is to a large extent only a reflection of the fury of an all-powerful potentate in his circle, whom it is the arduous task of his advisers to appease, or, insofar as God himself rages, that of the prophet. Rage, i.e. the wrath of the little man, is often even more aimless, because it cannot affect the real humiliator, and the enraged person assigns a grievance that remains unclear to him to a perpetrator who has nothing to do with it. Neither rage nor wrath are existentials. Both can form as a spontaneous reaction to an insult without having to discharge themselves without aim or consideration. Rage then becomes an expression of self-hatred and self-denial when the painfully experienced insult is reflexively lashed out at, and, worse still, the spontaneous outburst of rage becomes an attitude that differs dangerously from the already unpleasant grumbling through the usually loud self-presentation as enragement. The tamed rage of the adult, and that is what it is all about, can express itself in petty self-righteousness and discharge itself not humbly, but in the gesture of wrath, which constitutes its unintentional comedy. Only the delegation of seemingly tamed rage to a great executor, to whom one unconditionally joins as a follower or, better still, a follower, constitutes the self-extinction of the angry individual. Rage can be transformed into the energy that turns the painful experience into a process of reflection on oneself and the aggressor, not for the purpose of humbly accepting the inevitable, but of criticizing circumstances and their very specific agents, which condemn one to powerlessness in the first place. The experience of powerlessness does not happen in a faceless process in which something happens to you without you knowing how. Recognizing this is only the result of reflection, which can only be undertaken by those who have also experienced insults as aggression against themselves, committed by a concrete aggressor, in all impotent rage, and who do not undo it in advance through rationalization. The angry outcry is sometimes unavoidable, even if it is carried out in private. Anger is not a personal defect. The desire to lash out is not an expression of a lack of sublimation. On the contrary, starting with the infant, they are prerequisites for the confrontation with the world that begins with the next person. Whether it succeeds is another matter. The Bahamas editor, who does not riot as a Wutberger in Stuttgart, but as a rage-empirist, makes senseless noise to cover up the fact that he has embarrassed himself with his attitude, as if the categorical imperative to fend off the worst in what has become totally wrong does not presuppose any philosophical concept of freedom. The primacy of the object always evaporates into one of empiricism. Namely, the Bahamas has erased the concept of the subject and indulges in structuralism, while Adorno's Kranichstein lectures and Karl Kraus can prove that the self-denial of the subject is to be resisted. And yet we have only denied Scheidt and his attitude of unconditional freedom, which he needs in order to convince others that it depends on him and them. To despair again and again about the objective misfortune that all that is left of the subject is a memory is one thing, to assert the possibility of subjectivity nonetheless, and to be able to exist as a critic only in this way is another. Scheidt himself does not believe that such lively, constantly self-confident meddlers as the Bahamas editors constantly deny themselves. Rather, Bahamas editors are so shameless as critical subjects that they appeal to them to help prevent the worst of what has become totally wrong, although they would not express themselves so pompously. Because they know that there can be no philosophical concept of freedom that could abolish a lack of freedom that pushes towards totality. Because they therefore deny Scheidt his rediscovered freedom and place his actions linked to it on the same level as many a garbage of convictions that must be repugnant to him himself, all the nags have run away with him. In his primary source, that footnote reference to an editorial statement, he also had to read this, but to position the ego against the masses, as every anti-authoritarian left-wing outbreak attempts to do, and to want to recognize abstract coercion as a concrete opponent, follows the principle of disinhibition. Whereas in the past it was the autonomous free space that had to be conquered, sometimes an ominous Antifa that voluntarily made up the enemy. Today, the confessional phraseology of the Never Again Germany movement of the early 1990s is returning in seemingly completely different circles, which, unlike 20 years ago, is running against a now completely fictitious opponent just to prove its own indispensability in a radical platitude. A German working community that feels inhibited, which only reveals what it is capable of internally in slogans for voluntary work such as "participation is a matter of honor," takes courage and strength for greater collective deeds from a men's association that has been talked into an air rebellion. Critics from the past, who are currently stating a situation of decision that has to be faced, are looking to the martyr as a role model, be it Jewish Soviet partisans whose last picture, photographed by the executioners under the gallows, is hung in their room, or the Swabian craftsman Johann Georg Elser, who, like Klaus Maria Brandauer, is existentially kitsched up instead of admitting that it is impossible to wrest his secret from the dead. End quote. In the face of so much malice, he is at least left with language, that powerful instrument borrowed from Karl Kraus, with which he will continue to chastise us. No Bahamas editor is a match for someone who knows that the unlimited impositions of the German left must disgust us, and then declares that Karl Kraus, who can be called upon as the guardian angel of this disgust, was not a rage empirist. We are also embarrassed to note that, since they discovered Wiener Freiheit, other former Bahamas authors have also emancipated themselves from the thought and language-stifling constraints of the editor responsible for their text and are now coming up with sentences like these: "The crisis of Antifa, like the crisis of European consciousness in general, probably consists in the fact that the Ouroboros, you could also call him Antifant, has slowly eaten enough of his own excrement to make him sick. Woe to those who have to pay the bill." Joel Nabin Sands phrase 4. 240. We humble enrages cannot keep up with this, and every editor whose invocations the guardian angel of disgust refuses to hear asks himself, in view of the approaching demise of his magazine, with Holderlin, "Woe is me, when it is winter, where will I take the flowers and where the sunshine and shade of the earth?"